Chapter 1. My strength grows with my disciple. In the realm of the carefree God sect, a heated exchange unfolded. The Grand Elder, your words are exceedingly harsh, Lin Feng exclaimed, his gaze fixed with indignation upon the man before him. This confrontation stemmed from the Grand Elder's frigid proclamation. You are but a useless waste. I grant you 3 days if you fail to recruit a disciple. You shall depart from our realm and relinquish your position. The ultimatum was a blatant coercion aimed at Lin Feng. Once, during a desperate flight from pursuers, the sect master of the Carefree God sect had taken Lin Feng as a disciple, clinging to life. However, the original owner of this body faltered in fear, attempting to flee but tripping and collapsing, resulting in a grievous head injury that rendered him unconscious. It was in this moment that Lin Feng transcended into this form, that he had anticipated an extraordinary journey, akin to that of typical transmigrators, yet found himself burdened with a congenital disability, incapable of harnessing spiritual power, thus unable to cultivate. Grand Elder, my master sacrificed his life for the Carefree God sect and has offended many. In these tumultuous times, should I abandon the sect, my fate would be dire. This matter has been declared to all disciples of the sect. It is now a foregone conclusion. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his expression icy, embodying an air of righteous authority. Once the Grand Elder departed, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. You clearly covet the position of sect master. You wish for my demise. Though seething with rage, he felt utterly powerless. In the next moment, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected, disciple recruitment system activated. A novice gift package has been delivered. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 spirit-connecting pills and the celestial profound art. What the? Fate has not forsaken me. There truly exists a system, and it has bestowed such a treasure. Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished, as he beheld the spirit-connecting pills resting in his palm. These pills were far superior to the essence-washing pills, capable of unblocking one's consciousness and expediting cultivation. Even one born with a frail constitution could instantly embark on the path of cultivation upon consumption. As the pill entered his body, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of vigor surge within him. His previously obstructed meridians were thoroughly unblocked, and a torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his being like a deluge breaking through a dam. Even the celestial profound art, once enigmatic, became effortlessly comprehensible to him. A warm current coursed from his dantian throughout his entire body, and Lin Feng could hardly believe the surging spiritual energy within him, as if a dragon that had long slumbered was awakening at last. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his once frail physique. Grand Elder, you shall be sorely disappointed this time. Let us see who dares underestimate me again. Having been a mere fool for far too long, he now felt invincible. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze sharp and resolute. What does it matter if I was once deemed useless? I shall rise on the winds of fate. I wonder how you will respond. Before he could fully revel in his newfound strength, the system chimed once more. Ding! First task issued. Recruit a disciple. Task duration, 2 hours. Task reward, primordial sacred body. Celestial star formation. In response, Lin Feng leaped with exhilaration. The celestial star formation. This is an ancient array, long lost to the passage of time. It was a formation spoken of only in legends that it is said that once a person is locked in, escape is utterly impossible, even merging with the external space to summon the power of the celestial bodies, leading to an infinite threat. Lin Feng, the ancient sacred body, was not entirely familiar with this concept, yet the rewards associated with the great array of the celestial constellations were undeniably impressive. He felt an overwhelming eagerness to embark on this journey, however. One concern lingered: those who pursue cultivation are easy to find, but who would willingly submit to him as a disciple. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng resolved to descend the mountain and seek his fortune. Outside the Celestial God sect, Fang Mengmeng collapsed to the ground, her blood staining her pristine white dress. She gasped for breath, the world around her fading to darkness. Not far ahead stood the stone tablet of the Celestial God Palace, and she perceived a glimmer of hope, charging straight towards it. Behind her, relentless pursuers advanced, their gleaming blades poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Fang Mengmeng, today shall be your day of reckoning. Prepare to meet your end. Do you dare to harm me? This is the territory of the Celestial God sect. The Celestial God sect? The leader of the assailants laughed mockingly, his tone dripping with disdain. Who doesn't know that the Celestial God sect is rife with internal strife, especially with a leader as incompetent as theirs? In the realm of Taishu, The Celestial God sect had become a subject of ridicule, and their leader, Lin Feng, was so preoccupied with his own troubles that they felt no fear. With a wave of his hand, the man urged his companions to accelerate their pursuit. The swords they wielded radiated with an aura of lethal intent. In despair, Fong Mingming shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, staining her bloodied garment. Was this truly the end for her? In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, and the formation around her coalesced, manifesting countless streams of energy that coalesced into blades, piercing through her pursuers, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Fong Mingming stood frozen. Astonished, her attackers were formidable individuals with sacred spirit roots, ranking among the top 20 on the assassin leaderboard of the divine land, capable of swiftly eliminating those in a nascent soul stage. Yet they had perished so effortlessly. It is known that cultivating to the transformation stage in the Xuanwu land is already a monumental achievement, and the divine land is even more formidable, with only the strongest rulers reaching the later stages of cohesion. These assassins, when united, could easily dismantle a sect, yet they had been dispatched so swiftly. Fong Mingming was oblivious to the identity of her benefactor, yet she sensed that this person must possess unfathomable power if only they could assist her further. "This is impossible," the leader of the attackers, equally astonished, exclaimed. "The combined strength of these few should be more than sufficient to annihilate a sect. How could they be slain so easily? Who is it? Step forward." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having detected the commotion, was already assessing the situation. He had not anticipated such audacity from these individuals. To openly challenge the Celestial God sect without consequence? I have yet to settle the score with you now. With only 2 insignificant insects dispatched, what will you do? He clapped his hands dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. From his elevated position, he regarded the man before him with a scornful gaze. Before the man could respond, Fong Mingming was left in awe. This formidable figure had the audacity to refer to those assassins as mere insects. She was taken aback not only by Lin Feng's identity, but also by his extraordinary capabilities to comprehend the nature of these individuals. Cruel, psychologically deranged, and capricious in their actions. One must ponder the price Cheng Song paid to enlist them for his assassination. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the leader, Cheng Song, immediately recognized him. "Is it truly you? Lin Feng, you worthless fool, dare to thwart my plans. Where are the people you brought? Hurry and bring them forth, so I may slay him." With that furious roar, Cheng Song lunged at Lin Feng, sword in hand. The murderous intent swirling around them seemed to take on a tangible form. These alterations alarmed Fong Mingming, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. Although Lin Feng's recent display was astonishing, Cheng Song's cultivation was superior. His full-force attack was not something anyone could easily withstand. Chapter 2. Is this called selfishness? Kill me? You think you are worthy? Lin Feng made no move, and Cheng Song's attack immediately shattered around him, only to be repelled several meters back in the next instant. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Cheng Song's eyes widened in rage, clutching his chest in agony, as if his ribs had fractured. Had the Grand Elder not announced that Lin Feng was to be expelled from the Xiaoyao divine sect? Was it not deemed a waste? Had he been deceived? Cheng Song felt a wave of despair. Had he known Lin Feng's cultivation was this formidable, he would never have ventured into the Xiaoyao divine sect's territory. "Brother Lin, I am the Lord of Jingyue Valley, spare me, and Jingyue Valley will follow your lead. With you, I have no interest." Lin Feng retorted mockingly, his movements unwavering. Fong Mingming was numb to the spectacle. How could this man dispatch others as effortlessly as slicing through watermelon? The assassins, at the peak of their cultivation, were instantaneously obliterated by Lin Feng. Did that imply his cultivation surpassed the integration stage? It must be noted that very few in the entire Taishu region could attain such prowess. She gazed at Lin Feng, filled with gratitude and astonishment. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also ignited a flicker of hope within her. If she could receive his guidance, how could she not swiftly elevate her own cultivation? Feigning aloofness, Lin Feng brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and cast a casual glance at Fong Mingming. Indeed, one could find fortune without effort. Observing the girl's naive demeanor, he mused silently on how easily she could be persuaded to become his disciple. Turning back, he noticed Fong Mingming, who stood there in a daze. His gaze softened unexpectedly, exuding an aura akin to that of a cunning wolf. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Thank you for your assistance, Sect Master Lin." Snapping back to reality, Fong Mingming realized she had been staring at Lin Feng for quite some time, her cheeks flushing crimson as she composed herself. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had dispatched several peak-stage assassins along with Chung Song, a formidable figure in the early integration stage, yet it appeared he had expended hardly any effort. The world had branded Lin Feng as a man devoid of cultivation, a mere waste, yet he seemed unperturbed. His mental fortitude was unmatched by most practitioners. If she could become his disciple, how could her aspirations for vengeance remain unattainable? In the realm of Xuanwu, the Chun family of the 5 prominent clans has slandered her brother, obliterated evidence, and ruthlessly exterminated her parents, leaving her on the brink of death. If only a master like Lin Feng could provide guidance, surely her cultivation would advance at an accelerated pace. With this thought, Fang Mengmeng lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute. Would the sect leader take me as a disciple? Lin Feng, who had been pondering how to persuade Fang Mengmeng, raised an eyebrow, as if a pillow had been offered to him during a moment of drowsiness. Joy surged within him, though he maintained a composed exterior. Very well, since I saved you outside the Xiao Divine Palace, it seems we are fated. Thank you, Master, I bow to you. As Fang Mengmeng knelt, the voice of the system immediately resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple, acquiring the primordial sacred body and the Zhou Tian star array. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a surge of power within him. This sensation was unprecedented, a thorough baptism from flesh to soul. He sensed something within him erupting, a formidable energy flooding his limbs. The primordial sacred body in unparalleled force. He could now tangibly perceive the might of this sacred body. The host cultivation is too weak. Any disciple's training will yield a tenfold return on their efforts. Incredible! Could there be such fortune? In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement with the support of his disciple. He could truly relax. With this thought, his gaze towards Fang Mengmeng grew even more fervent. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Fang Mengmeng's cheeks flushed, instinctively taking a step back. What is your name? Fang Mengmeng, a beautiful name, fitting for one whose beauty is as ethereal as a dream. Lin Feng showered her with compliments, his tone playful. At his words, Fang Mengmeng's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She had not expected the legendary sect leader of the Xiao Divine Palace to possess such levity, which surprised her. Detecting the profound enmity that Fang Mengmeng bore, the system rewarded her with the pure Yin body, the Qingyuan sword, and the Qingyuan sword technique. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied with this. It seems the system is not devoid of empathy. As he pondered, Fang Mengmeng knelt once more. Master, my cultivation is meager, only at the late stage of the nascent soul. Those individuals are my sworn enemies, sent by the Chun family, which is one of the 5 great clans of Xuanwu, wielding immense power behind them. I fear I may bring you trouble. Do not worry, having accepted you as my disciple. I shall not abandon you. As for the Chen family, they do not concern me. Lin Feng lifted her effortlessly, and with a wave of his hand, Fang Mengmeng felt herself being supported by an unseen force. Your aptitude is commendable, though your cultivation is lacking. I shall bestow upon you the pure Yin body, allowing you to cultivate with greater efficiency in the future. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped them, and Fang Mengmeng sensed her body undergoing a profound refinement. A warm current surged within her, her meridians being realigned, as if a fire blazed fiercely within. She could even hear the cracking of her bones, as though her very being were on the verge of being completely consumed by flames. Fang Mengmeng could not help but cry out in pain, her face contorted with anguish. Lin Feng, quick-witted and agile, swiftly embraced her faltering form. Channel your internal energy to stabilize yourself. His tone exuded a calm authority that compelled obedience. Instantly, Fang Mengmeng straightened her posture, beginning to circulate her energy to refine the medicinal pill. This single elixir was enough to bestow her with immense benefits, awakening her previously dormant pure Yin body. Do not panic, concentrate and calm your mind, guiding your energy to temper your physique. Lin Feng's voice resonated in her ears like a thunderclap, allowing Fang Mengmeng to regain her composure and continue refining the pill's potency. Sensing her gradually stabilizing aura, Lin Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile. This young girl was truly a raw gem with a bit of refinement. She would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. The commotion had drawn the attention of numerous sect leaders and elders within the realm of Taixu. Is this the birth of a pure Yin body? An elder exclaimed with excitement, for such a pure Yin body was a rare treasure, and awakening one's internal pure Yin essence was even more extraordinary. Moments later, Fang Mengmeng opened her eyes, elated as she felt the solidity of her cultivation. If her previous training had been haphazard, the possession of a pure Yin body had fundamentally transformed her constitution. Though her cultivation level had not increased, her foundation was now far more stable than before. The Purine body was indeed the optimal physique for female cultivators, allowing any form of training to yield remarkable results. In ancient times, 3 women possessed Purine bodies, all of whom reached the great ascension realm, brimming with limitless potential. Her master had bestowed such a gift upon her. The ability to casually grant such an innate constitution made her feel that her decision to take Lin Feng as her teacher was undoubtedly correct. She could certainly anticipate accelerated progress in her future cultivation. Suppressing any lingering feelings of resentment, Fang Mengmeng was solely filled with excitement. Realizing her situation, she immediately knelt, preparing to bow in gratitude to Lin Feng. With a wave of his sleeve, she was lifted by an unseen force. Here, take this Qingyuan sword and the Qingyuan sword technique. Cultivate diligently, and feel free to approach me with any questions. The Qingyuan sword and the Qingyuan sword technique. Was this not the legendary supreme skill? Setting aside the sword's rarity, the technique itself was a record from millennium ago, practiced by the leader of the Shadow Sect during the era of the Xuanwu continent. The emergence of even half of this manuscript had sparked fierce rivalries among various sects. The leader had fought valiantly against Fortinine's sects, resulting in mutual devastation. Ultimately, the leader had to self-destruct to quell the chaos. Now, this manuscript was in her possession, and she gazed at Lin Feng with a mix of emotions in her beautiful eyes, both excitement and gratitude. Very well, you may now register at the Xiaoyao Divine Sect and receive the Jade Slip to become a disciple. He had pressing matters to attend to, as he had yet to fully merge with the ancient sacred body he had just acquired. His heart was already brimming with anticipation. The only reason he could converse with Fang Mengmeng for so long was due to her status as his disciple. What? You suggest there might be ulterior motives? Perhaps it is true that Fang Mengmeng possesses an extraordinary beauty, one that rivals the celebrities he had previously encountered before his travels. Indeed, master. I shall take my leave now. With that, Fang Mengmeng departed, leaving Lin Feng alone to refine the ancient sacred body. Chapter 3. Do you wish to gamble? At the registration area of the vast void, many disciples queued, eagerly awaiting their chance to join a sect. Each harbor dreams of their ideal sect and master. The excitement of those visiting the vast void for the first time stood in stark contrast to Fang Mengmeng's calm demeanor. However, it was evident that these individuals were not drawn by Lin Feng's presence. A well-known secret in the vast void was that Lin Feng, the leader of the Carefree Divine Sect, was regarded as a failure. Thus, when Fang Mengmeng's name was announced, a hush fell over the crowd. Fang Mengmeng, 18 years old, late stage of the Yuanying, has joined under the tutelage of Lin Feng, the master of the Carefree Divine Sect. The Carefree Divine Sect? The registrar snickered derisively. You wish to study under Lin Feng? It is common knowledge that he is incapable of cultivation, that if he fails to find a disciple within 3 days, he will be expelled from the Carefree Divine Sect. Surely you are not merely a pawn brought in to bolster his reputation? A disciple beside him mocked. This individual, Fang Mengmeng had noted, was a student of the Fengming sect named Xue Chaqing. His appearance was unremarkable, and his character left much to be desired. This was Fang Mengmeng's initial impression of him. She had intended to disregard him, but insulting her master was simply unacceptable. Do you seek your own demise? My master does not require anyone to enhance his standing. He is the very embodiment of prominence. Fang Mengmeng was well aware of Lin Feng's strength, and it was likely that his reluctance to engage with such individuals allowed even new disciples at the registration desk to confront him with mockery. What a jest! My dear lady, you possess such captivating beauty. Why not accompany me? I could offer you protection. Xue Chaqing leered at Fang Mengmeng with an utterly lascivious expression. As soon as his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted around them. Fang Mengmeng's delicate face darkened, her eyes wide with fury. She was not someone to be trifled with. In retaliation, she delivered a resounding slap to Xue Chaqing's face. Instantly, his expression shifted. No woman had ever dared to humiliate him in such a manner. Humph, don't be foolish enough to refuse my invitation, if you are not afraid. Then let us test your abilities with the spirit testing stone, and see if you have the capability to enter our realm of Taisu. Xue Chaqing's tone dripped with arrogance and ire. Yet, who was Fang Mengmeng to fear him? The realm of Taisu possessed its own spirit testing stone, which could discern a cultivator's aptitude simply by placing one's hand upon it. Xue Chaqing strode confidently to the stone, placing his hands upon it, which immediately illuminated with a green light. The stone was categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. A red light indicated insufficient aptitude, while a violet hue was the most extraordinary. Even the most gifted disciples in Tai Su would only shine with a blue light. The fact that Xue Chaqing emanated a green glow marked him as a cultivator of considerable talent. Come on, let us see what a mere girl like you can achieve. With a derisive snort, he stepped aside, granting Fong Mingming her turn. As the crowd jeered, Fong Mingming placed her hand on the spirit testing stone. After a considerable pause, the stone remained unresponsive, provoking further mockery from the onlookers. Indeed, a waste. A worthless master deserves a worthless disciple. Laughter echoed as the disciples condemned Fong Mingming, convinced she was merely a pawn summoned by Lin Feng. However, in the next moment, a brilliant violet light erupted from the stone, soaring towards the heavens, accompanied by a dazzling white glow. This unexpected turn of events left Xue Changqing pale, as if he had swallowed a fly. A profound silence enveloped the area. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as all eyes turned towards her, filled with shock, disbelief, and deep apprehension. The registrar stood dumbfounded, hastily recording her name. His demeanor now one of respect, as if she were a formidable force to be reckoned with. This is impossible. There is no third person in the entire Tai Su who can produce such violet light. How can it manifest in a mere girl? Enough of your idle chatter. Am I not qualified? Register my name at once. She commanded. You must be scheming behind the scenes. How could a late-stage nascent soul practitioner possibly exhibit violet light? I warn you, should you dare to insult my master again, I shall not let you off lightly. Fong Mingming wore a serious expression on her enchanting face, her captivating beauty now overshadowed by a gaze that could freeze the very air. As she accepted the jade token signifying her identity and turned to leave, she sensed a powerful consciousness locking onto her. Just as she was about to investigate, an older man approached with purposeful strides. Young lady, with your extraordinary talent, you should join my Tianshan Peak. Only there can your potential be fully nurtured. A sect master stepped forward, attempting to persuade Fong Mingming with a tone that bore a hint of earnestness. However, she regarded these entreaties with disdain, coolly stating that she had already taken a master before turning to depart. What is happening? Such a gifted disciple has aligned with whom? We must recruit her for our Tianshan Peak. The roars of the crowd behind her went unheeded. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had just completed his own fusion, observed the distant scene with a sense of helplessness. This girl, still too young. Moments later, Fong Mingming stood before Lin Feng, accompanied by a throng of sect leaders and elders responsible for managing the sect in the Void Realm. Elder, this disciple radiates a purple light infused with white. She possesses the pure body of profound comprehension, a true prodigy. She must join our Tianshan Peak, exclaimed one elder. Such a gifted disciple would not be wasted in our foaming sect. It was preposterous. Possessing a disciple of such caliber would certainly elevate their prestige. Amidst the clamor, the elder spoke with a calm demeanor. This matter shall be discussed later. For now, it is imperative that Lin Feng first relinquish this disciple. Yes, Lin Feng. How can a useless person like you deserve such a talented disciple? I advise you to hand her over quickly, or we may spare you only at a cost. Amidst the din, a light chuckle rang out, distinctly different from the rest. The crowd paused, turning to the source of the laughter, only to find Lin Feng calmly seated, his demeanor unruffled. Everyone, today Fong Mingming has joined the Xiaoao Divine Palace, with Lin Feng as her master. This is an unalterable fact. You may take your leave. Her words were resolute, yet none in the assembly were willing to accept this. In their eyes, Lin Feng was but a waste. How could a waste produce a genius? Lin Feng, look at the trouble you created. Oh dear, you seem anxious. How amusing. Lin Feng feigned fear, shaking his head. I relish watching you all squirm in your frustration without being able to eliminate me. You, Lin Feng. The elder, gasping for breath, appeared to be quite infuriated. Elder, Fong Mingming's disciple. The other sect leaders were still attempting to dissuade him, with a swift wave of his long sleeves. The elder disregarded everyone and departed without a glance. Do not take pride in your current state. You are not but a waste, devoid of any cultivation. Do you dare to challenge me? The master of the Feng Ming sect uttered a bitter threat, seemingly convinced that Lin Feng would undoubtedly be expelled. Care to wager? Lin Feng spoke calmly, though his gaze did not meet theirs. Yet, the sect leaders could distinctly sense the certainty in his tone. You, a mere wastrel, dare to gamble with us? Lin Feng, you ought to take a moment to reflect. The master of Feng Ming's sect dismissed him with disdain. Humph. Fong Mingming stood resolutely beside Lin Feng, sharing his indignation. Her furious demeanor amused Lin Feng. Chapter 4. Your dignity. My footing. What if I were to win? Lin Feng inquired cheerfully, engaging the sect leaders in discussion. How could a waste like you possibly prevail? At worst, we shall not permit you to leave the Taishi realm. It is known that countless individuals yearn to enter the Taishi realm, and Lin Feng had been granted considerable face. Thus, he ought to express gratitude. Is that all? What more do you desire, you worthless one? Are Taishi realm's rare treasures? Lin Feng's words immediately ignited the ire of the sect leaders, who began to hurl accusations at him. Fang Mingming, unable to contain herself, could not tolerate their disrespect towards her master. Although their acquaintance had been brief, she had already elevated Lin Feng to a pedestal in her heart. He was her deity. The humiliation of her idol was intolerable to her. However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He merely stood up, dusted off his clothes, and spoke nonchalantly, "Let us wait and see." Observing Lin Feng's ostentation, the crowd scoffed and turned away, ignoring him thereafter. Indeed, 3 days hence was not only the time agreed upon between the elder and Lin Feng, but also the occasion for the triannual competition of the Taishi realm, wherein each sect would dispatch its most formidable disciples to contend for their standings. All disciples would be present for this significant event. They are intent on making Lin Feng lose face on this very day. The leader of the Fengming sect is one of the more formidable masters within the realm of the void, possessing cultivation at the later stage of the integration realm. It is crucial to understand that the higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it becomes to achieve a breakthrough, with each minor realm presenting increasingly significant disparities. Unless they possess extraordinary talents or rare treasures, it is nearly impossible. As for Fang Mingming, while she does exhibit commendable aptitude, given such a manner, they remain unconvinced that their sect's disciples cannot prevail. Absurd. Fang Mingming, witnessing the retreating figures of the crowd, nearly erupted in indignation. Do these individuals truly possess such narrow-mindedness? Do they not recognize the formidable strength of their master? Is it merely their slight prowess that renders them so arrogant? They must understand that their master possesses the ability to casually conjure the divine elixir and the Azure Origins sword technique. Do they exist? With a tempestuous heart, Fang Mingming felt as though the current moment resembled a scene from a comic, where Lin Feng delivers a resounding slap to the faces of those who misunderstand him. As a person of unfathomable cultivation, Lin Feng remained indifferent to the misconceptions held by the inhabitants of the Taishi realm, choosing instead to return and confront them directly. In this classic narrative, Fang Mingming's eyes shimmered with admiration for Lin Feng. "Master, I shall retreat and diligently study the tome you bestowed upon me, ensuring I do not bring shame upon you," she declared earnestly, preparing to head towards the chamber Lin Feng had selected for her. "Do not slack off. In 3 days, I expect to see your cultivation rise from the late Yuanying stage to the late Yuanshan stage. Pressure must be applied. What if she succeeds?" Moreover, with Fang Mingming's pure Yin physique newly awakened, her progress would undoubtedly accelerate beyond her previous capabilities. Armed with these advantages, Lin Feng was confident that Fang Mingming could achieve significant advancement. As she turned to leave, her foot slipped, nearly causing her to stumble. "Is Master serious?" she exclaimed, aware that even the most talented individuals from the Xuanwu realm took 7 days to ascend from the late Yuanying stage to the early Yuanshan stage, let alone crossing a major realm. "Never mind, I shall give it my all. For the disciple competition in 3 days. Fang Mingming gritted her teeth and resolutely entered her room to commence her cultivation. After awakening her pure Yin physique, she felt an extraordinary clarity, as if she had suddenly grasped many concepts that had once eluded her understanding. This sensation filled her with joy. Her master was indeed the finest gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. Fang Mingming's body absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy like a sponge, and her consciousness became remarkably clear, as though she were immersed in an endless ocean. Is this the power of the awakened pure Yin physique and the Qingyuan sword technique? She marveled, realizing that within merely an hour, she had touched upon the early Yuanshan stage. With this, her confidence soared. Meanwhile, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice within his mind. Disciple Fang Mingming has reached the early Yuanshan stage, rewarding the host with tenfold cultivation. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt his meridians being reshaped, his body brimming with newfound strength. He had transformed from a worthless novice to the early Fengshan stage. How astonishing! Is this the power of the disciple system? If he were to take on another apprentice, he could hardly fathom the heights of his own cultivation. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng began to feel that the goals he had set for Fang Mingming might have been somewhat modest. Although his own cultivation had increased rapidly, being at the early Fengshan stage was insufficient to contend with the leaders and elders of the major sections. Lin Feng's gaze shifted towards Fang Mingming's chamber. Not far from his own, this young lady was truly relentless in her training. The spiritual energy surrounding her room was so dense it almost transformed into mist, with her absorption rate resembling that of a whale gulping down water. Indeed, she is a true embodiment of the Purian physique. Such a remarkable talent, one can only marvel at it. Lin Feng mused, simultaneously feeling a swell of anticipation. If this girl could reach the late stage of the nascent soul in 3 days, would not his own cultivation experience a meteoric rise? Lost in these exhilarating thoughts, he remained oblivious to the world around him. On the other side of the void, a group of disciples exchanged whispers regarding the latest gossip. Have you heard? The esteemed lord of the celestial palace, Lin Feng, has arranged to compete with the elders in 3 days during the disciple selection. But that's not all. I've heard his apprentice will also be participating, and she might even surpass us all. How absurd. How could a master of such questionable merit possibly have a formidable disciple? The Lord himself has proclaimed his desire for this girl to be his disciple. What is so remarkable about that? Currently, she is merely at the late stage of the nascent soul. What could she possibly achieve in just 3 days? That may not be the case. The spirit stone reportedly emitted a purple glow when her talent was measured. All the sect leaders were vying to take her as their disciple. And they say she is quite the beauty. Could she be even more impressive than Brother Shui from the Phoenix Christ sect? Who is Brother Shui? The newly accepted disciple of the Phoenix Christ sect, possessing extraordinary talent, far superior to us mere outer disciples. As 2 disciples continued their hushed conversation, they were unexpectedly confronted by Shui Changqing, who had just changed his attire. The earlier humiliation he had suffered at Fang Mingming's hands resurfaced, igniting a wave of shame and indignation within him. What does it matter how exceptional her talent is? With such a master, how could she possibly achieve any significant breakthroughs? Is she not still just a mere insect at the late stage of the nascent soul? Shui Changqing scoffed, a flicker of derision crossing his features, all the while harboring a profound envy and resentment. What Brother Shui said is undoubtedly true. She is merely fortunate. No matter how gifted she may be, Brother Shui's current cultivation far surpasses hers. Indeed, what significance does this Purian physique hold? We shall see to it that we expose the inadequacy of both master and apprentice, and in doing so, restore our own honor. The 2 disciples eagerly concurred, their faces alight with flattery towards Shui Changqing. Very well, seeing your enthusiasm, I shall share with you the techniques I recently acquired from the Lord. I intend to ensure she fails her very first trial. Shui Changqing's countenance darkened with determination as he tossed 2 volumes of techniques toward the 2 disciples. All the disciples of the void were immersed in their diligent cultivation, but Shui Changqing was particularly fervent. He was resolute in reclaiming the dignity he had lost. Chapter 5. I truly am a wretched fool. In the evening, Lin Feng prepared to invite Fang Mingming to dinner. Upon arriving at her door, he discovered that his diligent disciple was still immersed in her training. To prevent her from falling into obsession, Lin Feng refrained from disturbing her. After enjoying a delightful dinner, he retired early to bed. The following morning, Lin Feng once again approached Fang Mingming's door, only to find that the young girl was still engaged in her practice. Silently, he admired her dedication and hard work, feeling a tinge of envy for her exceptional talent. Upon awakening, he sensed that his own cultivation had ascended to a significant new level. However, when he attempted to practice himself, the results were far from satisfactory. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming, after an entire night of training, had broken through another minor realm. He felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to her innate gifts. Now, he was eager to see who would still dare to label him as worthless. Just wait and see. In 2 days, I shall shine brightly. And you better not be blinded by my brilliance. Lin Feng muttered to himself, filled with a sense of pride. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle of the spirit separation stage, laying the groundwork for future transcendence. The sudden voice of the system left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. What is happening? Historically, cultivators have always been categorized into 3 minor realms between each major stage: early, mid, and late. He had never heard of a pinnacle stage before. He endeavored to summon his innate spiritual energy, only to discover that although he had yet to transcend the initial stage of transformation, he was evidently far superior to those at that level. Could this be the fabled enlightenment? He comprehended the system's mention of merging with the Tao to achieve immortality. Yet he was acutely aware that no one had ever truly attained such a state. This endeavor was as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Did it imply that he possessed a chance? Astonished by this possibility, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. All of this was thanks to his disciple. Reflecting on Fang Mingming, who had retreated into seclusion upon arriving at the celestial palace, he felt a pang of compassion. It seemed the time had come to take action. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng began to tidy up his abode. Would his beloved disciple find comfort in her accommodations? Perhaps he should personally prepare a meal to enhance her dining experience. As a traveler from another world, Lin Feng was accustomed to a plethora of culinary delights, from hot pot to barbecues. Yet here, the inhabitants were solely focused on cultivation, showing little enthusiasm for such gastronomic pleasures. Consequently, the daily fare was rather unappetizing, which was something Lin Feng found quite disheartening. At present, he could do little else but reward his disciple in this manner. With that resolution, he promptly set about washing vegetables and cooking. Once the meal was prepared, Fang Mingming concluded her current phase of cultivation. Master, I have reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. The young girl was brimming with excitement, eager to share her breakthrough with Lin Feng. Her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of tempting apples. After years of diligent effort, she had finally attained the nascent soul stage, and now, in merely one night, she had advanced further. Such progress was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Feng smiled subtly, his expression inscrutable, as he gently patted her head. My disciple possesses extraordinary talent. You are destined for greatness. Thank you, Master. Fang Mingming's eyes sparkled with admiration as she nodded vigorously, her gaze crescent-shaped like the moon. Now, let us sit down to eat. Lin Feng handed her the utensils. The young girl eagerly took them and devoured her meal with little regard for decorum. Once finished, she was once again eager to return to her cultivation, but Lin Feng called her to a halt. There is no rush to cultivate. You may rest for a while. The two sat opposite each other in meditation. At that moment, Fang Mingming's consciousness was remarkably clear, and she grasped the profound principles within the Qing Yuan sword technique with ease. Master, I understand. The concepts I pondered all night have finally been elucidated. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. It was at this moment that she comprehended her master's intention. Surely, her master believed that her solitary endeavors would yield little success, hence the gentle reminder. It must be understood that to fully grasp the essence of the Qing Yuan sword technique, one must delve deeply into the meanings conveyed within the text. At a critical juncture, Fang Mingming felt an overwhelming sense of confusion in her mind, as if she were unable to pierce through that veil of understanding. This left her feeling profoundly disheartened, apprehensive that her master might chastise her for her lack of diligence. However, as she observed Lin Feng leisurely seated beneath the tree, radiating tranquility, she felt a sense of ease. Leaves drifted softly to the ground, and Lin Feng effortlessly caught them, letting them down gently. This unconscious gesture allowed Fang Mingming to instantly grasp the underlying secret. Sitting cross-legged in tranquility, she gathered her thoughts, attaining a serene state, focusing her spirit, and reaching for the essence of the heavens. Practicing the sword mirrored the essence of life itself. It was through gentleness that one could overcome rigidity, and through stillness that one could master movement, thus achieving the unity of man and sword. Grateful for her master's teachings, she proclaimed, "Disciple understands." Observing the gifted, intelligent, and diligent young girl before him, Lin Feng felt a wave of humility wash over him. It seemed he was not as deserving of praise as his disciple suggested. He merely wished to spare Fang Mingming from excessive fatigue, yet inadvertently led her to believe there was a deeper significance to his intentions. Indeed, quite fitting for a facade. As Fang Mingming uttered these words, the spiritual energy surrounding her began to fluctuate. The next moment, the system's voice resonated. Disciple Fang Mingming's cultivation has ascended to the mid-stage of the primordial spirit, while the host's corresponding cultivation has increased tenfold. Is this a mistake? She had only suddenly comprehended the mysteries within the Azure Origin Sword technique and instantly broke through a minor realm? This is utterly outrageous. Lin Feng adjusted his mindset, gazing earnestly at Fang Mingming. You possess considerable talent. I have procured a manual of the celestial mystique for you to ponder. The celestial mystique? For her? Is this something one can casually bestow upon her? This tome, long lost for over a millennium, was the very key through which its original owner ascended to immortality. That her master could so effortlessly procure such an exceptional manuscript and casually present it to her. What sort of extraordinary being is Lin Feng? Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his exceptional disciple harbored such thoughts. After all, these manuals held little value in his hands, but could unleash far greater potential in Fang Mingming. This was also to allow him to recline and cultivate in peace. Master, why is this? I merely grasped a single mystery, and now I have directly broken through a minor realm? Is such a rapid advancement truly normal? What does it matter? At this rate, you shall inevitably achieve enlightenment, and ultimately, transcending to immortality will be a mere formality. Lin Feng regarded Fang Mengmeng with an expression of utter nonchalance. The indifference in his tone left her both astonished and bewildered. Is this truly the case? Achieving immortality is the fervent dream of all cultivators. Yet, only that individual from a millennium ago succeeded in such a feat, and since then, none have followed. Even the elders within the Void Realm find it nearly impossible to attain enlightenment, making it seem like a distant dream. Yet, Lin Feng spoke of it with such ease. However, observing her master so casually wielding the celestial mystique, her doubts began to dissipate. What ordinary person could suddenly produce such a plethora of long-lost manuscripts? Now that you have personally experienced this, do you still harbor doubts? Given your current rate of progress, do you truly believe enlightenment is still an unattainable dream? A series of phrases flowed from Lin Feng's lips, leaving Fang Mengmeng feeling both absurd and yet profoundly logical. After a moment's reflection, Fang Mengmeng came to a realization. Since she could manifest such miracles, her master must have been equally extraordinary, perhaps even more formidable than she had imagined. Good heavens! Her worldview was on the verge of collapse. Who had spread the rumor that Lin Feng, the lord of the carefree divine palace, was a mere waste with no cultivation? If he is deemed a worthless individual, how shall the world continue to thrive? Chapter 6. The Profound Lessons of a Master. Observing Fang Mengmeng's astonished expression, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle within. He absent-mindedly stroked his non-existent beard and redirected his gaze towards Fang Mengmeng. Although his own cultivation was lacking, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. He silently marveled at the efficacy of the system, oblivious to Fang Mengmeng's thoughts. Master, I shall devote myself to my training and strive to bring glory to you. Fang Mengmeng realized that Lin Feng's understanding indicated he had undoubtedly traversed a considerable path. It seemed that her own ignorance had led her to underestimate the breadth of knowledge available. Clenching her fists, she looked up at Lin Feng with unwavering determination, thinking, with such a formidable master, how could I bring him shame? Encountering Lin Feng was an immense stroke of fortune for her, and she cherished it deeply. Amused, Lin Feng gently patted Fang Mengmeng's head and simply uttered, "Time for a meal." Yes, the master and disciple joyfully set about preparing their meal. Enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere within the room, as the sky blazed with hues of twilight, their figures melded into the resplendent sunset, creating a scene both beautiful and heartwarming. Meanwhile, the second elder of the Void Realm continued to dispatch individuals to monitor the Celestial Palace. Upon learning of Lin Feng's actions, he erupted in fury. Outrageous! His furious voice immediately caught the attention of a disciple within the temple, who cautiously glanced at the second elder. This useless Lin Feng. Not only does he lack ambition himself, but he also drags along Fang Mengmeng, a disciple of exceptional talent, without regard for her cultivation. What is he attempting to achieve? It is inconceivable that such a gifted disciple is relegated to serving a worthless individual. More critically, practitioners can already fast and require no food. Does Lin Feng comprehend this? What is his intent? Is he determined to ruin Fang Mengmeng? The second elder seethed with indignation, his mind consumed by rage. Bring Fang Mengmeng to me. If Lin Feng refuses, I shall expel him from the Void Realm immediately. In the second elder's eyes, Lin Feng was akin to a speck of mouse droppings. And he was resolute in his determination to oust this individual who tarnished the esteemed reputation of the Void Realm. Elder, is this truly appropriate? What do you mean? Am I not allowed to value talent? The second elder could not bear the sight of Lin Feng, and the other elders of the Celestial Palace watched closely. Should Lin Feng be expelled, the Celestial Palace would undoubtedly have to select a new sect leader. The elders, of course, harbor their own ulterior motives. Lin Feng is undeniably incompetent, a fact well known among the disciples of the Void Realm. The 24 divine palaces of the Void Realm are revered by all. How could they allow a person utterly incapable of even the simplest tasks to oversee them? It would surely invite mockery from the world. The Grand Elder and the leader of the Phoenix Ming sect have already conspired with Lin Feng. Should he fail in the upcoming disciples competition, he will be expelled, thus repeatedly undermining the authority of the elders. The second elder clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly overwhelmed by his rage. Such an angry demeanor piqued the curiosity of one disciple. It was merely a meal. After all, what warranted such outrage? Despite their confusion, they felt it inappropriate to pry into the elder's affairs. The elder decided to endure for a few more days. In 2 days, during the disciples' competition, Lin Feng would surely meet his end. How dare he compete against the leader of the Phoenix Ming sect, a formidable practitioner? What chance does that useless Lin Feng have to survive? Have you heard? The second elder nearly cast Lin Feng out of the Void Realm. Really? Why? It seems it was due to the newcomer, Fong Mingming. I know about this. Lin Feng actually had Fong Mingming cook for him. With her exceptional talents, she is adored everywhere. Can you imagine how furious the elder must be? Cooking? Does he consider her a servant? The crowd was utterly astonished. With the disciples' competition just 2 days away, which sect leader would not urge their disciples to seize every moment for cultivation? Even those with lesser talents were racing against time. What could Fong Mingming possibly be thinking? She chose to apprentice under Lin Feng, yet now appeared to be serving him. Is this truly what has you all in such a stir? A voice among the shocked crowd dripped with disdain. That fool Lin Feng is currently enjoying a meal while watching the sunset with Fong Mingming. Watching the sunset? How leisurely. The crowd was baffled by this peculiar behavior. What could possibly possess them to indulge in such trivialities at this time? Surely you jest. Not at all. Senior brother Luo witnessed it firsthand. They finished their meal, prepared some snacks and tea, and set up 2 chairs to relax and converse. Do they fancy themselves ordinary folk? Watching the sunset? Next, they'll be lying down to gaze at the stars. Practitioners of the way should disregard such distractions. Their primary focus must be cultivation. Who would squander their efforts lying about, indulging in such meaningless pursuits? Now I am eager to see how Fong Mingming will astonish the crowd. What does it matter if she possesses extraordinary talent? She is merely a disciple of a useless master, destined for mediocrity. It appears my victory is assured. Xue Chaqing turned with a cold smile, exuding an air of assured victory. The dying rays of the sunset bathed the faces of the two in a golden glow. Lin Feng languidly reclined in a lounge chair, idly holding a piece of osmanthus cake, which he casually tossed into his mouth. Fong Mingming sat contentedly in a nearby chair, utterly at ease. "Master, this feels so delightful," she exclaimed. "Is that all there is to it? Am I, as your disciple, too dull to grasp your deeper intentions? You must learn to sense many things for yourself," Lin Feng replied, leaving Fong Mingming momentarily bewildered. After a prolonged contemplation, she timidly sought his guidance. The way of yin and yang is the essence of heaven and earth, the fundamental principle governing all things, the progenitor of change, the source of life and death. In the abode of the divine, yin and yang are the origins of all in existence, the most universal of laws. Yang generates vitality, while yin shapes form. Do you comprehend this? His words, mere fabrications known to many in later generations, were intended to inspire Fong Mingming. She transitioned from confusion to astonishment, ultimately feeling a surge of excitement, as if her very soul resonated with his teachings. "Master, is what you say truly the case? Is it possible that in this vast world, I am but a diminutive being? My dear disciple, there is no need for self-deprecation. Every entity has its destined path. Should you strive, you can overcome all obstacles. Every entity has a destined path? Master, I do not understand." Fong Mingming furrowed her delicate brows, her expression a blend of comprehension and confusion, the sunset's glow enhancing her fair visage with an added allure. Lin Feng stretched his waist and plucked another piece of osmanthus cake, chewing leisurely. Not understanding is precisely as it should be. He feigned profundity, presenting these esoteric techniques with an air of mystery, and though he was merely learning as he went along, he managed to impress Fong Mingming. "Master, how can I become stronger?" Fong Mingming inquired eagerly, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Had she truly mistaken him for a deity? Chapter 7. Has this led to an enhancement in cultivation? He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. In the realm of cultivation, one must adhere to the principle of gradual progress. Haste makes waste. After uttering these words, Lin Feng closed his eyes, preparing for a brief respite. Leaving Fong Mingming to contemplate his profound statement, her heart already reverberating with awe. Suddenly, a notification chimed, jolting the drowsy Lin Feng back to alertness. Was it time to accept another disciple, or had his esteemed pupil made significant advancements in her cultivation? The chime indicated. Detection shows the host has instructed a disciple for a day. Rewards include a pill chamber, 2 celestial spirit fruit trees, and an acre of medicinal field. Lin Feng was immensely delighted by this unexpected bounty, for such treasures were truly invaluable. His consciousness swept through the alchemy pavilion, revealing a compact room of approximately 10 square meters, densely filled with shelves brimming with various elixirs. These were enough to astonish the world. Among them, the heavenly spirit fruit, a legendary sacred fruit, could cleanse one's soul and purify the body upon consumption. With a grand wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned the heavenly spirit fruit tree, which materialized in the open space before him. The golden leaves shimmered brilliantly in the setting sun, adorned with translucent fruits that exuded an enticing fragrance. The heavenly spirit fruit tree was a rare treasure, yielding only 10 fruits each year. However, would this divine tree be at risk of theft by those with ill intentions? Lin Feng discreetly inquired with the system. It assured him that all items were under the host's control, and others could not pilfer them. With this reassurance, Lin Feng relaxed and began to admire the tree with confidence. At that moment, Fang Mingming, who had been in deep contemplation, was stirred. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the magnificent heavenly spirit fruit tree. Master this. Fang Mingming had been absorbed in her pursuit of enlightenment, but was suddenly enveloped by a refreshing aroma that cleared her mind. Her previously muddled thoughts grasped a fleeting inspiration, leading her to a profound understanding. This tree was indeed the heavenly spirit fruit tree, surrounded by rich spiritual energy. In the future, she could cultivate here and freely consume the fruits, which would greatly benefit her practice. Oh, and take this. Noticing another vial of the infinite primordial pill in his alchemy pavilion, Lin Feng casually handed it to Fang Mingming. The taste of the infinite primordial pill was quite delightful, perfect for an occasional sweet treat. This, as a candy? Fang Mingming's hand holding the vial stiffened momentarily. Master, is this the heavenly spirit fruit tree I know? In ancient times, tales of the heavenly spirit fruit tree were rare, yet it was widely recognized that the tree flourished before bearing fruit, making it a prime location for rapid cultivation for those fortunate enough to witness it. Those who consumed the heavenly spirit fruit were destined to become formidable figures, and even those on the brink of death could be revived with a single fruit. This was a coveted treasure pursued by many. Indeed, it is precisely what you envision. Free to consume? Not enough? Fear not, I have another. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, thinking Fang Mingming was concerned about the quantity. Reflecting on his own practice, he realized he often partook of the fruits, which indeed might not suffice. No, master. A single heavenly spirit fruit is hard to come by, and now, suddenly appearing as a tree, this is utterly astonishing. Fang Mingming marveled inwardly, contemplating her master's wealth and power. To possess such a divine tree was remarkable. Judging by the thickness of the trunk, it must have taken centuries to grow so robust. The tree bore at least 100 heavenly spirit fruits, far more than she could consume. No matter, you may frolic here. Indulge in the fruits while they are fresh. After Lin Feng had properly settled the 2 divine trees, he turned to walk towards the rear of the house, for the elixir pavilion and medicinal fields required some arrangement. Fang Mingming, brimming with excitement, plucked a heavenly spirit fruit from the tree, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. She had yet to savor such an honor. Gently biting into the fruit, she was enveloped by its fragrant essence that spread through her mouth. A peculiar spirit energy coursed down her throat, surging towards her heart and lungs. Fang Mingming trembled, feeling as if her entire being had become significantly lighter. The experience was simply ineffable. All thoughts in her mind became clearer at that moment, and even her comprehension of martial arts improved considerably as a phantom materialized before her. This figure wielded a Qingyuan sword, demonstrating a sword technique that she had yet to fully grasp. The phantom's movements quickened, and Fang Mingming felt as if she were immersed in an ocean of swordplay. The technique's exquisite beyond compare, leaving her spellbound. Unconsciously, she began to mimic the phantom-esque gestures, her Qingyuan sword humming in response to her fervor. Time slipped by unnoticed, and as the phantom gradually dissipated, Fang Mingming awoke from her profound state, astonished to discover that the once obscure sword technique now resonated with clarity in her mind. The technique she had just practiced was now firmly etched in her memory, indelibly marked. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and casually took a Qian Kuan Wu Ji pill, placing it in her mouth. Instantly, her fatigue vanished, leaving her invigorated. This divine elixir truly lived up to its reputation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng surveyed the medicinal fields behind the house, already contemplating what to plant. He desired every kind of fruit and vegetable. However, such ordinary seeds were absent in the Void Realm. With this thought, Lin Feng promptly made his way to a specific location, the task release area of the Void Realm, where anyone could post tasks as long as they possessed spirit stones. In the Void Realm, spirit stones were the hard currency. Countless individuals risked their lives to complete tasks solely for these stones, which could be exchanged for treasures from various sects or even grant wishes. Look, that good-for-nothing from the Xiaoyao Divine Palace has come here. What is he doing? Does he possess spirit stones? Surely he isn't here to accept tasks, right? Aha. That would be his demise. Does he think these tasks are easy? He is simply overestimating himself. Lin Feng paid no heed to the crowd, instead strolling leisurely to the task release area, where the master of the Tai Chi Hall sat. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, the master glared at him with evident disdain. What brings you here? Surely you are not here to accept a task? As soon as the master of the Tai Chi Hall uttered these words, the surrounding disciples erupted in ridicule. Could it be that he fears being beaten to death by Master Han of the Fengming sect in 2 days and is now attempting to flee? It was not entirely impossible, for he was indeed a good-for-nothing. How could he possibly have spirit stones to post a task? Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the ridicule of the crowd. I am here to issue a task. Issue a task? Do you even know what spirit stones are? You, a mere waste, have contributed nothing to our void land except occupying space, and yet you dare to issue a task? Rest assured, I am well aware of what spirit stones are. I possess them. What spirit stones could he possibly have? It seems his wits are not much better. Upon hearing the derision from the disciples, Lin Feng regarded them with a look of pity. Chapter 8. The blessing of a good master. The crowd, perturbed by his gaze, grew increasingly irate. What do you mean by that look? Do you look down on us? You are indeed pitiful, toiling for a mere handful of spirit stones. While I am fortunate enough to have a master who bequeathed upon me an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones, more than all of you combined could see in several lifetimes. You, a disciple, seething with rage, was about to charge at him. The others, of course, found his words utterly incredulous. The head of the Tai Chi Hall raised a hand to restrain the irate disciple, casting a dark glare at Lin Feng. You speak quite boldly. I must see just how many spirit stones you truly possess. Lin Feng, unwilling to offer excessive explanations, flipped his palm, and 2 bags radiating a soft glow of spirit stones appeared in his hand. These 2 bags contained nearly 100 spirit stones. Although a single spirit stone is not particularly large, the accumulation illuminated the entire task-issuing area considerably. The crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. The number of spirit stones far exceeded their expectations and was even greater than the annual earnings of these outer disciples. Now, may I issue a task? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly, a hint of mockery in his tone. The head of the Tai Chi Hall's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that this individual, regarded by all as a waste, would possess such an immense quantity of spirit stones. Furthermore, the ease with which he produced them suggested that this was merely a fraction of his wealth. What task do you intend to issue? He asked, suppressing his fury. I wish to exchange 10 spirit stones for some ordinary seeds of fruits and vegetables. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted once more. 10 spirit stones for a handful of useless seeds? Surely, he doesn't intend to cultivate a garden here? It is worth noting that the perilous tasks they typically undertook often yielded no more than 7 spirit stones upon return. For such a simple task to warrant 10 spirit stones was absurd. Lin Feng must be mad. Yet they were not foolish, and soon clamored eagerly to take on the task. This task is mine to accept. On what grounds? I was here first. I should have the first claim. You dare. We are good brothers. As the crowd descended into chaos, clamoring for a decision, Lin Feng's calm voice once again ignited a fervor among them. Today, those who complete the task will receive an additional reward of 10 spirit stones. Upon the utterance of these words, the disciples, already embroiled in competition, immediately revealed their martial prowess. The master of the Tai Chi Hall, seething with indignation, found himself devoid of an outlet for his frustration. After all, the item in question belonged to Lin Feng, and no one had the authority to question its ownership. What is there to be so pleased about? Just wait. In 2 days' time, during the disciple competition, let us see if you can still wear that smile. After muttering a curse under his breath, he discreetly summoned a disciple to his side. He entrusted this object to the newly initiated disciple of the Phoenix Ming sect, Xue Chaqing, instructing him to engage in diligent cultivation over the next few days, for in the upcoming competition, he must assuredly defeat Feng Mengming. What he held in his hand was undoubtedly the elixir entrusted to him by the esteemed Master Han of the Fengming sect. As the most gifted disciple among the newly initiated, Xue Chaqing was naturally expected to rival Feng Mengming, if not surpass her. It would be ideal if he could vanquish her, thereby ensuring that Lin Feng was trampled underfoot by the others. Yes, the disciple promptly departed, while the head of the Taiji Palace gazed upon him with a hint of derision. Let him bask in his fleeting glory for a couple of days. After assigning the task, Lin Feng strolled back leisurely. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Disciple Feng Mingming's cultivation has ascended to the late Yuanshan stage. The host receives tenfold cultivation from the disciple. Astonished, Lin Feng realized the potent effects of the Tianling fruit, and the Qian Kuan Wu Ji pill were beyond his expectations. Truly, she embodied the legendary pure in physique. While others struggled to ascend even a minor tier in their cultivation, she advanced as effortlessly as one might partake in a meal. As Lin Feng expressed his disbelief, he simultaneously felt the surge of power within him. Congratulations, host. Cultivation has risen to the early Huashan stage, laying a solid foundation for future endeavors in the Dao. This represented a significant leap in his cultivation. Lin Feng sensed a clarity in his mind, his spiritual awareness fortified, as if he could perceive everything from miles away. The fluctuations of spiritual energy did not escape the notice of the Taiji Palace Master. Who was present? He inquired, yet found no one around. More accurately, he had unconsciously overlooked the carefree Lin Feng. At the task distribution point, several disciples had already collapsed, while a few others were engaged in fierce competition for 20 spirit stones. Ultimately, in a dramatic finale, one disciple emerged victorious, hastily descending the mountain to procure the items Lin Feng required, ensuring they reached the Xiaoyao Divine Palace before nightfall. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lin Feng's desires, Fang Mingming diligently tended to the plants, completely forgetting about her own cultivation. This scene sparked further ire in the eyes of the second elder. This Lin Feng is utterly outrageous. Oblivious to Fang Mingming's astonishment, she stood amidst a field of medicinal herbs, enveloped in a dense purple aura. The fragrance of the herbs tantalizing her senses. A single inhalation left her feeling rejuvenated. The vegetables and fruits she had planted ripened in the blink of an eye. Content. Lin Feng plucked some fruits and relished them, the sweetness causing his eyes to narrow in delight. However, this idyllic moment was short-lived as the system's voice reactivated. Ding. Second disciple recruitment mission issued. Target location, Yang family of Xuanwu land. Target individual, Zhang Tianlong. Recruitment deadline, 1 day. Recruitment reward, 5 fire 7 feather fan. 5 fire 7 feather fan? What could this possibly be? Lin Feng never troubled himself with matters he could not comprehend. After giving Fang Mingming a brief instruction, he hurriedly departed from the Taishu realm. Nevertheless, his actions sparked renewed discussion among the onlookers. Quickly informed the master that good-for-nothing Lin Feng has left the Taishu realm. Could it be that he is fleeing in fear? A throng of disciples was utterly exhilarated. Upon receiving the news, each hastened to report it to their respective sect leaders. In no time, the entire realm of Taishu was abuzz with the tidings, and the second elder was particularly impatient. Su Sheng, prepare for me. I shall journey to the carefree divine palace to bring back Fang Mingming. Ensure a room is made ready. She shall henceforth be your junior sister. Gradually, the second elder learned of Lin Feng's apprehension regarding escape. His first thought was of the exceptionally gifted Fang Mingming. This prodigy must undoubtedly be secured. In the Yang family of Xuanwu land, Zhang Tianlong stood resolutely in the center of the great hall, facing the patriarch Yang Cheng, who occupied the prominent seat. Young master of the Zhang family, whether you consent or not, you must comply. Do remember, when your Zhang family flourished, our Yang family was more than willing to align ourselves with you. But as the tides of fortune shift, your family now finds itself in decline. How could we possibly extend our assistance to you now? Yang Cheng's shrewd, triangular eyes glimmered with cunning, as if he were plotting something. Patriarch Yang, it was my father who saved your life all those years ago, a promise you yourself acknowledged. Are you not afraid of public scorn should you attempt to renege on it now? Zhang Tianlong's tone remained composed as he spoke. Zhang Tianlong, do you dare to threaten me? Your family has made countless enemies. It would be madness for my Yang family to assist you. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you have the audacity to make demands? Yang Cheng's words were far from gracious. They were indeed akin to kicking a man when he was down. It is merely a piece of equipment your Yang family finds unnecessary. I, Zhang Tianlong, am willing to exchange it for other treasures. Is it not excessively heartless of you? Patriarch Yang? At this moment, Zhang Tianlong prioritized his grievances. This artifact from the Yang family was pivotal for his vengeance. Yet, it was evident that the Yang family was unwilling to engage. Do you truly wish to proceed down this path? My Zhang family once saved your life, and you would now go back on your word. Silence. The gravity of Zhang Tianlong's words struck a nerve with Yang Cheng, igniting a surge of murderous intent. Assassins, previously concealed in the shadows, sprang into action, indicating a premeditated scheme. It appeared that they had no intention of allowing him to leave today. Zhang Tianlong, realizing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. The assassins were all in the dividing spirit stage, 2 in the early phase, 3 in the mid-phase, and even 1 in the late phase. In contrast, Zhang Tianlong's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. The lethal attack descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Yet, this very technique was one with which Zhang Tianlong was most familiar. It had once been employed against my Zhang family by none other than your Yang family. Indeed, this technique was a secret art of the Zhang family, a skill that had maintained their status as a formidable presence amidst their peers. However, it seemed they had become the farmer confronting a serpent. Just as Zhang Tianlong was on the brink of severe injury and certain death, Lin Feng bellowed in fury, intercepting the lethal strike. As long as I am here, let us see who dares to harm my disciple. Yang Cheng gazed at the suddenly appearing Lin Feng, a surge of fury welling up within him. This individual radiated no aura, suggesting a lack of formidable cultivation. How could Zhang Tianlong, of all people, choose such a useless mentor? As he observed the stranger standing protectively in front of Zhang Tianlong, Yang Qing could only liken him to a fool. Humph. Who is this wild brat daring to meddle in the affairs of the Yang family? Let's take him down together and eliminate this oblivious wretch. He scoffed disdainfully and gestured dismissively. Lin Feng did not evade or flinch, allowing the deadly strike to approach. Just as everyone anticipated that he would be cleaved in two, a radiant golden light suddenly enveloped him, and an overwhelming aura instantaneously swept through the entire hall. The assassins found themselves immobilized beneath this formidable pressure, akin to mere ants. Yang Qing was left astounded. How could this seemingly useless individual, devoid of any spiritual energy, possess such remarkable power? He recoiled in terror, trembling as he pointed at Lin Feng. Who are you? The Void Realm, the Immortal Palace, Lin Feng, initially filled with fear. Yang Cheng suddenly felt emboldened upon hearing the declaration. So you are that useless Lin Feng? Is this child truly your disciple? Zhang Tianlong, have you regressed with age? Lin Feng paid little heed to these words, simply gazing at Zhang Tianlong. Would you care to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong scrutinized Lin Feng, who appeared to be an ordinary individual, yet the pressure he exuded was undeniably real. Could it be that this person was merely concealing his true prowess? With no chance of victory, Zhang Tianlong pondered secretly. Given the circumstances, it might be worth taking a gamble. Master, I humbly bow to you as your disciple. Ding. The system detected the successful apprenticeship and rewarded him with the 5-Fire 7-Feather Fan. Lin Feng extended his consciousness to secretly observe Zhang Tianlong. It turned out that this individual was the reincarnation of the previous generation's Emperor Qiyun. He was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, yet his formidable prowess remained concealed. It was detected that Zhang Tianlong possessed the ancient and transcendent celestial body inactive, and upon activation, he could achieve tenfold the cultivation results of his disciples. Lin Feng nearly exclaimed in delight. Could it be that the reincarnation of the great Emperor Qiyun has occurred? The mere thought of that arrogant elder from the land of Taishu filled his heart with exhilaration. Little did they know, my disciples would command reverence as ancestors. However, it was evident to Lin Feng that this individual had suffered damage to his soul. Should he be able to mend it, awakening would surely follow. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, his excitement intensified. Observing that Yang Cheng was still intent on taking his life, Lin Feng suddenly summoned the 5-Fire 7-Wings Fan from his brow. Instantly, the Yang family was enveloped in its shadow. The light of day was extinguished, rendering visibility to a mere hand's breadth. As Yang Cheng sensed the encroaching darkness, his heart raced uncontrollably. In the next moment, the 5-Fire 7-Wings Fan unleashed its energy, transforming into countless flames that cascaded from the heavens, instantly engulfing the members of the Yang family. Endless blood poured from the rooftops, saturating the ground in a scene of utter carnage. The energy of the 5-Fire 7-Wings Fan erupted once more, and the entire Yang family estate was obliterated, reduced to mere dust. For this, Zhang Tianlong was profoundly astonished, never having anticipated that his newly recognized, seemingly inept master possessed such formidable power. Could this truly be what everyone referred to as a ninja? He was on the verge of a breakdown. Who could have spread the rumor that Lin Feng was a waste? Lin Feng was still immersed in the power of the 5-Fire 7-Feather Fan when the system activated once more, detected damage to disciple Zhang Tianlong's spirit. Special reward: 1 bottle of Wuling Liquid, 1 volume of the 3rd Transformation Heavy Yuan skill, and the initial Cloud Divine Sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, the bottle of Wuling Liquid appeared before him. Could this elixir potentially activate the ancient celestial body? Here is the Wuling Liquid. Nurture your cultivation well. Lin Feng said as he handed the items to Zhang Tianlong, his expression remaining as calm as a tranquil sea. In stark contrast, Zhang Tianlong's face was alight with excitement and shock. This is a precious treasure. In his youth, the Zhang family was fortunate to receive 3 drops of a rare elixir, one of which was bestowed upon him. With no prior foundation in cultivation, he immediately ascended to the qi refinement stage. He could hardly believe that his newly recognized master would present him with such a precious gift. Indeed, it was an entire vial. Impatiently, he consumed it, only to be met with excruciating pain, as if his body were fracturing into pieces. As the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chuan, it was no surprise that his soul was formidable. Endure a little longer. The medicinal properties are transforming your body. Though Zhang Tianlong felt as if he might faint from the agony, he managed to open his eyes at Lin Feng's urging, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything. After a considerable time, the intense pain subsided, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. As if he could shatter a mountain with a mere strike, his body felt as though it had been reassembled, with each cell brimming with vibrant energy. Suddenly, the sky transformed, and a myriad of radiant colors surged into Zhang Tianlong's being. Had the ancient celestial body been activated? After a long moment, Zhang Tianlong opened his eyes, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Observing him, Lin Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed that the great Emperor Chuan had begun to recall his past. Master, teacher. The voice resonated like a stone cast into a still pond, causing Zhang Tianlong to stare at Lin Feng in terror. How do you know? Do not fear. Your soul is merely injured. I possess a technique known as the 3 transformations of heavy yuan, which can aid in healing your soul's damage and assist your cultivation. Lin Feng spoke with remarkable calmness, as if such matters were trivial. This revelation struck fear into Zhang Tianlong. To possess such clarity regarding his past life and present existence. Who exactly was this individual? His prowess was formidable even back then, yet he had never heard of this individual. The opponent's cultivation level should not be underestimated. Chapter 10. The Illusion Outside the Celestial Palace. Lin Feng paid no heed to Zhang Tianlong's thoughts. He pointed out that the profound art of the 3 transformations had indeed manifested in Zhang Tianlong's mind. In that moment, he felt as though the surroundings were desolate, resembling a realm yet to be explored. The sea of consciousness was devoid of substance, and various extraordinary visions flickered before his eyes. The intricacies of this technique were unfathomable. With just a single glance, he sensed his spirit undergoing a process of restoration. Could this be a significant turning point in his reincarnation? Contemplating that the individual before him might aid him in attaining enlightenment, he immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Now that you are my disciple, I bestow upon you this initial cloud divine sword. Zhang Tianlong gazed at the sword in his hand, its ornate patterns strikingly familiar. Was this not the very sword he once wielded? No, it seemed to possess subtle differences. This sword felt more attuned to him than before. It has been reforged by me. Lin Feng remarked casually, yet it sent chills down Zhang Tianlong's spine. Had his master anticipated their meeting long ago by reforging this sword? Or perhaps his awakening had already been foreseen. Now that you are my disciple, will you not prepare yourself to ascend the mountain with me? Yes. Coming to his senses, Zhang Tianlong rushed home. Despite the Zhang family facing adversity, their patriarch's formidable prowess preserved their last glimmer of hope. After sharing the good news with his father, Zhang Tianlong revealed his intentions. Father, all of this is thanks to my master. I must ascend the mountain to cultivate. Who is your master? May I express my gratitude to him? The patriarch of the Zhang family felt elated upon hearing of the Yang family's demise, but quickly recalled the matter and asked. It is Lin Feng of the Xianyao Divine Palace in the land of Taishu. Zhang Tianlong replied, his voice brimming with pride. That useless one? The expressions of the Zhang family members shifted dramatically. Brother, have you lost your mind due to the hardships our family has faced? Zhang Sheng hurriedly stepped forward to support Zhang Tianlong, his eyes filled with concern. I am not lying. All of this is true. Where is he? I must ascertain his true intentions. As the group clamored towards the door, a figure burst in. Not good. Something has happened. The entire Yang family has vanished, and their estate has seemingly disappeared into thin air. What? How can this be? The Yang family was a renowned presence in the land of Xuanwu. It could not simply cease to exist. I told you, this is the work of my master. Our Zhang family has been saved. I must now follow my master. After finishing his words, Zhang Tianlong hurriedly departed. The head of the Zhang family, filled with uncertainty, quickly followed closely behind. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, He observed his son approaching an individual. That person turned around, and it was none other than Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng considered a useless person? Could this entire situation be an attempt to sow discord within the Zhang family? Lin Feng, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing the voice of the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianlong immediately turned around, his face a mask of astonishment. Father, it was Master who saved our Zhang family. Silence. The Yang family vanished in an instant, and you expect me to believe this was the doing of this boy? Do you take me for a child of 3? The head of the Zhang family scrutinized Lin Feng, growing increasingly suspicious. It was common knowledge that Lin Feng was a waste. How could he possibly be so formidable? Brother, could this boy be a spy sent by them? Others in the Zhang family echoed this sentiment, casting doubtful glances at Lin Feng. Zhang Tianlong drew forth the initial Cloud Divine Sword, a look of helplessness on his face. Father, this sword was gifted by Master. Surely you can perceive its significance? The crowd fell silent, their attention fixated on the sword. While it appeared unremarkable, it emanated an inexplicable aura of danger. If one listened closely, they could almost hear the sword humming, as if it possessed sentience. A mere glance sent a chill coursing through the body, and the head of the Zhang family understood that this sword was extraordinary. His belief began to waver. Glancing at Lin Feng, who stood like a deity, devoid of any visible aura or pressure, yet evoking fear in those who beheld him. Father, rest assured. I will annihilate the Zhu family and avenge our Zhang family. With that, Zhang Tianlong sheathed the initial Cloud Divine Sword and followed Lin Feng away from the location. The onlookers were left speechless, their minds still reeling from the shocking sight of the master and disciple disappearing from view. The head of the Zhang family wore an expression that mingled both relief and excitement. The future of the world might very well lie in the hands of some great deity. It seemed the heavens were about to shift. If the legendary Lin Feng possessed such strength, why masquerade as a mere waste? Fortuitously, Lin Feng did not hold our transgressions against us. Otherwise, we would have faced utter annihilation. It appears the Zhang family is on the verge of rising. Who would dare oppose us in the future? Hearing the discussions among the crowd, the head of the Zhang family turned, his expression icy and resolute. Since Master Lin does not wish for others to know, then today's events shall remain buried within our hearts. Not a word shall be uttered. The crowd responded affirmatively, dreaming of the imminent rise of the Zhang family. Their hearts brimmed with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already returned to the Void Realm with Zhang Tianlong. On the other side, the second elder, having learned of Lin Feng's escape, promptly summoned the various sect leaders to gather outside the carefree divine palace. Now, which sect Feng Mengmeng belonged to would depend on everyone's strength. Whose prowess is most formidable, that disciple belongs to which sect. As the second elder's words fell, the leaders of various sects hastily unleashed their spiritual energies. In an instant, the exterior of the celestial palace was awash with vibrant energies, a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a celestial paradise. This disciple undoubtedly hails from my Phoenix Cry sect. Humph, you think you can lay claim? My Tai Chi Hall is the mightiest sect in the realm of the void. Nonsense. Today the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect shall be secured. A cacophony of shouts erupted, as each sect leader exerted their utmost efforts to recruit Feng Mengmeng under their banner. Yet, in the next moment, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Thick fog began to rise, swiftly obscuring the path ahead. What is happening? This is the illusion of the void being activated. What is there to fear? Are we to be intimidated by such a trivial illusion? The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect boasted as he stepped forward, a long sword materializing in his hand. He formed a sword seal, intending to cleave through the illusion. However, all around, nothing seemed amiss. The dense fog billowed, shrouding everything, rendering visibility non-existent. The fierce sword aura of the Heavenly Sword sect leader slashed into the mist, yet it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, stirring not a ripple. Observing this, the other sect leaders summoned their treasures, but the eerie fog remained unfazed. Chapter 11. Have they fled only to return? Within the fog, visibility was utterly lost, and the leaders of the sects flailed about like headless flies. This illusion appears to be rather peculiar. The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect spoke with an unusual tone. Meanwhile, the leader of the Phoenix Cry sect scoffed disdainfully. If you ask me, your cultivation has likely regressed. You cannot even dispel such a minor illusion. Silence. The Heavenly Sword sect leader, enraged and humiliated, aimed his sword toward a dense patch of mist, his sword aura slicing through. Yet still, there was no reaction. Faint whispers echoed within the fog, resembling hushed conspiracies or the wails of tormented souls, sending shivers down one's spine. Could it possibly be some malevolent sorcery? The voice of the Heavenly Sword sect leader trembled, for he had always prided himself on his courage, yet now he was slightly unnerved. What is there to fear? This is, after all, the realm of the void, our territory. The second elder forcefully pushed the Heavenly Sword sect leader behind him, brandishing his sword. A powerful aura spreading around them, overwhelming the other sect leaders. The blade gleamed with unparalleled sharpness, soaring forth in an instant, only to rebound the next second. Striking him squarely in the chest, he let out a low grunt, staggering backward a few steps, a trickle of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How could this happen? A profound terror gripped his heart. Within the dense fog lay an enigmatic force that could even reflect his assaults. This was no ordinary illusion. It was evident that someone had fortified the realm of deception. The master of the Heavenly Sword sect bellowed gravely, his mind heavy with the realization that intruders had breached the sacred domain of the void. The ability to infiltrate undetected and alter the illusions to inflict harm upon them was beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Before they could ponder further, a series of rustling sounds emerged from the fog, as if something approached. The sect leaders hastily summoned their magical artifacts, forming a protective circle, their vigilance directed outward. Yet, after a prolonged silence, nothing materialized, leading to a growing sense of confusion among them. Could this illusion have been orchestrated by Lin Feng? Impossible. He was but a hapless fool, devoid of any understanding of cultivation. How could he possibly weave such intricate formations? The second elder scoffed, after years of studying formations and illusions. Who in the void could rival my prowess? If I cannot unravel this array, how could Lin Feng achieve it? Oh, who dares speak of me in such a manner? The voice belonged to Lin Feng. The crowd was taken aback, turning their gazes toward him. Lin Feng, did you not flee? They questioned, bewildered. Have you returned because you could not bear to be outside? What is the meaning of this? Why can we not enter your carefree divine palace? Their eyes scanned the surroundings, yet Lin Feng's figure remained elusive, stirring their anger and confusion. Why would I run? I merely went to gather disciples. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the fog, tinged with a playful mockery, as if a cat were toying with a mouse. They strained to follow the sound but could only discern a blurred silhouette, its true form shrouded. Lin Feng, what tricks are you playing? Show yourself. The master of the Heavenly Sword sect roared, feeling a surge of indignation, as if he had been made a fool. Is this your doing? Are you inquiring of me? How could I know that which you do not? Lin Feng's countenance exuded indifference. Indeed, none present were unaware that Lin Feng was a complete inept, utterly devoid of power. The assembly exchanged glances, perplexed by the circumstances. Elders, let me investigate this. The master of the Heavenly Spiral Peak eagerly interjected, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the second elder, who remained fixated on Lin Feng, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. What is this? Does the second elder truly believe this waste could stir any tempest? Now you regard me with newfound respect, do you? Lin Feng's aura was devoid of spiritual energy, affirming his status as a mere waste. And where is your disciple? Right here. Zhang Tianlong, who had previously stood behind Lin Feng with little presence, immediately stepped forward. The realm of Taishu had once been cultivated by his own efforts, and now, witnessing its current state of chaos and pollution, a surge of anger welled up within him. Moreover, these elders and sect leaders treated Mingzhu as if she were worthless. How blind they were. Zhang Tianlong remained silent, merely observing the second elder's countenance with a cold gaze. Such a person was deemed worthy of being an elder in Taishu? You, a good-for-nothing, dare to take on apprentices? Humph. Perhaps others are oblivious to your ineptitude and your deceitful intentions. The second elder glared at Lin Feng, fury blazing in his eyes. Deceiver? Which of your eyes has beheld me deceiving apprentices, second elder? Lin Feng's tone was laced with mockery as he stood leisurely in place. How amusing. How could Lin Feng possibly deceive anyone? Are you aware that your master is nothing but a useless fool? Do you still dare to seek his mentorship, fearing he might ruin you? The second elder, finding it futile to reason with Lin Feng, turned his attention to Zhang Tianlong, vehemently disparaging Lin Feng. Why should I disclose whom I choose as my mentor to you? What do you even amount to? How dare a mere upstart speak to this elder in such a manner? The second elder, infuriated, could hardly believe that he was being challenged by an inconspicuous individual. First of all, I am not some inexperienced youth, and secondly, I only acknowledge my master. The opinions of others are of no concern to me. What a joke. I am an elder of the Taishu realm, and whether Lin Feng can take on disciples hinges entirely on my approval. Is that so? Zhang Tianlong scoffed, clearly displeased. Lin Feng had nonchalantly retrieved a small stool, casually munching on seeds while observing the unfolding drama. Let the argument escalate. I relish the spectacle of conflict. Lin Feng reveled in the thought that if these old geezers from Taishu realm were to discover Zhang Tianlong's true identity as the Emperor of Chuyan, would they be so terrified that they might soil themselves? Disciple, be gentle. Don't let your anger get the better of you. Amidst his amusement, Lin Feng reminded Zhang Tianlong. Yes, master. What? Does this yellow-haired brat think he can truly vex us? This was the collective thought of the gathered sect leaders and elders. They sneered, not merely looking down upon Lin Feng's disciple, but rather, they simply held Lin Feng in disdain. How formidable could a disciple cherished by Lin Feng possibly be? The second elder's face darkened, his beard quivering, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lin Feng, you are utterly ungrateful. The second elder raised his hand to strike at Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng maintained his composure, not shifting an inch. Zhang Tianlong swiftly interposed himself before Lin Feng, effortlessly absorbing the blow. With such meager prowess, how dare you boast before my master? Aren't you afraid the wind might twist your tongue? You. The second elder was caught off guard and staggered back, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood in his fury. He is indeed a venerable elder of the illustrious Void Realm. How could he possibly swallow the humiliation inflicted by an unknown, insignificant individual? A surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from Zhang Tianlong, revealing the activated celestial body of transcendence. Chapter 12. The Disciple of the Celestial Body of Transcendence. Like a torrential flood, it poured forth, vast and boundless, as if it aimed to engulf the very heavens and earth. The second elder was struck by this overwhelming aura, his complexion shifting from pallid to flushed, ultimately succumbing to unrestrained ecstasy. This was the ancient celestial body of transcendence, a rare existence in the world. The last individual to possess such a body was the legendary Emperor Chuyun. It is worth noting that Emperor Chuyun was the architect behind the establishment of the Void Realm. The abundant spiritual energy here allowed their masters and mentors to settle in this land. With this in mind, the second elder gazed at Zhang Tianlong's figure with increasing fervor. Behind Zhang Tianlong, the ethereal visage of Emperor Chuyun materialized. A golden radiance abruptly emerged, towering like 100 feet, robust and commanding, enveloping all present in an aura of imperial authority. As the emperor's apparition manifested, silence fell over the assembly. The previously disdainful sect leaders now stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chuyun Emperor. The second elder struggled to articulate his words, as if his tongue had become entangled. Where have they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Each individual appeared pale with fear, their legs trembling. The arrogance they had just displayed now transformed into utter disarray. Had the great emperor manifested? The grand elder, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The great emperor has manifested. We humbly welcome the great Emperor Chuyun. The other elders and sect leaders quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence as their voices echoed like a tidal wave throughout the heavens and the earth. We honor the sacred presence of the emperor. Zhang Tianlong stood aside, secretly amused. In terms of strength, he certainly could not match the second elder. However, having awakened the memories of his past life, he would never bow to these younger generations. Fortunately, with the assistance of his master, he activated the celestial body of the heavenly passage within him, allowing the spectral image of his former self to emerge, evoking an aura akin to that of an emperor's descent. Zhang Tianlong, a disciple of the realm of Taishu. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Zhang Tianlong also possessed the celestial body of the heavenly passage, a rare phenomenon not encountered for millennia. It was clear that the great Emperor Chuyun had manifested due to the extraordinary nature of this disciple. He is destined for greatness. The grand elder's heart surged with excitement. For so long, there had been continuous strife across various realms. Now, with the emergence of the pure Yin body and the arrival of the celestial body of ascendants, the realm of Taishu is bound to become the foremost continent. He shall undoubtedly etch his name in the annals of history. The crowd dared not lift their gazes until the ethereal figure of the great Emperor Chuyun vanished. The Grand Elder immediately rose, his eyes alight with fervor as he regarded Zhang Tianlong. Your potential is indeed remarkable. I, the Grand Elder, shall personally instruct you, and in time, you shall achieve great feats. Has the Grand Elder succumbed to fanciful delusions? I never expressed a desire to take you as my mentor. Zhang Tianlong cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Teach me personally. Do you deem yourself worthy? My master is Lord Lin, a title far beyond what you and your ilk could ever aspire to. Zhang Tianlong, you must contemplate this carefully. This is an extraordinary opportunity, one that, if missed, shall never return. The Grand Elder's indignation was palpable, his beard bristling in anger, for this young man was clearly intent on humiliating him. Yet, this lad was undeniably of the same celestial caliber as the great Emperor Chuan. He suppressed the rage boiling within him, wearing a forced smile as he regarded Zhang Tianlong, hoping to sway him to change his mind. Simultaneously, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Feng, perplexed at how this inept individual managed to attract such talented disciples to become his students. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, casting a scornful glance in return. Elder, perhaps your age has dulled your hearing? A grand opportunity? Does my disciple truly require your approval? Do you even deserve to grant it? Lin Feng, you. The elder's face turned a shade of green with fury, trembling as he pointed at Lin Feng, unable to articulate his words. After all, he was the esteemed elder of the Void Realm. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Lin Feng was nothing but a waste. He dared to be arrogant simply because of his disciple's modest talent. Lin Feng, you worthless fool. I shall see what kind of disciple you can produce. Humph. Do you possess the 3 transformations of heavy origin? Can you teach the celestial body of heaven? Though Zhang Tianlong was bewildered by his master's decision to conceal his true strength, he understood that he had no right to question his master's affairs. However, he would not stand idly by while these individuals attempted to humiliate his master. The 3 transformations of heavy origin was a rare treasure, if it were so easily accessible. The elder would have ascended long ago. Without it, what distinguishes you from a mere waste? Zhang Tianlong scoffed, recognizing that had it not been for his master's intention to remain inconspicuous, he would not have indulged these people. Once his soul was restored and his cultivation elevated, he would ensure they received their due punishment. This. Finding himself outmatched in argument, the elder's ire was further stoked by Lin Feng, who sat leisurely on a small stool, munching on seeds. Lin Feng, cease your pretentiousness. You think you are something special, but you are merely a worthless fool. Do not get too pleased with yourself. The elder bellowed, saliva spraying onto Lin Feng's face. In response, Lin Feng disdainfully wiped his face. Ugh, this old man's spittle is truly revolting. Seeing that his indifference only aggravated the elder further, who was now visibly humiliated, Lin Feng remained unfazed. The disciples' competition is only days away. I shall see how you manage then. All his resentment was directed squarely at Mo Changsheng. Observing the elder's frantic demeanor, Lin Feng paid him no mind, turning instead to the disciple in charge of registrations. Do remember to bring my dear disciple's identity jade token. Come, my disciple. Let us depart. Yes, master. Zhang Tianlong promptly followed behind, as the two pierced through the illusion and entered the leisurely divine palace. The onlookers could no longer contain their vexation. How did Lin Feng manage to enter? Clearly, this illusion was designed to thwart them. What could possibly be happening? This is outrageous. I am the elder of the Void Realm. How could I possibly be barred from entering such a trivial place as the leisurely divine palace? The Grand Elder was utterly thrown off balance by Lin Feng's recent maneuvers. In that moment, he could hardly contain himself, unleashing a torrent of invective that bore a striking resemblance to a shrew. This time, Lin Feng was surely doomed. Humph. Allowing such a useless individual to linger was nothing short of a waste of air. Observing the Grand Elder's frantic demeanor, the other sect leaders began to whisper among themselves. They had long harbored suspicions regarding Lin Feng's fate following the disciples' competition. They exhibited no semblance of compassion. Perhaps they were eagerly anticipating each other's downfall. Lin Feng led Zhang Tianlong through the illusion, and before them lay a breathtaking vista, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. The surroundings of the celestial palace were enveloped in rich spiritual energy, and even the illusions outside the palace had transformed. Compared to the intricate illusions he had personally crafted in the past, this new arrangement appeared far more elaborate and exquisite. It seemed that his master had meticulously reconfigured everything. Upon entering the celestial palace, the spiritual energy was so dense it felt almost tangible. Multicolored rays of light danced around. Exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished abundantly, their fragrances refreshing and invigorating, devoid of any cloying sweetness, instead offering a delightful and uplifting clarity. Chapter 13. Could there be a hidden secret? Zhang Tianlong followed closely behind Lin Feng, much like a curious visitor exploring a grand estate. Everything here was utterly transformed from his previous experience. The trees casually planted outside the celestial palace were now also suffused with spiritual energy, seemingly having evolved into spiritual roots. Most astonishing were the 2 celestial fruit trees flanking the entrance. How could they possibly be growing here? It is known that a single celestial fruit is worth a fortune, coveted by many. Consuming one, rich in spiritual energy, could potentially elevate one's cultivation by an entire realm. If anyone were to discover the presence of a celestial fruit tree, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among various clans, leading to chaos and suffering. As Zhang Tianlong made his way through, he could scarcely take in the sights. Spiritual herbs and medicinal plants were abundant. The surrounding spiritual aura made his pores tingle with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he nearly choked on the overwhelming essence. Master, this is truly extravagant. Such wonders are yours to take and use freely from now on. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong felt his legs weaken. He could use anything he desired? Goodness gracious. He excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Lin Feng. Indeed, the master was a person of great depth. Those old fools who dared to mock him were truly blind. Come, let me introduce you to my senior sister. Senior sister? Surely, someone favored by the master must possess formidable strength. Dream, come out and meet your junior brother. Master, you have returned. Under the heavenly spirit fruit tree. Fang Mingming immediately stood up and dashed to Lin Feng's side upon hearing the commotion. Only then did Zhang Tianlong realize there was another person beneath the tree. The young woman was exquisite in appearance, lively and charming, her attire adding an ethereal quality to her presence. Yet, her lively eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the universe. A chilling aura surrounded her. Was she a purine body by nature? Zhang Tianlong was momentarily taken aback by this energy and forgot his words. Master, senior sister, he stammered, his cheeks flushing slightly. All right, you two begin your training. I have traveled a long way and am quite fatigued. I shall rest for now. In such a short span, Lin Feng truly felt wearied from the journey. Fang Mingming gazed at Lin Feng with a face full of admiration, pondering what message the master was subtly conveying to her. Zhang Tianlong, however, was filled with exasperation. How could a master of such high caliber feel tired? If he wanted to be lazy, he should just say so, yet he chose such a flimsy excuse. And the worst part was that Fang Mingming actually believed him. Considering how his soul had been healed here, he promptly sat down cross-legged to commence his training. Lin Feng, still sound asleep within the confines of the dwelling, suddenly heard the system's voice. First disciple Fang Mingming has advanced to the peak of the Yuanshan stage. The host receives a tenfold cultivation return from the disciple. Second disciple Zhang Tianlong has advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuaning. The host receives a tenfold cultivation return from the disciple. Congratulations to the host for reaching the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit, laying a foundation for future ascension. So soon, have these two devoured some extraordinary elixir? As he felt the surge of spiritual energy within himself, he distinctly sensed an elevation in his own cultivation. This was an enhancement from the physical to the spiritual realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found everything before him remarkably clear, able to discern details even 10 zhang away. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming was still in shock at having reached the peak of the Yuanshan stage. Historically, cultivators would ascend to the separation of spirit stage directly after the later stages. Had she truly arrived at such a supreme realm? She felt a sense of comfort as an unprecedented strength coursed through her body, the peak of the Yuanshan stage. An existence unheard of by many. Gazing at Zhang Tianlong, who was still immersed in his training, she secretly reveled in her superiority over him. Lin Feng stood before her, looking up at the sky. The sky? Could the master have further instructions? Contemplating this possibility, Fang Mingming immediately looked up to observe intently. Beside her, Zhang Tianlong, having completed his training, was still astonished at his own breakthrough in cultivation. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the master and disciple gazing skyward. What could possibly be so captivating? Congratulations, my disciple, for breaking through to the pinnacle of the Yuanshan realm. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Tianlong was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The Yuanshan realm? The pinnacle? Has it not been the case throughout history that each grand realm is divided into merely 3 minor stages? What then? Is this so-called pinnacle? What manner of absurdity is this? He felt that his mind was somewhat lacking, gazing up at the sky. Apart from the azure expanse and a few drifting white clouds, there was nothing else to behold. Is this what they call the solitude of the master? Confined to staring at the heavens? Master, is there some profound mystery in this sky? Fang Mingming's face was alight with eagerness for knowledge, reminiscent of an eager elementary student raising their hand in class. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva, astounded by the girl's vivid imagination. He merely rose from his slumber, stretched languidly, and gazed at the sky. How could such simple actions be interpreted as profound secrets? Clearing his throat, he resolved to conceal his true thoughts from others. The mysteries of the heavens must not be divulged. Ponder them at your leisure. With that, Disregarding the reactions of the two disciples, he departed with measured steps, leaving them bewildered in the wind. Fang Mengming remained deep in contemplation regarding her master's words. Could the sky hold some special significance? After staring at the azure expanse and the drifting clouds for an extended period, she discerned nothing of substance. Zhang Tianlong, perplexed, struggled to grasp the depth of his master's wisdom. Sister, is there any interpretation to this? Hush, you must unravel it on your own. In doing so, your cultivation may advance further. Fang Mengming revered Lin Feng's every word as sacred, prompting Zhang Tianlong to treat them with equal reverence as they both gazed skyward. Lin Feng, blushing with embarrassment, found himself in the great hall of the Void Realm, where the Grand Elder seethed with rage. I want Lin Feng to suffer a fate worse than death. Beside him, disciple Wu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He had never witnessed such murderous intent emanating from the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? Inform everyone that after the disciple competition, Lin Feng shall be expelled. Additionally, send someone to follow him stealthily. He must be eliminated. Summon the leader of the Feng Ming sect to me. Yes, Wu Ming complied. And as he departed, the Grand Elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. Lin Feng, your demise is imminent. Soon after, Han Wufeng, the leader of the Feng Ming sect, arrived in the Grand Hall. The illusion outside the Celestial Palace. Find a way to unravel it. If Lin Feng hides within the Celestial Palace after losing, we will be powerless against him. Was there truly a place in the Void Realm that he could not access? The Grand Elder, in a fit of fury, vowed to prevent such an occurrence. Grand Elder, this illusion is unfamiliar to me as well. It has never manifested in the Void Realm before. Could it be documented in some foreign tome? Han Wufeng's countenance reflected his distress. This illusion posed a considerable challenge. Since time immemorial, such illusory formations had existed in the Void Realm, yet this was the first of its kind. Who could be the architect behind it? Incompetent fools. You cannot even dismantle a mere illusion. What use do I have for you? Chapter 14. The obsequious leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Han Wufeng, terrified, dared not breathe. Inwardly cursing, this old fool, lacking in ability, seeks to vent his frustrations upon others. However, he could not deny the truth in the Grand Elder's words, should Lin Feng, that worthless waste, conceal himself within the Celestial Palace after the competition, they would indeed be at a loss. Grand Elder, could this be derived from the old leader of the Celestial Palace from years past? After all, Lin Feng did not possess the formidable abilities necessary to create such an illusion, nor could he have sourced it from the external world. As for the disciple by his side, whose cultivation was rather meager, it was inconceivable that he could weave such an intricate mirage, one that even they themselves could not unravel. Thus, only one explanation remained. The former Grandmaster of the Idol God Palace had traversed countless miraculous realms and acquired treasures beyond measure. This illusion, capable of discerning the disciples of the Idol God Palace, must undoubtedly be the handiwork of the Grandmaster. It was evident that the Elder had also arrived at this conclusion. Your reasoning holds merit. The former Grandmaster was indeed the foremost figure within the realm of the void, possessing treasures that were rightfully his. Yet why should it be so? Why should all the fortuitous occurrences befall Lin Feng? Why should the Grandmaster's treasures be left to him? And why should an utterly unremarkable individual receive the protection of those with purine bodies and celestial physiques? The more these thoughts festered, the greater the Elder's dissatisfaction grew. He could not tolerate Lin Feng, who contributed nothing yet reaped so much. After this grand competition, you must eliminate him. The great Elder's voice was ominously cold, laced with a gradual intent to kill. Rest assured, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect has bestowed upon Xue Chongqing a pill that will enable him to directly ascend to the mid-stage of the spirit separation realm. At that juncture, even if that Fang Mengming dares to challenge him across levels, victory shall remain beyond her grasp. Once Chongqing triumphs, the two disciples by Lin Feng's side belong to our realm, and as for Lin Feng himself, he will be at your mercy. Han Wufeng's words resonated with undeniable logic, bringing a sense of ease to the great Elder's heart. He could almost envision the scene of Lin Feng kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy. This time, Lin Feng was surely doomed. The disciples of the Taishu realm were abuzz with speculation. They had been keenly aware of the overt and covert hostility towards Lin Feng from the great Elder and various sect masters in recent days. Yet, why would these exceptionally gifted individuals choose to take a worthless person as their master? Clearly, they were destined for ascension. How could they possibly regard the great Elder's meager cultivation? Did they believe themselves to be formidable enough to disregard their choice of master? Or perhaps it was a means to elevate their own status. What extraordinary fortune had Lin Feng stumbled upon? The disciples pondered, increasingly convinced that such a hypothesis was plausible, as it would certainly amplify their own prowess. Human nature is inscrutable. The very waste that everyone in the Taishu realm despised had somehow become a coveted presence among these prodigies. Regardless, have you not heard? The grand competition is imminent. While Feng Meiming is frolicking in the celestial leisure palace, tending to the fields, what if she possesses extraordinary talent? She is reduced to a mere mortal, cultivating crops, sipping tea, and basking in the sun. When the time comes, she may not even realize her demise. There is simply no way. For that waste of Lin Feng can hardly do anything beyond such trivialities, can he? Indeed. After all, a worthless individual cannot partake of spiritual fruits nor fear the consequences of overindulgence, risking a catastrophic demise. The disciples were rife with gossip, their taunts directed at the trio of master and disciples becoming increasingly vocal. Lin Feng, being a waste himself, was dragging down Feng Meiming, who had shown no promise. This would ruin a future talent destined for ascension. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, the sect master led a group of disciples in a fervent search through ancient texts, determined to uncover the means to unravel the illusory realm of the Celestial Leisure Palace. Nothing here, sect master. There is none here either. No, there is nothing. A worthless individual. How could there be nothing? All the ancient texts are present. How can there be no mention of that illusion? Could it truly be an ancient illusion? The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect appeared to be struck with disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How could a waste possess the protection of such an ancient illusion? Furious, the sect master trembled with rage, striking the table with his palm, which shattered into splinters. That accursed Lin Feng! How dare he? Revered leader, please temper your anger. Perhaps we might consider a different approach? A disciple ventured cautiously. What approach? Speak. Since we cannot breach the gates of the Celestial Palace, why not feign reconciliation with Lin Feng? This would grant us entry into the Celestial Palace, allowing us to observe closely. Your reasoning is not without merit. Thus, even if Lin Feng chooses to conceal himself within the Celestial Palace, we will still have the opportunity to eliminate him. The disciple's words resonated well with the leader of the Sky Sword sect. He was eager to witness who else might dare to vie for his disciples. The thought of being a master to one who held the promise of ascension filled his heart with immense satisfaction. The other disciples were equally elated. Having a potential ascendant as a junior brother or sister would undoubtedly enhance their prestige in the future. Junior brother, how shall I flaunt my status later? One asked. We shall stand tall, and should anyone dare to challenge us, they must reckon with who our junior brother is. Indeed, in the realm of the void, we shall stride with confidence. Who would dare to provoke us? The laughter of the disciples echoed through the halls of the Sky Sword sect, each one envisioning the elevated status that awaited them. Li Xuanji, the sect leader, stroked his beard, feeling a swell of pride within. He had yet to encounter something he desired that was beyond his reach. Immediately, he concealed his form and set off towards the Celestial Palace of Leisure. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he once again entered the realm of illusions. The dense mist enveloped him once more. Yet the visibility was significantly reduced compared to his previous experience. Li Xuanji dared not act recklessly, adopting a demeanor of utmost innocence, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, almost as if he were wagging his tail. Dear Lin Feng, I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses and hope for your magnanimity. He bowed deeply, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe he was there to offer a penitent apology. Lin Feng leaned casually against the stone monument at the entrance of the Celestial Palace, idly picking his teeth with a blade of grass, regarding Li Xuanji's hypocritical display with palpable disdain. Internally, he cursed, this old fool. Just a few days ago he wished nothing more than to see me dead. And now he pretends to be as submissive as a grandson. Nevertheless, he activated the illusion, permitting the other to enter. As Li Xuanji stepped inside, he found himself engulfed in a dizzying swirl, enveloped by thick mist that coiled around him like a white satin ribbon. As the haze gradually dissipated, he realized he was now within the Celestial Palace. Once inside, he immediately expanded his consciousness, and in an instant, every blade of grass and every tree within the palace was imprinted in his mind. The abundance of spiritual energy surrounding him was so dense it seemed almost tangible, making Li Xuanji's eyes redden with envy. Damn it! How does this worthless fool have the audacity to occupy such a treasure? Though resentment brewed within him, his outward demeanor remained a mask of ingratiating smiles. Chapter 15. Even dining can be pretentious. What brings the esteemed sect leader here today? Lin Feng asked languidly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hee, my friend Lin Feng jests. Li Xuanji chuckled awkwardly. The previous misunderstandings were merely that, misunderstandings. I have come today to seek reconciliation, to transform our past conflicts into peaceful discussions regarding the future development of the Void. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Discussing grand plans? Is it not true that you all secretly intend to expel me from the Void after the Disciples' competition? Li Xuanji's forced smile immediately faltered, replaced by an expression of indignation. At this moment, Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong, who had been meditating beneath a tree, sprang to their feet, glaring at Li Xuanji as if to guard against any actions that might harm Lin Feng. Having been exposed, Li Xuanji discarded his pretense. Lin Feng, is this how you instruct your disciples? They could all potentially possess the qualifications for ascension, yet all they do is farm or sleep. He lamented, feigning deep concern. He has already regarded the two as his disciples. Observing Lin Feng in such a manner naturally left him feeling displeased. What concern is it of yours how I train my disciples? Lin Feng nonchalantly scratched his ear, utterly indifferent. How does my disciples' cultivation affect him? You. Li Xuanji's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his own breath. Indeed, he currently lacked the authority to interfere, but that would not hold true in a few days. What exactly are you here for? These sect leaders seldom seek him out. They do not visit the Sambao Hall without cause. This fellow must have something to conceal from him. What can I do? Merely here to observe how to unravel the illusion outside your carefree divine palace. Do you truly believe you can thwart us? He prides himself on his remarkable intelligence, although he may not measure up to those qualified for ascension. He is still quite formidable. No matter the environmental formations, he possesses the ability to decipher them. Now that he has encountered a setback outside the Celestial Palace, he is certainly unwilling to concede defeat. Did you comprehend anything upon your entry? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Humph. What use is it to speak with a worthless fool like you? This illusion was left behind by your master, correct? Do you even understand the distinction between an illusion and a formation? You are utterly ignorant, nothing more than a failure. After a prolonged moment of silence, Li Xuanji finally managed to utter this scathing remark. Oh, I must admit my ignorance. Perhaps Master Li could give it another attempt? With a flourish of his hand, Lin Feng summoned Li Xuanji into the illusion outside the Celestial Palace in an instant. What is happening? Could there be something else within this illusion? I have never heard of an illusion capable of such feats. Yet it cannot possibly be that worthless Lin Feng, can it? He could not possess such capabilities. Li Xuanji forced himself to regain his composure, meticulously scrutinizing everything around him. In the midst of the illusion, he raged like a trapped beast, endlessly attempting to decipher the enigma, yet failing to discover an escape. A myriad of bizarre sights shifted before his eyes. At times, he found himself amidst mountains of blades and seas of fire, while at others, he teetered on the brink of an abyss, his heart pounding in trepidation. Li Xuanji sat cross-legged, his consciousness probing the surroundings. After a prolonged moment, he abruptly rose. Ha 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 ha, I understand now. I finally comprehend. Lin Feng. Just wait, for I have seen through this illusion. Once the competition concludes, your demise shall be inevitable. I will not show you mercy. Li Xuanji roared with fury. What? Does he believe I cannot hear him? Lin Feng observed Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong. This illusion was silent and elusive. What could he possibly perceive? Fang Mingming curiously murmured. What is he seeing? Lin Feng merely sighed quietly. Oh, foolish one. He is undoubtedly witnessing the illusion crafted by the initial Emperor Qian. Enough, enough. Lin Feng spat out the sunflower seeds he had been munching on and turned towards the kitchen. I am quite hungry. Before long. The tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes wafted from the kitchen. Sister, do cultivators not refrain from eating? Zhang Tianong questioned, perplexed by Lin Feng's sudden foray into culinary endeavors. As he observed the smoke rising slowly, the fragrance was incredibly delectable. Yet, they had long since abstained from such earthly pleasures. However, since his practice of abstaining from grains, he had not encountered such an enticing scent of food. Master's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Fang Mingming did not address his query, but instead uttered an unrelated remark before entering the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng and Fang Mingming emerged, each bearing dishes. Come eat. Do not be shy. Master, is this appropriate? Zhang Tianong hesitated, for as cultivators, they should exercise restraint over their appetites. Nonsense. Lin Feng handed chopsticks to Zhang Tianlong, and soon, he and Fang Mingming began to eat. Zhang Tianlong then approached the stone table and sat down. What is this? Rice? He gazed at the shimmering grains before him, realizing they were spirit rice. Not only that, but the exquisite dishes on the table emanated the same ethereal essence. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. As he picked up a mouthful of the spirit-infused rice and placed it in his mouth, a pure energy surged throughout his body. The spiritual power rampaged within him, solidifying his cultivation, and he widened his eyes, incredulous as he looked at Lin Feng. Master, this. Humph. These vegetables were cultivated in our medicinal fields on the back mountain, inherently rich in spiritual energy and watered with spirit water. Medicinal fields? Spirit water? This is simply extraordinary. Each of these elements is a treasure for which the world would vie. How could his own master so effortlessly cultivate ordinary vegetables and fruits? This is truly a flagrant waste. It is essential to note that a mere acre of medicinal field is a rare treasure, and the extraordinary herbs cultivated therein can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Even those of the highest transcendent realms would never squander such resources. Beside him, Feng Mingming, observing the uncouth Zhang Tianlong, could not help but begin to boast. Indeed, the act of showing off brings joy. Zhang Tianlong devoured the dishes on the table with the voracity of a famished spirit, leaving nothing behind. After savoring the last morsel, he let out a contented sigh. Feeling invigorated. Master, this is simply exquisite. I feel my cultivation has advanced somewhat. He spoke in a disjointed manner, his excitement palpable. Observing him, Feng Mingming merely raised her chin with a sense of pride, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. A country bumpkin, utterly unacquainted with the world. What does this amount to? In the future, as she follows her master, she shall indulge in the finest delights daily. This demeanor, this posture, completely obscured her former rustic appearance. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to such trivialities. To him, the essence of a meal lay in its ability to satiate. Zhang Tianlong regarded Lin Feng with an increasing sense of admiration. His master seemed to possess an even greater depth than he had initially surmised. The fruits and vegetables cultivated here exuded an extraordinary vitality, a feat not achievable by mere external forces. Chapter 16. Comprehending the 3,000 paths, Lin Feng observed Zhang Tianlong's naive demeanor with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was essential to occasionally display one's prowess to instill a sense of reverence in one's disciples. My child, do eat heartily. Is the table sufficient? If not, there is plenty more. Our immortal leisure palace lacks nothing, save for an absence of food. Was Master subtly imparting wisdom to us? Feng Mingming regarded the person beside her with utmost seriousness. Eat. Zhang Tianlong blinked, somewhat perplexed by Feng Mingming's words. After sampling a few more dishes from the table, he selected a piece of enticingly aromatic spirit chicken and savored it with great care. He was suddenly taken aback, his chopsticks suspended in midair. It seemed he had grasped the meaning of his master's words. Master, do you mean? Zhang Tianlong's eyes widened, his tone tinged with disbelief. Though we practitioners must not neglect our cultivation, we must also not forget the humble grains and foods. Often, these seemingly insignificant elements harbor immense power. Cultivation is thus, and so is life. The path of enlightenment encompasses not only the refinement of the self, but also the nurturing of the heart. A heart, like a clear mirror, can reflect the myriad wonders of the universe. Everything should flow in harmony with nature, and all that arises from nature can be of service to us, even an ordinary meal. He understood. No wonder Feng Mingming always inquired about the profound meanings behind the words of the master. It truly is as such. The words of a sage are always incisive. Zhang Tianlong lifted his head and gazed deeply at Lin Feng, whose presence appeared even more imposing at this moment. With such remarkable insight, it seems the master's cultivation surpasses what he had imagined. Could it be that his master has already ascended? Such an exalted level of cultivation, coupled with an extraordinary understanding and countless treasures that the world covets, who would be so benevolent as to impart these to others if they were not a transcendent being? Listening to Zhang Tianlong's explanation, Feng Mingming promptly nodded in agreement, her admiration for Lin Feng deepening. The master's intentions are always so profound. We must strive for further improvement. Observing his two disciples in this moment of enlightenment, Lin Feng felt a quiet joy. They are indeed teachable. What I wish to impart to you is the way of eating. Eating is, after all, a profound art. Zhang Tianlong and Feng Mingming nodded vigorously, eager to engrave every word of Lin Feng into their minds. Master, what is the essence of this way of eating? Zhang Tianlong inquired with a thirst for knowledge. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was internally startled. What is its essence? How could he possibly know? These are merely fabrications of his imagination. He feigned composure, stroking his chin, pretending to be profound. The esophagus, he mused, is vast and intricate. Can it truly be encapsulated in mere phrases? He racked his brain, contemplating his next words. Eureka! He squinted his eyes, hands clasped behind his back. The esophagus emphasizes the unity of heaven and humanity, the harmony of yin and yang, and the interplay of the five elements. Zhang Tianlong and Fang Mingming were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as saucers, fearful of missing a single word. Yet, Master, our cultivation is not profound. How can we simplify the great principles and integrate the myriad paths? How? How can this be achieved? Lin Feng felt a sense of frustration. How was he to respond? Observing Lin Feng's silence, the two pondered the deeper meaning within. Master, are you suggesting that all paths must be comprehended through personal insight and can only be grasped intuitively rather than articulated? Upon hearing Zhang Tianlong's interpretation, Lin Feng accepted it with grace, casting a knowing glance at him. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming looked at Zhang Tianlong with curiosity. Junior brother, your insight is truly remarkable. I have yet to grasp these concepts, yet you have already comprehended them. Senior sister, you are already quite impressive. I merely rely on the fact that I was once the emperor of Chuyun. Zhang Tianlong smiled shyly, then turned his attention back to Fang Mingming. Truth be told, Fang Mingming was undeniably beautiful, her every smile and frown captivating. Zhang Tianlong felt a bit bashful, but soon resumed their discussion. Lin Feng, however, was at a loss. It was merely a meal, yet his two disciples had extracted so much wisdom. Is it truly so difficult to maintain silence while eating and to refrain from speaking during rest? Master, junior brother is indeed extraordinary. I feel quite inferior in comparison. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng rubbed his forehead. Did this girl harbor a misunderstanding of what it means to be formidable? He sighed and turned his gaze towards Fang Mingming, who was seated beside him. Mingming, you need not concern yourself with Tianlong's insights. Each individual possesses their own path to cultivation. Simply focus on being your true self. Fang Mingming understood that her master wished to alleviate her burdens and encourage her to grow in her own unique manner. Master, I comprehend. With that, the two of them settled beneath the heavenly fruit tree and resumed their practice. Soon, the voice of a disciple from the Xiao Yao school echoed nearby. This disciple had come to present a jade pendant symbolizing Zhang Tianlong's identity. At that moment, Zhang Tianlong was savoring a heavenly fruit, and upon hearing the call, he promptly approached to receive the pendant. Meanwhile, the disciple outside paced thoughtfully, contemplating the words he intended to share with Zhang Tianlong. He originally intended to persuade Zhang Tianlong to become a disciple under the master of Tianxian Peak. However, as he observed Zhang Tianlong sauntering toward him, casually munching on an apple, he was taken aback. Is it truly necessary for a practitioner to indulge in such trivialities? The disciple stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. After receiving the jade pendant that symbolized his identity, Zhang Tianlong turned and departed, affording the disciple no opportunity to speak. Sighing, the disciple could only return empty-handed as he watched Zhang Tianlong walk away. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlong was immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his burgeoning spiritual energy. This newfound power filled him with an invigorating vitality. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled excitement, as if he had grasped a profound insight within himself. He was utterly astonished. No wonder his master possessed such profound mastery, for every gesture and movement conveyed the essence of the Tao. Even in his past life as the Emperor of Initial Clouds, he had never encountered such an enigmatic figure. Who, indeed, was his master? Though questions lingered in his heart, he could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Feng's words. His master is undoubtedly a transcendent being who has already ascended, and now merely experiences trials in the mortal realm. What? The newly arrived disciple is consuming wild fruits? The lord of the Tianxian Peak turned around, his face contorted with fury as he gazed upon his disciple. Indeed, the lingering aroma of a meal clung to him, suggesting he had just dined. Useless. It would have been one thing for Lin Feng, this worthless wretch, to indulge in such mundane sustenance himself, but to bring his own apprentice to partake in these trivialities is utterly intolerable. As practitioners of the art, consuming such substances would only taint their physical forms. The master of Tianxian Peak was incensed, shattering the table beside him with a single blow. How outrageous. He, Lin Feng, is but a worthless individual, yet he has managed to lead his disciples to such disgraceful behavior, utterly disregarding their elders and showing blatant disrespect. Chapter 17. Has the master ascended? His furious roar echoed across Tianshan Peak, causing the disciple who had come to report to tremble in fear, barely daring to breathe. Master, what shall we do? What can we do? How am I to know what to do? I cannot even enter his carefree divine palace. The master of Tianshan Peak bellowed in frustration. Curse Lin Feng. Once the disciple's competition concludes, we shall see how he continues to act so arrogantly. At this moment, no matter how fervently the master wished to eliminate Lin Feng, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, a deceptive illusion surrounded the entrance to the carefree divine palace, rendering it inaccessible. Even the Grand Elder had sustained injuries from this illusion, and he was reluctant to suffer further humiliation. One could only hope that Emperor Chuyuan would swiftly eradicate this worthless Lin Feng. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flashed in the master's eyes. Regardless, we must endure for now. At this very moment, Zhang Tianlong, the reincarnation of Emperor Chuyuan, was deep in contemplation of the great Tao. Master, after this meal, I feel as though I have comprehended one aspect of the 3,000 paths within me. Upon returning to the carefree divine palace, Zhang Tianlong eagerly recounted his insights to Lin Feng. What does this mean? Since ancient times, the great Tao has encompassed 3,000 paths, the beginning of understanding myriad laws. Mastery of each path leads to perfection, and now I have truly grasped one. Zhang Tianlong explained with excitement. Junior brother, you are incredible. Your comprehension is truly remarkable. Unlike mine, I have yet to grasp anything. Fang Mingming expressed her envy with a face full of admiration. Lin Feng, too, was left utterly astonished. He was aware that his disciple possessed considerable talent, yet to claim it was extraordinary seemed rather implausible. Could one truly attain enlightenment merely through the act of dining? What does this concept entail? He felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Senior sister, do not underestimate yourself. Your innate talent surpasses that of many, and your understanding is quite remarkable. The two disciples exchanged flattering compliments. At this moment, the system chimed in. The second disciple, Zhang Tianlong, had comprehended one of the 3,000 great Tao, gaining entry into the realm of enlightenment, and the host was rewarded with a tenfold return on the disciple's comprehension. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng sensed his vision becoming clearer. Everything in existence was imbued with spiritual energy. This energy was exceptionally rich and pure, evoking a sense of the rhythm of the great Tao, instilling in him an ethereal sense of bliss. Although both were novices, Lin Feng's comprehension was tenfold that of Zhang Tianlong, marking a significant enhancement. At this nascent stage, he observed Zhang Tianlong basking in his triumph. While Fang Mingming appeared somewhat dejected, Lin Feng understood her thoughts. Mingming, there is no need for concern. The great Tao you comprehend is distinct from Tianlong's, and each of you treads a different path. There are 3,000 paths of the Tao, countless in number. Every individual has their own method of cultivation. However, to attain complete understanding, one must traverse all 3,000 great Taos. Traverse all of them? Master, you cannot be serious. Zhang Tianlong's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most fantastical tale. Comprehending even one of these paths was no small feat, and the idea of mastering all 3,000 was utterly daunting. When will he truly comprehend the Great Way? The Great Way is interconnected, and various paths ultimately lead to the same destination. Is this truly so difficult? Lin Feng gazed at Zhang Tianlong with a serene expression, as if to convey, as the Emperor of Initial Clouds, with such formidable prowess in your past life, vast experiences, and profound insights, could you not possess even the slightest inkling? There lies truth in this statement. The Emperor of Initial Clouds once stood as the pinnacle of the entire Void Realm. He has now returned in a new incarnation. Although his spirit is currently fractured, all that he has experienced remains intact. The depth of his feelings undoubtedly far surpasses that of Fang Mingming. Moreover, he now possesses an extraordinary advantage. In his eyes, his master is already an ascended being. What significance do the mere 3,000 paths hold against him? His master, indeed, embodies wisdom, effortlessly conveying profound truths with a single utterance. Fang Mingming gazes earnestly at Lin Feng, her face a canvas of yearning for guidance. Her aptitude pales in comparison to Zhang Tianlong, and to this day, she has yet to grasp even a single path, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil akin to the claws of a restless cat. Lin Feng observes his two disciples, a quiet amusement stirring within him. His current cultivation level is not significantly higher than theirs. How could he comprehend the profundities of the 3,000 paths? It is merely the result of the system's enhancement, a display of learned skills. However, having chosen to present himself in such a manner, he must maintain the facade until the end. Tianlong, Are you aware of how to grasp the fundamentals? While Fang Mingming was still pondering, Zhang Tianlong immediately raised his hand to signal. The so-called comprehension of the Tao involves observing the nose with the eyes, the mouth with the nose, and the heart with the mouth, which pertains to regulating breath, body, and mind. Regulating breath, body, and mind? Is it truly that simple? Fang Mingming expressed her confusion. Certainly, it is not as straightforward as it appears. This is merely the first step. Following this, one must. Zhang Tianlong shook his head with an air of mystery. He deliberately prolonged his words at the most captivating points, heightening the anticipation of the two. It is all about seizing opportunities, the right timing, and harmonious circumstances. The master guides us through the door, but the path of cultivation relies on our individual efforts. Our master, a transcendent being who has ascended, is someone we must emulate in all aspects. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingming was taken aback. Is the master truly an ascendant? What else could it be? The master is modest. We must rely on our keen observation. Speak softly, for we must respect our master in all matters. The two conversed in hushed tones, their gazes towards Lin Feng now imbued with greater reverence. Indeed, the master has bestowed upon her numerous ancient and lost texts and awakened her pure Yin body within. How could a mere great ascension practitioner accomplish such feats? The more Fang Mingming pondered, the more she found Zhang Tianlong's words to be astute. At this moment, as they gazed upon Lin Feng, who sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, he seemed to emanate a golden radiance, exuding the majesty of a divine being reigning supreme. In their hearts, every action of Lin Feng took on profound significance. It appears that we must savor the intricacies within, much like dining. It may seem simple, yet it conceals the truths of the universe. Truly, the master is remarkable, always able to convey profound and esoteric truths in such an accessible manner. The more Zhang Tianlong spoke, the more he was convinced of the wisdom of his own words, even beginning to admire himself. He cast a furtive glance at Lin Feng, only to find his master still meditating with closed eyes, exuding an air of enigmatic profundity. Indeed, his master had seen through everything long ago. Fang Mingming was momentarily taken aback, feeling herself to be lacking in talent. She had yet to even grasp the rudiments of the great path. However, upon hearing Zhang Tianlong's eloquent discourse, she could not help but feel a surge of admiration for him. Zhang Tianlong, sensing the gaze of his senior sister upon him, felt an even greater swell of pride, unconsciously puffing out his chest. Thus, what we must do now is to emulate every action of our master, eating, sleeping, walking, and sitting, all of which we must scrutinize for their subtleties. Zhang Tianlong whispered conspiratorially. Perhaps one day, enlightenment will dawn upon us. Fang Mingming wholeheartedly agreed, her gaze toward Lin Feng imbued with greater reverence. Listening to their exchange, Lin Feng found himself torn between laughter and tears. What profound wisdom does he truly possess? Chapter 18. The Way Follows Nature, Aligning with Destiny. Now, with his two disciples elevating him to such heights, he feels a hint of embarrassment. A muffled chuckle escapes him, and he promptly rises. Well, the meal has concluded, and it is time to tidy up. Lin Feng suppresses his laughter as he approaches the table to gather the dishes. With his two disciples trailing closely behind, their eyes brimming with curiosity, Zhang Tianlong, in particular, is quite theatrical, mimicking Lin Feng's movements with the dishes, every angle precise, as if engaged in a sacred ritual. Master, your dishwashing technique, could it possibly be the legendary flowing water cleansing heart method? Zhang Tianlong's face is earnest, fearing he might miss some earth-shattering secret. Lin Feng nearly drops the bowl in his hand. He is merely washing dishes. How could this be the flowing water cleansing heart method? This lad ought to write novels. Such talent is wasted. Just as he contemplates rolling his eyes, he turns to see Fang Mingming equally engrossed, intently observing Lin Feng's hands, as if she were witnessing some unparalleled martial art. What my junior brother has stated holds truth. Master S. dishwashing motions appear simple, yet are imbued with profound principles. I feel a moment of enlightenment approaching. Indeed, Master is an extraordinary figure. The simplest actions often conceal the most intricate truths. They remain too youthful, unable to see through the complexities. Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. Would his two disciples develop flaws in their cultivation? It seemed that a balance of labor and leisure was truly essential. After all, washing a mere dish held no profound philosophy. Just as he intended to dissuade the two, he noticed a radiant aura emanating from their bodies. He watched in awe as a dazzling radiance erupted from his two disciples, the brilliance so intense that he was compelled to squint. The light persisted for a brief moment before gradually fading, revealing two disciples who appeared even more enigmatic. Zhang Tianlong's eyes sparkled with fervor, his entire being trembling with excitement. Master, I have attained enlightenment. This flowing essence, seemingly devoid of order, in truth possesses discernible patterns, gracefully conveying intention. All things in existence are thus. He murmured as if entranced, having once again grasped an insight into the 3,000 paths beside him. Fang Mingming exhibited a similar epiphany, her eyes shimmering with excitement. What my junior brother said is indeed correct. Though seemingly formless, it possesses form. The universe itself is devoid of a path, and the Great Way is elusive. Yet, within humanity lies the way, it resides in the heart, and when the heart gives rise to the way, it can naturally be sought. As she spoke, a golden radiance erupted from within her. Fang Mingming too comprehended the Great Way. This represented a profound awakening. The eldest disciple, Fang Mingming, grasped one of the 3,000 paths, thereby gaining entry, while the host received tenfold insights from his disciple. The second disciple, Zhang Tianlong, also comprehended one of the 3,000 paths, granting the host an equivalent tenfold insight from his disciple. Lin Feng felt as if he were losing his mind. He merely washed a dish. How could his own disciples possess such profound insights? Could it be that both of his apprentices are capable of comprehending the myriad paths of existence? If so, would that not imply a state of complacency? No. He was originally content to lie flat and develop at his own pace, yet his disciple must strive even harder. However, the mysteries of existence are profound and unfathomable. If he seeks perfection, must he not endure a long wait? When will he be able to accept a new disciple? Alas, Lin Feng sighed inwardly, his expression reflecting sorrow. Master, am I truly too slow to comprehend? Fang Mingming felt a tinge of despondency, comparing herself unfavorably to Zhang Tianlong, and a sense of guilt washed over her. Is this truly slow? Countless individuals spend their entire lives without even brushing against the threshold of the 3,000 paths. Now, one or two disciples have begun to grasp these truths. In the outside world, many would envy and resent such progress. He covered his face, feeling a buzzing in his head. Master, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with my disciples' insights? Zhang Tianlong's demeanor was somewhat cautious, fearful of disturbing Lin Feng. Continue to strive and make further progress, reluctant to lavish excessive praise upon them, lest it lead to arrogance. However, this statement led Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong to believe that Lin Feng was dissatisfied. After all, their master had already ascended, and one could only wonder how formidable he once was. With a sigh in his heart, he felt no deep disappointment. After all, who could comprehend two paths of enlightenment in a single day? He is not without his merits. Now, do not wallow in self-pity, as it would only cause harm to Mingming. Master, I understand that there will always be disparities among individuals. True effort lies in one's own endeavors, and external matters should not weigh heavily on the heart. Fang Mingming comprehends this. At present, she has gained clarity. What if Zhang Tianlong is formidable? Such things are but illusions. Her focus must be on enhancing her own capabilities. Indeed, a promising student. Your praise is unwarranted, Master. After receiving the commendation, the pride in Fang Mingming's eyes was impossible to conceal. Ahem, Lin Feng cleared his throat and remarked. I observe that both of you have made slight progress in your cultivation, yet it is essential to temper your character and solidify your foundation. Let us proceed, for it is time to bask in the sun. Lin Feng was the first to exit the room. Fang Mingming, accustomed to this routine, left ahead to gather her belongings. However, Zhang Tianlong stood there, momentarily stunned. He originally believed that his master would assign him some arduous tasks, such as slaying ferocious beasts or venturing into perilous territories in search of extraordinary treasures. However, to his astonishment, he was merely instructed to bask in the sun. Master, this. How is this possible? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion glimmering in his eyes. He was unaware of Zhang Tianlong's thoughts. Yet Fang Mingming was well aware. With everything prepared, Fang Mingming let out a light chuckle. Beneath the celestial fruit tree, 3 lounge chairs were neatly arranged, accompanied by a low table adorned with freshly brewed hot tea and an assortment of fruits and pastries. Junior brother, you do not grasp this, she remarked. Master has taught us that while we dwell in the mundane world, we must adhere to its principles. The sun sets and rests, then rises to commence its work. We must harmonize with nature. Harmonize with nature? Certainly. Sunbathing bolsters our physical constitution, enables us to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and enhances photosynthesis, thereby advancing our cultivation. Lin Feng casually mused as he reclined comfortably in the lounge chair. Master has said as much. There must be profound reasoning behind it. Thus, One refines their character. Water flows downward, mountains stand tall and perilous. Why is everything as it is? A spark of enlightenment flickered in Zhang Tianlong's mind. He has attained enlightenment. The system echoed once more within his mind. Lin Feng felt as though he were in a daze. How could his disciple possess such extraordinary talent? Yet, as he experienced the clarity in his mind and the ease in his body, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. He remains exceedingly joyful. Presently, he has gained tenfold enlightenment as a disciple, and his understanding of the 3,000 paths is now crystal clear. He no longer dwells on such matters. The three masters and disciples recline leisurely in their chairs, basking in tranquility within the great hall of the Land of the Void. The Grand Elder occupies the foremost position, flanked by other elders and sect leaders. Zhang Tianlong, a newly initiated disciple of the Land of the Void, is naturally expected to participate in the grand competition. This competition is obligatory for all disciples. If Zhang Tianlong were to abstain, it would likely incite dissatisfaction among the other disciples. However, he is the disciple personally accepted by the esteemed Emperor Qiyun. Would it not be a slight against the emperor himself? At present, Zhang Tianlong has yet to fully mature and appears to be merely in the nascent soul stage, making his participation in the competition essential. Chapter 19. Upgraded once again. Grand Elder. Currently 2 talented and capable disciples are under Lin Feng's tutelage. We must teach these two a harsh lesson to make them aware that despite their talents, they are still insignificant. This will also serve to humiliate Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng is unworthy of holding dominion over the Celestial Palace of Leisure. In due time, we shall reallocate the authority over the Celestial Palace, thereby ridding the Land of the Void of a useless individual. Yet, the illusion outside the Celestial Palace. Fear not, I have already deciphered how to break it. At that time, Lin Feng will have nowhere to escape. Li Xuanji, brimming with confidence, feels assured of victory. Is Li Zhongzhu so certain? Naturally. But I do have conditions. One of Lin Feng's 2 disciples must be given to me. Li Xuanji rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his greedy smile. Grand Elder, this condition has been thoroughly contemplated. I urge you to consider it. Li Xuanji understands that without his method to dismantle the illusion, no one could enter and expel Lin Feng from the Land of the Void. Thus, he is convinced that the Grand Elder will concede 1 disciple to him. The Grand Elder also contemplates this. None of the elders or sect leaders possess strength greater than his own. Even if he were to grant Li Xuanji 1 disciple, he could still, through his own prowess, recruit the remaining disciple into his fold. Zhang Tianlong, a being endowed with the same transcendent celestial physique as Emperor Qiyun. Feng Mingming, a woman possessing a uniquely pure Yin body. Regardless of who it may be, both have the potential to ascend in the future. Thus, the matter is settled. Within a modest courtyard in the Land of the Void, Xue Chaqing is filled with exhilaration. I have broken through. I have broken through. Ha 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 ha. This time, I shall see how that Feng Mingming can possibly defeat me. Senior brother, you are truly formidable now, no matter how gifted Feng Mingming may be. She is still beneath your cultivation. Indeed, she neglects her training, and in due time, you shall be the most outstanding disciple in the Land of the Void. A multitude of disciples gathered around Xue Chaqing, showering him with compliments. The first place in the disciples' competition would undoubtedly earn a plethora of precious treasures, a fact sufficient to incite feelings of envy and resentment among them. Within the tranquil confines of the Xianyao Divine Palace, Lin Feng leisurely savored a heavenly spirit fruit, while attentively listening to his disciple, Zhang Tianlong. As he shared his latest insights on the 3,000 paths, Feng Mingming sat nearby, diligently absorbing the discourse, eager to offer some highly constructive suggestions. Lin Feng found the situation amusing. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind. This subtle gesture drew the attention of both disciples. His posture, dignified yet relaxed, carried a hint of nonchalance, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an aura of disdain for the mundane world. Zhang Tianlong and Feng Mingming exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of reverence in the other's eyes. This pose, with his left leg crossed over his right, appeared casual, yet concealed profound mysteries, harmonizing yin and yang, and channeling the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. There exists a path within the Tao. We must all respect nature, embracing spontaneity and ease, perhaps achieving a state of fearlessness akin to our master, undeterred by the words and actions of outsiders, and thus reaching such a sublime realm. Senior sister, you speak wisely. We still have much to learn. The 2 disciples engaged in a playful exchange, which only deepened Lin Feng's amusement. He merely sat cross-legged without any profound significance. Lin Feng slightly opened his eyelids, observing his two disciples who were animatedly analyzing his posture, their faces adorned with smiles. These children truly possess an endearing innocence. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat, prompting Zhang Tianlong and Fang Mingming to fall silent, their eyes eagerly fixed upon him. Have you comprehended anything? The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. Master, your sitting posture appears casual, yet it is imbued with immense depth. As your humble disciple, I have only grasped a fraction of its essence. Enough, your insights are commendable, and it brings me joy to witness your dedication to learning. Lin Feng gazed at them with a paternal affection akin to that of a loving guardian. He felt a profound sense of gratification as he observed their fervent efforts in cultivation following his praise. His eldest disciple, Fang Mingming, had elevated her cultivation to the stage of infinite primordial spirit, granting her master a tenfold insight. Meanwhile, his second disciple, Zhang Tianlong, had ascended to the later stage of the nascent soul, also bestowing upon his master a tenfold insight. Congratulations to the master for achieving the later stage of transformation, laying the groundwork for the eternal way. Observing the rapid progression of his disciples' cultivation levels left Lin Feng in a state of bewilderment. Goodness! While it is said that lower realms are easier to break through, such advancements require considerable practice and study, not to mention an abundance of spiritual energy. How have these two managed to upgrade so effortlessly? Lin Feng found it difficult to accept. Could this be what is termed as talent? He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. These two individuals are truly peculiar. He has no choice but to comply. What realm has Fang Mingming attained to reach the boundless period? He has not even experienced it. For the apprentices, upgrading is as effortless as drinking water. Zhang Tianlong and Fang Mingming are too preoccupied to notice Lin Feng's current inner turmoil. He felt the surging spiritual energy within him, and once his consciousness expanded, the entire world became astonishingly clear. My senses have truly transformed. My awareness can see through everything. This sensation is incredibly wondrous. He understood that he should not have awakened his consciousness so prematurely. All of this was attributed to his master. On the other hand, Fang Mingming was even more extraordinary. A mist of water seemed to envelop her, coalescing into fine droplets that formed a delicate veil of haze around her. As she breathed, the mist ebbed and flowed as if it possessed a life of its own. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with an unusual brilliance, as though she could see through all the illusions of the world. Master, I can even perceive the leaves falling from 1,000 miles away and hear the faint sounds of ants at work. Fang Mingming's voice trembled slightly. This sudden surge of formidable power left her somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng could also sense the abundance of spiritual energy within him. At this moment, his existence had transcended time, impervious to the ravages of the ages. It merely settled into a profound stillness, accumulating slowly through the baptism of time. Within him, the spiritual energy was gradually augmenting. He released his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Every entity, from the tiniest flower to the most unassuming blade of grass, resonated with the essence of life. Indeed, Mingming, your spiritual awareness has significantly strengthened, yet remember to guard against arrogance and complacency. The path of cultivation is long and requires humility and patience. The two nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting a sense of reverence. Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. I have learned much. The disciple vowed to excel in the upcoming competition, aspiring to claim the top position and prove the worth of his master to those foolish enough to underestimate him. In the realm of cultivation, perseverance is paramount. One must not be tempted by haste or recklessness. Your breakthroughs today are mere strokes of fortune. Henceforth, you must diligently practice to solidify your foundations. Chapter 20. The Day of the Great Competition. Master, what exactly is this great competition? Do I need to participate? Zhang Tianlong listened intently to Lin Feng's counsel. However, he pondered the significance of the grand competition that Mingming had mentioned. As a newly initiated disciple, he was obliged to participate. The sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the earth, creating a scene of auspicious beauty, breathtaking in its splendor. Lin Feng and his companions stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. Today marked the day of the disciples' grand competition. Rest assured, Master, witness how I shall decisively triumph over them. Fang Mingming's delicate features furrowed adorably. Junior brother, let us proceed. The two of them marched boldly towards the contest arena. Lin Feng watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation. The grand competition was set to take place in the central plaza of the Void Realm. At this moment, all the newly initiated disciples gathered, a sea of humanity creating a lively atmosphere. The disciples were eagerly preparing for the contest, their spirits high. Meanwhile, all the elders and the sect leaders sat regally upon a raised platform, surveying all that unfolded below. Is everyone present? The Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling for silence before speaking slowly. In response, Grand Elder, only the individuals from the Carefree Divine Palace have yet to arrive. How amusing. Could that worthless one be too cowardly to show up? Afraid to face the challenge? Lin Feng wouldn't he truly be frightened, would he? The various sect leaders mocked this, laughter echoing through the crowd. They had presumed that the two disciples qualified for ascension would also feel trepidation. Surely their indulgence in the Carefree Divine Palace these past few days had made them forget their training. The disciples of a waste were still wastes themselves. Even a genius would falter. Ha ha. Let us anticipate the disgrace of the Carefree Divine Palace, whose disciples lack even the courage to compete. The disciples engaged in lively discussions, their disdain evident and unrestrained. They were convinced that Lin Feng would not dare to show up. After all, should he and his disciples suffer defeat in the grand competition, Lin Feng would be expelled from the realm of Taishu. Bring him to the Xianyao Divine Palace at once. No participant in the competition can disregard the rules. The Grand Elder bellowed in fury. If that good-for-nothing Lin Feng is afraid, then let him be cast out from the realm of Taishu. Let him be gone. Who did the Grand Elder wish to expel? Lin Feng approached with grace, his two disciples closely following in his footsteps. He gazed expressionlessly at the multitude of disciples before the grand hall, letting out a cold snort. A bunch of cowards who only bully the weak. What a disgrace. Lin Feng, you worthless fool, dare you show your face here? Many disciples were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng, unable to react instantly. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear like a thunderous clap. Behind him, Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong stood like formidable guardians, exuding an imposing aura. Particularly, Fang Mingming's delicate face was tightly drawn, and her almond-shaped eyes were wide with intensity, resembling a spiky-haired kitten poised to pounce. Was this an attempt to drag her two useless disciples into disgrace? One disciple echoed, his tone dripping with malice. Lin Feng cast a cold, cutting glance over the assembly, his gaze sharp enough to cleave through flesh. A pack of barking dogs presumes to howl before my master? Zhang Tianlong's voice, laced with disdain, broke through the tension. As soon as his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. All eyes fixated on the trio of Lin Feng, Fang Mingming, and Zhang Tianlong, the atmosphere taut with anticipation. Oh, such audacity. Who do you think you were to bellow at us? A burly disciple stepped forward, surveying Zhang Tianlong with palpable contempt. To them, these two disciples appeared to be mere nascent soul practitioners, destined only for a beating in today's competition. The fact that this wastrel would so recklessly endanger his disciples was laughable. Did he not fear they would suffer even greater humiliation? Indeed, these two prodigies were bound to face hardship today. Once we triumph, we can boast of having defeated future ascendants. How prestigious that would be. The disciples erupted into raucous laughter, completely dismissing the trio. The elders and sect leaders on the platform observed with cold indifference, their expressions akin to those witnessing a farce. Enough of this prattle. Let us commence the drawing of lots. Lin Feng interjected, halting Zhang Tianlong, his tone dispassionate. Very well, if you are so brazen. Do we even need to divide into teams? Attack. Teach him a harsh lesson. The disciples, receiving the command, brimmed with murderous intent. Fang Mingming leaped onto the arena, challenging the surrounding disciples. Come at me all at once. Let us not squander time. You little girl, how audacious. Do you truly think you can take on many? Clearly, associating with a waste has rendered you reckless. No matter how talented you are, today you will surely suffer defeat. As her words hung in the air, a wave of laughter erupted around her. What bravado for a mere girl. The disciple sneered, his muscular arms swelling like cast iron. Together, let us show her the might of us disciples. Fang Mingming remained silent, her form a blur as she materialized before the disciple like a specter. Before he could react, her fist struck his abdomen with ferocious force. A dull thud reverberated as the disciple was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the edge of the arena. Blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise for a considerable time. Silence fell over the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as they absorbed the scene before them. One punch, merely one punch, and a nascent soul disciple was sent flying? What manner of creature is this little girl? Next, Fang Mingming clapped her hands, her expression one of ease, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. The disciples exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to who should step forward. Shuai Changqing stood aside, his gaze fixed upon Fang Mingming, filled with malice. His cultivation has surged dramatically, yet he is well aware that Fang Mingming has been indulging in a life of leisure and revelry, rendering her no match for him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. The Grand Elder stood upon the stage, bellowing in fury and pointing at the other disciples below. How could so many of you be intimidated by a mere girl? Hurry up and take action. Under the Elder's urging, several disciples joined Shuai Changqing on the arena. Fang Mingming moved with an ethereal grace, flitting through the crowd like a butterfly among flowers. Each strike she delivered was swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. However, the Grand Elder let out a long sigh. This young girl, relying on her considerable talent, was reckless in her approach. Despite her martial skills, her punches and kicks were chaotic and disordered, and if this continued, her defeat would come swiftly. No need to wait, for even now, it is evident that this girl is entirely overwhelmed. The leader of the Fengming sect gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. It is all that damned Lin Feng's fault. Had he not been so negligent in teaching his disciple, how could Fang Mingming have ended up like this? Chapter 21. Imparting Techniques in Times of Crisis on the Arena. Shuai Changqing's gaze was shrewd, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a shadowy figure, hurtling toward Fang Mingming with a forceful punch, imbued with tremendous power. Although Shuai Changqing's cultivation was commendable, it paled in comparison to Fang Mingming's prowess. However, they had the advantage of numbers. Together, they aimed to deny her even a moment's respite. Shuai Changqing bellowed, charging forward to strike Fang Mingming first. The other disciples followed suit, no longer underestimating her, unleashing their utmost efforts to subdue her. In an instant, the arena became a cacophony of fists and feet, shadows darting everywhere. The battle intensified, and despite Fang Mingming's agile movements, she was ultimately outnumbered. Gradually, fatigue began to set in, and her action slowed. Sensing this, a glint of malice flashed in Shuai Changqing's eyes as he seized an opportunity, launching a fierce palm strike aimed at Fang Mingming's chest. Be careful. Zhang Tianlong could not suppress his alarm. The leader of Fengming sect scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. Such a disorganized fighting style could not possibly endure. Master, senior sister can't hold out much longer. Her technique is in disarray, and it's evident that she's lost her footing. Zhang Tianlong expressed his concern for his senior sister's safety. Recognizing the peril that his eldest disciple, Fang Mingming, faced, Lin Feng, as a mentor, felt it was his duty to protect his student and thus granted her the reincarnation true technique. Initially worried for Fang Mingming, Lin Feng suddenly found solace upon receiving this news. Although he was not entirely familiar with the reincarnation true technique, his understanding had deepened since his enlightenment of the 3,000 paths. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly devised a plan to extricate his beloved disciple from her predicament, feeling that everything was within his grasp. He shifted his posture, comfortably settling into the chair. His nonchalant demeanor incited immense fury among the elders and sect leaders, observing him casually crossing his legs. The second elder could no longer contain his anger. Lin Feng, do you still have the presence of mind to sit there? Your disciple is on the verge of being defeated. Lin Feng did not even lift his eyelids, lazily responding, what is the rush? We've barely begun. Do you truly believe your disciple can emerge victorious? Shouldn't you hasten to vacate the Void Realm? Do you wish for your disciple to be vanquished by the crowd? The Grand Elder glared at Lin Feng, reprimanding him coldly. I have complete faith that my disciple will triumph in this contest. As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the arena, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Useless, get out of the Void Realm. Get out, get out. On the stage, Fang Mingming appeared visibly flustered. As numerous disciples charged toward her, she hurriedly attempted to defend herself, only to be struck by one of them a moment later. She staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. The cacophony of jeers from both the audience and the arena grew louder, resembling a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. Fang Mingming's composure began to crumble. Master, I can do this. Her voice trembled, the cacophony assaulting her eardrums and further shattering her psychological defenses. She bit her lip, determined not to let tears fall. I believe in you. Lin Feng remained steadfast, seemingly detached from the chaos, even stretching lazily and yawning. His indifferent demeanor provoked the second elder to the brink of outrage. Lin Feng, you still have the leisure to sleep. Must a talent like this be squandered under your watch? The second elder's words fell on deaf ears for Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming heard Lin Feng's voice in her mind. I shall now impart to you a supreme technique, the cycle true decision. Listen closely. Initially overwhelmed by self-doubt, Fang Mingming steadied her mind upon hearing her Master's words. With her Master's support, she felt reassured that there was indeed a solid foundation for confidence. She took a deep breath, striving to disregard the surrounding clamor, and focused intently on the transmission of Lin Feng's voice. His words resonated in her ears, articulating the essence of the cycle truth with crystalline clarity. Attuning herself to the ethereal energies of the universe, she became a conduit, guiding the spiritual currents to flow within her. As Lin Feng elucidated, a warm surge coursed through her body, gradually calming the previously chaotic energy within her. An unprecedented force began to stir within her being. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, she followed Lin Feng's teachings and slowly began to circulate the spiritual energy. On the arena, her movements began to transform. The once disordered techniques now flowed with an elegant grace, each gesture imbued with an inexplicable rhythm. No longer content to merely defend, she took the initiative to strike, her form darting through the crowd like a wraith. Xue Changqing, initially confident of victory, was taken aback as Fang Mingming appeared as if she had undergone a metamorphosis, her offensive ferocious and formidable, rendering him unable to withstand her onslaught. He was taken aback, astonished by how this young girl had suddenly become so formidable. How could this be possible? What had she done to achieve such prowess? The master of the Fengming sect furrowed his brows, acutely aware that the aura emanating from Fang Mingming was now drastically different from before. This newfound power even instilled a sense of threat within him. It was important to note that thousands of disciples at the nascent soul stage were simultaneously charging towards Fang Mingming, which posed a significant danger to practitioners like them. Instead of faltering, Fang Mingming thrived under pressure. Was this the true power of a pure yin body? Zhang Tianlong's initial expression of concern transformed into one of astonishment, for he had never witnessed his senior sister exhibit such formidable strength. He clenched his fists in excitement, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming loudly, "Well done, senior sister." On the arena, in a short span of time, thousands of disciples fell to the ground. Ultimately, Fang Mingming emerged victorious in this battle. Yet, the square, which could accommodate tens of thousands, was eerily silent. The elders stood in silence, as did all the sect leaders. They could hardly believe, nor did they wish to accept the final scene before them. How could this be? It was inconceivable. Li Xuanji, who had been confident of victory and eager to take Fang Mingming as his disciple, found his dreams shattered in an instant. Ironically, he had also prepared to unravel the illusions of the carefree divine palace and thoroughly humiliate Lin Feng. At this moment, the Grand Elder's expression was more grotesque than if he had ingested something foul. He pointed at Lin Feng, his finger trembling, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. He initially believed that Fang Mingming would undoubtedly face defeat, and had even prepared a set of remarks to humiliate Lin Feng. However, the harsh reality has slapped him in the face. The sect master of the Fengming sect finds it utterly incredible, while he may not speak much of the other disciples. He is well aware that Xue Changqing could have broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao separation realm in a remarkably short period. Yet now, Xue Changqing has been rendered a cripple, having had his Dantian destroyed by her. The disciple he had painstakingly nurtured had unexpectedly devolved into a mere wastrel, and the resentment in his heart surged to its zenith. They had clearly witnessed the imminent failure of Fang Mingming. Chapter 22, The Emergence of the Great Emperor Chulun. But when did she mount a counteroffensive? Her movements were light and agile, as if she could discern her opponent's next move. This was utterly unbelievable. The audience below fell into a hushed silence, utterly astonished by the prowess displayed by Fang Mingming. The voices that had once clamored for Lin Feng to be expelled from the realm of Taishu had now vanished without a trace. Only Zhang Tianlong remained dumbfounded. Having just received a transmission from Lin Feng, as a disciple, he naturally could hear it too. Had the master imparted a set of reincarnation true techniques to his senior sister? Was this the technique of his former nemesis, the reincarnation emperor, from a past life? His master possesses the formidable techniques of the reincarnation emperor, a figure of such terrifying prowess that the lost, unparalleled secrets are now in his possession. It is likely that even his past life could not rival his master. Fang Mingming slowly approached the edge of the arena, gazing down imperiously at the Grand Elder. Does this imply that I shall claim the title of champion in this grand competition? Must my master still depart from the Void Realm? Upon hearing Fang Mingming's voice, the Grand Elder promptly regained his composure. Not yet, he admonished sharply. Do not forget, your junior brother is also a newly initiated disciple of our Void Realm. The two of you have yet to compete. The Grand Elder's words were undeniably venomous. Should they engage in a contest and Fang Mingming falter, Lin Feng too would be compelled to leave the Void Realm. Conversely, if Fang Mingming triumphed, Zhang Tianlong would undoubtedly harbor resentment, leading to inevitable discord between the sister and brother. Fang Mingming furrowed her delicate brows, fully aware of the Grand Elder's sinister intentions. He seems intent on inciting a conflict among his senior disciples, knowing that regardless of the outcome, he will not suffer any loss. The senior disciple entered the sect before me and possesses superior cultivation. I concede defeat. While Fang Mingming may perceive this, Zhang Tianlong is equally aware of it. He holds great respect for both his master and senior disciple. Submitting to his senior is not something he resents in the least. How outrageous! Do the rules of the Taishu realm allow such folly? Zhang Tianlong's retreat did not bring joy to the assembly of elders and sect leaders. The Grand Elder slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Zhang Tianlong like a wildcat whose tail has been stepped on. Nonsense? I dare say the one being nonsensical is you, old fool. Lin Feng scoffed, stepping forward. The rules of the contest did not prohibit conceding defeat. What? Are you unable to accept loss? The Grand Elder paid no heed to Lin Feng's retort. His demeanor clearly indicated a desire to force them into mutual destruction. Zhang Tianlong. Today you must compete, or else Lin Feng shall be expelled from the Taishu realm. I advise you to become my disciple. Only I can unlock your extraordinary potential. Humph. What a dreamer. How dare you? Ignoring my offer is akin to inviting punishment. I assure you, once I expel Lin Feng from the Taishu realm, you will kneel and bow to me thrice as you seek to become my student. Do you dare? Have you forgotten that it was the great Emperor Chuan who permitted my entry into the Taishu realm? Zhang Tianlong was taken aback by the elder's blatant dishonesty and glared in anger. Humph. What of the great Emperor Chuan? Will he respond to your call? He is likely far away now. Distant waters cannot quench nearby fires, and summoning anyone is futile. The second elder rose, displaying a shameless attitude. This left Zhang Tianlong momentarily speechless. You said it. Perhaps there is no way for others, but the great Emperor Chuan? Humph. He is the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chuan. Summoning the great emperor should be a simple task. The Chuan divine sword shall manifest. Upon hearing Zhang Tianlong's intention to summon the Chuan divine sword, the elders and sect leaders erupted in laughter. You wish to summon the Chuan divine sword? That is the cherished weapon of the great Emperor Chuan, not something a mere nobody like you can call forth. Do you think that possessing a celestial body akin to the great Emperor Chuan equates to his prowess? How laughable. Have you even looked in the mirror to assess your worth? You ought to wash up and sleep. Ha 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 ha. What a deluded fantasy. The crowd, having seized upon this sore point, laughed heartily, but soon their laughter ceased. A golden radiance appeared on the horizon, illuminating the entire mountain range. A colossal sword descended from the heavens. The presence of this giant sword was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding an immeasurable pressure. This is the Chuan divine sword. The elders gathered in the square were utterly astonished, as though they had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. This is impossible. Only the great Emperor Chuan has the ability to summon the Chuan divine sword. By what right do you claim such power? The divine sword descended upon the realm of the void. The Grand Elder was the first to rush toward the sword, his eyes fixated on it, brimming with greed and yearning as he reached out in an attempt to grasp it. Alas, it was a distance far beyond his reach. In the next moment, the heavens and earth transformed dramatically, a tremendous pressure emanating from afar, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder. A golden ethereal figure emerged in the distance. Emperor Chuan, how have you appeared? The Grand Elder immediately knelt in reverence. The other elder lords followed suit, kneeling in silence, not daring to utter a word. This sudden turn of events transformed their arrogance into meekness in an instant, turning them into docile sheep. The golden figure gazed down upon them, its penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all. You dared to possess such audacity. The voice of Emperor Chuan resonated like a thunderous bell, causing pain to resonate in the ears of all present. You would have my reincarnation kneel thrice and bow 9 times to pay homage to you as a master? Do you presume to be worthy? What? Zhang Tianlong is actually the reincarnation of Emperor Chuan? It is inconceivable. The Grand Elder stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to plead for mercy. The other elder lords were so frightened that they turned pale, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide within. Their previous arrogance had transformed into abject cowardice. The golden figure snorted coldly, its voice akin to the thunder of the heavens, sending tremors through the very core of their beings. Golden light flowed within Zhang Tianlong, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. You wretched creatures dare to insult me so? Were it not for the fact that I recognize your arduous path of cultivation, I would annihilate your very souls today. The elders, having never witnessed such a display of might, trembled uncontrollably, fervently bowing their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. Great Emperor, spare us. We were blind to the majesty of the mountain. Having offended the reincarnation of the emperor, we deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Zhang Tianlong surveyed the once arrogant elders, now reduced to groveling like dogs upon the ground, and he felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. He was once the architect of the vast void, leading it to unparalleled glory. Yet, upon his unexpected reincarnation, he discovered that the fruits of his labor had been utterly ravaged by these despicable vermin. The elder sect leader, kneeling in despair, and his disciples seethed with resentment, jealous of Lin Feng's fortuitous fate. They wondered why the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chu Yun was so willingly devoted to him, stubbornly recognizing Lin Feng as his master. Chapter 23. When the wall falls. Everyone pushes Lin Feng is a worthless fool. How did the world descend into such chaos? Feng Mingming stood in shock, frozen in place. My junior brother is actually the great Emperor Chu Yun? The great Emperor Chu Yun is the ancestral figure of the vast void. She swallowed hard, realizing that her previous feelings of inadequacy compared to her junior brother's enlightenment were not due to her own lack of intelligence, but rather because her junior brother was the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chu Yun. If that is the case, does that mean I can walk with confidence? With such a formidable master backing her, and the great Emperor Chu Yun as her junior brother to handle her affairs, I am destined to soar. Feng Mingming remained lost in her delightful reverie. Apologize to my master. Zhang Tianlong stepped back, clearing a path for Lin Feng, ensuring that everyone could see him. We apologize. The various sect leaders hastily knelt before Lin Feng, bowing their heads. Sect leader Lin, may your magnanimity overshadow our transgressions. Please forgive us for our ignorance. Li Xuanji gazed at Lin Feng with an obsequious expression, hoping for his forgiveness. Yes, it is all the fault of the Grand Elder. Had it not been for him, we would never have provoked sect leader Lin. The other sect leaders and elders echoed in agreement, their faces contorted with servility as they looked towards Lin Feng. They have witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of the primordial Cloud Emperor, and now they dare not act recklessly. Furthermore, for these insignificant beings, the cultivation level of the primordial Cloud Emperor far surpasses their own. They are utterly unqualified to stand against him. Master, are you satisfied? Zhang Tianlong approached Lin Feng's side, his face displaying a desire for approval. Such trivial matters do not warrant the revelation of your identity. Lin Feng's words, though seemingly reproachful, lacked severity and bore a hint of indulgence. The onlookers were perplexed. What extraordinary capabilities did Lin Feng possess to evoke such a childlike demeanor from the Emperor Chu Yun? This world has indeed transformed into an undesirable spectacle for them. It is astonishing that a mere waste could garner such concern from the Emperor Chu Yun. Naturally, I must not disappoint my master, nor allow him to suffer indignities. Lin Feng nodded subtly. At this juncture, the vegetables in the medicinal field were ripe for harvest, and the large carp in the lake were ready to be caught for a feast. Let us return. There is still farm work to be done. Yes, master. Zhang Tianlong waved his hand, and the divine sword of Chu Yun was instantly retracted. This sword is exclusive to the Emperor Chu Yun, affirming that Zhang Tianlong is undoubtedly a reincarnation of the Emperor. Great Emperor, since you have reincarnated, please lead us in the realm of Taishu. Elder Second exclaimed. Indeed. Since Lin Zhongzhu is your master, please reside in the most spacious area of our Taishu, within the Holy Palace. This was all the idea of Elder First. May the Emperor hold him accountable. The saying when the wall falls, everyone pushes holds true in this moment. Elder First glared furiously at the speaker yet dared not retort, merely sweating profusely as he cast a fearful glance at Zhang Tianlong. The latter did not respond immediately but instead looked at Lin Feng, silently conveying a question of how he wished to proceed. I have no interest in these matters. The implication was clear. Let Elder First continue to oversee the affairs. Zhang Tianlong remarked nonchalantly that Elder First would maintain his authority. The elder, who had thought himself doomed, stood frozen in place. Did he not hear correctly? The Emperor, astonishingly, imposed no punishment whatsoever? This is simply unbelievable. The Grand Elder wore an expression of dread, uncertain of what to say. Looking up, he noticed that Lin Feng and his two disciples had already departed. With Wu Ming's assistance, the Grand Elder rose, casting a fearful glance at the disciples sprawled upon the arena. Why, the Emperor did not impose even the slightest retribution upon me. Elder, the Emperor is immensely powerful and holds this position in contempt. If he truly found you disagreeable, he could effortlessly replace you with someone else of his stature. Wu Ming remarked. Indeed, you speak wisely. Since the Emperor has bestowed upon me this opportunity, I must seize it. Henceforth, we shall refrain from troubling sect Master Lin. Wu Ming, earnestly concerned, shared in the apprehension surrounding this matter. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, the Grand Elder nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed. Sect Master Lin shall henceforth be the auspicious symbol of our Taisu realm. No one shall treat him with disdain. Furthermore, we shall return all the scriptures and artifacts we previously appropriated from the carefree divine palace, tenfold." He now dares not provoke Lin Feng any further. Certainly, Wu Ming continued to reassure the Grand Elder. Since the Emperor has not chastised you, you can remain at ease in the Taisu realm and manage its affairs diligently. They are not fools. Zhang Tianlong's decision not to pursue the matter suggests he wishes to afford himself an opportunity to truly shine. Elder, would you care to take a moment's respite? Wu Ming, observing the elder nearly paralyzed with fear, felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed. One must inquire whether the Emperor requires the attendance of handmaidens. It is imperative that the Emperor is comfortable. Elder, the Emperor is wholly devoted to his cultivation. We ought not to disturb him with trifles. Li Xuanji, who was hiding nearby in a cowardly manner, interjected. What do you know? The Emperor must perceive my sincerity. I cannot afford to falter. Yet, how shall we address the enigmatic illusions surrounding the Palace of Leisure? With this thought, the elder turned his gaze towards Li Xuanji. You incompetent fool, do you possess any means to unravel the illusions outside the Palace of Leisure? Naturally, I have discerned the intricacies of those illusions. I have ventured within the Palace of Leisure, and with but a small stratagem, I can transform those illusions into a clear path. Li Xuanji's eyes sparkled with confidence, as if assured of his success. Upon hearing this, the elder's previously grim countenance brightened, as though he had grasped a lifeline. Excellent, excellent. Then I shall entrust you with the matter of returning the scriptures and treasures. Elder, the pressing concern at present is the thousands of disciples lying unconscious outside the square. The leader of the Feng Ming sect reminded. Indeed, we must escort them back to their chambers for rest. Let no word of Zhang Tianlong's association with the Emperor leak out. The elder, not lacking in wisdom, recognized that Zhang Tianlong's initial concealment of his identity must have been for a reason. It was essential that knowledge of the Emperor's existence remain concealed. If he could not manage even this minor task, how could he possibly maintain his standing before the Emperor? The Emperor's discerning gaze is sharp. Should he incur dissatisfaction, he would have squandered years as the elder. Yes, the assembly of sect leaders departed to fulfill their duties. The elder, in haste, retreated to his chamber. Upon closing the door, he could no longer withstand the weakness in his legs and collapsed to the floor. It was then that he began to ponder why the Emperor Zhang Tianlong would choose to take Lin Feng as his master. As the Emperor, he must be exceedingly ruthless. He had battled against numerous formidable foes to attain his position. How could such a cold-hearted individual possibly select a master based solely on a mere affinity? Chapter 24. Could Lin Feng truly be a wastrel? Could it be? Might it be due to Lin Feng's cultivation level surpassing that of Zhang Tianlong? Even though this conclusion was hard to fathom, the most daunting possibility at this juncture could indeed be the truth. Contemplating this potentiality, the elder was drenched in cold sweat. If this were indeed the case, had he been overly presumptuous? If even the Emperor were to take him as a master, what might that reveal about the depth of his own cultivation? The more he pondered, the more terrifying it became. His heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from his chest. He struck his chest forcefully, murmuring incantations under his breath. I must remain composed. The most pressing matter at hand is to firmly grasp Lin Feng's thigh. Not only him, but the elders and sect leaders of the ethereal realm are in a constant state of trepidation, fearful of when Lin Feng might come to settle accounts with them. Although they are unaware of Lin Feng's capabilities, even if he were to be deemed a worthless wretch, they would not dare to show him any disrespect. Furthermore, with the reincarnation of Emperor Chuyan, it is certain that the Emperor harbors some grand design. Should they inadvertently thwart his plans, the consequences are unimaginable. Upon returning to their chambers, each disciple of the ethereal realm awoke, bewildered. What transpired? We were all defeated by Feng Mingming. Indeed, she is a prodigy destined for ascension. Her combat prowess is unfathomable. Yet, did I not glimpse the descent of the Chuyan divine sword? Surely, you must be mistaken. How could Emperor Chuyan possibly arrive? Nevertheless, I sense the aura of the Chuyan divine sword. I cannot be mistaken. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Unable to fathom the arrival of the Chuyan divine sword, it seemed utterly preposterous. By the way, what has become of senior brother Shui? I recall that before my consciousness faded, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Feng Mei Ming. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Xue Chaqing slowly regained consciousness. Before he could fully comprehend that he had narrowly escaped a calamity, he suddenly realized that his entire cultivation had vanished without a trace. He abruptly sat up in bed, his heart racing with terror as he realized his dantian was utterly empty, devoid of any vital energy. It was over, the cultivation he had once taken pride in. The fruits of his arduous years of practice had now vanished into thin air. He was undeniably the most gifted disciple of the realm of Taishu. How could he have fallen to such a state? No, it is impossible. Xue Changqing's desperate roar echoed, his voice hoarse like a tattered wind instrument. He struck himself fiercely, the sharp pain jolting him into a semblance of awareness. This is not a dream. Fear surged over him like a tidal wave. And he envisioned himself reduced to a mere wretch, mocked by his peers and forsaken by his family. Fang Mengmeng, you vile creature. Xue Chaqing cursed through gritted teeth, pouring all his resentment upon her. At that moment, an elder approached with measured steps. Observing Xue Changqing's frenzied state, he sighed inwardly. Elder, I implore you to save me. You must accept the reality. The elder replied. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the realm of battle. I have lost all my cultivation. How is this a commonplace occurrence? How am I to survive from now on? He suddenly grasped the elder's arm, appearing as if possessed by madness. Tell me, how am I to live from this moment forth? The elder, shaken by his fervor, swiftly waved his sleeve, and in the next instant, Xue Chaqing found himself cast to the ground, his complexion now equally as grim. Do you truly believe that with your insignificance, you can extinguish Lin Feng's life? What makes you think you can vanquish a prodigy destined for ascension? Everything is but a fleeting dream. Xue Changqing's face reflected utter defeat, resembling the pallor of ashes. He was once the pride of the heavens, yet now he has fallen to the status of a despised wretch, and this stark contrast drives him nearly to madness. He yearned to resist, yet he lacked the strength to move even a single finger. Elder, I have erred. I beseech you, grant me one more chance. The elder scoffed. A chance? You are no longer worthy of such an opportunity. He retracted his hand, disdainfully brushing off his sleeves. From this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the void. Depart. Xue Changqing was dragged away by several disciples, akin to the dragging of a lifeless dog. He struggled along the way, cursing, yet no one paid him any heed. Fang Mengmeng, just wait. I will surely kill you. Yet, this proclamation went unheard by Fang Mengmeng and her companions. Even if they had, it would have mattered not to them. At this moment, Fang Mengmeng and Zhang Tianlong remained engrossed in the art of fishing. Master, how does one catch this fish? Why have I not caught a single one all day? Fang Mengmeng gazed at Lin Feng with a look of piteous bewilderment, her eyes brimming with confusion. She set down her fishing rod, realizing that her bait had not been properly prepared. In this entire realm of the carefree divine palace, even the flora and fauna possessed a certain spiritual energy, and the carp in this lake exuded an air of sentience. Fishing requires tranquility. Your impatience is detrimental to the endeavor and may lead to failure, Lin Feng remarked, shaking his head, eyes closed, embodying a demeanor of serene composure. Fishing is not merely a matter of brute force. It necessitates skill and, indeed, insight. Fang Mengmeng lowered her head in contemplation, recognizing the profundity in her master's words, though she did not fully grasp them. Puffing her cheeks, her delicate fingers clumsily maneuvered the fishing rod, sending ripples across the lake's surface. After half a day, not only had she failed to catch a fish, but she had not even seen a single tail fin. Frustrated, she glared at the placid water, as if she could bore a hole through it with her gaze. Senior sister, in this carefree divine palace, where every blade of grass and every tree holds spirituality, one cannot fish as they would in the mundane world. Lin Feng continued to meditate, appearing unfazed. Fang Mengmeng pondered deeply. Could this fishing be a test imposed by her master? Releasing her spiritual awareness, she delved into the depths of the lake. However, what had originally been a mere 1 or 2 meters deep now seemed bottomless. This very lake was one that she and her master had excavated together, and she knew its dimensions all too well. What could this mean? The lake shimmered a brilliant blue, teeming with countless vividly colored carp. As her spiritual energy seeped into the water, she meticulously explored this area. Yet, the more she scrutinized, the more her heart raced with unease. It seemed that within these waters lay an extraordinarily powerful force. At the lake's bottom, a natural ecological system appeared to have formed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a glimmer of golden light, hinting at the presence of a dragon. This dragon was immense, its scales sparkling in the water, emanating a formidable aura from the depths. Suddenly, she withdrew her spiritual awareness, her complexion paling slightly. But what had she uncovered? Zhang Tianlong wore a mysterious smile, his eyes reflecting admiration for Lin Feng. His master surprisingly raised a dragon in the lake. Junior brother, I have discovered a dragon in the lake. The two expressed their astonishment, turning to gaze at Lin Feng. Master, is this the dragon you have nurtured in the lake? Lin Feng, taken aback by their words, had not activated his spiritual sense and was unaware of the lake's secrets. Now, upon hearing his disciples, he turned his astonished gaze towards the water. Initially, he had merely intended to catch a couple of fish for a braised dish that evening. Chapter 25, The vast sacred land approaches. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. His interest peaked as he regarded the surface of the lake. He merely dug a small pit, channeled some mountain spring water, and carelessly tossed a few spirit-gathering pills into the lake. How could such trivial actions give rise to a dragon? It is nothing more than a little loach. And yet you are all in a state of astonishment. Lin Feng appeared utterly unfazed. Master, you truly are a master of concealment. Only you could achieve the remarkable feat of raising a dragon. Zhang Tian gazed at Lin Feng with adoration, his eyes alight with excitement. Fang Mingming also regained her composure, her eyes shimmering with the same fervor. Her master had become increasingly enigmatic, igniting her desire to uncover all his mysteries. Come forth. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, the golden dragon obediently swam up, spiraling gracefully in the air. As it coiled, its dragon roar echoed majestically, and its scales sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. This creature, stretching an impressive 100 meters, exuded an air of grandeur and might, starkly contrasting with the humble pit Lin Feng had casually dug. Fang Mingming and Zhang Tian were utterly mesmerized. Raising a dragon? Such an occurrence is the stuff of legends. Their master, however, had a dragon residing in his own backyard. Lin Feng raised his hand to summon it, and the dragon immediately bowed its head to lick Lin Feng's palm, its massive head lowered like that of a docile cat. This scene was nothing short of fantastical, even more surreal than a dream. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, and the golden dragon elegantly circled above the lake, its golden eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, seemingly awaiting his next command. Return. Upon hearing the command, the golden dragon nodded its head. But just as it was about to depart, its golden eyes shifted toward a distant place in the void. A heavy pressure emanated from the dragon's body, immobilizing those present, rendering them unable to escape. Master, what is happening? Zhang Tianlong felt an inexplicable unease, yet the dragon's vigilance indicated an intrusion. This is bad. People from the vast Holy Land have broken in. A disciple from the Xiaoao Divine Palace reported anxiously to the Grand Elder. This news reached Lin Feng and the others as well. Master, could these individuals be seeking me? Fang Mingming felt a twinge of anxiety. Having been apprehensive since her arrival in the void, fearing that one day her enemies might come knocking. Indeed, Lin Feng sneered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What exactly was going on? Zhang Tianlong was unaware of Fang Mingming's predicament. He merely observed the two in silence, filled with curiosity. Fang Mingming did not hold back, revealing the details of her adversaries. Zhang Tianlong, however, fell silent, since her enemies hailed from the Xuanwu region. What connection did they have with those from the vast Holy Land? I suspect it is related to the Mirror Moon Valley. The Qin family has gone too far, even colluding with those from the Mirror Moon Valley to annihilate us. After being slain by our master, the people from the vast Holy Land are still unwilling to relent. Fang Mingming seethed with rage, her murderous intent towards them unmasked. These matters do not concern us. Let us continue fishing. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, with the illusion surrounding the Xiaoao Divine Palace, they cannot possibly intrude. After voicing her concerns, Fang Mingming felt a wave of reassurance. Why should she fear? Her master was so formidable. Why would she fear those individuals? Zhang Tianlong, seeing this, dismissed his worries. If the Grand Elder could not handle the people from the vast Holy Land, then he ought not to be an elder in this void. Just as he settled down, he suddenly recalled. He had once set up prohibitions in this void. Every location was cloaked in illusions, making it impossible for ordinary outsiders to intrude. What on earth was happening? Fang Mingming sensed Zhang Tianlong's unasked questions and seemed to realize something. However, she had no ties to the void. Who would open its illusions for her? Who, if not them, could accomplish such feats? Lin Feng was indifferent to these matters. Had he lacked cultivation before, he might have felt anger, but at present, he found it merely amusing. Master, are you suggesting? How outrageous it is that these individuals in the Void Realm treat their own master in such a manner. It seems that his decision not to punish that elder was indeed too lenient, leading them to scheme against their own master. Zhang Tianlong was filled with immense fury and was ready to confront the elder. Disciple, there is no need for anger. The most crucial thing now is to remain calm and fish. Lin Feng seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began his angling. Indeed, these matters are no longer ours to manage. The three of them felt at ease and continued their fishing within the sacred hall of the Void Realm. The elder was taken aback upon receiving his disciple's report. In his attempt to eliminate Lin Feng, he had secretly opened the illusion of the Void Realm. Now, he was reaping the consequences of his own actions. How could he allow Lin Feng and Zhang Tianlong to learn of this situation? Quickly, prevent them from leaving. The elder was in a state of panic. If this information were to leak, it would spell his doom. The disciple complied and departed, but soon returned. Accompanied by a robust man clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword sheath, evidently a martial artist. The man stormed into the sacred hall, rage evident in his demeanor. Elder, return my brother's life. His younger brother, Cheng Song, was dispatched by the Qin family to demand the life of that wretched girl from the Fong family. However, he did not anticipate meeting his demise here. Today, he has come to the Taishu realm to seek an explanation. Our Taishu realm bears no connection to the vast sacred land. Is it not rather unreasonable for you to come here in search of someone? The expression on the Grand Elder's face remained indifferent, yet he understood all too well that mishandling this matter could lead to dire consequences. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do you not understand? How convenient it is to feign ignorance. My brother is the Lord of Jingwei Valley, and he perished in the Taishu realm. How could you be unaware of this? Humph. Dying in the Taishu realm is merely a matter of poor fate. The Grand Elder scoffed, showing no signs of fear whatsoever. He could hardly believe that the inhabitants of the vast sacred land would run rampant in the realm of the void. What do you mean by this? Is it to suggest that my brother deserved to perish here? The burly man, filled with rage, drew his long sword and pointed it directly at the Grand Elder, poised and ready for confrontation. He is the scion of the vast sacred realm, the most gifted individual within that hallowed domain. Behind him followed 8 attendants in the spirit-severing stage, who were currently drawing their swords and glaring fiercely at the disciples of the Void Realm. In the next moment, the air was filled with a sweeping sword chi, instantly obliterating the decorations within the sacred hall square. Such audacity! Dare to wreak havoc in my Void Realm! The elder's furious shout resonated, his imposing aura enveloping the entire sacred hall square, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. This is outrageous. Your Void Realm is overstepping its bounds. The scion of the sacred land bellowed, as a phantom of a divine dragon emerged behind him. Their vast sacred land was revered for being inextricably linked to the divine dragon's subordinates. The ability to summon a divine dragon's phantom was a source of immense pride for the people of their grand sacred land. Chapter 26. The Golden Dragon appears, however. His moment of triumph was short-lived as he was met with the resounding roar of a golden dragon from afar, a sound that resonated with the power of the universe, shaking the very core of one's being. The scion of the sacred land felt a shiver run through him, his true essence momentarily stalling. What was happening? The deafening roar of the golden dragon made him feel as if his very organs were vibrating. In sheer terror, he looked up to witness a colossal golden dragon spiraling through the sky, its scales shimmering under the sun, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. How could this be possible? How could the Void Realm possess such a formidable golden dragon? It was known that this golden dragon was a divine entity exclusive to their vast sacred land. He could merely summon a phantom of a divine dragon. The existence of a true dragon within the Void Realm left the scion dumbfounded, a tempest of disbelief stirring within him. The might of this golden dragon far surpassed that of the divine dragon phantom he had summoned by countless magnitudes. His proud reliance, in the presence of the true golden dragon, appeared minuscule and absurd, akin to a firefly before the resplendent moon. Bring them forth. This was Lin Feng's voice transmission. The Grand Elder was filled with immense astonishment. How could Lin Feng possibly transmit his voice? Was he truly just pretending to be a fool? It was ludicrous that he once sought to eliminate Lin Feng. Such talent was worthy of even an emperor's mentorship. The Grand Elder could scarcely fathom the depth of Lin Feng's strength. Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not be negligent. With an air of authority, he turned to the heir of the Holy Land and spoke coldly. Do you not wish to know who killed your brother? I can take you to him. Humph. Do you take me for a child of 3? The heir's countenance darkened to an extreme. As a denizen of the Void Realm, he could not believe that the Grand Elder would risk offending those of their domain for his sake. Having dismissed the notion, the Grand Elder turned to lead the various sect masters away. Wait, this heir shall accompany you. The heir coldly snorted and strode forward with purpose. It matters not. I have brought many formidable experts today. Why should I fear those from the Void Realm? With a change of heart, He immediately insisted that the Grand Elder lead the way. The entourage advanced towards the celestial palace of leisure. The heir remained silent. But as they approached the stone tablet inscribed with the 4 characters of the celestial palace of leisure, he felt utterly deceived. His expression darkened as if he could squeeze water from it. Grand Elder, are you jesting with me? Do you think me a fool? This is not the place where that waste Lin Feng resides. Are you implying that my brother was slain by Lin Feng? The heir's fury turned to derision. That waste Lin Feng could possibly kill my brother? Does he even deserve such a notion? Noticing the Grand Elder's unwillingness to comply, the 8 divine transformation experts behind the heir unsheathed their swords, their blades pointed directly at the Grand Elder. The atmosphere outside the celestial palace of leisure became taut with tension, as if a cataclysmic battle could erupt at any moment. The Grand Elder remained unperturbed, even wearing a hint of mockery. Your Highness, the heir, temper your wrath. You shall soon see the truth, but should you insist on causing a disturbance here, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall see for myself. Today, even if you proclaim that Lin Feng is a waste, it will not change the truth. The Grand Elder said nothing further, instead stepping forward respectfully towards the celestial palace of leisure. I seek an audience with Sect Master Lin. In response, the arrogant scoffed. What an absurdity. The Grand Elder of the Void Realm seeks an audience with a waste. Feigning divinity. The Grand Elder paid no heed to the heir's taunts. In his view, the moment of the heir's humiliation drew near. Having been humiliated by Lin Feng countless times, this was the first occasion he observed Lin Feng humbling another. Truth be told, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled within him. Lin Feng, who dares to slay my brother, come forth and meet your demise. Amidst a cacophony of criticisms, the illusion outside the celestial palace of leisure unfurled, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. This individual was none other than Fong Mingming. What are you all clamoring about? You're disturbing my master's fishing. She regarded the heir of the sacred land with palpable disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. Above all, she loathed the notion of her master being labeled as worthless. The heir, confronted by this audacious young girl, turned pale with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you, a mere child, reprimand me? Fong Mingming scoffed. I am the very one you seek to kill. Who do you think I am? You are the remnant of the Fong family? The heir squinted, his gaze lingering on Fong Mingming's face, filled with avarice and lewdness. Indeed, it is I. Should you dare to wreak havoc before my master, heed my warning. If you harm a single hair on my master's head, the entire sacred land shall follow you to the grave. Her tone was frigid, glistening with murderous intent. Is that so? Come and take your life. No sooner had she spoken than the heir summoned 8 formidable experts, their powerful sword energies slicing through the air like a torrent directed at Fong Mingming. Yet, she was not foolish. Upon sensing the imminent danger, she promptly turned and fled into the celestial palace of leisure. As she ran, she cried out, Master, save me. Someone seeks to kill your precious disciple. Master, apart from that useless Lin Feng, who else is here in the entire celestial palace? With that, Fong Mingming darted into the celestial palace, and the heir was relentless in his pursuit, leading his men in after her. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, revealed a barely perceptible smirk before following suit. Inside the celestial palace, Lin Feng reclined leisurely in a chair, a fishing rod in hand, engrossed in his pursuit of fish. Master, save me. Someone wishes to kill your disciple. Fong Mingming dramatically exclaimed as she sought refuge behind Lin Feng. Without opening his eyes, Lin Feng languidly replied, What is all this noise? Can't you see I'm fishing? Upon entering and witnessing this scene, the heir's fury ignited. Lin Feng, you worthless scoundrel. Hand over the murderer of my brother. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you. At this, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes, regarding the heir with a lazy yawn. Your brother? We have no such person here. The celestial palace of leisure only has me. I'm not sure who you're seeking. Do not feign ignorance. My brother is the master of Mirror Moon Valley. Where is he? Lin Feng, without lifting his eyelids, waved his hand dismissively, his fishing rod undisturbed. It's so noisy. Why don't you just go play? This blatant disregard from Lin Feng left the heir seething with outrage. He is the scion of the vast sacred land, revered wherever he goes. This Lin Feng is simply courting death. A mere wastrel like you is only fit for tilling the fields and fishing. The ethereal abode of the carefree divine palace, with its sparse spiritual energy, is quite suitable for your residence. Within the carefree divine palace, all that exists is reserved exclusively for the disciples of Lin Feng. The abundant spiritual energy can only be wielded freely by them. Chapter 27. The Eternal God is Lin Feng, Your Highness. It seems the Grand Elder merely wishes to pin the blame on this wastrel. Why not eliminate him directly and spare us the futile discourse? One of the guards beside the Scion stepped forward, offering counsel. You speak the truth. Such a useless being is merely a waste of air. The Scion of the Sacred Land cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Immediately, the guard advanced towards Lin Feng, unleashing a formidable pressure that swept over him. Lin Feng, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly erupted. I told you not to disturb me here. You frightened away the fish I was about to catch. With a casual wave of his hand, the guard vanished without a trace. The heir of the Holy Land was left in a state of utter shock, as were the guards behind him. How could a once arrogant companion simply cease to exist? Not even a remnant remained. Lin Feng remained languidly reclined on his chair, as if the preceding events bore no relation to him. Something was amiss. This could not be real. The face of the Holy Land's heir paled, unable to fathom the immense power Lin Feng possessed. How could this be possible? It was well known that Lin Feng of the carefree Divine Palace was deemed a failure, a natural-born cripple incapable of cultivation. Where had his guard vanished to? What have you done with my guard? He bellowed loudly, his eyes a tempest of anger and fear, unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. Did you not witness it all? Why do you still question me? It is essential to recognize that his guard is a formidable expert in the later stages of the separation realm, no matter how advanced Lin Feng's cultivation may be. It is inconceivable that he could effortlessly reduce a master of that caliber to mere dust with a mere wave of his hand. The elder, who had been minimizing his presence, displayed an expression of sheer astonishment as well. He surmised that Lin Feng was far from being a mere fool. He suspected that Lin Feng's cultivation was formidable. Yet, to be informed that Lin Feng could extinguish a master in the spirit-severing stage with but a mere wave of his hand? Could the world have turned so utterly insane? The Grand Elder was incredulous, yet a sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, he had not further antagonized Lin Feng. At this moment, his gaze toward Lin Feng was imbued with even greater respect. In his heart, the great Emperor Chuan seemed insignificant. It was Lin Feng who would forever remain a deity in his eyes. Feng Mingming, hiding behind Lin Feng, observed the incredulous expression of the Holy Land's young lord and made a comical face at him. Ha! A useless fool. Do you really think you can kill my master? Perhaps you should consider your own worth. The young lord of the Holy Land's face turned pale, retreating repeatedly, trembling as he pointed at Lin Feng, unable to utter a single word. The guards behind him were utterly terrified, their souls seemingly fleeing from their bodies, as they hastily drew their weapons yet dared not advance a single step. They witnessed the disappearance of their companion firsthand, and Lin Feng's terrifying prowess far exceeded their imagination. Who are you? Aren't you supposed to be a useless being? Lin Feng remained reclined in his chair, even shifting to a more comfortable position. Useless? Who told you I was useless? I merely find it unworthy to engage with you insignificant insects. You dare to insult me so? I am the heir of the vast Holy Land. Are you not afraid of the Holy Land seeking retribution against you? The heir of the Holy Land blustered, desperately attempting to salvage some face. Let them come and try, Lin Feng retorted. Have someone keep an eye on him, and inform the people of the vast Holy Land that if they no longer wish to occupy their position, I would not mind someone else taking their place. The latter statement was not directed at anyone in particular, yet the Grand Elder understood it was meant for him. Not daring to be negligent, he promptly stepped forward and respectfully responded. It was no jest. Given Lin Feng's formidable display of power, he feared that a moment's carelessness could lead to his own obliteration. You dare? What is there to fear? Lin Feng stood, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Though the heir of the Holy Land was inwardly trembling with dread, he feigned composure. Just as the Grand Elder intended to escort the others away, the sky suddenly transformed. A colossal golden dragon emerged from the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the heir of the Holy Land was abruptly filled with exhilaration. In their vast sacred ground, they serve as the subordinates of the divine dragon, the closest proximity one might attain to such a celestial being, although no one has truly laid eyes upon the dragon. This does not hinder their sacred domain from being a formidable presence that instills fear in the hearts of many. Indeed, there exists a divine dragon. The golden dragon spirals through the heavens, emitting a thunderous roar, its overwhelming aura engulfing the onlookers. The surrounding trees bend under its might. You are doomed. This is our sanctuary's guardian dragon. How dare you disrespect the son of our sacred land? The great dragon shall surely rend you to pieces. The heir of the sanctuary seems to have found his backbone, resuming his boisterous tirade. Yet the elder's face pales in horror. It is over. This dragon must be here to assist the sanctuary's heir. Even if Lin Feng possesses formidable cultivation, his demise is inevitable. To everyone's astonishment, the golden dragon, after circling in the air for a brief moment, plunges into the lake. Its head brushes against Lin Feng's fishing rod, reluctant to leave. Be good and play by yourself. Do not disturb my fishing. The golden dragon emits a low hum, akin to a petulant child, nuzzling against Lin Feng before, with great reluctance, submerging into the water. The colossal dragon thrashes within the lake, sending cascading waves. The onlookers are left in bewilderment. The heir of the sanctuary is rendered speechless. This is a divine dragon. A true dragon, a genuine powerhouse. Typically exalted and imposing, yet now it behaves like a mere lapdog, pleading before a human? This is inconceivable. It must be an illusion. It must be. The heir clutches his head, screaming in a fit of despair. The elder, too, snaps back to reality from his shock. He increasingly feels like a jester. Lin Feng has actually raised a dragon within the tranquil abode of the divine. What does this signify? It is known that a true dragon, at birth, possesses strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. They require no training, for their power inherently grows with age. Throughout history, countless dragons have ascended to greatness. Moreover, dragons are notoriously proud beings, never easily subservient to a mere human. Not even the vast sacred ground has ever enjoyed such an honor. Now, with Lin Feng having raised a dragon, his standing in the realm of the void shall surely rise to new heights. The mere thought brings joy. The elder smiles broadly, his teeth gleaming. Meanwhile, the heir of the sanctuary collapses in despair, his gaze vacant, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, impossible." Lin Feng cast a glance at him, his tone indifferent. "The vast sacred ground is but this. Take this waste away and do not disturb my fishing." He waved his hand, signaling the Grand Elder to take the heir of the sacred land away. The Grand Elder, as if granted a reprieve, hastily commanded his subordinates to escort them out. The inhabitants of the Void Realm are but deceivers. How dare they mislead the world? Utterly hypocritical. It is preposterous that a being of such formidable stature, above the Great Ascension, is labeled as worthless. Such absurdity is laughable beyond measure. Listening to the heir of the sacred land's incessant tirades, the Grand Elder seized him by the throat. "Silence. Do you truly believe that a mere Great Ascension cultivator can compare to Master Lin?" Chapter 28. The frenzied Grand Elder Master Lin is the mentor of our Emperor Chuan. Do you comprehend this? Historically, those who have been crowned as emperors are all beings of the tribulation stage. Given that Lin Feng is the master of an emperor, one can only imagine the terror of his cultivation. The heir of the sacred land felt a shiver run down his spine. He has never encountered a being of such profound power and cannot fathom the true extent of such a formidable strength. His gaze was devoid of life, his body utterly drained of strength, as he allowed the Grand Elder to lead him away. Within the Grand Hall, the assembly of Elder Zhangs exchanged silent glances, their expressions filled with unspoken concern. Not only was Lord Lin far from being a mere failure, but he also possessed an extraordinary prowess. A formidable being at the spirit-severing stage was effortlessly dismissed with a mere wave of his hand? Not only dismissed, but utterly obliterated. Would we be held accountable for our prior treatment of Lord Lin? Since he has yet to impose any punishment upon us, we may rest easy. At this moment, I believe the manuscripts and artifacts need not be delivered. We must devise alternative means to win Lord Lin's favor. Given the depletion of spiritual energy in the Celestial Palace, we might as well relocate the spiritual veins from the Void Land directly beneath the Celestial Palace. Relocate the spiritual veins? Only you could conceive such an idea. Let us proceed immediately. Grand Elder, considering Lord Lin's fondness for farming and fishing, how about we catch 1,000 fish from the Yaoqi spiritual lake and release them into the waters for him? Indeed, indeed. The Holy Spirit Land also has an abundance of spiritual fruit seeds. We should procure some for Lord Lin to cultivate. The assembly of elders engaged in animated discussion. The Grand Elder slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant. Let us do just that. Furthermore, we must undertake extensive renovations of the Celestial Palace. Although it has remained untouched for many years, it was forged from the mystical Yin iron. What materials shall we employ for the renovations now? I have heard tales of an ancient emperor who constructed a palace using crystalline energy stones." Crystalline energy stones? Legend has it that these are treasures from beyond the heavens, having descended to the continent after being consumed by flames in the celestial realm, possessing boundless spiritual energy. Yet, these stones have long since vanished. Where shall we seek them? There must be tidings of crystalline energy stones among the many continents. The Grand Elder's gaze was piercing, his determination unwavering. Indeed, within the celestial palace resides an emperor, a possibly ascended immortal and a prodigy with hopes of ascension. He must be mad to disregard these three individuals. This time, the Grand Elder has spared no expense. Meanwhile, Lin Feng from the celestial palace has heard this remark. He sighed with a bitter smile, informing them that such futile endeavors were unnecessary. These elders were truly at a loss for purpose. He merely wished to cultivate his land, fish, and lead a tranquil existence. Feng Mingming accepted her task and proceeded directly to the Grand Hall. Miss Feng, she was greeted, my master has instructed that we should not engage in these trivial matters. Your cultivation is of paramount importance. These individuals failed to recognize the magnificence of the Xiaoao Divine Palace. Indeed, the illusions and formations crafted by the master were exceedingly intricate, rendering them imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Feng Mingming conveyed Lin Feng's words to the assembly. The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. What did the sect leader mean by this? Did he find the gifts we offered inadequate? One elder scratched his head, perplexed. Feng Mingming chose not to elaborate further. Having delivered her message, she departed. Within the Xiaoao Divine Palace, Zhang Tianlong regarded Lin Feng beside him. Master, your illusionary formations are so exquisite. Might you impart this knowledge to your student? Such formations cannot be mastered in haste. They require gradual learning, Lin Feng replied, noting the eager gaze of the young man. Yearning to comprehend the environmental formations. Very well, yet you should already possess a solid foundation. The illusions throughout the vast void were devised by him, demonstrating a commendable understanding, albeit lacking the guidance of a true master for deeper insights. In the Grand Hall, the assembly of sect leaders and elders deliberated. Elder, shall we continue our search? Certainly. Issue my command. Any disciple from the various continents who can provide a lead on the crystal energy stones will be rewarded with 20,000 crystal stones. Should they bring the stones to me, an additional 10,000 will be granted. Crystal stones were a form of hard currency across all continents. Rare and typically only a few could be earned through standard tasks. To offer such a bounty for the search of the crystal energy stones seemed madness to the elders of the vast void. Have you heard? The vast void is willing to offer 30,000 crystal stones in pursuit of the legendary crystal energy stones. But haven't they disappeared long ago? Who claims they have vanished? Rumor has it that some have witnessed their reappearance. Should we not seize them back? That is a fortune of 30,000 crystal stones. Do you believe the task issued by the elders of the vast void is easily accomplished? The allure of such a quantity will surely attract envy, and many may lose their lives in the attempt. Is this the scheme of the elders from the vast void? The disciples from the other continents speculated upon hearing the news. They possessed their own channel hall, a fact that has prompted even the elders from various continents to begin speculating. What exactly does this ethereal realm intend to achieve? Who can say? Not long ago, they were heard discussing the expulsion of Lin Feng from this ethereal land, and now they are constructing a palace for him in the celestial palace of leisure. It is utterly absurd. In my opinion, the ineptitude is infectious. These fools will squander the meager resources they have. Eventually, we shall seize the opportunity to entirely engulf this ethereal realm. What a splendid idea. We need only to observe quietly. If they come seeking the crystalline stones, we shall provide them. The discussions among the continents did not disturb the vast holy land, except for one matter. Master, something is amiss. The identity insignias of the experts sent to the ethereal realm have all dimmed. The vast holy lord was still bent over his writing. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What is all this noise about? What could possibly warrant such a fuss? Master, the 8 formidable beings of the divine separation stage, sent by the air, have all had their identity insignias dimmed. Within the vast holy land, there exists a unique identity insignia. If it dims, it signifies that the individual has perished. The vast holy lord abruptly rose, ink spreading across the rice paper, forming a blurred stain, mirroring his current tumultuous emotions. 8 experts of the divine separation stage. How could this be possible? He let out a disbelieving growl. An invisible pressure enveloped the hall, rendering all disciples within nearly breathless. Have you uncovered who is responsible? The tone of the vast holy lord was chillingly grave. Chapter 29. A divine dragon resides here, Master. We have yet to uncover any leads. Their identity insignia is dimmed almost simultaneously, indicating that the assailants acted with remarkable swiftness and possessed strength far beyond theirs. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. The vast holy lord roared, shattering the table before him in fury. He initially intended for the air to lead a group to probe the depths of the void realm, but unexpectedly, they suffered complete annihilation. Even the air has been captured. Summon all the powerful beings at the divine transformation stage. Since the Void Realm wishes to oppose us, we shall confront them. Such audacity from the Void Realm. 8 formidable beings at the divine transformation stage have vanished without a trace, and he cannot swallow this indignation. Accompany me to the Void Realm. Today, the vast Holy Land shall engage in a thorough conflict with the Void Realm. In his eyes, a fierce light gleamed, as if he intended to level the vast expanse of the Taisu realm to the ground. This is not good. They are heading towards our Taisu territory. The disciples of Taisu, who had undergone trials in the Grand Sacred Land, understood the gravity of the situation and hurried back to deliver the news. When the message reached Taisu, the Grand Elder was leisurely savoring spiritual tea. Upon hearing the news, he spluttered the tea, choking on it violently. Cough, cough, cough. What does the Grand Sacred Land intend to do? Are they declaring total war on us? Grand Elder, what shall we do? Wu Ming inquired anxiously. The Grand Elder wiped his mouth and sneered coldly. What is there to fear? If they dare to come, we shall dare to fight. Issue a command for all disciples to prepare for battle. I am eager to see the true extent of the Grand Sacred Land's capabilities. Although the Grand Sacred Land may not possess the profound heritage of Taisu, they are protected by the might of the Divine Dragon. Furthermore, within the Grand Sacred Land, there exist cultivation techniques well suited to them, enhancing the power of the Divine Dragon's phantom. Grand Elder, with the entire Grand Sacred Land mobilizing. I fear their intentions are not benign. Wu Ming remained troubled. Mobilizing the entire force. Humph, that is even better. It saves us the trouble of seeking them out for retribution. This time, I am keen to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with battle intent as all disciples stood ready, awaiting the arrival of the Grand Sacred Land's forces. The second Elder looked curiously at the Grand Elder. Is what you just said true? Naturally, it is false. Do you have any idea how formidable that Divine Dragon Phantom is? It is a long-lost treasure, yet many strong individuals within the Grand Sacred Land can summon it. Once the Divine Dragon Phantom appears, it can soar to the heavens and sweep across our Taisu realm. The Grand Elder spoke lightly, but inside, his heart raced like a rabbit in fright. The Grand Sacred Land's full mobilization is no trivial matter. Before long, the Lord of the Grand Sacred Land, accompanied by 20 formidable beings at the Divine Separation stage, charged towards Taisu with fierce momentum. A host of disciples, clad in golden armor and wielding sharp blades, resembled a colossal golden dragon, weaving through the sky. The atmosphere was taut with tension, and from afar, they spotted the resplendent golden dragon, a wave of invisible pressure washing over them. They have arrived, the Grand Elder proclaimed solemnly, his eyes glimmering with resolve. With a wave of his hand, the disciples of Taisu swiftly formed a formation, preparing for battle. The Lord of the Grand Sacred Land stood at the forefront of his ranks, gazing at the Grand Elder with a mocking smile. Grand Elder, it seems you are well, but today we seek an explanation. Lord of the Grand Sacred Land, do you intend to incite war by bringing such a multitude to our Taisu realm? The Grand Elder did not flinch in the face of the challenge. Incite war? Humph. Your son is imprisoned by you, and 8 Divine Separation stage experts have fallen at your hands. We shall settle this score today. The sound reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. With that, he summoned his innate treasure. As the ethereal shadow of the Divine Dragon emerged, a tempest stirred, and the very heavens and earth transformed in hue. The disciples of the vast sacred land also unveiled their treasures, preparing for battle. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A beam of golden light shot forth from the Grand Elder, ensnaring the scion of the sacred land within the void. Bound by the golden radiance, the air was rendered immobile, his terrified gaze darting towards the Grand Elder as he cried out in desperation, Father, save me. The Celestial Palace. The Divine Dragon. Be cautious. His voice was intermittent, as if someone had grasped his throat. What did you say? The Immortal Palace possesses a Divine Dragon? It appears that there are indeed numerous treasures in the realm of the void. Upon hearing this, the vast Saint Lord was instantly filled with excitement. The Divine Dragon had vanished since antiquity, yet now there was still one to be found? His voice was deep and menacing, akin to a viper flicking its tongue. The air of the sacred land struggled desperately, yet the golden light constricted tighter, nearly suffocating him. Father, hurry. Flee. It's a trap. Lin Feng is not useless. A trap? He scoffed disdainfully. Could these mere clowns truly set a trap? Today, I shall raise the void realm to the ground and seek out that divine dragon. You shall not. The Grand Elder roared, suddenly brandishing a long sword that shimmered with blinding brilliance. A powerful aura erupted in an instant. The mighty sacred lord let out a skyward howl. and a colossal golden dragon's phantom soared from behind him, obscuring the heavens and exerting pressure in all directions. The dragon roared, its gaping maw wide open, lunging toward the Grand Elder. The dragon's phantom was so enormous that it nearly enveloped the entire realm. The oppressive aura sent the disciples of the vast sacred land into a pallor, causing them to collapse in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Such formidable pressure. Wu Ming's expression shifted as he realized that the sacred lord possessed such a formidable dragon-s phantom. Had he known that the Void Realm still harbored a divine dragon, he would have come sooner. Humph. Only you fools would place the divine dragon in the carefree divine palace of Lin Feng, that so-called useless one. It was not that he looked down upon Lin Feng. It was merely that, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng was deemed to be utterly worthless. He could hardly believe that Lin Feng possessed unparalleled mastery. He dismissed his son's claims entirely. If I eliminate everyone from the Taishu realm and slay Lin Feng, then the true essence of the divine dragon shall flay the skin and strip the tendons from his body. Only through this means can I render the shadow of the divine dragon immensely powerful. After instilling fear in those present, the vast sovereign approached the exterior of the carefree divine palace, where the illusionary shadow of the dragon swelled once more, augmenting the strength that enveloped him. The dragon's shadow collided with the illusory grand formation of the carefree divine palace, provoking a violent tremor. The protective array shook violently, its radiance flickering erratically, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, only the vast sovereign understood that all of his strength was directed towards dismantling the illusion. At that moment, a fine sheen of sweat began to beat on his back. A resounding crash reverberated, golden light oscillating and rippling in waves. The vast sovereign's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. The exterior of the carefree divine palace possessed such a formidable illusionary array, it was evident that beyond the dragon, there were other even more potent treasures within. Chapter 30. A fish devours numerous powerhouses. Contemplating this possibility, the vast sovereign felt a surge of exhilaration. Father, Lin Feng is the master of the emperor. Exercise caution. The scion of the Holy Land, witnessing his father's arrogance, hastily cautioned. You dare tell me that Lin Feng, that good-for-nothing, is the master of the emperor? Surely, that emperor must be a fool. The vast sovereign scoffed, clearly unconvinced by his son's assertions. He waved his hand impatiently, dismissing any further chatter. Once I shatter this wretched illusion, capture that divine dragon, and eliminate that worthless Lin Feng. With that declaration, he formed intricate seals with his hands, and the spectral dragon behind him unleashed a thunderous roar, its claws striking fiercely against the grand array of illusions. The phantom surged into the heavens, displaying unparalleled might. Within the serene confines of the celestial palace, Lin Feng appeared blissfully unaware, diligently fishing in the lake. Soon, a magnificent golden carp leaped from the water's surface, its golden scales glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The carp measured an impressive length of over 10 meters and weighed in excess of 100 pounds. Its massive form sliced through the water with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of black lightning as it soared through the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. The carp ascended into the air, charging directly toward the spectral dragon. Its velocity was so great that even the vast Holy Lord had no time to react before the colossal phantom dragon was shattered into pieces. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, and a mouthful of old blood gushed forth, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. What on earth is this? The vast Saint Lord clutched his chest, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced, the pain causing him to grimace in agony. He has lived for so long, yet has never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. His complexion was ashen, pointing towards the direction of the blissful divine palace, cursing vehemently. Damn Lin Feng, what kind of monster is this? The elders and sect leaders of the Void Realm remained in stunned silence, gazing at the enormous koi. Is it truly possible for such a creature to exist in this world? Could it be that sect leader Lin had someone fetch an ordinary koi from the outside world? It appeared so. But how could this be? This fish was so colossal that an ordinary being could never have grown to such a size. At that moment, their reverence for Lin Feng's strength only deepened. The crowd exchanged glances, watching in disbelief as the massive koi swallowed the 20 divine transformation experts brought forth by the Grand Master, yet none dared to utter a word. How could a mere fish possess such exaggerated prowess and power? It was utterly terrifying. One elder muttered to himself. The fish had effortlessly devoured 20 divine transformation experts without any resistance. After finishing its feast, the koi returned to the lake, gliding gracefully, occasionally leaping from the water and creating beautiful splashes. At the moment the koi leapt, Lin Feng immediately scooped it up, his face alight with excitement. Thrilled to have caught a big fish. Tonight, there would be roasted fish for dinner. You, old man, still have the leisure to eat fish? This remark seemed to go unheard. For a moment, the Grand Elder stood frozen, even oblivious to the fact that the heir of the sacred land had seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The Grand Master of the vast ocean wore a countenance that suggested he had just ingested something foul. As a dignified sovereign, he found himself in such a disheveled state due to a mere fish. Should this news circulate, where would he hide his embarrassed visage? At present, the formidable experts he had summoned were devoured by the gigantic fish, and despite his indignation, he dared not utter a word. Fang Mingming observed Lin Feng's demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the carp had just consumed 20 formidable warriors. She hesitated, her tone laced with uncertainty. Master, this carp has just swallowed so many powerful beings. Are we truly going to roast it for a meal? Otherwise, what purpose does my fishing here serve? Surely, it is not merely to relish the scenery. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. As he spoke, he weighed the thrashing giant carp in his hands. The flesh of the fish was firm, rich yet not greasy. It would undoubtedly be delightful when cooked. He carried the fish towards the kitchen, while the elder and the others gazed in astonishment at the lake behind him. It appeared to be an ordinary body of water, yet it had the extraordinary ability to cultivate such colossal carp. Moreover, it harbored the presence of divine dragons. How could this be possible? In the kitchen, Lin Feng was sharpening his knife with fervor, preparing to tackle the carp. Observing this, Zhang Tianlong quickly stepped forward. Master, allow me to assist you. However, he was soon frozen in place. The movements of his master were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of the legendary reincarnation true technique. Master, is this the fabled reincarnation true technique? Lin Feng, without lifting his gaze, continued his work, dismissing the inquiry. What are you talking about? This is merely the 18 styles of fish slaughter. Zhang Tianlong was taken aback. You truly have a knack for humor. The kitchen knife in Lin Feng's hand, seemingly mundane, came alive under his skillful command, effortlessly disassembling the massive carp into uniformly sized fillets. Zhang Tianlong's expression mirrored that of someone in distress. If you need to relieve yourself, do so quickly. Do not taint the air of my kitchen, Lin Feng remarked casually, maintaining his swift motions. Meanwhile, Fang Mingming and the others arrived at the medicinal herb field, meticulously observing every plant within the celestial palace. At this moment, the field was adorned with numerous sunflowers, which Lin Feng planned to sow once they matured. Each sunflower seemed to dance joyfully in the sunlight. Hurry, hide. Someone is coming. As Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong entered the herb field, a group of tiny beings scurried to conceal themselves. Junior brother, I think I heard someone speaking. Fang Mingming expressed her surprise mixed with trepidation. Suddenly, a colossal sunflower quivered, and a little figure clad in green leaves, topped with yellow petals, peeked out, curiously surveying the two. Fang Mingming and Zhang Tianlong exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment. What on earth is this? They had previously paid no heed, but now they were suddenly enlightened. Every blade of grass and tree in this medicinal field had transformed into divine herbs and spiritual trees, taking on the form of little beings. What magnitude of power could possibly imbue every plant with such spirituality, manifesting them into tangible entities? Such a feat is undoubtedly beyond the reach of an ordinary cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. Although Zhang Tianlong is the reincarnation of the prime emperor of the initial cloud, he had never heard of anything possessing such miraculous effects. While his master possessed a room full of elixirs, it was inconceivable that such divine medicines could achieve such astonishing results. Could it be due to the soil of this place? Who are you? Inquired a daring little sunflower person in a sweet, melodious voice. Such an adorable creature was impossible for any girl to resist. Fang Mingming casually remarked, advising these little beings not to run outside, yet to her surprise, they frowned in disdain. We would never go out. The soil outside is stinky, and the air outside is foul. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 31. The relationship with the divine maiden. Zhang Tianlong keenly observed several clues, subsequently scrutinizing everything around him more closely. The spiritual energy within the celestial palace of Carefree is unparalleled by any other place in the outside world. What could be present here to render the spiritual energy of the celestial palace so dense? The more Zhang Tianlong pondered, the more he sensed something peculiar. The atmosphere of the celestial palace was steeped in mystery. The abundant spiritual aura, the enormous carp, the shape-shifting divine herbs, and spiritual trees, along with the divine dragon nurtured in the lake, All of these elements indicated that this place was anything but ordinary. He crouched down, scooping a handful of soil. Bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance, a refreshing scent enveloped him, intertwined with a faint medicinal aroma. This soil seemed rather peculiar. Fang Mingming furrowed her brow. The spiritual energy contained within this earth was 100-fold more potent than any she had previously encountered. It even bore a hint of an unusual energy fluctuation. This energy felt oddly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Senior sister, this is the 9 nether spirit soil. What? Fang Mingming was taken aback by Zhang Tianlong's revelation. She had only read about the 9 nether spirit soil in ancient texts. The black soil emanated a subtle, ethereal glow, exuding an overwhelming spiritual essence, yet it also harbored a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Is this truly the legendary spirit soil? According to legend, the spirit soldiers and generals under the divine princess were cultivated from this very earth. She glanced around, observing the tiny figures hidden among the flowers and grass, each peeking out with curious expressions. Who exactly is my master? To possess the 9 nether spirit soil, a treasure of the divine princess, is truly astounding. It is said that the 9 nether spirit soil can endow plants with sentience, granting them the ability to transform. If that is indeed the case, the foundation of the free and easy divine palace. She refrained from speaking further, yet her gaze was filled with reverence. Zhang Tianlong remained rooted in astonishment. That divine princess possessed extraordinary strength. The title of divine princess was not merely for show, as she was indeed one of the most powerful among those who ascended in ancient times. What is the relationship between their master and that divine maiden? What exactly is the esteemed background of the master? He increasingly perceived his master as unfathomable, akin to an abyss devoid of a bottom, both mysterious and perilous. Fang Mingming's gaze also grew intricate. She recalled her master's seemingly erratic behavior, always appearing nonchalant and carefree, yet she never anticipated such a terrifying depth beneath the surface. This stark contrast rendered her momentarily incapable of acceptance. The two hurriedly rushed to Lin Feng's side. Master, could those outside be the 9 nether spirit soil? Indeed. This spirit soil is something only the divine maiden of your possessed. What is your relationship with her? Zhang Tianlong and Fang Mingming inquired with curious intrigue. What relationship? Naturally, there is none. What possible connection could he have with that divine maiden? Surely, one cannot claim he possesses a system, can they? Lin Feng looked at the two with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by their antics. He had never even heard of it. The two did not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Feng's gaze, assuming he was merely reminiscing about the past. Surely, something poignant must have transpired between them? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The thought processes of these two disciples were truly peculiar. What were they thinking? Did their master seem like the type to be entangled with others? He had no connection whatsoever with that so-called goddess. Zhang Tianlong and Fang Mingming exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with skepticism. The expression on their master's face was unmistakably one of concealment. Master, please do not keep us in the dark any longer. Were you not once deeply in love with the goddess, only to be forced apart due to unforeseen circumstances, hence your current nostalgia? Zhang Tianlong wore a knowing expression, winking suggestively. Lin Feng was nearly amused to the point of laughter by his two whimsical disciples. Have you two been reading too many novels? Master, the 9 nether spirit soil cannot simply be acquired. Apart from that goddess, who else could possess such a treasure? Fang Mingming quickly covered Zhang Tianlong's mouth. Junior brother. The master's evident reluctance to confront the matter clearly indicates he has suffered from a heartache. Do you not wonder why he, a being of ascended status, is lingering in the mundane realm? Thus, master must be in search of that goddess. But why would she be here as well? It is entirely possible, perhaps she, like you, has been reincarnated? Senior sister, you make a valid point. Yet how could such a formidable goddess possibly be reincarnated? The two were utterly perplexed. Lin Feng felt as though he might spit out blood. The imagination of these disciples was excessively rich. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling more fatigued than after battling for 300 rounds. He extended his hand and delivered a sharp knock, muttering with a sense of grievance, instead of speculating aimlessly here. It would be far better to diligently cultivate our skills. We shall speak of reaching the master's realm when we attain it. Zhang Tianlong cradled his head, feeling unjustly treated. Isn't that the truth? The master acts this way because we were indeed correct, right? And you dare to say that today's meal is gone? Quickly, prepare a fire to grill fish, but you must not eat. Ah, master, please don't. At that moment, Zhang Tianlong regretted his words. his eyes brimming with tears as he glanced at Lin Feng. Within the sacred hall of the Void Realm, the Grand Elder observed the isolated and vulnerable air of the sacred land alongside the vast sacred master. Both were now slumped on the ground, at a loss for how to respond. The Grand Elder and his companions were equally stirred with fervor. Yet, their immediate task was to deal with these two. You've been defeated. What more do you have to say? One scoffed. Humph, it is clearly that Lin Feng, that worthless fool, who has acted dishonorably. How dare you? You audaciously utter our ancestral master's name. This is utterly outrageous. The term ancestral master was the respectful address the Grand Elder and others used for Lin Feng. Addressing him as Master Lin would be deemed disrespectful. After much deliberation, they concluded that this designation was the most fitting. Ancestral Master. Do you even have an ancestral master in your void realm? What a farce. The vast sacred master rebuked, his disdain evident. Is there truly no one left in your void realm that you would acknowledge a worthless being as your ancestral master? How absurd. How dare you insult our ancestral master? An elder bellowed, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared to teach the vast sacred master a lesson. Stop. There is no need to waste time with them. Let us imprison them. And as for the vast sacred land, why not seize their treasures to present to our ancestral master? This notion was met with approval, as it would surely bring some joy to their ancestral master. The group quickly reached a consensus, capturing the vast sacred master and the heir of the sacred land before heading towards the carefree divine palace. Upon their arrival, the illusions surrounding the carefree divine palace sensed their presence and immediately parted to grant them passage, no longer obstructing their way. Inside the carefree divine palace. Chapter 32. The Breakthrough to the Harmonious Spirit Realm. At this moment, the group gazed upon the still desolate carefree divine palace, a sense of unease settling in their hearts. The simplicity of their ancestral master's dwelling only strengthened their resolve to renovate it. They intend to provide a new environment for the dwelling of the ancestral master. In my humble opinion, before locating the crystalline energy stone, it would be more prudent to relocate the vast sanctuary for the master's residence. I find this notion quite commendable, as the vast sanctuary is at least somewhat presentable, albeit it may require the master to endure a bit of discomfort. Salutations to the ancestral master. The Grand Elder took the lead in a resounding call, and the other elders and sect leaders echoed in unison. The clamor reverberated through the heavens, startling the birds in the forest into a frenzied flight. The sudden commotion nearly caused Lin Feng to drop his freshly caught fish into the flames. He cast a dark glare at the group, speaking irritably. Could you perhaps lower your voices? Those unaware might think you are plotting a rebellion. The Grand Elder, with a forced smile, rubbed his hands together. Esteemed ancestor, we are merely overwhelmed with excitement. Just look at the humble surroundings in which you assist us. We truly cannot bear it in our hearts. He cast a disdainful glance at the celestial palace of leisure behind Lin Feng, as if observing a rickety straw hut on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This group was truly insatiable, incessantly flocking to him every few days, ever eager to concoct some fanciful schemes. As he was about to voice his refusal, another elder hastily interjected, Ancestor, we have already made a decision. We shall relocate the vast sacred hall for your temporary residence. Although that place may be somewhat humble, it is certainly better than here. The group, conversing among themselves, proceeded to the backyard of the celestial palace. In the center of the courtyard stood a table laden with an array of delectable dishes, including grilled fish, fish soup, and braised fish, among the 8 exquisite offerings. The aroma of the food was utterly captivating. Waves of enticing scents wafted through the air, stirring the stomachs of the elders. Wow, how fragrant! No wonder the ancestor enjoys these simple grains and dishes. They are truly delightful. One elder exclaimed, his eyes fixed hungrily on the feast. Ancestor, what type of fish is this? The smell is simply irresistible. Another elder, salivating, gazed longingly at the table. Lin Feng cast him a disapproving glance. Grilled fish. Have you never seen it before? I have seen it, but never one that smelled so heavenly. Another elder chimed in, rubbing his hands together. Ancestor, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. They gazed longingly at the table laden with dishes, and at that moment, it seemed they finally perceived the ethereal energy within the food. Was it due to that fish? The fish shimmered with a delicate radiance, exuding a rich spiritual essence that undeniably stimulated their appetites. They stood by, seemingly absorbing an abundance of spiritual energy as a warm current surged within them. This was a power that only the celestial fish, having leaped over the dragon gate in the Yuchi of the immortal realm, could possess. Yet now, such exquisite delicacies were laid out on the table? What a bunch of sycophants! Coming to curry favor every few days, do they truly think him a fool? It's merely grilled fish. Is it worth such commotion? If they desire it, he shall gladly share some later. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Upon hearing there was food, the elders' eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting the vast matters of the holy hall. Each of them gazed longingly at the grilled fish, nearly drooling. Your strengths are too feeble. Venturing into the expanse of Holy Land in such a state would surely lead to defeat. This fish soup, however, may enhance your cultivation. What? Drinking this fish soup can elevate our cultivation? Though incredulous, they recognized that this fish was indeed one that had transcended the Dragon Gate. Its spiritual essence was undoubtedly abundant. Accepting the fish soup from Lin Feng, the Grand Elder drank it in one swift motion. In the next instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, and a surging power threatened to burst forth from his body, rendering him even more robust. A warm current flowed from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and bones. An indescribably delightful sensation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the long-standing bottleneck he had been facing was subtly beginning to show signs of loosening. The Grand Elder had finally broken through to the harmonization realm. A formidable pressure emanated from the expanse of the void. This commotion immediately stirred the inhabitants of other continents. It had been millennia since a master of the harmonization realm had appeared in this world. Who could it be, making such waves? It seemed to originate from the void. How could this be? They promptly set out to investigate. Thus, a multitude hastened to the void. The other elders, witnessing the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the harmonization realm, were utterly astonished. The Grand Elder's cultivation had stagnated at the spirit unification stage for over a century. Now he had actually broken through. This fish soup was indeed extraordinary. One bowl had propelled the Grand Elder's stagnant cultivation to new heights. In their excitement, they set aside all formalities, each one eagerly grasping a bowl and drinking the soup in one gulp. My word, this soup is simply marvelous, one elder exclaimed, his face flushed as if inebriated. Fong Mingming and Zhang Tianlong stood nearby, their expressions laden with reluctance. Their master had shared the fish soup with them. They themselves had not had enough to drink. Once the elders and sect leaders had their fill, they immediately departed from the void, brimming with renewed spirit, heading towards the vast sacred land. There was no need to eliminate them. These individuals posed no substantial threat. Killing them would leave the void without governance. It was far better to let them remain, instilling fear in their hearts, rendering them willing to serve him. Lin Feng spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Though his cultivation was not particularly profound, the presence of the system made him feel as if he had an advantage. Naturally, he had no reason to fear these individuals. Moreover, they intended to deal with the inhabitants of the sacred land, yet the sacred land could dispatch nearly 30 experts of the spirit division stage in an instant, indicating there were even more formidable masters within. The few elders and sect leaders headed directly towards the sacred land, which seemed somewhat rash. What if they went and were defeated, leaving him to bear the shame upon their return? Master, your disciple understands. Zhang Tianlong and Fong Mingming replied obediently. Observing their drooling expressions, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truly, they were a pair of gluttons. All right, you two, come over and eat. Stop standing there like fools. Upon hearing this, they rushed over eagerly, each cradling a large bowl and began to indulge. This soup is even more delicious than nectar, Zhang Tianlong exclaimed, wiping his mouth in exhilaration. Fong Mingming wore a blissful expression, savoring the lingering flavor of the soup. Lin Feng watched his two disciples devouring the meal with exasperated amusement. These two were indeed powerless against the allure of delectable food. Slow down, or else you'll have to fight each other for more. He ladled a bowl of fish soup. As the soup touched his lips, a rich and savory essence erupted on his palate. A warm current of spiritual energy flowed down his throat, spreading through his limbs and bones. Lin Feng comfortably closed his eyes. The taste was simply ineffable. Were it not for the presence of his two disciples, he would have exclaimed in delight. Indeed, the system was remarkable. Chapter 33, A Solo Journey Down the Mountain Master. Why is it that after consuming so much, my cultivation has not improved? Yet the Great Elder has directly ascended to the harmonization stage? Fong Mingming inquired with curiosity. She did not fully comprehend that her abundant consumption should have resulted in a more significant enhancement in her cultivation. The elevation of one's cultivation is not necessarily correlated with the quantity consumed. The Great Elder is an ordinary mortal. While you two possess extraordinary bodies, one a pure physique and the other a celestial body, thus inherently requiring more spiritual energy. Moreover, each step you take is solidly grounded, rendering you unmatched within your respective realms. Master, does this mean we will not be able to break through as smoothly in the future? Zhang Tianlong exclaimed, suddenly anxious. Pausing his eating of the fish, worry etched on his face. What are you thinking? I merely stated that you require more spiritual energy, Lin Feng chided gently, tapping Zhang Tianlong on the head. Master, shall we descend the mountain soon? Fang Mingming expressed her eagerness, having not visited the mundane world in quite some time. Descend the mountain? Certainly. Lin Feng replied readily, considering it an excellent opportunity to explore and perhaps discover some rare treasures to delight these two little gluttons. In the vast and secretive realm of the Holy Land, a highly skilled individual trembled with rage, his beard quivering as the symbolic insignias of status before him lay shattered. They are all dead? This group of inept fools cannot even deal with the ants of the Void Realm. What qualifications do they have to serve as guardians of the Holy Land? Begone! He trembled with rage, abruptly rising to his feet with a flourish of his sleeve. Damn that ethereal realm! Do they truly believe themselves invincible? Those who dare to slay my vast Holy Land shall pay with their lives. Summon the troops at once. A chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Ancestor. When he became enraged, the entire secret realm began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse, with countless fissures emerging on the floor. It was a profound terror emanating from the depths of the soul, an insurmountable fear. The disciples of the vast sacred land trembled in trepidation, uncertain of their ancestors' intentions. At the elder's command, all guards were mobilized. This was dire. A formidable being from the Harmony realm was making an appearance. Was he the ancestor in seclusion? Why had he suddenly emerged? Surely, it must have been due to the happenings in the Void Domain. The heir of the sacred land had met with disaster in the Void Domain, and the vast sacred lord had also ventured forth, only to be slain by the denizens of that realm. Among them were disciples from the Void Domain, hastening to deliver the news. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and others were en route. Lin Feng, accompanied by his two apprentices, remained utterly unperturbed. Along the way, many disciples whispered upon seeing Lin Feng. How dare this waste descend the mountain? Didn't he know the former master of the carefree divine palace had been a ruthless killer? He would surely be torn to shreds upon his return. It was a fool's errand. He was simply courting death, and they awaited his descent to obliterate him. This fool better not cause any major troubles outside, or it would spell trouble for our Void Domain. A cacophony of murmurs ensued among the disciples. Master, they are being excessively cruel. Fang Mingming glared at them in indignation. There is no need for anger. The Void Domain boasts tens of thousands of disciples. We cannot possibly control their every utterance. Nor should we concern ourselves overly with their opinions, Lin Feng replied coolly, though internally he lamented. Before his transmigration, he was merely a cog in the corporate machine, surrounded by many who slacked off, yet he never anticipated encountering such idlers here. But master, they call you a waste. Zhang Tianlong puffed up, expressing discontent. Tianlong, pay them no mind. They are but a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, Fang Mingming reassured, stealing glances at Lin Feng, seemingly gauging his reaction. Lin Feng simply smiled faintly, ruffling Fang Mingming's hair. Mingming is right. It is not worth getting riled up over them. The trio descended the mountain, though Fang Mingming appeared preoccupied. Master, I wish to undertake some solitary training. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting earnestness. Her thoughts were clearly not on leisure. Lin Feng observed, but chose not to confront her intentions. Go if you desire. A bit of training will do you good. Just remember to exercise caution in all things. Rest assured, Master, I shall never bring shame upon you. Fang Mingming clasped her fists in a gesture of respect and was about to take her leave when an unexpected chime echoed in the air. Disciple, as you embark on your solitary journey, the host must not remain idle. Thus, I bestow upon you a celestial artifact, the Star Pearl. The sudden announcement startled Lin Feng, who had presumed the system was offline due to bug repairs after a prolonged absence. Wait, Mingming. Although I am unable to assist you directly on this expedition, take the Star Pearl. It shall safeguard you in critical moments. The Star Pearl? A legendary artifact of celestial caliber, said to be a remnant from ancient times. Never before witnessed, and exceedingly rare, an heirloom from the fall of primordial deities. Such a treasure possesses the power to suppress an entire realm. Fang Mingming gazed at the precious item Lin Feng offered, her heart momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated possessing such a valuable gem. Master, this. She felt a surge of excitement. On one hand, she felt a tinge of disappointment at Zhang Tianlong possessing a divine weapon, yet she understood her master's intentions. Now, he was directly gifting her this treasure. She was no fool. She comprehended Lin Feng's meaning. Stealing a glance at Zhang Tianlong, she noticed him gazing enviously at the Star Pearl, nearly drooling. Take it, Silly girl, Lin Feng chuckled, pressing the star pearl into Feng Ming's hands. Accepting the artifact, she solemnly bowed to Lin Feng. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving Zhang Tianlong staring after her in disbelief. Humph, what is so remarkable? It's just a pearl. Have I ever treated you unfairly? I will naturally find suitable treasures for you when the time comes. The two disciples began to bicker over their fortunes. Master, I noticed that sister seems to be heading towards the Qin family. Could she be seeking vengeance? No. Her cultivation is not sufficiently advanced to entertain such thoughts. Master, where shall we go next? The vast sacred land has been in turmoil lately, and there must be plenty of treasures there. We should venture forth. Master, are we really going to the vast sacred land? Isn't that walking into a trap? Given the recent conflicts between them and the vast sacred land, wouldn't that lead us to a fierce battle? Not at all. Then please lead me there. The vast sacred land was 2,000 miles away from their current location. With his nascent soul cultivation, how long would it take to arrive? Chapter 34, Blood Refinement with the Dragon. With the Master's aid, they could traverse the distance in an instant. Very well. I shall now teach you the art of spatial contraction. Lin Feng extended a finger, and the surrounding space instantly rippled, followed by the sudden appearance of a fissure before their eyes. With a wave of his right hand, Zhang Tianlong felt the scenery around him transforming at an astonishing pace. Master, you are truly remarkable, Zhang Tianlong exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration as he gazed at Lin Feng. In his past life, he was indeed an emperor, and naturally, he had witnessed others wielding this technique. Yet, why did the complexities that appeared so daunting to others seem so effortless in the presence of his master? Lin Feng smiled at this thought. Every entity in the world possesses a certain spirit. To truly empathize and harmonize with nature is essential. Although these techniques may seem intricate, they possess the potential to significantly enhance one's strength. Lin Feng's words were somewhat profound, and Zhang Tianlong found himself unable to grasp their full meaning. Ultimately, he only recognized the extraordinary prowess of his master. As Lin Feng guided Zhang Tianlong through a rift in space, the magnificent sacred land suddenly came into view. However, contrary to his expectations, the scene before him was one of devastation. Although the atmosphere was grand and infused with abundant spiritual energy, even the vendors at the foot of the mountain appeared more vigorous, yet the surroundings were marred with chaos and destruction. Merchants were fleeing in panic, shouting in terror, "Run! A fight is about to break out. People from the Void Realm have invaded." The two frowned as they surveyed the turmoil, witnessing the suffering of the common folk. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the sacred land, followed by a blood-red beam shooting skyward, staining the once azure heavens with crimson. What on earth was happening? Zhang Tianlong was bewildered. A glance at his master revealed that Lin Feng had casually strolled into a nearby shop, leisurely browsing as if oblivious to the horrific scene unfolding around them. Master, how has this magnificent sacred land come to such a state? Zhang Tianlong gazed at the shattered remnants around him, the air thick with the stench of blood, and swallowed hard. Lin Feng nonchalantly procured some seeds he required from the shop and stepped outside. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and debris rained down from the shop's rafters, prompting Zhang Tianlong to hastily dodge for cover. Yet, Lin Feng remained composed, fiddling with the seeds in his hand as if the chaos surrounding him was of no concern. Master, we should leave this place at once. Zhang Tianlong was on the verge of tears. It was evident that the ancient ancestor of the sacred land had emerged. He could only wonder if the elders and leaders of the Void Realm stood a chance against such a formidable foe. At that moment, the earth split open, revealing a bottomless chasm from which a draconic aura surged forth. However, unlike that of a divine dragon, this presence was tainted with the sin of blood and slaughter. Master, this is clearly not the essence of a living dragon. The people of the sacred land are using dragons for blood rituals. Lin Feng's expression shifted. He was no longer the carefree figure from moments before. Using dragons for blood? Zhang Tianlong felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning pale. Although he had never encountered a dragon, he was well aware of the power and sanctity of the dragon clan from ancient texts and the divine dragon nurtured by his master. The notion of refining blood from a dragon was utterly unheard of and utterly abhorrent. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and an aura of sharp intensity suddenly enveloped him. Let us go and investigate. A subtle trace of anger permeated his tone. The two men navigated against the tide of the crowd, delving deeper into the sanctum. As they approached the center, the stench of blood thickened in the air, intermingled with the sounds of screams, roars, and the clash of weapons, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The remnants of shattered walls and scattered corpses lined their path. Once a flourishing sanctuary, it now lay desolate, akin to a slaughtered battleground. The arriving elders furrowed their brows at the sight of the ancient patriarch of the sanctuary, who stood rigidly atop a dragon, his demeanor reminiscent of a mere puppet. Behind him, a colossal bronze cauldron loomed in the center of the plaza, flames roaring beneath it, while dark crimson liquid churned within, exuding a suffocating scent of blood. A massive golden dragon was bound in chains, its scales dull and lifeless, as its blood dripped incessantly from its wounds, mingling with the cauldron's contents. The dragon's mournful cries resonated deeply, as if emanating from the depths of despair. In disbelief, Lin Feng's heart burned with indignation. This grand sanctuary was devoid of humanity, treating their revered dragon with such cruelty. The divine dragon within him nearly surged forth in a tempest of rage. With a calming pat, he strode forward. "Master, this is utterly barbaric." Zhang Tianlong echoed his fury. The elders ahead observed the grim tableau, their hearts gripped by trepidation. The ancient patriarch of the sanctuary let out a cold, mocking laugh. "The void has slain our sanctuary's warriors and imprisoned our heir and sovereign. Fellow elders, let us together obliterate the void. Kill, kill, kill. Everything in the void shall belong to us." "Humph, are you mere ants prepared to meet your doom?" His voice exuded a haughty dominance, reminiscent of a king surveying his domain, instilling on all who heard. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder and numerous sect masters felt a tightening in their chests, yet the Grand Elder, having recently ascended to the spirit unification stage, brimmed with newfound confidence. "How dare you flaunt your power before our people in the void? It seems you have forgotten your place and are unaware of our might. You seek death." With a disdainful snort, the patriarch clasped his hands, and suddenly, the immense dragon-shaped cauldron soared into the air, unleashing beams of golden light that pierced the bodies of the powerful beings before him. In an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had become mere puppets themselves. A formidable pressure surged around him, as a colossal phantom of a divine dragon roared into existence. The heavens and the earth seemed to dim into obscurity. The other elders were engulfed by a wave of scorching heat, intermingled with the acrid scent of blood, rendering them nearly breathless. The sacred ground, steeped in arcane practices, unleashed its forbidden arts with unrestrained fervor, wielding blood to forge dragons and commanding mortals. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, his gaze filled with righteous indignation. With a mere gesture, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of power characteristic of the harmonization stage, aiming to subdue the vast Saint Lord. However, in the blink of an eye, they were instead hurled away by that very force, each one spitting blood uncontrollably. How could this be? The Void Realm? Nearly a rabble. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. With that, he waved his hand, and the ethereal dragon behind him emitted a thunderous roar, while the crimson liquid within the cauldron churned violently, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The Grand Elder and the others were struck with sheer terror. Were they destined to perish here today? Chapter 35. The deceptive lie. No, it cannot be. He thought of Lin Feng. He thought of the great Emperor Chuyuan. They will surely come to rescue us. Zhang Tianlong felt a wave of heat rush towards him, mingled with an acrid scent of blood that was nauseating. He could not suppress a retching sound, his complexion growing even more pallid. "Master, this vast sacred land is utterly inferior to beasts." Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed upon the golden dragon bound by chains, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He gently caressed the little dragon, restless within his sleeve, whispering words of comfort. The dragon emitted a low, rumbling growl, seemingly responding to his soothing voice. Is this all? With a mere dragon's blood, he considers himself invincible? He should take a moment to reflect on his own shortcomings. Disregarding the words of the ancestor of the Holy Land, he scoffed and took a step forward. A radiant golden light exploding around him, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. "Arrogant! How dare you?" the ancestor of the Holy Land roared, commanding the refined dragon puppet to advance towards Lin Feng. Although the puppet had lost its consciousness, its physical power remained formidable, charging forth with a menacing aura. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, neither flinching nor retreating. The golden dragon emerged from his sleeve, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, imbued with a cataclysmic force that sent the dragon puppet hurtling away. The massive dragon body crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. What? The ancestor was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of a golden dragon here. It is known that in this mortal realm, The existence of divine dragons has long since vanished. The dragon puppet he crafted was merely a semblance, constructed from the remains of a celestial dragon that had fallen. However, the apparition in the sky was undoubtedly that of a true dragon. A profound terror enveloped his heart. How could the existence of a true dragon still linger in this world? Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the creation of puppets. They have long been referred to as the subordinates of the dragon clan in their vast sacred land, yet they have never laid eyes upon a true dragon. Now, this worthless Lin Feng dares to arrive with a golden dragon? Upon realizing this, the elder of the sacred land immediately envisioned claiming this true dragon for himself. If he could wield the dragon as a puppet, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Was this not a divine favor? The elder's mind brimmed with beautiful fantasies. His gaze filled with greed. Master Ancestor, save us. As Lin Feng approached gracefully, the Grand Elder and others felt as though they were in the presence of a celestial being. This was their revered ancestor. Such formidable prowess. The Grand Elder and the others were utterly in awe. Humph, are you calling out to the ancestor? Are you referring to this yellow-haired boy who is merely at the nascent soul stage, or to that useless Lin Feng? They had long heard tales of a failed cultivator in the Void Realm, who had wasted years without making any progress. Indeed, it seemed that the Void Realm attracted like-minded individuals. Do not be so pleased with yourself. Our ancestor is the master of the initial Cloud Emperor, a force to be reckoned with. Upon hearing someone slander Lin Feng, the Grand Elder was the first to object. Ancestor, this wet behind the ears lad. Ridiculous. The Elder of the Sacred Land looked at Lin Feng with utter disdain. Barely past childhood, and he dares to make a fool of himself. In that case, today I shall eradicate all those from the Void Realm, including you, esteemed ancestor. That golden dragon shall belong to me. With a mighty shout, the Elder of the Sacred Land unleashed his powers once more. His hands formed intricate seals, and a radiant golden light illuminated his eyes as a colossal mountain materialized before him, imbued with unparalleled power, descending upon Lin Feng with the intent to suppress. The mountain towered hundreds of zhang high, its surface marred by dense fissures, emanating a terrifying aura. A rich essence surged forth from the cauldron, instantly coalescing in his grasp, enveloped in a golden glow that shrouded his entire being. Yet, the golden dragon's aura swelled dramatically, its brilliance akin to a blazing sun, radiating intense heat as it struck the luminous sphere. The clash of these two formidable forces reverberated through the air, unleashing a wave of dread power that fractured the ground beneath them. The residual force from the spiritual grain unleashed a cataclysmic tide, toppling houses in an instant, reducing them to rubble. The dragon puppet was likewise vanquished in a heartbeat by the divine dragon, crashing to the earth. What seemed an eternity transpired in but a fleeting moment. The Elder of the Sacred Land was utterly astonished, spewing forth a torrent of black blood. This is impossible. The Elder continued to bleed, incredulously witnessing the unfolding events before him. The meticulously crafted dragon puppet was unexpectedly shattered by a single strike from the divine dragon. How could this be possible? The golden dragon circled around the remnants of the dragon puppet, reluctant to depart. As a fellow of its kind, Lin Feng discerned its sorrow. The golden dragon emitted a mournful cry, its massive claws gently caressing the shattered remains of the dragon puppet, and there seemed to be a glimmer of tears in its eyes. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. The golden dragon had attained a degree of sentience, treating the dragon puppet as kin. Do you wish to take this dragon puppet with you? The golden dragon instantly nodded its head. Lin Feng had never anticipated that a dragon could possess such empathy. Take it away. Upon uttering these words, the golden dragon enveloped the puppet within its form and vanished from sight. The ancient ancestor of the Holy Land was utterly astonished. Who on earth are you? Have you not heard of my name? It's merely me, replied Lin Feng. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. He could have gathered more seeds, but now there were far fewer available. The entire sacred land lay in ruins due to his actions, and he could have collected much more. It was a long journey for him to come here, only to face such a disappointing outcome. You. The ancient ancestor of the Holy Land was so enraged that he spat blood, trembling as he pointed a finger at Lin Feng, unable to articulate his fury. Having lived for so many years, when has he ever endured such a profound humiliation? The elders of the Void Realm are now wailing in unison, overwhelmed by their suffering. Ancestor, save us. Observing the pitiful state of these individuals, Lin Feng waved his hand decisively. Moments later, a dozen divine pills soared into the mouths of the elders. In the next instant, radiant light burst forth, illuminating the elders with a spectrum of colors. At this moment, the heavens resounded with the calls of cranes. Countless beasts surged forth, and auspicious clouds of myriad hues filled the sky, as if deities themselves had descended upon them. They all felt a surge of power within themselves, each one brimming with excitement. The expression on the face of the ancient ancestor of the sacred land instantly froze, leaving him stunned and speechless. You. How could you possibly? He was utterly speechless, gazing at the heavens in disbelief. How could this be possible? Had all the elders of the Void Realm truly ascended to the harmonization stage? It was unfathomable that a phenomenon, which had not occurred for over a millennium, could be triggered by a seemingly inconsequential action of Lin Feng. In every continent, the emergence of even two individuals attaining the harmonization stage was already an extraordinary feat. This entire situation exceeded the bounds of his imagination. How could this be? Ordinary treasures could not possibly elevate one directly to the harmonization stage. Could it be that this was all a ruse orchestrated by the Void Realm? They have forged this to deceive the world. Truly, your realm of emptiness is exceedingly despicable. Daring to fool the masses. What a travesty, merely the fabrications of your own lies. Chapter 36. The vast sacred land is no more. The elder of the sacred land was nearly rendered speechless, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he beheld this group of elders, who moments ago were lamenting their plight. Now full of vitality and energy. He has lived for several centuries and has witnessed countless storms and tempests, yet today this event has utterly shattered his understanding. He pointed at Lin Feng, his finger trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. What sorcery have you employed? Lin Feng, with an air of impatience, merely scratched his ear. This man cannot be allowed to linger. Clearly, the words of the ancestor of the Holy Land had disturbed his interest. Yes. A group of elders stepped forward at once, and those who had attained the harmonization stage immediately unleashed their powers. Before their eyes, a flash of bloodlight appeared. And then the ancestor of the Holy Land was engulfed in an abyss of darkness. With the death of the ancestor, the once vast Holy Land lay in ruins. And the populace suffered grievously. How decisive my master is! It is intolerable that such a splendid place as the vast Holy Land has been ravaged in this manner. With so many lives lost while they remain unscathed, Lin Feng sighed, but he had no inclination to restore the Holy Land. Let us go? We have yet to find the seeds we seek. Master, we. Several elders stammered, hesitant to speak further. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Go wherever you wish. Do as you please. The elders clasped their hands in respect, fully aware that their breakthrough to the harmonization stage was a remarkable achievement. It is important to note that the various continents hold each other in check. Their continent is not particularly powerful, thus they remain subservient, unable to advance to the harmonization stage. Those at the God harmonization stage are already the most formidable beings. Lin Feng gestured, and the elders departed in succession. The devastation of the vast Holy Land is indeed lamentable. The Grand Elder expressed his fury. We had intended to relocate the vast Holy Palace for our Master's residence. And now it is all in ruins. Everything is lost. They deserve 1,000 deaths for employing such forbidden techniques. For now, our utmost priority is to send someone to search for crystal energy stones. We must act swiftly. This was the consensus among the elders. A heartfelt desire to construct a palace for Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlong was also reflecting on the situation. Master, there is an adorable little fox here. The Holy Land lay in ruin following the recent battle. As Lin Feng and his companion arrived, they spotted a snow-white fur ball sitting on the ground, gazing around in terror. Zhang Tianlong furrowed his brow at the sight of the cute little fox, feeling a sense of novelty. He crouched down and reached out to stroke its head. This little creature was exquisitely formed, with a pair of glistening black eyes fixed on Lin Feng, seemingly shy. Yet, nestled in Zhang Tianlong's embrace, it appeared exceptionally docile. Let us take it along. Upon returning, the Grand Elder spread the news about the events that transpired in the vast Holy Land. Is it true that the vast Holy Land has vanished? It is said they were using blood to forge dragons and create puppets within the Holy Land. Countless lives have been lost. They are truly deserving of a fate worse than death. This news swiftly spread across the various continents. In no time, numerous prominent sects and esteemed families began to take notice of this matter. The vast Holy Land became the focal point of scrutiny. Even the sovereign of the Void Realm turned his attention to it, but his concern was not the destruction of the vast Holy Land. Rather, he pondered, is it true? Has the true dragon truly manifested? Indeed, it was said that the inhabitants of the Holy Land had been secretly crafting puppets. And even the elders of the ethereal realm sustained injuries. Our people dared not approach, yet they could feel the overwhelming presence of the dragon. How remarkable it is that the existence of a divine dragon has indeed been confirmed. The inhabitants of the continent devote their entire lives to these pursuits. If a divine dragon were to manifest, it would surely be theirs to seize. Holy Master. It is rumored that a prodigy named Feng Mingming has emerged from the realm of Taishu, possessing an innate purine body. Should we not take this opportunity to recruit him into our void land? The disciple cast a questioning gaze towards the Holy Master of Void, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Certainly. Does not the realm of Taishu covet the crystal energy stones? We shall provide them, disseminate the news, but we must ensure they pay dearly for it. The Holy Master of Void sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with iciness. Upon receiving the news, a palpable excitement ignited within him. He rubbed his palms together, as if the divine dragon was already within his grasp. In his murky eyes, a glimmer of avarice sparkled, as if he envisioned himself riding the divine dragon, reigning supreme over the world. What? Has he already reached the harmonization stage? In the realm of Taishu, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Xuanji, who had not accompanied the others to the vast Holy Land, gazed regretfully at the elder and the others. He had heard that the ancestral master of the carefree divine palace could elevate the grand elder to the realm of the harmonious spirit with just a sip of fish soup. Who would have imagined that those elders, after a journey to the vast Holy Land, returned not only unscathed but had all ascended to the ranks of harmonious spirit masters? How could he possibly accept this? Li Xuanji's eyes burned with jealousy. He took a hearty gulp of alcohol, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat. Yet it could not extinguish the blaze of jealousy that burned within him. Why should it? He is indeed the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, the most formidable leader within the realm of the void. Why is it that those ancient elders possess such significantly greater prowess than he? He is undoubtedly the most gifted and qualified individual in the sect to achieve a breakthrough. I too wish to be favored by the ancestral master. Li Xuanji was enraged. He felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Why do you speak so nonsensically? Do you know where the ancestral master is? His whereabouts are unpredictable. Where will you search for him? It would be wiser to remain here. No, then I shall journey to the idyllic divine palace. I shall go fishing too. With a sudden burst of frustration, Li Xuanji hurled the wine jar to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. He stood unsteadily, making his way toward the direction of the idyllic divine palace. The little fox nestled in Zhang Tianlong's arms awoke midway through their journey. He fed the little fox in his arms with wooling liquid, and after it obediently finished, its fiery red fur seemed to glow even more vibrantly. Looking down at the fluffy creature nestled within his embrace, he gently caressed its soft coat. The efficacy of the wooling liquid was remarkable. The little one appeared significantly more spirited, its bright, sparkling eyes darting around curiously, observing everything in its surroundings. Let us be on our way, little one, Zhang Tianlong said softly, rising to continue his journey alongside Lin Feng. Although he was a robust man, the charming and adorable fox stirred feelings of affection within him. The two of them, a man and a fox, leisurely traversed the road while playing, and after 3 days, they finally encountered a city. They promptly entered, only to find everything within the city to be exceedingly strange. The inhabitants appeared hurried and anxious. Each individual seemed to avoid contact as if fleeing from a plague, preferring to scurry along the edges of the walls. Chapter 37. The prodigal son of the Chung family. Most shops lining the streets were shuttered, with only a few remaining open. Most notably, there were no women to be seen on the streets. What could be the reason for this? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and tapped an elderly man hurrying past. Old sir, what has transpired in this city? The old man cast a wary glance at Lin Feng and then at Zhang Tianlong, lowering his voice. Do you dare walk in the middle of the road? Are you not afraid that Cheng Tianjing might ride by and knock you over? Who are you to act so brazenly? Cheng Tianjing is from the Chung family, a powerful clan in this city. His son has recently been accepted as an inner disciple by the Jinghua Palace, basking in glory. I advise you not to provoke the Chung family. Do you know what Jinghua Palace is? It is the most formidable sect among the 100 cities. Cheng Tianjing is nothing but a good-for-nothing scion, relying solely on his family's wealth, his cultivation merely a product of his family's riches. In the city, any attractive individual is either seized by women or slain by men. Young master, I see you are not from these parts and are quite handsome. It would be wise for you to leave at once. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the old man. Jinghua Palace? Is it truly that formidable? His tone was laced with a hint of mockery, as if he regarded the so-called most formidable sect with disdain. The old man, however, was frightened into a shudder, hastily waving his hand. Young man, I advise you to speak less. That Cheng Tianjing is not to be trifled with. He brazenly exploits his status as an inner disciple of Jinghua Palace to bully others in the city. Who would dare provoke him? With that, the old man fled in a hurry, fearing entanglement. Zhang Tianlong scratched his head. Jinghua Palace? I've never heard of it. Master, what shall we do? What shall we do? Naturally, we need to find a shop and procure the seeds we require. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I am curious to see just how formidable this Qing Tianjing truly is. The two soon found a shop and selected some seeds. Shopkeeper, please package all these seeds. I want 20 of each. Certainly. The shopkeeper's cheerful voice rang out, but when he approached, he was taken aback. Young master, why do you still dare to venture out? Are you not afraid of being killed? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The shopkeeper was just as timid as the old man, quaking like a frightened rabbit. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? The shopkeeper, with a troubled expression, lowered his voice. Young master, you must be from out of town, right? You don't know the prowess of Qing Tianjing. He is a master at the condensation stage. Anyone who offends him ends up in dire straits. Lin Feng patted the shopkeeper's shoulder, signaling him to be quiet. Just package the seeds. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Although puzzled by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, the shopkeeper complied and began to pack the seeds. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves drew near, accompanied by boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, today's haul is splendid. I've caught another beauty. A young man dressed in splendid attire rode a magnificent steed. A young woman slung across his saddle, making his way toward them. Young master, help me. Save me. The woman, spotting Lin Feng and his companion, cried out as if she had found a lifeline. Qing Tianjing reined in his horse, following the woman's gaze toward Lin Feng, a flicker of sinister light flashing in his eyes. Oh, there are two pretty boys here as well. Just perfect to take back with me. Dismounting, Qing Tianjing approached, flanked by his servants who swiftly surrounded the pair. The shopkeeper, terrified, cowered behind the counter, trembling. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to Qing Tianjing's provocations. Shopkeeper, are our seeds packed yet? This single question left everyone momentarily stunned. The shopkeeper had not anticipated Lin Feng's audacity. Still focused on the seeds even in such a predicament, Qing Tianjing, consumed by rage, had never before been so blatantly disregarded. How dare you ignore me, this young master? Just as he was about to act, an elegantly dressed old woman approached from a distance. Qing Tianjing, what are you doing? Hurry back. Elder Jingxin, what brings you here? Out for a stroll? Qing Tianjing's tone was laced with flippancy, devoid of any respect for his elder. Strolling? Is this how you conduct yourself while shopping? If word gets out, it would be a disgrace to our Jinghua Palace. The palace master will not take kindly to this. The old woman furrowed her brow, her demeanor icy. However, her disapproval did not stem from concern for common folk. She had never cared for such matters. It was simply the brazen display of Qing Tianjing parading under the banner of Jinghua Palace that was utterly embarrassing. What does she have to do with me? I am a disciple of Master Amo. What can she do to me? A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. One day, he vowed to seduce every woman within Jinghua Palace. You. The old woman was rendered speechless by Qing Tianjing's audacity. Lin Feng, standing nearby, grew impatient and once more requested seeds from the shopkeeper. You dare to ignore me? Do you think you deserve such insolence? Qing Tianjing cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, brimming with murderous intent. Shopkeeper, have the seeds arrived? We are in a hurry. Lin Feng remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to address the shopkeeper. How dare he disregard him? Qing Tianjing, infuriated, seized Lin Feng's wrist, squeezing it tightly. You refuse my invitation? You must be tired of living. Lin Feng's eyes widened momentarily. Then he retaliated by gripping Qing Tianjing's wrist. A sharp crack resonated, and Qing Tianjing emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah, my hand. It's broken. Clutching his twisted wrist, he writhed on the ground. This person exuded no spiritual energy. Clearly a worthless individual devoid of any cultivation. How could this happen? Lin Feng observed the writhing Qing Tianjing with an expressionless countenance, his gaze unwavering. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock, including the trembling shopkeeper hidden behind the counter and the woman abducted by Qing Tianjing. Elder Jingxin stared in astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. You dare. Qing Tianjing struggled to speak through the pain, incredulously gazing at Lin Feng, unable to comprehend how this seemingly unremarkable individual possessed such strength. Lin Feng continued to disregard him, turning back to the still-stunned shopkeeper. Shopkeeper. The seeds? The shopkeeper, finally roused from his stupor, retreated in fright. You dare to harm the young master of the Qing family? You are finished. You will pay for this. The shopkeeper, trembling, pointed at Lin Feng as if he had encountered some monstrous entity. Chapter 38. This is indeed the ancestor. Seeing the shopkeeper flee in a flurry, Lin Feng let out a sigh. It seems that self-reliance is the only way forward. With a resigned sigh, He began to select and pack items at the counter. His leisurely demeanor astonished countless passers-by. Is this young man an outsider? He is doomed. That young Master Cheng is the lifeblood of the Cheng family. How could he let this slide so easily? It's over for him. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Even Elder Jingxin stepped forward immediately to assess Cheng Tianjing's injuries. Elder Jingxin's expression turned ashen. She had not anticipated such incompetence from Cheng Tianjing, who had embarrassed himself in front of a large audience and now had kicked a hornet's nest. Lin Feng, seemingly unremarkable, was indeed a concealed force. Young man, you are finished. Dare to harm me, and my Jinghua Palace will not let you off the hook. Cheng Tianjing writhed in pain on the ground. Still managing to utter threats, Lin Feng remained unfazed, continuing to pack seeds as if the surrounding chaos had no bearing on him. His meticulous selection of seeds was performed with utmost care, even taking a moment to inhale their scent, akin to choosing the finest tea leaves. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianlong chimed in. Master, this cabbage looks splendid, so fresh and juicy. It will surely taste delightful when grown. Let us take some of these seeds. Master, this one looks good too. Let us have a taste. This scene further convinced the onlookers that Lin Feng was simply a Na'vi youth, likely just emerged from some remote valley, utterly unaware of the formidable power wielded by the Cheng family. Could this lad be a fool, still selecting seeds at such a critical moment? I suspect he won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Just wait until the Cheng family arrives. Let us see if he remains so composed. The crowd murmured among themselves, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Elder Jingxin, unable to contain herself any longer, approached Lin Feng with an icy demeanor, stating, Young man, you are being rather reckless. Neither our Jinghua Palace nor the Cheng family is to be trifled with. Is there still someone chattering? Lin Feng lifted his gaze, meeting Elder Jingxin's eyes. My inquiry into seeds is of no concern to him. He initiated the conflict, and I fear not Jinghua Palace. If Elder Jingxin had been merely annoyed moments before, she was now seething with anger. Insulting Cheng Tianjing was one matter, but belittling Jinghua Palace was entirely unacceptable. Yet, witnessing these two individuals handle mundane objects while contemplating consuming such things, did they consider themselves ordinary mortals? What cultivator would indulge in such trivialities? Are you out of your mind? How many precious elixirs remain unconsumed? Must you resort to such base items? Master, these chili seeds look promising. Zhang Tianlong exclaimed, raising a packet of seeds, blissfully oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Indeed, let us buy some and stir-fry a dish of tiger skin peppers. It should be delightful. Seeking death. Elder Jingxin's composure shattered entirely at this moment. Her hands curled into claws, a palpable killing intent surged around her, and her spiritual energy flowed. Preparing to strike fiercely at the two. Elder Jingxin, eliminate them. What are you doing? A melodious voice from the distance interrupted the tense standoff. A woman clad in a delicate yellow dress approached gracefully. Her features were exquisite, her demeanor cool and refined, reminiscent of a lotus flower standing apart from the world. Palace Master. Elder Jingxin was taken aback, then promptly bowed in respect. She glided forward, scanning Lin Feng and Zhang Tianlong before her gaze settled on Cheng Tianjing. Tianjing, what is happening? Her voice was frosty, yet laced with an undeniable authority. Palace Master, these two have insulted me. Please eliminate them. Silence. Do you think I am unaware of your conduct? Cheng Tianjing, I warn you, cease your provocations. Should I learn of any further misconduct on your part, do not blame me for being unyielding. What do you mean, Master? Cheng Tianjing, after receiving a slap, collapsed onto the ground, his gaze instantly transforming into one filled with malice. After being reprimanded in public, his face fluctuated in color, shifting between shades of blue and white, resembling a vibrant palette. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, as if he intended to devour him alive. Then his gaze shifted once more to the Palace Master. You are merely envious of Mo Lao's favor towards me, afraid that I might usurp your power, are you? Who do you think you are? The Palace Master remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Palace Master, you dare to lay hands on Cheng Tianjing? The Elder of Tranquility was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Humph. Have you forgotten that this is the territory of the Cheng family? Regardless of your title as Palace Master, you must still heed my command here. Cheng Tianjing's expression was filled with arrogance, the malice that had been suppressed within him now fully revealed. The Cheng family? Such audacity. I shall see who truly holds the power in this Jinghua Palace today. From a distance, a figure descended through the air, clad in a black robe. He possessed a handsome visage and a commanding stature. This individual was none other than the ninth elder of the Taishu realm. Come, Let us pay our respects to the ancestral master together. He cast a sidelong glance at the master of Jinghua Palace, silently gesturing for her to pay her respects. Salute the ancestor. Although she was unaware of the young man's true identity, the words of Elder Jiao compelled her to comply. Lin Feng watched the unfolding drama with great amusement, munching on seeds, pondering the intense internal strife within Jinghua Palace. Ancestor? The master of Jinghua Palace rose, curiously surveying the young man before her. She had been dispatched by Elder Jiao to seek the crystal energy stone and had been instructed to keep an eye on a young individual. Could it be him? Yet, why would the elders from the Void Realm refer to him as ancestor? Cheng Tianjing and Elder Jingxin exchanged astonished glances at Lin Feng. Ancestor? Where did this ancestor come from? Cheng Tianjing scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Lin Feng, who appeared utterly devoid of any cultivation. How could such an unremarkable man be an ancestor? This is mere trickery. The crowd of common folk on the street, hearing the master of Jinghua Palace acknowledge the ancestor, could not help but feel intrigued. Would this ancestor be able to vanquish Cheng Tianjing? Surely, he must possess great power. One could only hope for Cheng Tianjing's demise. Ancestor, save us. Silence. You are all insufferable. Cheng Tianjing's anger boiled over upon hearing the citizens' remarks. How dare they treat him this way? He was a member of the Cheng family. I will slay you all. Cheng Tianjing roared, his aura flaring with murderous intent, as he prepared to strike at the surrounding populace. Unbeknownst to him, the master of Jinghua Palace had appeared behind him, seizing his wrist and applying a firm grip, causing Cheng Tianjing's energy to dissipate instantly. Realizing he had suffered a severe setback, he quickly produced a jade talisman imbued with Elder Mo's aura. Should the talisman shatter, Elder Mo would be alerted to the situation. Chapter 39. The Fall of the Crystal Energy Stone. However, she could not prevent Cheng Tianjing in time. And as the talisman was crushed, the master knew Elder Mo was on his way. She understood better than anyone how much Elder Mo cared for this disciple. Having injured her student, a fierce battle seemed inevitable. Elder Mo? Elder Jiao was puzzled by the intense reaction of the master of Jinghua Palace. Humph. Elder Mo is the most powerful figure in Jinghua Palace. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Cheng Tianjing was oblivious to Elder Jiao's status in the Void Realm. But the master of Jinghua Palace was acutely aware that a mere Jinghua Palace could not possibly rival the illustrious Void Realm. A cold smile crept across her face as she prepared to eliminate Cheng Tianjing, but before she could act, a formidable presence swept in from the horizon. Who dares to harm my disciple? A thunderous roar filled the air as a shadow descended with lightning speed, heading straight for the master of Jinghua Palace. Elder Mo. Elder Jingxin hastened to greet the newcomer, while Cheng Tianjing rushed forward, lamenting loudly. Master, this woman has harmed me, and those two men killed them. Cheng Tianjing seized the opportunity to point an accusing finger at the mistress of Jinghua Palace, wailing, By what right do you injure my disciple? Old Mo let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze fixated on Lin Feng and his companions, emanating an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. By what right, you ask? Elder Jiao responded with a derisive laugh, his frigid eyes trained on Old Mo. Elder Jiao? Old Mo felt a pang of confusion upon recognizing the elder. Why would someone from the Void Realm be here? Master, you must help me slay them. Cheng Tianjing, oblivious to her peril, continued to shout in anger. You fool! Do you wish to drag me down with you? Do you comprehend who Elder Jiao truly is? He is an elder from the Void Realm. Are you aware that the Void Realm spans over 200,000 miles, rendering our Jinghua Palace as insignificant as dust compared to the moon? The magnitude of the situation dawned on Cheng Tianjing, filling her with dread. How can this be? Do you still wish to kill our venerable ancestor from the Void Realm? Elder Jiao remarked nonchalantly. Venerable ancestor? Old Mo had never heard of such a figure in the Void Realm. Yet, the demeanor of Elder Jiao left her no room for negligence. The fate of both her and Cheng Tianjing seemed sealed. However, if she could eliminate Cheng Tianjing, perhaps she might survive. With that thought, Old Mo swiftly turned to Cheng Tianjing and launched an attack. Cheng Tianjing's face turned ashen with fear. Master, master, save me. I am your only disciple. He gazed at Old Mo in terror, completely forgetting his earlier bravado about wanting to kill Lin Feng and the others. Old Mo's expression was frigid, and she had long since cursed Cheng Tianjing in her heart. This fool had caused his own calamity and now expected her to bear the consequences. The Void Realm was an immense entity. How could her mere Jinghua Palace hope to contend with it? Yet now, she found herself with no avenue of retreat. Rather than await her demise, she resolved to fight with all her might. With a steely determination, she summoned her true energy and forcefully sent Qing Tianjing flying. Elder 9. This rebellious disciple has offended you. I shall take care of this immediately. Wait, Elder Jingxin, why do you act thus? Our Tianjing is a remarkably gifted child. How could you bear to kill him? The speaker was the head of the Qing family, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, witnessing his son's injury. His heart ached profoundly. This was his only son, an esteemed cultivator and the pride of the Qing family. Before the head of the Qing family could finish his words, old Mos Palm had already struck Qing Tianjing squarely in the chest. A piercing scream escaped him as he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. And it seemed he could not survive. Jinger, the head of the Qing family's eyes widened in despair as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. He trembled as he extended his hand, pointing at Elder Mo, his lips quivering but failing to utter a word. Elder Mo, however, showed no mercy. The gleaming blade in her hand swiftly struck towards the head of the Qing family, the flash of the knife illuminating the air. In the next moment, the head of the Qing family fell lifeless. He had been slain. The demise of the Qing family head? Does this not signify our salvation? Cursed Qing family. They deserve 1,000 torturous deaths. A chorus of voices erupted among the crowd, their spirits lifted by this turn of events. The servants of the Qing family, witnessing the death of their master, immediately scattered in all directions. Elder Mo stood proudly, her dual blades dripping with blood, having dispatched the Qing family head. Around her, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Ninth Elder, this traitor has defied authority, and I shall cleanse the house. I implore you to discern wisely. Elder Mo asserted, her voice trembling slightly. Please, do not kill me. You seek the crystal energy stone, do you not? I know where it is, I know. Spare my life. Witnessing his father's demise, Qing Tianjing was paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control. To save himself, he hastily divulged a significant piece of information. Where is it? The ninth elder pressed. Spare my life, and I shall not withhold it. You seek death. Speak quickly. The ninth elder's gaze was piercing, icy enough to chill to the bone. Terrified, Qing Tianjing divulged everything he knew. However, the palace master of Jinghua was taken aback. This place was unfamiliar to her, let alone the existence of any crystal energy stone. Are you certain you are not deceiving us? Of course not. I stumbled upon it by chance, but I have seen records and know of its existence. The ninth elder narrowed her eyes, her discerning gaze sweeping over Qing Tianjing. Ancestor, do you believe we should investigate further? He cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, who remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In an instant, Elder Jiao comprehended the situation. Shall we not proceed? Indeed. Qing Tianjing was supported by Elder Mo, making their way towards the alleged location of the crystalline energy stones, while Elder Jingxin followed closely behind, her heart in turmoil. She discreetly observed Elder Jiao's expression, attempting to decipher his thoughts. However, Elder Jiao paid her little heed. Suddenly, his sleeve was tugged, and he turned to see the mistress of Jinghua Palace quietly gazing at Lin Feng. Elder Jiao, why did you not inform me that this man is a revered ancestor? Are you aware that the Celestial Palace? Are you referring to Lin Feng, who resides in the Celestial Palace? Is he not a worthless individual? Upon hearing the mistress of Jinghua Palace speak so indiscreetly, Elder Jiao broke into a cold sweat. We must not speak recklessly. He spoke ambiguously, hesitating to directly name Lin Feng's identity. After all, he is the master of the Emperor of Initial Cloud. The master of the Emperor of Initial Cloud? So young? How is that possible? Who is the Emperor of Initial Cloud? He is the one who single-handedly established the Realm of Void. His cultivation is extraordinarily profound. Yet, Lin Feng exudes no spiritual energy. How could he possibly be the master of an emperor? Chapter 40. The palace within the array. To what level has his cultivation ascended? Let me put it this way. My cultivation was elevated to the harmonization stage with just a single pill from my ancestral master. Is that truly remarkable? That indeed is the harmonization stage. For over a millennium, no one has managed to break through to the harmonization stage, and Lin Feng achieved it with merely one pill. Throughout the journey, she felt an overwhelming excitement, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just one pill could elevate the cultivation of all the elders in the realm of void. Suddenly, she recalled the unusual phenomenon that had recently occurred. It was indeed the manifestation of a breakthrough to the harmonization stage. Could it have been these elders? Yet, this is not the most astonishing part. A bowl of fish soup could enable the Grand Elder to break through to the harmonization stage. What miraculous elixir is this? How can it be so extraordinary? Such is the reality. But the ancestral master remains humble, wishing to keep many matters concealed from the public. Therefore, you understand what needs to be done, right? Indeed, yet this matter is truly unfathomable. Lin Feng, who had been labeled a waste for so many years, is now revealed to be the master of the Emperor of Initial Cloud. The Ninth Elder also felt a sense of dread, recalling how they had treated Lin Feng back then. Surely, if Shang Tianlong were not the reincarnation of the Emperor of Initial Cloud, Lin Feng would have annihilated the realm of void. Soon, the group arrived at Jinghua Palace. This was the location mentioned by Cheng Tianjing, who pointed to an unremarkable mountain wall, stuttering as he spoke. It is right here. Old Emo stepped forward, his keen gaze sweeping across the area. Here? It doesn't seem likely. He extended his hand to caress the rough stone surface, yet he discovered nothing at all. This was merely an ordinary place, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy. How could there possibly be the presence of a crystal energy stone? The mistress of Jinghua Palace approached, elegantly brushing aside a fallen strand of hair, her tone laced with skepticism. Cheng Tianjing, are you certain you have not mistaken the location? Not even a decent spiritual herb can flourish here. I am truly not deceiving you. Years ago, I inadvertently wandered into this place and witnessed it with my own eyes. He swallowed hard, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Yet, Zhang Tianlong spoke calmly, stating, what he said is not incorrect. It is merely that this place is ensnared by a profound formation, hence you are unable to perceive it. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the mountainside with his fingertip, and a golden light flashed, causing the seemingly ordinary rock face to ripple like water. Thus, the formation revealed itself. Ancestor, esteemed ancestor, do you possess a method to unravel this? The Ninth Elder gazed at Zhang Tianlong with admiration, his tone brimming with anticipation. Unfortunately, I am not well versed in formations. I can merely discern that this is a sophisticated array. Perhaps even an entity in the integration stage would find it impossible to escape. But how can this be? Jinghua Palace is not even a first-rate sect. To call it third-rate is already generous. How could such a profound formation exist here? Perceiving the doubts in everyone's hearts, Elder Emo spoke in a calm tone. Do not be misled by the current decline of Jinghua Palace. A century ago, several palace masters were adept in formations, and Jinghua Palace possessed numerous secret manuals. Alas, those manuals were lost, and the knowledge of formations has faded. The most formidable of the former masters even managed to entrap a powerful being in the integration stage. Entrapped? Everyone was astounded. To be able to confine a powerful being within a formation, how formidable must that formation be to achieve such a feat? Zhang Tianlong narrowed his eyes. This formation was indeed peculiar, exuding an ancient and perilous aura. Quite intriguing. Although he lacked the means to dismantle the formation, he had a remarkable master. Master. He turned his head, gazing pitifully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had remained silent, his consciousness probing everything within the formation. He was surprised to find something within that piqued his interest. I shall guide you inside. Thank you, master. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Zhang Tianlong, the Ninth Elder, and the palace master of Jinghua Palace expressed their gratitude fervently to Lin Feng. However, while they revered Lin Feng, Elder Emo and the others from Jinghua Palace did not share the same sentiment. Despite addressing Lin Feng as esteemed ancestor, they held him in low regard. You will lead us inside? On what grounds do you assume you can do so? Elder Emo observed Lin Feng, who exhibited no signs of spiritual power, concluding he must be a useless individual. However, out of respect for the Ninth Elder, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, yet she still looked down upon Lin Feng. Ignoring the others, Lin Feng raised his hand and gently traced the mountainside. A golden light flashed, and the once shimmering formation shattered like glass, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. Step inside. Lin Feng was the first to enter the cave, closely followed by Zhang Tianlong, while Elder Jiu and the other disciples of Jinghua Palace cautiously stepped inside. After a moment's hesitation, old Emo gritted his teeth and ventured in as well. The interior of the cave was shrouded in utter darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Lin Feng raised his hand, releasing a soft white glow that illuminated the surroundings. They found themselves in a narrow passage, with the stone walls adorned with peculiar runes that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. As they ventured deeper, the passage gradually widened, though it only expanded to the size of a single room, which contained a table crafted from crystalline energy stones. Upon the table lay a tome, seemingly chronicling events like a diary. The group could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Such a profound array of formations contained only these items. The master of Jinghua Palace collected his thoughts and turned to Lin Feng. Master, Please accept this table and chair. Lin Feng remained silent, merely waving his hand once more, causing the scenery around them to shift continually. A radiant light surged through the heavens and earth, blinding the onlookers momentarily. Once their eyes adjusted, they realized they stood before a magnificent palace. The cave space had suddenly expanded, transforming from a cramped room into a grand underground palace. The spiritual energy was so dense it seemed to liquefy, forming visible wisps of white mist that invigorated anyone who inhaled it. The group breathed in greedily, as if they had entered a realm of immortality. This was simply astonishing. They have such a sacred place in Jinghua Palace. Now, they too shall prosper. In the future, Jinghua Palace will surely rise with the winds and surpass numerous sects and factions. This must be the training ground of the former sect master. Indeed, there is something intriguing about this. The formation and the palace's exquisite construction, harmoniously merging with the principles of yin and yang, have created a grand array of stars. The interplay between yin and yang, the transformation between the two, and the unpredictable nature of reality. Truly, the former palace master possessed remarkable prowess. Although the gathered individuals did not fully comprehend Lin Feng's words, they vaguely sensed that the former palace master was indeed formidable. The Jinghua Palace is poised for a meteoric rise. Chapter 41, The Apprentice Recruitment Mission, Innate Daobone. Lin Feng gazed upon the yin-yang stone within. For this was his true objective. Feng Mingming, being of pure yin constitution, would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement in her cultivation with the aid of this stone. Lin Feng's consciousness had already perceived everything. After a prolonged contemplation, the master of Jinghua Palace suddenly knelt before Lin Feng. Ancestral Master, our Jinghua Palace wishes to merge with the realm of the void. We seek your blessing. This declaration left Elder Mo and the other elders of Jinghua Palace utterly astounded. Was their master a fool? How could she propose such a request? Was she truly willing to relinquish all they had just uncovered? It was unfathomable. She would never allow such a substantial fortune to slip into the hands of outsiders. I disagree, Master. By what right do you decide to merge Jinghua Palace with the realm of the void without our consent? I too object. The collective dissent from the elders caused the palace master to mentally chide them for their folly. Had they not considered that if they did not affiliate with the realm of the void, could a third-rate sect like theirs truly safeguard such treasures? Countless sects existed in the world, many far more formidable than Jinghua Palace. Without a powerful backing, the wealth they acquired would inevitably fall into the hands of others. But we cannot submit to the realm of the void merely for this reason. Elder Mo continued to argue. Was this not a situation deliberately orchestrated by their ancestors? The palace master sighed, deep in thought. Upon reflection, the advantages of merging with the realm of the void outweighed the disadvantages. Moreover, Lin Feng had the ability to elevate the Grand Elder of the realm of the void to a formidable being with just a bowl of fish soup. How could he possibly be interested in such wealth? With these resources, it was likely they could become the strongest sect within a millennium. Ancestral Master, we offer this yin-yang stone as a token of our filial piety. I hope you do not find it unworthy. Elder Mo's intentions were quite cunning. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, withholding immediate agreement, eager to hear what Elder Mo would articulate next. We humbly request that the realm of the void grants us protection for a millennium. This was the true wish nestled within Elder Mo's heart. She sought to exchange a single yin-yang stone for a millennium of protection from the realm of the void. In response, the palace master was taken aback. Lin Feng, with his vast experience, surely would not find the yin-yang stone appealing. She cast a worried glance at him, fearing he might take offense. However, the anticipated wrath did not materialize. He merely accepted the yin-yang stone. His gaze then shifted to the side, locking onto Cheng Tianjing. Ancestral Master, spare my life. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The third apprentice recruitment mission has been issued. Target location, Sacred Ruins City to the west. Target individual, pay Zhejian apprenticeship duration, 1 incense stick reward, Heavenly Array. Ascension Realm Experience Card 1 Task Reward. Introduction to the 3,000 Laws. Is there truly only one incense stick in the world? There seems to be an additional layer of reward. Just how formidable must this disciple be? This simply won't do. What matters most to him now are these affairs. Your junior apprentice is in peril. I shall return shortly. Lin Feng, glancing at Zhang Tianlong, spoke hastily before vanishing from sight. Where has he gone? Has he truly disappeared so suddenly? How formidable must his cultivation be to vanish from the spot in the blink of an eye? Zhang Tianlong found this utterly absurd. Does he not have only one senior sister? Where did this junior brother come from? What is the master intending to do? Zhang Tianlong gazed at the desolate surroundings, scratching his head in utter confusion. When did the master acquire other disciples? He then turned to Qing Tianjing. Little ancestor, what are your intentions regarding this person? Elder Jiao observed Zhang Tianlong's cautious demeanor. Now that Lin Feng had departed, he could only look to Zhang Tianlong, the one making decisions. Discard him and return him to the Cheng family. Yet, the Cheng family is left with no one. Wouldn't that be even better? Zhang Tianlong waved his hand, signaling Elder Jiao to withdraw. Go, resolve the matter concerning Qing Tianjing swiftly, and ensure he does not create any further disturbances. Elder Jiao accepted the command and immediately took Qing Tianjing away. In the holy ruined city. No, brother, Pei Xian exclaimed, you must move aside quickly. Now that matters have escalated to this extent, you, get out of the way. Pei Xian, wielding a long sword, radiated an overwhelming light, her spiritual energy formidable. You have gone too far. My parents fought valiantly for our family, enduring countless hardships. Now, in their absence, you dare to strip my brother of his innate Dao bone. Do you even possess a shred of humanity? Sister, why waste words on them? They dare to harm our kin, and I shall take their lives. Another woman cast her gaze towards the altar not far away, where a small child lay, his chest brutally pierced, blood flowing profusely, barely clinging to life. You all deserve to die. Pei Xian howled, her longsword shining brilliantly, the sword energy surging forth like a rainbow, aiming directly at the family elder. The elder sidestepped, his garments fluttering, avoiding the sword's edge with a cold snort. Pei Xian, your parents' fates are uncertain, your brother is still young, and your brother's reputation is equally at stake. He requires this innate Dao bone even more than you. Upon hearing this, Pei Xian halted, her eyes turning crimson, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. My parents risked their lives for the family, only to meet such a tragic fate. You heartless beasts. They have gone to such lengths for the Pei family, solely because her brother possesses an innate Dao bone capable of saving the second son of the Pei family, Pei Shiming, who is destined to be disemboweled and have his heart and bones extracted. Pei Xian, you must understand that we are all acting for the sake of the Pei family. You claim this innate Dao bone holds no significance regardless of its bearer, then why do you not exchange your son's void eye for my brother? Pei Xian's words, imbued with sorrow, resonated deeply. No one in the city dared to speak, yet discontent simmered among the populace. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. Pei Xian's remarks incited the second son of the Pei family to fury. Seize her at once, commanded the elder of the Pei family. As his words fell, several elders swiftly moved to subdue the two sisters. Pei Xian, clad in attire that fluttered like a serpent, wielded her sword with grace. However, dozens of figures swarmed from all directions, and the sisters gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering injuries. In a moment of carelessness, one of the clan members struck Pei Xian on the shoulder with a long knife, causing her to emit a muffled groan as her sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Crimson blood instantly stained her garments, glaringly vivid against the grayish-white square. Brother, no, it is all my fault. I could not protect you. She cried out in anguish, her eyes ablaze with fury. On the altar, Pei Zhen wept profusely. He gazed upon his sister, wounded in her valiant attempt to save him, while their parents had been lured away under false pretenses, leaving their fates uncertain and shrouded in mystery. He watched as his innate spiritual essence was meticulously excavated by his esteemed second uncle, whom he had held in high regard. He only despises his own impotence. Chapter 42. The Savior arrives. Were it not for the necessity of extracting bones from a living person, do you think he would still be alive now? The second son of the Pei family sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance as he gazed at Pei Zhen. What are you waiting for? Why not eliminate them? Are you waiting for them to seek revenge in the future? Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, my son shall be the mightiest of all, possessing two extraordinary physiques. He is destined to become the strongest in this world. The Pei family shall be renowned for eternity. The gathered subordinates steeled their resolve. Let us fight. They charged towards the three sisters of the Pei family. Die. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The skies darkened as ominous clouds gathered, and the previously clear heavens were suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. In the center of the square, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Pei Xian and her sisters. The onlookers from the Pei family were left astounded by this sudden turn of events, halting their actions and gazing at the golden radiance with uncertainty. I dare anyone to harm my disciple. Lin Feng soared through the air, appearing to Pei Zhen as a celestial being. Lin Feng immediately spotted the child on the altar, who looked to be merely 6 years old, clutching his chest in agony, tears welling in his eyes. Character: Pei Zhen Constitution, innate Taobone cultivation technique, none realm, none weapon, none an innate Taobone. This individual is surely a genius destined for ascension. It was no wonder that the system insisted he complete the disciple recruitment within the span of a single incense stick. Who are you? Just a mere weakling, daring to act recklessly in my holy ruined city? Do you understand the might of the Pei family? Pei family's second elder. Witnessing Lin Feng's formidable entrance, yet sensing no trace of power from him, clearly deduced he was of low cultivation. Return my disciple's innate Tao bone to his body. What are you? How dare you command me? The second elder of the Pei family was immediately incensed by Lin Feng's attitude. I am the grand elder of the Pei family in Holy Ruined City. None among my clan can surpass me, with millions in our lineage. I alone possess the prowess of a late-stage harmonization realm cultivator, and you, a mere powerless waste, dare to threaten us? The second elder's wife, holding the innate Tao bone, sneered as she prepared to insert it into Pei Xinming's body. Don't. Pei Xin gasped in shock at the scene, yet there was nothing she could do. Pei Xin, on the verge of collapse, was barely holding on. Ha ha ha, my dear son, our Pei family shall shine brightly in the days to come. The second elder paid no heed to Lin Feng. I offered you a chance, yet you refused to listen. Lin Feng sighed deeply before landing upon the altar. Humph. You wretch. Before the second elder could finish his words, Lin Feng waved his hand, releasing a powerful gust of wind that struck the elder's wife squarely in the chest. She shrieked, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a building, which crumbled under the impact, debris scattering amidst the rising dust. The innate Tao bone that was meant to merge with Pei Xingming's body immediately rebelled and flew out. A profound silence fell over the square as all present were left stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Lin Feng paid no mind to the onlookers. He gently lifted the child from the altar, holding in his hand a miraculous elixir along with the wondrous liquid. Just drink a little, and the pain will cease. Pei Zhen gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. The Pei family is formidable. You should flee quickly and not concern yourself with me. A warmth enveloped Lin Feng's heart. What a good child. Fear not, for I have vowed to protect you, and thus I shall not forsake you. Lin Feng crushed the divine elixir and dissolved it in the 5-spirit liquid, preparing to administer it to Pei Zhen. The once breathless Pei Zhen gradually regained her composure. Benefactor, I beseech you to take my brother and leave swiftly. My sister and I shall create opportunities for you. Do you truly believe you all can escape? Such delusions. The grand elder of the Pei family seethed with fury, while the diminutive Pei Xingming glared furiously at Lin Feng. You, return my innate Tao bone to my body, or I shall not let you off lightly. Lin Feng disregarded these threats, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Zhen. How do you feel now? At that moment, Pei Zhen's innate Tao bone had returned to her body, and the gaping wound on her chest was healing at a remarkable pace. You should flee quickly. They are formidable adversaries. Fear not, for I have come for you today. Rest assured, I shall deal with these individuals. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Placing Pei Zhen upon the platform, rising to his feet, and brushing off the dust from his attire, he turned around, casting a frigid gaze over the members of the Pei family, ultimately resting his eyes on the second son. Presuming to meddle in the affairs of our Pei family, I shall take your life. The elder roared, his formidable aura causing the very foundations of the holy ruined city to tremble. With a powerful strike, he directed his fists towards Lin Feng. The elder's assault was immensely powerful, infused with a potent spatial force, capable of overwhelming an ordinary person's jade slip in mere moments. Yet, Lin Feng regarded the elder with disdain. Do you think you are worthy to contend with me? Upon witnessing this, the elder was instantly enraged, his figure flashing as he charged once more at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng exuded an overwhelming pressure, his cultivation rapidly ascending. Thanks to the Spirit Fusion Experience card he had obtained as a reward from the system, a dazzling radiance emerged, and an inexhaustible force altered the very hue of the sky. Lin Feng's strength surged to the great ascension stage, his aura exuding an unparalleled dominance that left onlookers trembling. The elder and the members of the Pei family were momentarily rendered speechless. They failed to comprehend how one devoid of any cultivation could possibly reach the stage of the Great Ascension. The aura it exudes is nothing short of terrifying. For 1,000 miles in every direction, countless individuals gaze up at the sky, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Great Ascension. None among the formidable beings on this continent could ever transcend the constraints and reach the realm of harmonization. What is the current situation? A formidable being at the ascension stage? How could this be possible? The second elder of the Pei family stared in astonishment at Lin Feng, whose terrifying prowess left him in disbelief. Remarkable! Remarkable! Pei Zhen's eyes widened in amazement. Would you be willing to take me on as your disciple? At that moment, Lin Feng resembled a great wolf, looking down imperiously upon Pei Zhen, awaiting his response. Tears glimmered in Pei Zhen's eyes as he nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. I am willing. I am willing. He immediately knelt down and bowed his head. How could one behave in such a manner when still in a state of disarray? Lin Feng reached out to halt him, his fingertips gently touching the young man's shoulder as a wave of gentle spiritual energy gradually flowed into his body. There is no need for excessive formalities. Your injuries are of utmost importance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Reward: 3,000 foundational laws. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an extraordinary force manifesting within him, a power that brewed tirelessly and harmoniously within his being. Chapter 43. Success in Accepting a Disciple. In the land of ants within his mind, various laws, runes, and martial techniques began to emerge, including some unique cultivation methods. The knowledge encompassed by these spells was vast and intricate, yet they resonated with one another. Lin Feng felt his memory becoming increasingly vivid. He could distinctly perceive that, as his understanding of the power of the laws deepened, these elements gradually assimilated into his very being. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his strength, his comprehension of these aspects became increasingly lucid. Upon detecting that his disciple, Pei Zizhen, was still young and physically injured, he generously bestowed upon him the Heart Emperor Seal and the Celestial Tao of Life and Death mystical art. Remarkable! How extraordinary! Lin Feng felt an overwhelming joy in his heart as he beheld these two formidable techniques. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a radiant glow emanated from Pei Zhen's innate Tao bone. This Tao bone, having been nurtured by Lin Feng with wooling liquid in advance, had now become remarkably robust. Instantly, Pei Zhen felt the surging energy within him. The brilliance enveloped him entirely. This innate Tao bone, refined by Lin Feng, harbored a fragment of Lin Feng's power, capable of resonating with it. Lin Feng retracted his divine power, his aura gradually calming. The previously turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth settled into tranquility, and the dark clouds above the holy ruined city dispersed, allowing the sunlight to pour down once more. This is my brother's innate Tao bone. Has it been merged? I am eternally grateful for your salvation. Thank you for your rescue. Lin Feng gazed down at Pei Zhen, a gesture of reciprocity. Do you desire his Eye of the Void? His fingers twitched with anticipation, as if the mere nod from Pei Zizhen would compel him to swiftly extract the Void Eye from Pei Shiming. Upon hearing this, Pei Shiming instinctively recoiled in fear. This is mine. He had initially presumed Pei Zizhen would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Pei Shiming. To his astonishment, the little one merely shook his head. No need. Master, my parents taught me that haste makes waste, and that excess leads to deficiency. We must not be greedy. Such words bore a profound Zen quality, prompting Lin Feng to regard him with newfound respect. Unable to suppress a teasing remark, "You're not so bad after all. I had misjudged you." He did not force Pei Zhen, for he understood what lay within his heart. I possess two sets of profound techniques, the heavenly way of life and death and the supreme mind Emperor Seal, which I shall impart to you now. With that, Lin Feng gestured, and a beam of golden light entered Pei Zhen's brow. Within the golden radiance resided the essence of both techniques. The heavenly way of life and death is indeed a pinnacle of martial arts, while the Supreme Mind Emperor Seal is an exceptionally intricate method of cultivation, coveted by many. Though Pei Zhen might not comprehend the intricacies of these techniques, those around him were well aware of their significance. Witnessing Lin Feng bestow such powerful techniques upon Pei Zhen without a flicker of hesitation, Pei's second brother and the others were filled with rage, tinged with an undercurrent of envy. The Pei sisters, however, were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. For their brother had finally endured hardship to attain this moment. This is truly wonderful. Thank you, Master. Pei Zhen expressed his utmost respect, his eyes brimming with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. I aspire to be as formidable as you in order to protect my family. As thoughts of his parents and sister filled his mind, tears welled in his eyes. Understanding Pei Zhen's innermost thoughts, Lin Feng waved his hand. causing a medicinal pill to descend like golden light into the brows of the Pei sisters. In the next instant, a burst of golden radiance erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that signified a miraculous transformation. The two sisters emanated the formidable presence of the harmonization stage. Had they truly broken through? Was it this effortless? Pei Xian was utterly astonished, having witnessed Lin Feng's golden light enter her brow, and now her cultivation had ascended. It was simply unbelievable. Experts of the harmonization stage gasped the onlookers. At this moment, Pei's second brother was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to make any move, lest Lin Feng recall the earlier events. A gentle breeze swept through the air. Lin Feng, noticing the terror in Pei's second brother's eyes, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. He slowly raised his right hand, effortlessly waving it, and a gust of enlightened wind howled forth, crashing into the chest of the second son of the Pei family like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. In an instant, however, this assault was thwarted. "Senior, please show mercy. Who are you to dare obstruct me? This matter pertains to the Holy Ruined City and is a private affair of the Pei family. I hope you." "What? My disciple suffers such indignity, and I cannot extend my hand to assist?" Lin Feng scoffed coldly, disregarding the words of the newcomer entirely. "This is not the case. It is merely..." Not wishing to hear any further attempts at justification, Lin Feng merely flicked his sleeve, and the man instantly exploded into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood, scattering in all directions, leaving the onlookers horrified. "Senior, I am aware of your profound cultivation. Yet the Pei family is, after all, a powerful lineage in Holy Ruined City. Could you perhaps show leniency? I assure you, upon my disciple's return, the entirety of Holy Ruined City shall belong to him." The newcomer was none other than the ancestral figure of Holy Ruined City, his gaze seemingly indifferent, impartial to all. Yet Lin Feng understood that had it not been for this individual's clandestine support, the Pei family would not have dared to act in such a manner. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon the elder of the sacred ruined city, disdain evident in every word. "The parents of this child devoted themselves tirelessly for your sake, and now, with their fates hanging in the balance, you display such ingratitude, swiftly seizing their child to extract his very bones. In my eyes, your sacred ruined city is but a realm of insignificant ants." This declaration left the elder of sacred ruined city utterly speechless. "Kind benefactor, I implore you to spare them." At this moment, Pei Xian rose to her feet, bowing deeply to Lin Feng, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. "Despite the way they treated us today, my parents ultimately cherished everything here. Without them, there would be no us." Pei Xian yearned solely to reunite with her parents. From that point forth, she wished to sever all ties with them and, upon finding her parents, to serve her benefactor loyally. Her words were indeed reasonable. Yet Lin Feng perceived her sentiments as somewhat overly sentimental. He glanced down at Pei Zhan. "Do you wish for me to slay them?" "Not at all." Lin Feng was not surprised by her response. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this child might become too indulgent in her compassion in the future. "Master, given the way these individuals have treated my family today, I naturally do not desire their well-being. Yet, my cultivation is still quite meager. I yearn only to train diligently and, in due course, avenge my family." "Very well," Lin Feng replied with a satisfied smile, then turned his cold gaze toward the others. He merely stated that he would not kill them, but he did not imply that they would not receive a lesson. He waved his sleeve again, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the members of the Pei family, lifting them high before casting them down with great force. The ground was left with an unfathomable deep pit, its edges scorched black, exuding a faint scent of sulfur. Lin Feng gathered Pei Xian and her sister, along with Pei Zhan, and with a swift turn, they vanished from sight. Chapter 44, Another Disciple? The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The elder of the Pei family struggled to rise. Who was that person? He possessed the cultivation of the Great Ascension realm, yet there were no known cultivators of such caliber in this world. The members of the clan were thrown into disarray. That individual was a formidable force at the Great Ascension level, in the presence of such power. The harmonious spirit realm seemed trivial. Why did I find that person so familiar? Observing the Pei family members, gravely injured, the elder from the Holy Ruined City wore a pained expression. This is truly a karmic retribution. Elder, what do you mean by that? What do you imply? Your Pei family foolishly aspired to possess a genius, only to suffer dire consequences. Not only did you fail, but you also offended a formidable being at the Great Ascension realm. Surely, Pei Zhan must despise us. The elder of Holy Ruined City glared at the Pei family. his eyes filled with fury. Who knows how Holy Ruin City will fare in the future? I can only hope that we are not drawn into this mess. However, the Pei family did not anticipate the audacity of the elder from Holy Ruin City. Do you mean to say that you were unaware of this matter? Are you elder not informed? Clearly, Holy Ruin City also desired a genius with unparalleled talent, and now, having strayed from that path, you wish to shift the blame onto us? The members of the Pei family were indignant. The elder of Holy Ruin City was left speechless by their accusations. You are simply being unreasonable. Elder, your shamelessness as a law enforcer is utterly disgraceful. Pei Shiming, still in confusion, had no comprehension of the unfolding events. He was aware that everyone around him had spoken of the innate Dao bone belonging to him. Now, he was determined to reclaim it. That innate Dao bone was undeniably mine. I must retrieve it. Retrieve it? Do you truly believe you can? Are you even aware of the significance of the Heart's Sovereign Seal and the celestial Dao of life and death? Such formidable techniques. Once Pei Jin successfully cultivates them, you will be nothing. At this moment, the Grand Elder of Shinshu City felt a profound unease. Who knew where that person had come from? To take a stand for Pei Jin, such an individual was not one to be trifled with. You would do well to consider your actions. With that, the Grand Elder hastily departed, eager to distance himself from the situation. The sacrificial grounds of Shinshu City lay in utter disarray. In the Immortal Palace, Lin Feng returned with a few companions. You all take a look around while I accompany Jin to meet his senior brother. Do I really have a senior brother? That's wonderful. Pei Jin's innocent face was now radiant with joy, as if the events that had just transpired had cast no shadow upon him. Benefactor, please go ahead. Do not concern yourself with us. Pei Xian promptly expressed her understanding. Thus, the two began to wander around the Immortal Palace. Behind a tree, a small figure cautiously peeked out. Upon his head rested a vibrant yellow leaf, and he donned a garment of the same hue, with a small, exposed head that exuded a whimsical charm. Could this be the manifestation of a divine herb? Pei Xian gazed curiously at the diminutive figure before her. Who are you? She inquired. The little being, upon hearing her voice, swiftly turned around, revealing a round, chubby face adorned with two prominent dimples. This sight further astonished Pei Xian and her companion. To have a divine herb take form, one must possess profound cultivation and an abundance of spiritual energy. From the lake behind them, a golden dragon sensed the presence of strangers and immediately emerged from the water. Its massive form rolled through the lake. Is this the golden dragon? Pei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the unfolding scene. The golden dragon? In legends, the dragon clan is the most formidable, with blood capable of purifying all impurities, regarded as the purest spiritual entity in existence. Yet, what had only been heard of in tales now stood vividly before her. What is this place? The Celestial Palace of Leisure. The Void Realm? The Celestial Palace of Leisure? Is this not the very location where the so-called useless Lin Feng resides? No. How could a benefactor possibly be deemed useless? He's undoubtedly a formidable being at the Mahayana realm. Could this be a conspiracy of the Void? Within the Jinghua Palace, the ninth elder of the Void gazes upon the Jinghua Palace. He understood that the ancestral master had granted a millennium of protection to the Jinghua Palace. Yet the distance from this sanctuary to the realm of emptiness was indeed quite vast. In light of this, I shall dispatch individuals from the realm of emptiness. However, such an endeavor may prove unnecessary. Zhang Tianlong remained composed, exuding an air of leisure. Young ancestor, may I inquire what you mean by that? In ancient times, there existed teleportation formations, capable of swiftly transporting individuals to any location with remarkable ease. We can establish such a formation within the Jinghua Palace. Thus, should they encounter peril, they need only step into the formation to be instantaneously transported to the realm of emptiness. Furthermore, the defensive formations surrounding the Jinghua Palace are rather feeble and require a thorough reconfiguration. The individuals within the Jinghua Palace listened intently, their eyes growing brighter with each word. As they were all women, and considering the palace's secluded location, encircled by a lengthy river, dispatching someone could indeed be quite challenging. Elder Jiu gazed at Zhang Tianlong, respectfully inquiring, young ancestor, how should this formation be arranged? He slightly bowed, his hands interlaced before him. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting a radiant glow upon his face, accentuating his profound reverence. This formation is beyond my grasp. It must be exceedingly simple for my master. When Zhang Tianlong spoke of Lin Feng, his eyes shimmered with pride. Is there anything in this world that the great Emperor Chuyin cannot master? Although the ninth elder was taken aback, he refrained from speaking, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a formidable pressure descended upon the exterior of Jinghua Palace, only to vanish in an instant. Lin Feng strode in with purpose, cradling a child of approximately 6 years in his arms. Master, Zhang Tianlong greeted with utmost respect. Ancestral Master. Both the ninth elder and the palace lord of Jinghua Palace promptly turned to call out. Lin Feng offered a slight nod, acknowledging the salutation of all present. He gently placed Pei Zizhen down in his arms. Tianlong, this is your junior brother, Pei Zizhen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong scrutinized the other. The child, merely 6 years of age, possessed delicate features and a pair of bright, clear eyes. Yet, he seemed somewhat too young. This is my junior brother? Pei Zizhen. Could he be from the Pei family of Xingshu City? The master of Jinghua Palace was taken aback. The eldest son of the Pei family in Xingshu City is named Pei Zizhen. It is said that he possesses innate Dao bones, truly a prodigy. The Jinghua Palace master trembled as he recounted all he knew, his heart filled with astonishment. Innate Dao bones? Xingshu City spans over 100 miles. Could it be that the ancestral master made a round trip in such a short time? Elder Jiao was equally taken aback. He had long been aware of Lin Feng's formidable prowess, but to transport a child over 100 miles would invariably require a full day. Such is the prowess of the ancestral master. Chapter 45. The Reformation of Continental Restrictions. Yet, the ancestral master has effortlessly brought back a child from the Pei family. Does he not fear their retribution? It is well known that any family possessing a child of such exceptional talent would treasure them immensely. Given the ease with which the ancestral master has acquired the child, it is likely that the entire Holy Ruined City will turn against him. Perceiving the thoughts of Elder Jiao, Lin Feng spoke with an air of indifference. A mere Holy Ruined City is hardly a cause for concern. His brazen tone prompted the members of Jinghua Palace to ponder the identity of such a formidable figure. Pei Zizhen remained oblivious. His curiosity fixated on the little fox cradled in Zhang Tianlong's arms. The little fox. Noticing his disciple's eager expression, Zhang Tianlong gently set the fox down, allowing the child and creature to play together. Elder Jiao, how are matters arranged in Jinghua Palace at present? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Zhang Tianlong promptly stepped forward to share his thoughts with Lin Feng. This indeed seems fitting. Today, I shall impart to you the fundamentals of this formation. Zhang Tianlong listened intently, anxious not to miss a single detail. He occasionally nodded, furrowed his brow, and posed questions, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. The art of formations lies in comprehension rather than mere rote memorization. Since you possess some understanding of formations, that marks a commendable beginning. Lin Feng gazed at Zhang Tianlong with a sense of satisfaction. The child's eagerness to learn naturally pleased him. Observing the materials prepared by the disciples of Jinghua Palace, Lin Feng diligently arranged and explained in real time. Completing a round indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. Master, senior brother, please slow down. Pei Zizhen, with his diminutive legs, scurried about but could never quite keep pace with the two. Zhang Tianlong looked down at the child, finding him rather amusing. Yet, he could not fathom why Lin Feng had taken him as a disciple. Master, how do you intend to impart the techniques to him? I have already bestowed upon him the teachings. He merely needs to grasp them, Lin Feng replied. You and Ming Ming must not allow yourselves to be surpassed by him. Surpassed by a little toddler? How is that conceivable? Zhang Tianlong exclaimed. Master, I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chuan. While I may not boast extraordinary talent, I at least possess experience. How could I possibly be surpassed by a mere child? Zhang Tianlong remained skeptical of Lin Feng's assertions. Do not underestimate him. Zizhen indeed possesses an innate Dao bone, and his future is boundless. Innate Dao bone? What of it? It cannot possibly compare to my celestial body of Tong Tian. Zhang Tianlong maintained his belief that Lin Feng's words were merely meant to spur him on. Your assertion holds merit, yet his path ahead will far exceed yours and Meng Ming's. Lin Feng sighed deeply, reflecting on the matter. Zhang Tianlong, however, was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that Master had glimpsed their futures? He stared blankly at Lin Feng, his mouth agape, struggling to regain his voice after a considerable pause. Junior brother, do you truly possess such remarkable potential? He instinctively rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Feng offered no response, merely advancing forward. The defenses around Jinghua Palace had already been set up, leaving only the teleportation array unresolved. Upon discovering a suitable location, Lin Feng prepared to arrange the formation. This teleportation array was an ancient technique, long lost to time. No one knew how to set it up. Do you truly possess the knowledge to construct such a grand array? Lin Feng remained silent, making his way to a clear area behind the Jinghua Palace. The abundant spiritual energy and flat terrain rendered it an ideal site for the teleportation array. Elder Jiao, please bring forth the materials you have prepared. Lin Feng's voice was calm yet powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Master, must we truly employ this crystal energy stone? Elder Jiao's heart ached. He had painstakingly sourced the crystal energy stone to craft tables and chairs, intending to honor the master. Yet now, it would serve the purpose of setting up the formation. He truly is reluctant. Lin Feng deftly picked up the furniture crafted from crystal energy stones, applying pressure. And in the next moment, the stones shattered into perfectly uniform pieces. This seemingly simple act was remarkable, for the crystal energy stone is one of the hardest materials, impervious even to divine weapons in a single strike. Yet, Lin Feng managed to crush it effortlessly with one hand, and so uniformly. At that moment, a profound sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. They were fortunate not to have offended Lin Feng. Soon, the formation was completed. A radiant light illuminated the faces of the crowd, appearing extraordinarily dazzling. The brilliance gradually stabilized, forming a circular teleportation portal that shimmered with a soft golden hue. Zhang Tianlong, in disbelief, reached out to touch the light of the formation, feeling the immense energy contained within. Could this truly be an ancient teleportation array? Elder Jiao murmured in astonishment. His eyes filled with shock. Within the formation, the light was resplendent, yet the interior was shrouded in nothingness, concealing the destination. With the formation set up here, it was merely a matter of establishing another at the Void Realm, ensuring seamless passage. Lin Feng spoke in a calm tone. Such a formation is indeed wondrous. Elder Jiao exclaimed in genuine admiration, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, brimming with excitement and anticipation. We must depart. Once the light here flares up again, it will indicate the completion of the formation, at which point you may attempt to traverse back and forth. Thank you, Grandmaster, Elder Jiao said. His gaze filled with an inscrutable emotion as he looked at the master of Jinghua Palace. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng understood the underlying reason. Just wait here. Once the formation is ready, you may use the teleportation array to return. Lin Feng remarked with a teasing expression directed at Elder Jiao. Grandmaster Elder Jiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze. Let us go. Lin Feng lifted Pei Zizhen, placing a hand on Zhang Tianlong, as the little fox nimbly climbed into Zhang Tianlong's embrace. And in an instant, they vanished from sight. Elder Jiao, just who is this Grandmaster? Mo Lao, unaware of Lin Feng's true identity, inquired anxiously. The Grandmaster is a humble individual. Do not pry into this matter, came the reply, laced with humor. After all, Mo Lao had taken as his disciple someone of Cheng Tianjing's caliber. It was implausible that he was merely an amiable figure. He naturally refused to reveal the true background of Mo Laolin Feng. Although Mo Laolin wished to inquire further, she noticed that Elder Jiao paid her no heed. Despite the anger bubbling within her, she dared not show it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after meticulously arranging the formation, swiftly traversed several cities to gather the seeds he required before returning to the realm of Taishu. Observing the teleportation formation erupting with a brilliant light, Elder Jiao realized that the formation was indeed complete. Curiously, she took a step forward alongside Palace Master Jinghua, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the realm of Taishu. This teleportation formation was truly exquisite. Palace Master Jinghua's face lit up with excitement at the sight. The disciples of Jinghua Palace began to discuss among themselves, their eyes brimming with admiration for Lin Feng. With such a formidable powerhouse to protect them, how could they doubt that Jinghua Palace would ascend to become the foremost sect? In stark contrast to the enthusiasm of the crowd, Elder Jiao was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The long-lost ancient formation had re-emerged, signaling a potential rewriting of the restrictions within their continent. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Gift of Exchange above the Xianyao Divine Palace. Sisters Pei Xin and Pei Qing stood in stunned silence as they watched Lin Feng planting mundane seeds in the medicinal fields. Such a celestial realm devoted to cultivating these ordinary items, and even raising common poultry, it was perplexing. As Lin Feng returned with an abundance of these earthly treasures, the sisters were utterly bewildered. Truly, he was an extraordinary individual, his actions as unpredictable as the winds. A gentle breeze swept across the land, carrying the fragrant scent of earth. Lin Feng, suppressing his entire cultivation, vigorously wielded the hoe in his hands, carefully embedding the seeds into the soil and gently covering them with earth. Subsequently, he produced a dull, gray sharpening stone, an item commonly found in the mundane world. He casually selected a stone to sit upon and began to meticulously sharpen the rather dull hoe. Benefactor, what are you? Can't you see? I am cultivating the land. Lin Feng's words flowed with an air of undeniable certainty. Are there not seeds among these that we have overlooked? The two sisters, unable to fathom that Lin Feng's diligent efforts would yield nothing but mundane produce, were soon disillusioned. Upon realizing these were merely ordinary items, their confusion deepened. What is the purpose of this? To eat. She pointed at the seeds nestled in the earth, then gestured towards the hoe and whetstone in Lin Feng's hands. Her tone laced with bewilderment. Pei Qing chimed in. Indeed, benefactor, why engage with these trivial matters? In the bountiful realm of the Celestial Palace, would it not be far better to cultivate celestial herbs and spiritual medicines? Lin Feng paused, lifting his gaze to meet that of the two sisters, a gentle smile gracing his face. What you do not understand is that, although these mundane items may seem ordinary, they embody the profound simplicity of the Tao. By planting these seeds of the earthly realm, nurturing these commonplace fowls, and observing their growth and transformation, I grasp the natural principles within. When they ripen and fill my belly, I experience an entirely different aspect of nature. Just like this whetstone, which appears coarse, yet sharpens a blade. Thus, the greatest truths are often the simplest, returning to one's original essence. The greatest truths are indeed the simplest, returning to one's essence. Is it truly so? Pei Xian felt a jolt of clarity as the chaos in her mind dissipated. She immediately knelt before Lin Feng in reverence. Benefactor, your knowledge is profound and your wisdom unparalleled. I am grateful for your guidance. With just these few words, Pei Xian grasped the essence of the Tao, her cultivation stabilizing as she progressed further along the path. Truly, a master is a master. To receive such guidance is extraordinary. Pei Qing, witnessing her sister's enlightenment, was equally astonished. It is worth noting that they hailed from St. Ruin's City, a place of considerable repute, with the Pei family being among the most esteemed. What treasures had they not encountered? However, after falling victim to treachery, with their parents misled and their own cultivation lacking, they had suffered greatly. Now, you may reside comfortably within the Celestial Palace. The space is ample, and you may choose rooms to your liking. The two exchanged glances before prostrating in gratitude towards Lin Feng. He waved his hand dismissively, a smile still lingering on his face as he glanced at them. Come now. Let us work together and experience the joys of earthly farming. Despite her inner doubts, Pei Xian nodded in agreement. After all, this was a lesson imparted by their revered ancestor. How could they possibly approach it without earnestness? Pei Xian rolled up her sleeves and approached Lin Feng, awkwardly grasping the hoe in imitation of his technique, exerting considerable effort to dig into the earth. The hoe was quite heavy, and she refrained from using her cultivation, straining to carve out a shallow pit. Meanwhile, Pei Qing took on the task of sowing seeds, cautiously placing them into the pit before gently covering them with soil. The sunlight bathed the field, casting a radiant golden hue upon their labor, transforming these mundane elements into something ethereal. Lin Feng demonstrated while explaining the nuances of planting. Much like cultivation, gardening requires patience and meticulousness. Each step must be undertaken with care to ensure a bountiful harvest. He pointed to the freshly sown vegetable seeds, which appeared ordinary yet harbored boundless vitality. Given an appropriate environment and nourishment, they would flourish. As soon as he spoke, the seeds in the soil sprouted at a visibly rapid pace, breaking through the earth and soon transforming into a lush expanse of tender green shoots. Pei Xian and Pei Qing gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. This is astonishingly swift, Pei Xian exclaimed, pointing at the seedlings. It was no wonder, for the immortal palace was brimming with spiritual energy, allowing these vegetables to absorb sufficient power for rapid growth. But wait. Her gaze fixated on the bucket and ladle in Lin Feng's hands. The water shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, subtly pulsating with the rhythms of the Tao. This was clearly not ordinary water. This was the fabled Wuling liquid, long thought to be lost. A single drop could significantly enhance one's cultivation, while 2 drops could bring one back to life. It nourished all living things and revitalized the body, making it a treasure beyond compare. Pei Xian recalled seeing records of the Wuling liquid in the Pei family's library, noting its extraordinary properties. It was said that a single sip could equate to a millennium of arduous practice. Her voice trembled with excitement. She had never encountered the Wuling liquid before, yet had only heard of its wonders. Her gaze shifted to Lin Feng, marveling at the prowess of her ancestor, who could procure such a mysterious substance. Meanwhile, Pei Jin played joyfully with a little fox, riding a golden dragon in the lake, and laughing while holding a carp several times his size. Even though they had witnessed Lin Feng's strength before, They were still profoundly astonished at this moment. The vegetables in the fields soon matured, with the wheat growing to the size of a basketball and the watermelons becoming so large that two people could scarcely lift one. The little turtle that swam freely in the lake had mysteriously transformed into a bishi. The chickens roaming the ground now emanated a radiant glow, hinting at their potential to become phoenixes. The turtle had turned into a bishi, the chickens into phoenixes. Pei Xin looked at Pei Qing in shock, and they exchanged a glance, understanding the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to smile and wield his hoe, oblivious to the miraculous transformations occurring around him. Ding! The experience card for the Great Ascension Realm is about to expire. The host may provide feedback and a rating to redeem a mysterious gift. It had arrived. It had come bearing gifts. This system was indeed user-friendly. Of course, this system continuously strived to ensure the satisfaction of every host. Who would have thought this system could converse? AI intelligence, indeed. Lin Feng mused to himself, then promptly began to submit his evaluation. The experience was exhilarating, perfect for showing off, though somewhat brief. Overall rating, 8 out of 10. Chapter 47. The Primordial Void Ancient Realm is about to open. After efficiently completing the scoring, the system presented several options for selection. However, to his dismay, all three options yielded the same reward. The system, devoid of any understanding of frustration, instructed the host to choose a reward. What is there to choose from? After a moment of vexation, Lin Feng decisively opted for the first one. It hardly mattered. Congratulations to the host for promptly providing feedback. Thus, a teleportation talisman is awarded, enabling the host to traverse any time and place alongside those without cultivation. Oh, what does this imply? Upon reflection, the only person without cultivation near him was the little one, Pei Zhan. Could the forthcoming events be related to him? After dinner, Lin Feng, as was customary, lounged in a recliner with his companions beneath the starlit sky. Gazing upwards, the myriad of twinkling stars illuminated the tranquil world below, instilling a sense of serenity and exhilaration. Suddenly, from the nearby grass, a furry creature sprang forth, heading straight for the recliner. Once it nestled obediently in Pei Zhan's embrace, it became clear that it was the little fox. The pair began to frolic joyfully. At that moment, Zhang Tianlong suddenly calculated with a flick of his fingers. Master, there is an anomaly in the west. It appears the Primordial Void Ancient Realm is about to open. The Primordial Void Ancient Realm? Pei Xian inquired first. The legendary realm is said to conceal treasures left by the ancient Emperor of the Void, albeit with formidable restrictions. Only warriors below the integration stage are permitted entry. Yet, the realm is fraught with peril. No one has ever returned alive from within. This is precisely why the secret realm remains shrouded in mystery, its enigma persisting for over a millennium. Lin Feng echoed the name, and the memory of the system's awarded teleportation talisman flickered through his mind, stirring his interest. Tianlong, please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Primordial Void Ancient Realm and its imminent opening. Zhang Tianlong respectfully clasped his hands. Master, this ancient site is said to harbor numerous rare treasures and lost martial arts manuals. However, it is equally laden with unknown dangers. It opens once every millennium, and according to my calculations, it should be within the next few days. Pei Xian furrowed her brow, as if recalling something. I once encountered records of the Primordial Void Ancient Realm in the family archives. It is said to contain not only precious spiritual herbs and celestial grasses, but also the remains of ancient divine beasts, and potentially, the legacies left by powerful beings. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards her sister, Pei Qing, who nodded in agreement. It is said that only those below the integration stage can enter. And while opportunities abound, it is also a place that instills dread. The strong cannot enter, and the weak cannot escape. This aptly describes this realm. Only Pei Zhan, cradling the little fox, raised his head with curiosity upon hearing the adults discuss the Yuan Kong Ancient Realm, his large eyes inquiring. What is the Yuan Kong Ancient Realm? Is it fun? As he inquired, he gently caressed the soft fur of the little fox. Do you wish to accompany me? Lin Feng did not respond directly to Pei Zhan's words, merely posing a question in a calm tone. Master, at present, Zhan has not engaged in any cultivation. This. Pei Xian and Pei Qing harbored concerns in their hearts. The dangers here are numerous. How could Pei Zhan, an untrained child, venture forth? It is precisely because he has yet to cultivate, like a blank canvas, that he holds the potential for greater possibilities. Lin Feng lightly patted Pei Zhan's small head, his gaze imbued with a subtle depth. I hope that Zhan will explore the path he is to cultivate on his own. But would you not mind if he does not practice the 2 techniques you imparted to him? Those 2 techniques are exceedingly precious secrets, likely acquired by our venerable ancestor through great hardship. Wouldn't that be a waste? It matters not, as long as Jin can devote himself to cultivation. Those 2 techniques will still serve as valuable references, embodying the principle of learning from the explorations of predecessors. The essence lies in the concept of reference in this world. How can success ever be identical? Pei Xin and Pei Qing exchanged glances, their hearts filled with profound respect for Lin Feng's words. He is truly a person of grand vision. Observing their brother under the guidance of such a master, they surely believed he would achieve great things in the future. The courtyard fell into a serene silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the playful laughter of Pei Zhen and the little fox. Zhang Tianlong furrowed his brow. Master, the path I cultivate does not align with this. I fear I cannot accompany you. It is of no consequence. Excessive exposure to these matters bears no benefit. The most important thing is to gain clarity on the path you are cultivating. He understood Zhang Tianlong's character and respected his choices. Lin Feng's gaze shifted back to Pei Zhen. Little one, gather your belongings. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhen leaped up in excitement. Hooray! He lifted the little fox into his arms, spinning in place several times, and the fox swayed along with him, emitting joyful cries. Pei Xin and Pei Qing observed this scene, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They were both concerned for Pei Zi's safety and hopeful that he might achieve a breakthrough on this journey. The Lord of the Void gazed towards the horizon. It appeared that the legendary Yuan Kong ancient realm was about to awaken. Lord, it is said that only martial artists below the integration stage may enter the Yuan Kong ancient realm. Can't the disciples temporarily suppress their cultivation? Inquired a curious disciple from the void. Do you think the great being is a fool? If everyone could do so, the treasures within the Yuan Kong ancient realm would have long been claimed. The Lord of the Void cast a disdainful glance at the disciple before him. Did he truly believe that this ruse could deceive the heavens and evade detection? Such naivety is astonishing. The Lord of Emptiness shook his head with a sigh. Given your current level of cultivation and the fact that you do not practice this particular path, it would be far more appropriate for your junior brother to undertake this endeavor. It seems that this is indeed the most fitting course of action. Your junior brother's cultivation of the chaotic path aligns perfectly with the abundant principles of chaos found within the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. If he were to acquire this technique, it is certain that he would ascend successfully in the future. In this way, our realm of emptiness would also be able to hold its head high. The disciple spoke with a countenance full of excitement. His junior disciple is indeed a prodigy. Now that his cultivation is adequate and his techniques align, the moment has arrived for the opening of the primordial void ancient realm, a clear sign of destiny. May the heavens bless the realm of the void. At that time, our void domain shall emerge as the strongest among all these continents. The void sovereign can already envision the pinnacle moment of his land's future. Sovereign, have you summoned me? As the two were conversing, a disciple entered. How have you prepared the items I instructed you to gather? The disciple had arranged everything meticulously, suppressing his cultivation to avoid any breakthroughs. Eagerly awaiting the opportunity to obtain the secret treasures once they entered the primordial void ancient realm. Chapter 48. Who shall be sent forth excellent? You have performed admirably. A glimmer of pride flashed in the void sovereign's eyes. Tomorrow, I shall send the Grand Elder along with you. Remember, it is imperative that you retrieve the secret techniques. Yes, sovereign. In the sacred ruined city, the second son of the Pei family anxiously observed the imminent opening of the primordial void ancient realm. Pei Shiming urgently needed to venture into the realm to seek those secret treasures. He was inherently a child of considerable talent, should he acquire these techniques. The second son of the Pei family would undoubtedly surpass the eldest in stature within the holy ruined city. Elder, our Pei family is resolute in our decision to travel with Sheng Ming. However, the elder of the holy ruined city is unlikely to acquiesce. For Pei Shengming has offended a formidable being, which will inevitably lead to great troubles in the future. Moreover, the Pei family has long held a position of dominance, having painstakingly utilized the second son to bring about the downfall of the eldest. It is even less likely that they would allow the second son's family to rise again. Elder, Sheng Ming is the legitimate bloodline of the Pei family and rightfully deserves to venture into the Yuan Kong ancient realm. I implore you to grant this request. The second son of the Pei family knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. Yet, the elder was aware that Pei Shengming, at such a tender age, harbored a ruthless nature, capable of inflicting harm even upon his own kin. He found it difficult to envision what this individual would become as an adult. Pelair understood that the Grand Elder harbored reluctance in his heart. Yet, he did not relinquish hope. He lifted his gaze to the Grand Elder of the sacred ruined city, yet his heart brimmed with animosity, since the Grand Elder was intent on complicating matters. My Pei family shall embark on our own, choosing not to ally with the sacred ruined city this time. Having uttered these words, he swept his sleeve and departed. You would do well to remember, when you venture to the Yuan Kong ancient realm tomorrow, should you manage to acquire that coveted treasure, it would be splendid. However, if you fail, let it be known that no one else shall lay claim to it. The Grand Elder's intentions are commendable. He was acutely aware that with Pei Lao harboring such sentiments, he would undoubtedly be full of self-importance. Thus, he intended to exploit the other's mindset, compelling them to willingly serve his own ends. The realm of emptiness. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Who would be suitable for this task? Would little ancestor be willing to venture forth? What do you think? Miss Fong has gone down the mountain for training. Does that not leave us without a candidate? The Grand Elder could not help but let out a sigh. It would be ideal if Miss Fong could return for a brief visit. But her relentless pursuit of training likely renders her indifferent to the arcane methods within the Yuan Kong ancient realm. Alas, the Grand Elder sighed once more. It is said that the land of emptiness has taken in a disciple of the chaos physique. A chaos physique? Legends state that those possessing such a physique often become formidable beings, with many even ascending to higher realms. The implication was clear to all present. The Yuan Kong ancient realm is predominantly filled with chaotic secrets. Should the individuals from the land of emptiness acquire them, that disciple would undoubtedly subjugate them in the future. This simply cannot be allowed. They must inform the master and seek his wisdom to resolve this matter. The group made their way to the Celestial Palace, only to discover the unexpected presence of two remarkable young women. Their striking beauty and exceptional demeanor led to speculation. Had the master, weary of solitude, summoned these two to alleviate his burdens? It seemed quite plausible, given that their master was still a vigorous young man. They had underestimated the situation. It appeared they must diligently seek out more youthful and enchanting companions for their master in the future. Thus, their gazes towards the two women were imbued with newfound respect. After all, the allure of companionship is no trivial matter. Esteemed ladies, might you be aware of our master's whereabouts? The Grand Elder respectfully bowed to Pei Xin and Pei Qing before inquiring politely. He has taken his newly accepted disciple with him. What? The arrival of Zhang Tianlong startled the Grand Elder and the others. Pray, what is the level of this young gentleman's cultivation? As the master's disciple, one would presume he possesses commendable skills. They were astonished by the master's foresight in arranging everything so meticulously in advance. My junior brother is still quite young and has not yet begun his training. Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly at the innocent and whimsical expression of Pei Xin. His tone filled with affection. Without any cultivation? How old is he that he has yet to embark on his training? Surely, he cannot still be an infant. At merely 6 years of age, it was only natural that he had not commenced his training. Zhang Tianlong spoke as if it were the most evident truth. The Grand Elder and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate their astonishment. Another elder could not refrain from commenting. The Yuan Kong ancient realm is fraught with peril. Even warriors at the transformation stage must exercise utmost caution. To take a child devoid of cultivation into such danger seems a delicate matter. Their words were laden with subtlety. A child lacking any cultivation, no matter how capable their master. How could he swiftly navigate such treacherous terrain with him? They wondered if the gates to the Yuan Kong ancient realm would even be closed by the time the young master arrived. Little did they realize. The usually assured master had encountered an unexpected setback. Let us not worry excessively. Our master is quite capable of managing his own affairs. Pei Xin consoled the assembly of elders, harboring unwavering confidence in her brother's journey to the Yuan Kong ancient realm. The Grand Elder and the others exchanged glances. Yet none dared to voice their concerns. They held no doubts regarding Lin Feng's decision, silently wishing for the smooth success of the ancestors' expedition. Outside the Yuan Kong ancient realm, the sun blazed brightly in the cloudless sky. Cultivators from various factions surged forth like a rising tide, converging into a bustling sea of humanity. Elegantly attired scions of noble families, disciples clad in Taoist robes, and even eccentrically dressed wandering cultivators. All were undoubtedly drawn here for the secrets of the mystical arts. Brother Tian, it has been quite some time, exclaimed one person, beaming at his companion. Behind him followed a young child, now in their teenage years. Long time no see. Is this your new apprentice? Certainly, my dear disciple. to greet Uncle Tian. Upon hearing this, the disciple stepped forward at once. Disciple Li Beitian pays his respects to Uncle Tian. His tone was humble, yet his demeanor exuded pride. My disciple is truly a genius. Just look at his current cultivation. He has suppressed his progress for 3 months, all in preparation for entering the ancient realm of Yuankong today. Otherwise, he would have already broken through. The man introduced with an air of arrogance. Haha. Your disciple is quite impressive. You are indeed fortunate. The secret techniques of this ancient realm are highly coveted. Uncle Tian beamed with delight, expressing his admiration for Li Beitian. After all, Li Beitian's talent was considerable, and cultivating a good relationship with him could prove to be a significant advantage in the future. Humph. Does he truly deserve to be called a genius? At that moment, the sky darkened. A woman descended from the heavens, her presence commanding. Radiant beams of light flickered around her. This is the body of the Taiyin. Someone exclaimed. The body of the Taiyin. It is indeed an exceptional innate spiritual vein. Chapter 49, Clash of Powers. In an instant, countless cultivators gazed at the woman with glimmering eyes. The body of the Taiyin, what a remarkable prospect. Li Beitian stood frozen, having heard of the Taiyin body before. Her innate talent rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it. As the woman unleashed her overwhelming pressure, Li Beitian felt utterly incapable of withstanding it. He desperately summoned all the spiritual energy within him, striving to avoid appearing so wretched. Under the oppressive force of the woman, Li Beitian knelt on one knee, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his complexion paling. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, attempting to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Observing his disciple in such a predicament, the man quickly stepped forward to shield Li Beitian. This young lad is naive and inexperienced. If he has offended you, I hope you, my lady, will show leniency. Humph, a waste is merely a waste. There is an undeniable disparity between individuals. A girl in the corner scoffed, her voice dripping with derision. Li Beitian turned to face her. What are you, to dare mock me? He glared at the young woman, noticing that her cultivation was merely at the primordial spirit stage. He scoffed coldly within. How dare she mock him? With a flick of his right hand, Li Beitian unleashed a surge of spiritual power aimed directly at the young girl. To his surprise, the corners of her lips curled upwards in a disdainful smirk. An aura of authority emanated from her, as a formidable wave of spiritual energy radiated outward from her center, effortlessly dissipating Li Beitian's attack. A chilling aura spread forth, causing the temperature to plummet and sending shivers down the spines of those present. Was this the legendary Purine physique? Did the individuals who ventured into the Yuankong ancient realm possess such formidable prowess? Is she Miss Fong? As Tang Xianming caught sight of Fong Mingming, his eyes brightened instantly, and he sprang down from his carriage. Fong Mingming slowly lifted her gaze. Her icy stare fixed upon Li Beitian. How dare you presume to teach me a lesson? Li Beitian trembled in fear, realizing the implication of her Purine physique. How could someone so young possess such cultivation? Surely, she must be a disciple of a prominent sect. It seemed this expedition to the Yuankong ancient realm would be rife with fierce competition. It was rumored that Fong Mingming was a disciple from the realm of Taishu. Wasn't she the disciple of that good-for-nothing from the Xianyao Divine Palace? What was his name again? Lin Feng. Yes, that was it. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with jealousy, envy, and ridicule as they regarded Fong Mingming. After all, it was disgraceful for a genius to take a good-for-nothing as a master. Just as Fong Mingming was about to retract her imposing presence, she noticed the sky once again descending into an anomaly, the surrounding air shifting incessantly. The atmosphere warped around her, as if a force of enlightenment was tugging at her. Sensing this dangerous power, Fong Mingming frowned slightly. It was evident to everyone that this was the chaos body attempting to suppress her Purine physique. Was this the chaos body, a disciple from the realm of void? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was there no respite in this world? Many wandering cultivators and lesser sects, witnessing the assembly of numerous innate sacred bodies, promptly fled in dismay. The Grand Elder of the Void Realm approached Fong Mingming with his disciple in tow. This young lady must be Fong Mingming, correct? Indeed. I am the Grand Elder of the Void Realm, and this is our disciple, Cha Qing. Cha Qing is a prodigy of the chaos body. The elder exuded a commanding presence, which momentarily left Fong Mingming struggling to breathe. However, she was not one to yield easily. How could she possibly show weakness in front of outsiders? Fong Mingming subtly raised her chin, defiantly resisting the elder's oppressive aura. What do you intend to do? Chongqing gazed at Fong Mingming, as if the remarkable move he had just executed was but a figment of imagination. I have heard that the maiden possesses a naturally Purine physique. Might I invite Miss Fong to cultivate in the realm of nothingness? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was someone actually attempting to undermine the realm of nothingness? My dear girl, you must understand that Lin Feng is merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. He possesses no skills and can offer you nothing of value. Following him will only hinder your promising future. Should you choose to join our realm of nothingness, we shall devote all our resources to elevate you to greater heights. Seeing that Fong Mingming remained silent, the Grand Elder immediately interjected with persuasive words. His tone dripped with disdain when he mentioned Lin Feng, his gaze filled with contempt. Miss Fong, your cultivation is indeed formidable. If you were to acquire a technique suitable for you, your prowess would solidify even further, potentially reaching the pinnacle of every realm. Understand that the average cultivator only progresses through the initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Very few can attain the pinnacle, and some have never even heard of it. Throughout the continents, there are those who have ascended, yet none have ever been known to reach the peak. If what the Grand Elder of the realm of nothingness asserts holds true, then with the disciples of the Chaos Body, combined with the secret methods of the Yuan Kong ancient realm and the divine arts of the realm of nothingness, it is plausible that the realm of nothingness could become the foremost domain on the continent. The Grand Elder exuded confidence. Miss Fong, I believe you can discern which of the two is more formidable, correct? Humph. No matter how powerful you are, can you truly compare to my strength? The voice was as clear as a bell, unmistakably that of a child. The crowd paused, turning to see the small infant cradled in the arms of the second heir of the Pei family. They had entered the Yuan Kong ancient realm, Pei Xingming, the prodigy of the sacred ruined city, rumored to possess the void eye, capable of seeing through all past and future, reality and illusion. A renewed surge of power emanated from the horizon, radiating from Pei Xingming. However, Cha Qing merely snorted, and in an instant, that overwhelming force was utterly crushed. Pei Xingming's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze directed at Cha Qing filled with murderous intent. He was taken aback to discover that his pride, the eye of the void, was so effortlessly subdued by his opponent. The air around them grew somewhat stagnant, imbued with the ever-present chaotic essence. As a chill began to creep up from beneath their feet, Miss Fong, may I inquire about your thoughts? Would you consider joining us in the realm of nihility? The Grand Elder of Nihility spoke with an air of detachment, seemingly unperturbed. And what of it? If I were to lose this time, I would simply strive to reclaim victory in the next. However, I shall never betray my sect. Fong Mingming's countenance was frosty, devoid of any expression. To consider her joining the realm of nihility? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable, no matter how formidable the Emperor of the Void is. He pales in comparison to her master. Her master is an ascendant, a true powerhouse. Since Miss Fong is so resolute, I shall not insist further. However, I must caution you that every disciple entering the ancient realm of Yuan Kong has support behind them. Should you stand alone, you may only find a path to demise. Chapter 50. Breakthrough in Cultivation. The words of the Elder of the Void were laden with profound meaning. Fong Mingming let out a cold chuckle, discerning the veiled threat in the Elder's words. A powerful aura surged forth, as if the surrounding void was being tumultuously stirred. A chilling presence enveloped her from all directions, sending shivers down her spine. Chang Qing stood impassively, emanating an intense, chaotic energy. The clash of their formidable auras in the air created a colossal wave of energy. Were they engaged in a contest of might? One could only speculate who would prevail. It would undoubtedly be Chang Qing, the most gifted disciple of the void. As for Fong Mingming, she had a master of little merit. What wisdom could she possibly impart? Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Pei Zhen had arrived at the city beneath the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. Master, what is that? Pei Zhen inquired, pointing at the two overwhelming auras above the ancient realm, curiosity evident in his tone. That is a contest of might. One is a formidable being with a chaotic physique, and the other, your senior sister, possesses a purine body. Lin Feng spoke with a hint of pride. Senior sister? Pei Zhen was intrigued about the nature of his senior sister. Lin Feng produced a yin-yang stone from his robe, bending down to present it to Pei Zhen. Deliver this to your senior sister. Pei Zhen recognized the stone's extraordinary quality and carefully stowed it away, his gaze resolute as he looked toward the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. Master, I promise to complete the task. Lin Feng gently patted his small head, and Pei Zhen scurried off toward the ancient realm, his little legs moving swiftly. Senior sister! Senior sister! The little one called out, raising the yin-yang stone high as he ran, his voice ringing with clarity. Onlookers were astonished to see the child brandishing the yin-yang stone. I feel my very soul trembling. What is that object? It possesses such power. Are they not afraid of it being snatched from a child? Though Pei Zhen did not know who his senior sister was, he instinctively fixed his gaze upon Fang Mingming in the crowd, his large eyes locked onto her. The tense atmosphere between Chang Qing and Fang Mingming was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen occurrence, and they both turned their attention to the newcomer. The yin-yang stone in the child's hand seemed to resonate with the pure yin body. Yin and yang, one black and one white, began to intertwine their energies. Everyone was utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the spectacle before them. Was this the fusion of yin and yang? Changqing's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that the yin-yang stone could merge with a pure yin body. This revelation was nothing short of a paradigm shift for him. How could this be possible? As the yin-yang stone entered Fang Mingming's body, she immediately felt a surge of power emanating from within her. The spiritual energy within her began to circulate wildly, forcing impurities out of her system. In an instant, her physical strength soared. Her spiritual awareness intensified. Her mental fortitude amplified. An extraordinary sensation blossomed within her heart, as if she had become significantly stronger. Within her sea of consciousness, the yin-yang fish spun slowly, with tendrils of pure yin energy weaving their way into the fish. She could distinctly sense her power escalating rapidly. Before long, Fang Mingming achieved a breakthrough. Could it be that Changqing's chaos body was defeated? The chaos body was renowned as the most formidable and extraordinary of all innate sacred bodies. How could it possibly be vanquished? This pure yin body was defying the odds. Changqing, too, found himself bewildered by this sudden turn of events. How could he possibly lose? As the golden light radiated from Fang Mingming, it was evident that she had reached the initial stage of her avatar. Yet the brilliance she emanated possessed an added touch of nobility. You have attained the pinnacle of the primordial spirit? How many are unaware of such a peak existence? Fang Mingming has ascended to such heights? She had no assistance from any celestial arts or secret techniques. What enabled her to reach this zenith? Fang Mingming gazed down at the diminutive figure before her. Sister, could this be the new junior disciple bestowed upon me by Master? She turned her attention to Changqing and the Grand Elder across from her. Your strength, though formidable, must surely have its limits. Her soul's potency had already surpassed that of Changqing, even eclipsing him, allowing her to perceive his true cultivation level. In this battle, she emerged victorious. Ding! The eldest disciple Fang Mingming has broken through to the initial stage of spirit separation. The host gains tenfold the cultivation of their disciple. Ding! The host's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of transformation. A wave of refreshing sensation surged through Lin Feng's body, an unprecedented power flooding within him. He could distinctly feel his strength had significantly amplified. The pinnacle of transformation. He had returned to this realm. This was the outcome he desired. The difference between the later stage of transformation and its pinnacle was not trivial. The chasm between these two realms was akin to the divide between heaven and earth. Lin Feng slowly exited the tea house, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Little brother, what is your name? Fang Mingming squatted down, her face alight with curiosity as she regarded the small bundle before her. Sister, I am Pei Zhen, your junior disciple. Junior disciple? Yes. Fang Mingming was unfamiliar with the name, yet the surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. Pei Zhen was not the prodigy of the Pei family from the Holy Ruined City, a genius endowed with innate Dao bones. He was indeed this little child before her. There could be no mistake. This was nothing short of a marvel among marvels. Yet, the Pei family was not content. They conspired to deceive the Pei family's elder couple, leaving their fates uncertain. The second heir of the Pei family even sought to extract the innate Dao bones from him to merge them into the body of the renowned Pei Shiming. Were they truly so shameless? How could they act with such audacity? The Holy Ruined City surely did not wish to reap the rewards of others' labor. Should this endeavor succeed, they would have forged an unparalleled genius, and if it failed, any future troubles initiated by Pei Zhen would bear no consequence for the elders of the Holy Ruined City. Initially, Fang Mingming found the little bundle adorable. But upon hearing the news, her expression darkened. Is what you say true? How could there be deception in this matter? It is spread throughout the entirety of Holy Ruined City. Damn the Holy Ruined City, damn the Pei family. How dare they covet my junior disciple's innate Dao bones? Little junior, do not worry. Your sister will surely avenge you. Pei Zhen gently shook his little head. Sister, do not be angry. Once I possess the strength, I will take revenge myself. However, Fang Mingming appeared hesitant, as if she were on the verge of speaking but held back. She understood the sacred ruins city well. The elders within possessed extraordinary powers. How could Pei Zhen possibly contend with them? Nonetheless, at that moment, Fong Mingming refrained from dousing their hopes. Our junior brother is the most formidable. You possess innate Dao bones, and I believe you will avenge yourself. Chapter 51. The Perils of Ignorance. Pei Zizhen nodded fervently. My master has said that if one day I become an emperor, I shall obliterate all foes. Such grandiose statements caused the expressions of everyone present to darken. Yet, Pei Zizhen was still quite young. Once he commenced his cultivation, he might indeed surpass them all. Moreover, with his innate Dao bones, they could hardly compare. It was truly infuriating to endure. The more one thought about it, the more it stoked their anger. The envy of comparing oneself to others could be overwhelming. However, the most vexed among them was undoubtedly Cha Qing. Pei Zizhen's words seemed to belittle his own chaotic physique. The elder of the Void Land gazed at Pei Zizhen with a look of suppressed inquiry. Have you truly taken Lin Feng as your master? What are you thinking? Why would one of such illustrious innate Dao bones choose to be apprenticed to a mere waste? You could come to our Void Land. He still harbored the desire to undermine others. However, Pei Zhen did not quite grasp the implication of his words. Consequently, the Grand Elder of the Void resorted to a different approach. Look, this fruit is indeed meant for you. If you are able to come to our realm of nothingness, there are many more such fruits that we can offer you. He unexpectedly produced a crystal-clear fruit, exuding a faint mist, and presented it before Pei Zhen. The surface of the fruit shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a golden dragon swimming within. It resembled a precious gemstone, yet it emanated a subtle fragrance. Little one, do you know what this is? Pei Zhen tilted her head, her large eyes blinking curiously at the fruit, and shook her head in response. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators erupted in a flurry of excitement, with one unable to contain a gasp. The water cloud fruit. It is indeed the water cloud fruit. This treasure is exceedingly rare, said to possess the power to help one break through cultivation bottlenecks. This fruit bears once every century, a truly rare occurrence. They gazed upon the fruit, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. This object is undoubtedly a precious treasure and exceedingly rare. Such a fruit, if presented to the outside world, could incite a deluge of bloodshed, prompting warriors to vie for possession. Why has no one come forth to tempt me with this fruit? Do you think you are worthy? What innate divine body do you possess? Listening to the envious and jealous whispers surrounding him, the Grand Elder appeared confident of his victory. What do you say? Would you consider coming to our Void Realm? I can offer you even more exquisite treasures like this one. As he spoke, he keenly observed Pei Zhen's reaction. He mused that although the child was young, he hailed from the esteemed Pei family of Sacred Ruin City, and thus must possess a certain worldly wisdom. Comprehending the value of the water cloud fruit, suddenly he noticed that Pei Zhen, who had been by Fong Mingming's side, had now leapt to the ground. The Grand Elder could not help but feel a sense of pride. It appeared that enticing someone away was rather effortless. Before he could bask in his triumph, he saw Pei Zhen hurriedly dash towards Lin Feng's direction. Master, that person said he would give me a fruit to eat. Lin Feng, lifting the approaching Pei Zhen into his arms, asked with a fond smile, Did you want it? No. My father and mother have taught me not to eat anything given by strangers. Good. Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. Having his own disciple bring him such joy filled Lin Feng's heart with delight. He conjured a celestial spirit fruit out of thin air and tossed it to Pei Zhen, urging him to partake. The celestial spirit fruit is not something commonly encountered. Its appearance resembles that of an apple but possesses an ethereal brilliance that surpasses the ordinary. Some bewildered onlookers scoffed, questioning the fruit's appeal. What could possibly be delectable about that? Are you truly offering a mundane item to a cultivator? How absurd, exclaimed one. Indeed. Be wary lest the child suffer from an upset stomach. Even the Grand Elder of the Void Realm began to mock. Lin Feng, how many talented individuals must you hinder from ascending before you feel satisfied? You are a waste. Do you wish for Pei Zhen to consume such things and become a cripple? Pay attention, everyone. My disciple is no longer merely a child of innate Dao bones. What do you mean? Retorted another, the entire Sacred Ruin City is aware of Pei Zhen's innate Dao bone. Can you not think grander? Such items are unsuitable for a child. Do you not realize your cruelty? The surrounding murmurs were rife with disdain directed at Lin Feng. Moreover, the Grand Elder fanned the flames of derision, intensifying Lin Feng's humiliation. Might I suggest you broaden your perspective? My disciple is now an innate Dao body. Although the terms innate Dao bone and innate Dao body differ by a mere character, the distinction between them is monumental. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. An innate Dao body? What is that? Inquired a wandering cultivator, scratching his head in confusion as he glanced at his companion. I have not heard of it either. Could it be something even more formidable than an innate Dao bone? The previously confident smile of the Grand Elder of the Void Realm faltered, freezing upon his lips. He squinted, scrutinizing Pei Zixian, trying to discern some clue. Nonsense. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. The innate Dao bone is already a rare constitution in the world. Where does the concept of innate Dao body arise? Lin Feng, do not speak so recklessly. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, setting Pei Zixian down. Observe closely. Does he still possess the characteristics of a Dao bone? Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze converged upon Pei Zixian. They beheld his previously jade-white bones now emanating a faint golden glow, akin to flowing radiance, utterly distinct from the manifestation of the Dao bone observed earlier. An elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled, pointing a finger at Pei Zixian. This is the Dao body. It truly is the Dao body. The old man recalled having seen descriptions of the Dao body in an ancient text, precisely matching this child's constitution. It is said that those with a Dao body cultivate at a speed far surpassing ordinary individuals, can comprehend the grand principles of heaven and earth, and more easily break through barriers to achieve extraordinary feats, another warrior supplemented. Only then did the crowd realize. Their eyes filled with envy and reverence as they regarded Pei Zixian. Was this what astonished them? No, even more astonishing revelations were yet to come. Pei Zixian took the heavenly spirit fruit from Lin Feng's hand and bit into it, the crisp sound of his chewing resonating distinctly in the still air. So sweet. Pei Zixian squinted, his small face radiating a satisfied smile, with a few drops of crystalline juice adorning the corners of his mouth. This juice shimmered with a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. As they gazed at the resplendent heavenly spirit fruit, the crowd gasped in astonishment. And those who were unaware immediately inquired, "What is this? It cannot possibly be an ordinary fruit, can it? You dare to call this heavenly spirit fruit an ordinary fruit? The heavenly spirit fruit? This is the legendary sacred fruit. What then can be said of the Tianyan fruit? It is said that a single heavenly spirit fruit can elevate one's realm and extend one's life." An elder stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed. This is the heavenly spirit fruit. I have only encountered records of it in ancient texts, yet I never imagined I would witness it today. Chapter 52. The core that was discarded still desires to be eaten? The little fox, which had been perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, also noticed the fruit in Pei Zixian's hand. It twitched its nose, its bright eyes fixated on the heavenly spirit fruit, emitting a series of chirping sounds. Its tiny paws incessantly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, seemingly clamoring for a taste. Lin Feng gently patted the little fox's head, speaking softly, "Little one, do you wish to have some as well?" The little fox immediately nodded, its eyes brimming with desire. Lin Feng took out several heavenly spirit fruits, their glistening allure irresistible, and presented them to the little fox. In an instant, the fox leaped forward with excitement, embracing the heavenly spirit fruits and gnawing on them with a sound of utter satisfaction. These heavenly spirit fruits are exceedingly rare treasures, with one being a rare sight, and many having never encountered even a single one. Yet, Lin Feng nonchalantly offered them to the fox. Such extravagance was almost unfathomable. To feed a fox with heavenly spirit fruits? What a waste indeed. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrant aroma of the heavenly spirit fruits. A warrior standing at the edge of the crowd, who had been stuck at a bottleneck in his cultivation for years, astonishingly broke through to a minor realm in an instant, nourished by the delightful scent. He suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, his entire body trembling with excitement. I have broken through. I have truly broken through. He deeply bowed in the direction of Lin Feng, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity bestowed upon him. The onlookers were filled with envy, their gazes towards Lin Feng tinged with a mixture of reverence and greed. No, it cannot be. How could the heavenly spirit fruit possibly enable one to transcend a minor realm merely through a whiff of its fragrance? How did you cultivate this heavenly spirit fruit? It is a simple task. Do you not know how to cultivate? You plant the heavenly spirit fruit tree just as you would any other crop. Yet, Lin Feng was taken aback by how remarkably effective the nurturing with the 9 nether spirit soil and wooling liquid had proven to be. Lin Feng, are you toying with us? Cultivating land and these divine medicinal trees are worlds apart. The Grand Elder, in a fit of fury, wore a countenance so dark it was almost terrifying. He originally believed he could see through everything, yet he did not anticipate that Lin Feng had already made adequate preparations. To toy with you all? Lin Feng sighed softly. Elder, your words are rather severe. I have never trifled with anyone, nor do I have any need to do so with you. Lin Feng, Your actions may invoke divine retribution. Oh, are you still fearful of being struck down? That is quite understandable. The prowess of these individuals was not formidable enough to warrant the need for a thunder tribulation. Indeed, it was I who underestimated them. Lin Feng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing he had overestimated their capabilities. Master, your disciple has had his fill. After inhaling the storm, Pei Zizhen patted his belly, casually discarding the pit of the fruit to the side. Yet, even a mere leftover pit, discarded by him, was fervently contested by the martial artists. Ultimately, it was seized by the Grand Elder of the Void Land, who, disregarding the dirt clinging to it, took a hearty bite. How infuriating that he managed to snatch it first. Could it be that even the Grand Elder of the Void Land would stoop to claiming the remnants of others? In the next moment, the Grand Elder was enveloped in radiant light, experiencing an epiphany as a surge of formidable power erupted from within him. This newfound strength exuded an overwhelming might, far surpassing his usual capabilities. His cultivation has reached a breakthrough. Everyone gazed in astonishment as the Grand Elder merely gnawed on a fruit pit and achieved such an advancement. Moreover, it was to the harmonization stage. How could this be possible? Lin Feng paid no mind to these thoughts. Once we are satiated, we shall set forth to the Yuan Kong ancient realm. Master, will you and junior brother accompany us? Fang Mingming seemed perplexed, as her master had already ascended and was thus unable to enter due to the threshold limitations. As for the junior brother, he had yet to commence his cultivation. Could he truly enter? Of course, why should he not be able to? Is it not said that martial artists below the integration stage can enter? I am but a mere waste. How could I be barred from entry? Lin Feng spoke with an air of nonchalance, inciting a wave of disdain among the crowd. This individual truly had no shame. To be incapable of entering and risking his life was one matter, but to drag along the talented Pei Zhen into potential peril was another. Should Pei Zhen fail to achieve greatness in the future, it would certainly be attributed to Lin Feng, the inept. Surely, he could not still be hoping to uncover treasures within that might allow him to cultivate anew. A waste is a waste, and no amount of effort can alter that reality. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Feng merely offered a faint smile, disregarding the scorn of those around him. He embraced Pei Zizhen and turned toward the entrance of the Yuan Kong ancient realm. Come along, little one, let us venture inside and explore. He spoke with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Pei Zizhen nodded vigorously, her small face brimming with excitement as she clutched Lin Feng's garment tightly. Fang Mingming, observing the scene, hurriedly followed suit. Master, wait for me, she exclaimed, quickening her pace to walk alongside Lin Feng. The ancient realm of Yuan Kong was fraught with peril. Lin Feng's cultivation was immensely powerful, yet those of high cultivation could not enter this ancient domain. Master must have a way, she reassured herself. The practitioners behind them offered no counsel. One wandering cultivator's eyes glimmered with a sudden thought. Recalling that Lin Feng possessed the celestial spirit fruit, they exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed flickering in their eyes. This Lin Feng must undoubtedly possess the celestial spirit fruit. Perhaps. The warrior whispered to the few individuals beside him. He made a gesture of slitting his throat, his eyes gleaming with malice. Indeed, he is but a worthless being. Even with the celestial spirit fruit in his possession, it would be a squander. It would be far better for us to eliminate him and seize the fruit. This idea is feasible. Who can blame him for overestimating his own capabilities? If we do not slay him, it is he who insists on entering the primordial void ancient realm, so we cannot be held accountable. The crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes glinting with avarice for the celestial spirit fruit. Meanwhile, the second son of the Pei family, accompanied by Pei Shiming, approached the Grand Elder of the Void and Cha Qing. Grand Elder, what do you say to a collaboration? Oh, what scheme does young Master Pei propose? Please, enlighten me. The Grand Elder's gaze swept over the second son of the Pei family and Pei Shiming, a hint of amusement gracing his features. I wish for you to eliminate Pei Zizhen, but rest assured, we seek only the innate Dao body of Pei Zizhen. In return, I shall ensure that Pei Shiming is initiated into the realm of the void. The second son of the Pei family harbored desires that were both ambitious and unyielding. They need not engage in the act of murder to attain the innate Dao physique. Moreover, his son is able to venture into the void for cultivation, endowed with formidable resources for his practice. The Grand Elder of the Void found himself momentarily speechless. He was equally perplexed as to how Lord Pei II could utter such words. However, Pei's second son believed that the silence of the Grand Elder of the Void was a sign of deep contemplation, which secretly filled him with delight. Indeed, if his son were to possess the innate Dao body, he would be an unparalleled genius, and the realm of the Void would undoubtedly vie for Pei Shiming. Chapter 53. the greedy Pei II. Observing that the Grand Elder of the Void remained silent, Pei's second son assumed that the other party was still in a state of hesitation. He was filled with indignation. It is important to note that after acquiring the innate Dao physique, Pei Shiming was an unparalleled genius, and he had only entered the Void Land out of respect for the Grand Elder. How could the other party refuse? Yet at this moment, he licked his parched lips, intensifying his offer. Grand Elder, if you agree, upon the successful completion of this endeavor, my Pei family is willing to bestow our family treasure, the Xiantian Ice Soul, upon the Void Land. He slightly bent his body, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor. However, the Elder of Emptiness burst into laughter upon hearing this, his mirth laden with disdain. Pei, you are truly a dreamer. He cast a sidelong glance at the second son of the Pei family, his eyes brimming with derision. The Pei family, so callous and unfeeling, not only took the life of their own flesh and blood, but also plotted to disembowel their own nephew. Such merciless cruelty makes me disdainful of associating with them in this void. Pei Shiming, we hold you in even greater contempt. With that, he swept his sleeves and turned away, standing with poise, the corners of his garments billowing, exuding the authority of one in power. Changqing also emitted a mocking sneer, his gaze directed at the father and son of the Pei family, filled with scorn. The second son of the Pei family turned pale and flushed, his fists tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he dared not unleash his fury. He fixated intently on the receding figure of the Elder of Emptiness, his eyes brimming with resentment. Remember this infamous place of void, remember their current countenance, and be sure not to let them escape unscathed. I vow that I shall bring about their demise. Trailing silently behind the Elder of Emptiness, Changqing's gaze was fraught with complexity. The once resplendent holy ruined city, which had even witnessed the ascension of an individual, now harbored such detritus among its descendants? He shook his head slightly, seemingly filled with disappointment at the actions of the second son of the Pei family. It is known that as cultivators, one can resort to any means, yet those capable of such deeds are undoubtedly untrustworthy companions. Such individuals may very well strike you from behind when least expected. The bias of elders can lead to shifts in one's disposition. Pei Shiming has been inundated with this ideology by his family for years, and it has already taken root to a rotten extent. The great Elder of the Void sighed, and subsequently ceased to concern himself with these matters, instead beginning to advise Changqing. Have you memorized the map of the Yuan Kong ancient realm? The voice of the great Elder of the Void pulled Changqing back to reality. In response to the great Elder, the disciple has committed the map to memory. That is well. Pay no further attention to the spiritual treasures on the periphery. Your task is to retrieve the secret method from the center of the Yuan Kong ancient realm. That is what will prove beneficial to you. Changqing bowed respectfully. The disciple understands and shall not disappoint the great Elder's expectations. He paused momentarily before inquiring, Great Elder, what of Lin Feng? The great Elder of the Void responded with a disdainful smile, waving his hand dismissively. He is merely a worthless fool, inconsequential. Focus solely on your task. Leave the rest to me. Changqing inclined his body slightly, turning to depart, his figure swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the night. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was also preparing to escort Pei Zijian to the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. Ming, the forthcoming matters shall depend on your own capabilities. I shall first lead Zijian to the depths of the ancient realm, where his fortune awaits. Rest assured, master, I shall keep your words close to my heart. Lin Feng gently patted Pei Zijian's head, saying, Zijian, stay close to your master, do not wander off. Master, I understand. He nodded obediently, clutching Lin Feng's sleeve tightly, his large eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Be cautious. After advising Fang Mingming, he stepped into the ancient realm of Yuan Kong with Pei Zijian. Fang Mingming watched the two disappear at the entrance of the ancient realm, a flicker of worry crossing her mind. Yet, she quickly shook her head. Her master was so formidable, how could he possibly be injured? Miss Fang, are you all right? Tang Xinming's voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to find him standing before her, concern etched on his face. Young Master Tang, I'm fine. Why are you here alone, Miss Fang? Where is your master? Tang Xinming inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Although Lin Feng was considered a failure, he was still Fang Mingming's master, and Tang refrained from speaking too much. My master has taken my junior brother deeper into the ancient realm, replied Han Yin, the youth accompanying Tang Xinming. Isn't he unable to cultivate? Isn't he afraid of being targeted alone? Han Yin's heart brimmed with discontent. It was irresponsible for a master to leave his disciple to face danger alone. Miss Fang, why did you choose Lin Feng as your master? Isn't he incapable of cultivation? Unable to contain himself any longer, Han Yin pressed on. My master has shown me immense kindness. Fong Mingming understood Lin Feng's low profile and thus refrained from elaborating further. But it was evident that both men had misunderstood her situation. They believed she had been raised by Lin Feng, or that he had inadvertently saved her. Miss Fong, the ancient realm of Yuankong is fraught with peril. It is too dangerous for you to be here alone. Why not accompany me for mutual protection? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Mingming agreed. Tang Xinming's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured for her to follow. With a gentle nod, the three of them walked side by side toward the depths of the ancient realm. However, Tang Xianming couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret for Fong Mingming. Her cultivation level did not reflect her potential, and it seemed Lin Feng had been a hindrance. It appeared that he would need to find an opportunity to help Mingming leave the Void Realm. My son will surely become an emperor in the future, perhaps even ascend. Once you enter the ancient realm, you must cooperate fully with us. This was Pei Laozhou's voice, who at that moment was glaring fiercely at the cultivators dispatched from the holy ruined city. My son possesses the Eye of the Void, the strongest constitution. You all are merely his subordinates. Are you seeking death? An enraged elder glowered at him after a furious shout. If you wish to die, do so away from our sight. Before you came here, you told the Grand Elder of the holy ruins that you would enter on your own. That it was none of our concern. Did you not claim your son was strong? Why then do you seek our assistance? A group of individuals directed scornful jests towards Pei Lao, infuriating him to the brink of bloodshed. Father, let it be. We shall not stoop to their level. Pei Shiming remarked with a countenance replete with disdain. Once we enter the Yuankong ancient realm, I shall first locate Pei Zizhen, extract his innate Dao body, and then seize the heavenly spirit fruit from Lin Feng. At that moment, we shall be unparalleled, and these individuals will kneel at our feet, begging for mercy. Pei Xingming's declarations were brazen and audacious. Indeed, well said. My son, you do not disappoint. Let us drive them to despair. Pei Lao, though initially taken aback by Pei Xingming's arrogance, found himself nodding in agreement. Chapter 54, A Request for Divine Artifacts and Secret Techniques. Lin Feng, accompanied by Pei Zizhen, utilized a teleportation talisman to arrive at the innermost depths of the Yuankong ancient realm. The little fox remained perched on Pei Zizhen's shoulder, curiously surveying its surroundings. Everything here was breathtaking, existing in a dimension apart from the outside world. Master, this place is truly enchanting. Upon entering, they were met with a rich infusion of elemental energy that invigorated the spirit. Gazing upward, they beheld a tapestry of stars scattered across the profound night sky, shimmering with ethereal brilliance. Beneath their feet, exotic flora exuded a delicate fragrance, competing in beauty, overwhelming the senses. Pei Zizhen sighed in wonder, then slid down from Lin Feng's side, gingerly reaching out to touch a flower radiating a ghostly blue light. Its petals were soft and smooth, akin to fine silk. Clearly, this was no ordinary blossom. Be cautious, Zizhen. These plants may harbor deadly toxins, Lin Feng whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Every blade of grass and every tree within the Yuankong ancient realm demanded vigilance. Following a winding path, the duo arrived before a resplendent palace. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings, reflecting a gentle luminescence under the starlight. Suspended above the entrance was a massive plaque, upon which the characters for Yuankong Palace were inscribed in an elegant flourish. This was evidently the sanctuary of the secrets belonging to the Emperor of Yuankong. Pushing open the heavy palace doors, they were immediately greeted by a grand portrait. At its center stood a man clad in a golden dragon robe, his visage imposing, with piercing eyes that emanated an invisible pressure throughout the hall. Below the portrait lay a zeetonwood table, meticulously arranged with several ancient tomes, radiating a faint golden glow. The chaos technique. Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, though a spark of joy flickered in his eyes. This technique was profound and vast, embodying the ultimate truths of the universe. Should he comprehend it fully, it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to unprecedented heights. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a cascade of golden light flowed into Pei Zizhen's brow. In the next moment, the entirety of the chaotic law materialized within his mind. He meticulously examined the ancient tomes strewn across the table, intent on discovering any additional suitable arcane texts. His slender fingers glided over the yellowed pages, producing a gentle rustling sound that resonated distinctly in the stillness of the grand hall. Outside, the night sky was as clear as crystal, with the occasional melancholic call of a night bird adding to the serene atmosphere. Beside him, a divine artifact emitted a timely hum, causing the sword's body to tremble slightly, resonating with a series of dragon-like roars, as if in response to some unseen force. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, setting aside the tome in his hands, and reached for the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, which hung on the side of the shop. The blade gleamed pure white, exuding a chilling brilliance, while the hilt was intricately carved with lifelike dragon patterns, emanating an aura of ancient mystery. Pei Zixian, filled with curiosity, leaned closer, her small hand gently caressing the sword's surface, savoring its icy touch. The little fox, perched on his shoulder, also leaned forward to sniff the blade, letting out a soft whimper. The humming grew increasingly intense. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword vibrated violently, releasing a dazzling light. Within that brilliance, a phantom gradually materialized, solidifying into a figure clad in a golden dragon robe, his countenance imposing and strikingly similar to the one depicted in the portrait. It was none other than the Emperor Yuan Kong. His gaze, sharp as a torch, swept across the surroundings before settling upon Pei Zixian. Observing the innate aura emanating from Pei Zixian's body, Emperor Yuan Kong's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into boundless joy. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Who would have thought that after a millennium, I would encounter such a pure and innate Tao body?" Pei Zixian was taken aback by this sudden transformation, instinctively retreating behind Lin Feng, revealing only a timid little head as he cautiously observed Emperor Yuan Kong. Noticing this, Lin Feng gently patted his shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. Only then did Pei Zixian slowly step forward, though his gaze betrayed an imperceptible tension. The little fox, too, peeked out from Pei Zixian's shoulder, curiously surveying the resplendent figure before them. Emperor Yuan Kong's eyes settled upon Pei Zixian, growing increasingly pleased as he stroked his ethereal beard, saying, "Good child, splendid talent. Would you be willing to take me as your master and inherit my legacy?" His tone was gentle, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation. The store fell into a momentary silence, with only the voice of the Emperor Yuan Kong resonating. Pei Zixian paused for a moment at the words, then swiftly shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "I am truly grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder, but I have already taken a master." He spoke with his small hand tightly grasping the hem of his garment, his gaze resolute. The Emperor of the Void fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, only to realize that he could not fathom the man's profound cultivation, as if shrouded in a veil of mist, exuding an air of unparalleled mystery. The Emperor of Void was taken aback. Who exactly was this young man? On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible cultivation. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could perceive the radiant aura that enveloped him, a brilliance unattainable by mere mortals. This revelation astonished him. How could one so young possess such unfathomable depth? Who was he truly? Lin Feng stepped forward and respectfully saluted the ethereal figure of the Emperor of Void hovering in the air. "We have come to seek your esteemed guidance on the chaotic method, as well as the use of that divine artifact. Might I inquire if you would grant us this request? After all, it is said that courtesy is never out of place." His demeanor was composed, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an air of transcendent grace with every gesture. The Emperor Yuan Kong regained his focus, his gaze flickering, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he chuckled repeatedly and said, "My friend, you are too modest. These items have merely gathered dust in this place. Since you have a need for them, please feel free to take them. In my younger days, I wandered the world, upholding justice and aiding the weak. It is indeed fortunate that these possessions may now serve a purpose." His entire ethereal form trembled slightly, as if the recent bow from Lin Feng had stirred profound turmoil within his very soul. He could scarcely bear a bow from this individual. Who exactly is this person? Lin Feng felt no surprise at these words. The spectral image of the Emperor Yuan Kong gradually became indistinct, ultimately transforming into specks of golden light, dissipating into the void. The grand hall once again fell into a state of stagnation, with only faint starlight streaming in from outside, illuminating the vast emptiness of the hall. In another realm, the true form of Emperor Yuan Kong sat cross-legged within a resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with a sense of astonishment. "Incredible! Unbelievable!" he muttered to himself, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had felt a peculiar force, vast and boundless, yet profoundly restrained, something he had never encountered before. Chapter 55. Who could it be? He could ascertain that the power possessed by Lin Feng was undeniably unlike any cultivation system he was familiar with. Could it be that he had already ascended? This fleeting thought sent a deeper shock through his heart. Lin Feng turned to Pei Zixian, and said, "Let us depart, little one." Upon hearing this, Pei Zizhen promptly nodded his little head and hurried to Lin Feng's side, while the small fox leaped down from his shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his leg. "Master, please wait for me." With that, Pei Zizhen immediately began to etch something into the ground with the 7 stars dragon abyss sword. Lin Feng, intrigued, stepped closer and saw several large characters inscribed on the earth. Pei Zizhen and Master visited here. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the mischievousness of the little one. "My father once said that such an inscription signifies my presence here, marking the trace of my visit." He wondered if those who entered afterwards would be infuriated to see the words etched in the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly found himself indulging in a wicked sense of humor. He was quite curious about how those individuals would react. Thus, he did not hinder Pei Zizhen. Only after the two had settled all matters did they depart from that place. Outside the Yuan Kong ancient realm, a throng of people surged forward. "Hurry! This Yuan Kong ancient realm is only open for 3 days. If we fail to uncover the secret method, we shall have no further opportunity. Such an occasion, rare in a millennium, is indeed a fortuitous chance that we must seize." At this moment, Chongqing, under the repeated admonitions of the Elder of the Void, also entered the Yuan Kong ancient realm. He donned a provocative robe, his countenance austere, and his gaze radiated an unwavering determination to attain the elusive treasures associated with the chaotic arts and the legendary artifacts wielded by the Emperor of the Void. "Rest assured, esteemed Elder," he declared, "the map is etched indelibly in my mind. These treasures are destined to be mine." "Very well, proceed with utmost caution." The Elder, well aware of Chongqing's formidable prowess, harbored no concerns for his safety, but rather fretted over the likelihood of numerous contenders vying for these coveted relics. Among them were the recently arrived Pei Lair and Pei Xingming. The duo, one large and the other small, entered with a singular purpose. Despite Pei Xingming's commendable talent, his youth rendered him somewhat inexperienced. Pei Lair carried him forth, both driven by the allure of the Emperor of the Void's treasures. Unbeknownst to them, however, both coveted items had already been seized by Lin Feng and Pei Zhan. This time, the number of representatives sent from various continents to the ancient realm of the Void was remarkably sparse, with a notable influx of lesser sects and wandering cultivators. They traveled in small groups, whispering to one another, their expressions tinged with anxiety. These individuals were merely seeking the divine herbs and spiritual grasses that lay at the periphery of the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. They lacked formidable sects, profound secret arts, or elixirs to aid their cultivation. Their only recourse was to enter the secret realm when it opened and gather some precious herbs from its borders. Every blade of grass and tree within the realm exuded far more spiritual energy than anything mundane, yielding effects of remarkable potency. Among them were Fang Mingming, Tang Xianming, and Han Yin. Fang Mingming donned a striking red garment, radiating beauty, while Tang Xianming was clad in somber black, his demeanor taciturn. Han Yin, an elegant white, exuded a carefree charm. The trio walked side by side, their spirits light, seemingly brimming with confidence for their expedition into the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. However, this ancient land was rife with prohibitions. For instance, flying with swords was forbidden within its confines. The group advanced cautiously, wary of any missteps. The pathways within the ancient realm were labyrinthine, resembling a maze. Disciples from smaller sects and wandering cultivators navigated the terrain with utmost care, fearful of straying from the correct path. Towering trees flourished within the realm, casting shadows that danced upon the ground as sunlight filtered through the leaves. Yet, to truly enter the heart of the ancient realm, one must first traverse a vast ocean, its surface tumultuous, and the winds howling, instilling a sense of dread. Some disciples lingered at the shore, gazing into the distance, hesitant to proceed. Crossing the sea was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to a watery grave. Taking the long way around by land required considerable time and effort, accompanied by myriad dangers along the way. On the opposite side of the sea lay the Locking Heart Bridge, a structure of historical significance, once wielded as a weapon by a great emperor in his conquests. Though it lacked the power of divine artifacts, it was nonetheless an object of desire for many. Without hesitation, Chongqing stepped forth, crossing the Locking Heart Bridge. The bridge spanned the churning waters, crafted from celestial black iron, radiating a subtle golden glow. With each step Chongqing took, the bridge trembled slightly, emitting a deep humming sound as if responding to his movements. Yet, he remained undeterred, his focus solely on the secret arts and artifacts that lay deep within. After crossing the bridge, he strode directly toward the depths of the ancient realm, his gaze resolute, as if he had long harbored a clear objective. Did he truly intend to walk past without a second thought for the Locking Heart Bridge? It seemed Changqing's aspirations lay beyond mere treasures, judging by his chosen path. He was in pursuit of the legendary secret arts and artifacts. The depths were perilous beyond imagination, a realm far removed from the reach of ordinary souls like ours. The many were captivated by the allure of the secret techniques and divine artifacts. They possessed the self-awareness to merely scramble for some spiritual herbs and divine medicine scattered around. Pei Shiming, with his diminutive stature, hurried toward the deepest recesses of the ancient realm, his small frame exhibiting remarkable agility, akin to that of a clever little monkey. Occasionally, he glanced back, anxious about being overtaken. Mine, all mine. As he ran, laughter escaped his lips, his youthful face adorned with excitement and anticipation. Fang Mingming regarded him with disdain, standing by the seaside as she watched Pei Shiming fade into the distance, a slight smirk of contempt gracing her lips. Observing the crowd around her, diligently unearthing spiritual herbs, she recognized their superior wisdom. She understood that with her master intervening, those like Changqing could only harbor delusions of obtaining the treasures hidden in the depths. What was there to panic about? Those items had long been claimed. Miss Fang. What do you mean? Have the items been taken? Han Yin, startled by Fang Mingming's words, felt a surge of astonishment. The Yuan Kong ancient realm had only just been unveiled. How could she possibly know? With my master involved, how could anything remain? Your master? Han Yin was aware of Lin Feng, yet he paid him little heed, considering him merely an individual devoid of cultivation. Nevertheless, he had contemplated the matter concerning Pei Zhen. Cradled in his arms, after all, she was a congenital Dao body. When did they arrive? Miss Fang, let us hasten to seek some treasures as well. Observing that Changqing had not subdued the Heartlock Bridge, Tang Ximing's eyes glimmered with eagerness. He grasped Fang Mingming's hand and urged her forward. Yet, Fang Mingming remained indifferent. Her master could effortlessly wield divine artifacts, so why would she covet such trinkets? The two advanced swiftly, and upon noticing that Fang Mingming lagged behind, they urged her on. Chapter 56. It's you I'm targeting, Miss Fang. Hurry up. Why the rush? If you wish to expedite matters, allow me to assist you. With that, Fang Mingming soared into the air. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could this be? In the ancient realm, flying was forbidden. How could Fang Mingming defy such a rule? She is cheating. In the secret realm of the Yuan Kong Emperor, could anyone truly employ such tactics? The Emperor's laws could not be broken by those beneath his cultivation. Thus, the onlookers were even more astounded by Fang Mingming's actions. Miss Fang, how on earth did you accomplish this? I am unsure. Perhaps it is due to my Purian physique? Fang Mingming smiled faintly, yet she understood it was a result of her profound insights, transcending the eternal. With a wave of her hand, an invisible force propelled Tang Xianming and Han Yin toward the Heartlock Bridge. Seize the opportunity before you. Her tone carried a hint of mockery, as if she regarded Changqing and Pei Shiming as mere monkeys eager to snatch food. Tang Xianming stumbled a few steps, regaining his balance while casting a bewildered glance at Fang Mingming. Miss Fang, what is this? Given Fang Mingming's extraordinary gifts, it was effortless for her to vie for divine artifacts and secret techniques, yet she chose to relinquish the chance to assist him? On the Heartlock Bridge, Changqing advanced steadily towards the other end, the bridge resonating with a low hum, yet he remained oblivious to all around him. In the next moment, upon witnessing Fang Mingming soar into the air, he was filled with dread, fearing that she might surpass him and become the first to reach the depths of the ancient realm. If that were the case, the divine artifacts and secret techniques would slip from his grasp. He quickened his pace, his figure darting like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the center of the bridge. Pei Shiming, witnessing this scene from afar, was filled with fury. He waved his small fists and erupted in a torrent of curses. Changqing, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you seize my treasure? His face flushed crimson with anger, yet he could only glare helplessly, for his youth rendered him incapable of cultivation. Leaving him to watch as Changqing distanced himself further, Fang Mingming approached Tang Xianming and Han Yin. At this moment, I wish to engage in a duel with that Changqing. Allow me to hold them off and buy you some time. You must hurry. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Changqing with an air of playful defiance. Thank you. Miss Fang, if I manage to locate that divine artifact and secret technique, I shall certainly cultivate alongside you. With that, he and Han Yin bolted ahead. Changqing's face turned a deeper shade of red. Fang Mingming, have you lost your senses? You should strive for such a divine artifact yourself rather than letting him claim it. Only to benefit others. It seems that spending too much time with Lin Feng has dulled your wits. Changqing, do you really think you are worthy to compete with me? With that, she lightly tapped her toes and glided towards Changqing like a wisp of willow fluff. Upon witnessing this, Changqing furrowed his brow and scoffed, "You truly overestimate yourself." His entire being was engulfed in a surge of spiritual energy, his robes billowing with a resounding rustle as an overwhelming aura surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast charging towards Fong Mengmeng. The surrounding trees trembled under this formidable presence, their leaves cascading to the ground, while fissures emerged upon the earth. Weaker disciples found themselves stifled by this oppressive force, retreating in haste to evade its dawning weight. You are merely at the transformation stage. How dare you compare yourself to me, who has reached the convergence stage? He did not believe that Fong Mengmeng could defeat him. Although he lost to her during their previous contest of might, his cultivation level far surpassed hers. In a genuine battle, she would stand no chance against him. The locking heart bridge shimmered with golden light, resonating with a powerful hum, as if trembling in anticipation of the impending conflict. A group of disciples observed from a distance, engaging in fervent discussions. How audacious of Fong Mengmeng to challenge Changqing. Changqing was renowned as the most talented disciple in the Void Realm, possessing a chaotic physique and unfathomable strength. Fong Mengmeng was bound to suffer a setback. The murmurs of those around her did not faze Fong Mengmeng. She harbored a poor impression of Changqing, believing that anyone who dared to insult her master should face consequences. In the next moment, she drew her weapon, the Qingyuan sword. This was a divine artifact. The blade emanated a chilling luminescence, adorned with intricate floral engravings on the hilt, and a fierce sword intent permeated the air, rendering it seemingly stagnant. Upon seeing the Qingyuan sword in Fong Mengmeng's hand, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. It was indeed the legendary artifact. No one expected Fong Mengmeng to possess such a formidable weapon. Changqing's expression shifted slightly upon noticing the Qingyuan sword, but he quickly regained his composure, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. What if you wield a divine artifact? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, and a golden long knife materialized, its blade inscribed with intricate runes that radiated a dazzling light. Fong Mengmeng narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized Changqing's grotesque visage, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of her mouth, and with a graceful leap, she ascended to the pinnacle of the bridge. Observing the terrifying waves of energy emanating from the long knife in Changqing's grasp, she realized he was no mere adversary. There was no time to linger, or she would surely be too late. Suddenly, her figure shifted, her speed so swift that it eluded the naked eye. Changqing, startled by her sudden disappearance, instantly summoned his trump card. Good heavens, it was the chaotic art. How could Changqing possess such a secret technique? As the disciples below beheld Changqing invoking the chaotic art, gasps of astonishment filled the air, their gazes toward him brimming with adoration. This chaotic art was an extraordinary technique, and its mastery would undoubtedly herald the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, Fong Mengmeng felt no fear. Rather, this sensation invigorated her. Changqing understood that Pei Xingming, still in his youth, was incapable of cultivating, and thus, Fong Mengmeng stood as his most formidable foe. Die! Changqing roared, his long knife slicing through the air. Its radiant edge aimed directly at Fong Mengmeng. The ferocity of the strike, imbued with the power of the chaotic art, seemed capable of obliterating all holy spirits. Intent on utterly vanquishing this senior sister, the battle had truly commenced. Tang Xianming stared blankly at Fong Mengmeng, as if caught in a dream. He initially believed that Fong Mengmeng was merely speaking casually and that a confrontation would not truly ensue. However, now, do you genuinely intend to share that secret method with Miss Fong after acquiring it? Han Yin observed Tang Xianming beside him, his face filled with perplexity. What do you think? Tang Xianming revealed an enigmatic smile, subsequently disregarding other matters and immediately sprinting forward. The two exchanged silent glances, yet suddenly comprehended each other's intentions. Chapter 57. The Endless Stone Master. There are fruits here, and they smell so delightful. Pei Jin gazed at the golden-hued fruits hanging from the tree, his face brimming with a yearning for delicacies. The warm sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled light upon the ground, while the valley was suffused with the fresh aroma of grass and trees, uplifting the spirit. In the center of the valley, a towering giant tree soared skyward, its branches lush and its trunk so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle it. Hanging from its boughs were several fruits the size of fists, emanating a radiant glow, their skins adorned with faint golden patterns and rich spiritual energy swirling around them. releasing an enticing fragrance. Lin Feng followed Pei Zhen's gaze. His expression serene as water, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He casually plucked a fruit and handed it to Pei Zhen. The fruit felt warm to the touch, emanating a subtle fragrance. Pei Zhen eagerly accepted the fruit and bit into it, golden juice trickling down the corner of her mouth. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Savoring the sweetness of the fruit, his small face adorned with an expression of pure bliss. "Master, what kind of tree is this? The fruit is so delicious." As he ate, he inquired in a muffled tone, his voice tinged with curiosity. Lin Feng observed Pei Zhen's expression of contentment, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This tree is known as the spirit tree, and the fruits it bears are referred to as spirit fruits. He paused momentarily, extending his hand to gently caress the rough bark of the Holy Spirit tree. Once the Holy Spirit fruit ripens, it is said to bear sacred artifacts. Pei Zhen nodded, seemingly understanding, as he held the Holy Spirit fruit in his hand, nibbling on it while curiously surveying the magnificent tree. The golden sunlight cascaded upon his face, illuminating his innocent and carefree smile. The leaves danced gracefully, rustling softly as if responding to his inquisitiveness. Sacred artifacts? Are they truly remarkable? The little one blinked his large eyes, his tone brimming with a thirst for knowledge. He licked the golden liquid from his fingers, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Although it may not possess the power of a celestial artifact, it is undeniably formidable. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in your possession far surpasses the divine instruments that these fruits yield upon ripening. He raised his gaze towards the summit of the spirit tree, where a few unripe spirit fruits emitted a faint golden glow. "Ah, does that mean I have consumed a sword?" The little one wore a sorrowful expression, looking pitifully at Lin Feng. "No worries, the fruits are not ripe yet. If you desire, we shall take this spirit tree back to the celestial palace and cultivate it." "All right." The child, being a child, certainly would not refuse food. Lin Feng chuckled silently, raising his hand with a flourish, and in an instant, a vast pit appeared on the ground. The original spirit tree had vanished from the pit. "Let us go." "Okay, master, wait for me." Pei Zhen, clutching the 7-star Long Yuan sword, continued to awkwardly etch. Pei Zhen was here. Lin Feng sighed in amusement, recalling how many people enjoyed inscribing such phrases at tourist attractions before his journey through time. Yet, here they were, having taken the spirit tree and inscribing these words, clearly indicating to all that the treasures belonged to them. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Even if they claimed it, what of it? What could those people do to them? As the two prepared to depart, they noticed an endless radiance shimmering from a small hill nearby. There must be something extraordinary there. Lin Feng led Pei Zhen to the foot of the hill. Though not tall, the hill was remarkably steep, adorned with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. The setting sun cast a fiery red hue across the sky, draping the hill in a golden cloak. The flickering light emanated from the summit, appearing particularly dazzling in the twilight. "This resembles the Stone of Infinity." Lin Feng squinted, scrutinizing the luminous spectacle atop the hill. The radiance flickered erratically, its colors shifting unpredictably, exuding an aura of mystery and immense power. Within him, the primal sacred body surged with fervor, seemingly attuned to the enigmatic Stone of Infinity. As he ascended closer to the summit, the radiance intensified, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure. Atop the peak, a diamond-shaped stone floated in the air, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. Its surface was as smooth as glass, while its depths appeared to harbor a vast expanse of starry skies, with nebulas swirling in unpredictable patterns. Lin Feng sensed the profound influence of the infinite stone upon himself. As he reached out to touch it, he unexpectedly comprehended the 3,000 paths. At the moment of contact, a surge of formidable power coursed through Lin Feng's veins, spreading throughout his entire being. A resounding echo reverberated through his mind, as if a mysterious force had been unleashed. Countless runes and profound truths surged into his consciousness like an overwhelming tide, intricate yet harmoniously organized. The 3,000 paths encompassed all things: time, space, life and death, reincarnation. Various profound concepts unfolded before his eyes, akin to a vast encyclopedia, revealing the ultimate secrets of the universe. Lin Feng was suddenly jolted, filled with incredulity. How astonishing this was! It seemed imperative to seek out other endless stones in the future. "Master, look over there." Not far away, an ancient guqin lay horizontally in place. This guqin resonated with the essence of the Tao. Its body, entirely emerald green, subtly emanated a cool luminescence, resembling a solidified jade. The strings emitted a gentle glow, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, twinkling with enigmatic brilliance. An ancient and profound aura radiated from the Guqin, instilling a sense of reverence. This was indeed a divine artifact. Lin Feng sensed the powerful energy emanating from the Guqin, rivaling any divine artifact rewarded by the system. This Guqin was named Qing Shuang Qin. Pei Zizhen appeared to be filled with curiosity about this ancient instrument. He trotted over with his short legs, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly. His small hands gently caressed the body of the Guqin, savoring its warm, smooth texture. Subsequently, filled with enthusiasm, he took his seat before the ancient instrument, his tiny fingers whimsically plucking at the strings. The bright, crystalline notes reverberated through the valley, reminiscent of a clear mountain springs. Melodious and delightful. Although Pei Zizhen's playing lacked any discernible structure, Lin Feng perceived a glimmer of coherence within the apparent chaos. It seemed disordered, yet subtly hinted at an underlying pattern, as if resonating with some profound force of the universe. He discovered that as Pei Zizhen played the zither, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from his entire being, as if he were bathed in divine light. This golden glow intensified, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that soared into the heavens. The surrounding spiritual energy commenced a frenzied influx into Pei Zizhen's body, forming a colossal vortex. Endowed with an innate Taoist constitution and further nurtured by Lin Feng's provision of various divine herbs and fruits, the effects were particularly pronounced at this moment. Pei Zizhen was embarking on his cultivation journey. Furthermore, his cultivation was currently escalating at an astonishing pace. Chapter 58. The Light of Chaos Within Pei Zizhen's Soul. The Qing Shuang zither resonated with a series of ominous vibrations, as if it were poised to annihilate all existence in the world. Concurrently, a profound transformation was unfolding within his body. Congratulations to the third disciple, Pei Zizhen, for stepping onto the path of cultivation and reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The host has gained tenfold the cultivation of his disciple. The pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In his inaugural foray into cultivation, Pei Zizhen had ascended directly from an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Lin Feng suppressed his astonishment. With a subtle motion of his fingertips, an invisible barrier enveloped Pei Zizhen, shielding him from the distractions of the outside world. He sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath, as the surging spiritual energy flowed into his body like a tidal wave, causing his veins to swell and resonate with a series of thunderous roars. His garments fluttered as if animated by an unseen breeze, producing a rustling sound, while the surrounding leaves danced and twirled, coalescing into a miniature vortex. The aura surrounding Lin Feng radiated with a brilliant golden light, his energy ascending steadily. The once tranquil valley was suddenly engulfed in tumultuous winds, and the sky darkened ominously. A flash of lightning streaked through the clouds, emitting a deafening roar. The host's cultivation had reached the stage of initial cohesion, achieving boundless integration. He let out a long sigh, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The little one's talent is indeed extraordinary, allowing me to directly break through to the consolidation stage. Savoring the abundant power coursing through him, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he approached Pei Zizhen, probing into his internal condition. This lad truly possesses remarkable fortune, reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm on his very first cultivation attempt. How enviable. After sharing their admiration, the two departed from the location. Tang Xianming and Han Yan were swiftly advancing, surrounded by towering ancient trees that obscured the sun, allowing only dappled light to filter through the dense canopy, casting mottled patterns on the ground. The air was thick with humidity, evoking a sense of oppression. Is that the holy light body? You are here as well? Just a moment ago, you were absent in the face of power. Of course. It is to sneak in. The secret techniques and divine artifacts within that ancient realm shall be mine. The man, clad in white, glared fiercely at Tang Xianming and Han Yan. Tang Xianming's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on the figure ahead, his tone laced with a barely perceptible excitement. It seems we have anticipated everything. A confident smile played at the corners of his mouth as he quickened his pace, gliding through the dense jungle like a wraith. Are you ever going to be finished? On the other side, Fang Mingming immediately sheathed her long sword, which emitted a crisp hum before slowly dissipating into the air. Let us call it a day. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, she said with a gentle smile. Chongqing, initially glaring at Fang Mingming in anger, now felt a twinge of curiosity. I did not exert my full strength just now, yet you could not best me. Fang Mingming's tone was laced with I too did not use my full power. You have not truly defeated me. However, Cha Qing seemed to recall something. Falling silent, the fact that Fong Mengmeng, whose cultivation was evidently beneath his, could stand toe-to-toe with him was telling in itself. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging as an unbearable emotion surged within him. The Lockhart Bridge was occupied by the two individuals, and no one dared to cross. The only option was to wade through the sea. Constant Green pondered in silence the true nature of Fong Mengmeng's formidable prowess. This thought grew wildly in his mind like rampant weeds, filling him with an inexpressible vexation. Could it truly be because Fong Mengmeng possessed a Purian body? That seemed implausible, for he too was a naturally chaotic being. How could she possibly wield a divine artifact? He recalled the Qingyun sword in Fong Mengmeng's grasp, his heart swelling with both anger and jealousy. This was a gift from my master. Her tone remained serene, devoid of any turbulence. Lin Feng, that worthless fool? Changqing blurted out instinctively, skepticism lacing his voice. Although the Void Realm possesses profound depth, artifacts of such caliber are not easily wielded. Dare to utter another word and see what happens. Fong Mengmeng retorted furiously at the insult directed towards her master. You are not my teammate. I shall seek my next companion. With that, Fong Mengmeng departed. Changqing felt as though he had swallowed a fly. The thousand spirits body, I see you, come forth. With Fong Mengmeng's call, Changqing suddenly realized that this thousand spirits body had also arrived here. He was utterly oblivious. However, the battle between Fong Mengmeng and those individuals provided him with the perfect opportunity. Ideally, they would mutually inflict injuries, allowing him to benefit from the chaos. I should first seek out the treasure. Changqing knew that Fong Mengmeng was formidable, suggesting she had indeed reached the legendary pinnacle of her power. He had long heard tales of the extraordinary prowess exhibited by warriors at this stage, capable of engaging in combat across levels. It seems he must first locate the Endless Stone to defeat Fong Mengmeng. As he continued on his path, it wasn't long before he noticed several people ahead halting their progress. Tang Xianming and Han Yin were gesturing animatedly, their faces etched with worry. What are you doing? We cannot proceed. We need to break this barrier to move forward. Changqing approached Tang Xianming, his gaze fixed on the obstruction that lay before them, a translucent barrier, rippling like water. What is this? How can it be dismantled? His tone carried a hint of impatience, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly, and his gaze emanated a sense of disdain. Look, we need to draw a perfectly straight line, yet we have attempted it countless times without success. Is this all there is? Changqing's voice dripped with contempt as he glanced at Song Ming, who possessed the holy light physique. A cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What of the holy light physique? It is merely that. With a flourish, Changqing raised his weapon. A long blade radiating with the brilliance of spiritual energy, as if it were poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the long blade sliced through the air with a razor-sharp edge. In the next moment, the luminous barrier shattered like glass, revealing a passageway that led forward. Without the slightest hesitation, Cha Qing stepped into the corridor, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. They endeavored through various means yet found themselves unable to breach the barrier, only to witness it being effortlessly unraveled by Changqing. Could it be that his chaotic form is intrinsically linked to this ancient realm of Yuan Kong? Tang Xianming and Han Yin exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. With the divine artifact before them, they had no time for further contemplation and promptly followed in Changqing's footsteps, entering the passageway. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Pei Zizhen remained on another island, where a palace stood. The little fox dashed ahead to the palace entrance, incessantly howling. It seemed there was something within. Lin Feng, accompanied by Pei Zizhen, followed the sound of the little fox's cries. The fox persistently scratched at the palace gates, emitting sharp cries that reverberated across the entire island. Chapter 59. Have they all been taken? This little creature is indeed quite impatient. Observing the little fox's anxious demeanor, a faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. He strode briskly to the entrance of the palace, where a wooden box was elegantly placed at its center, emanating a radiant brilliance that suggested the presence of formidable enchantments within. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Feng dispelled the barriers. The box opened slowly, revealing not treasures as one might expect, but rather a swirling aura of chaotic light, flowing like liquid and exuding a gentle luminescence. Pei Zizhen, filled with curiosity, extended his hand to touch the radiant glow. Master, this feels so delightful, he exclaimed, squinting his eyes in blissful contentment. Lin Feng simply smiled in response. This chaotic light possessed the extraordinary power to elevate a cultivator to the harmony stage with a single ray, its potency immense. However, for Pei Zhen, its utility was rather limited. He gradually guided the chaotic light forth and subsequently infused it into the body of the little fox. The creature emitted a joyful cry, and its fur instantly took on a fiery crimson hue, while 9 tails began to unfurl. The little fox, which originally possessed but a single tail, had now transformed into a 9-tailed fox. It frolicked joyfully at Lin Feng's feet, its eyes brimming with delight. "Well, it seems you have been blessed," Lin Feng remarked, bending down to gently caress its soft, lustrous fur. Pei Zhen observed this scene, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. "Master, it has become so beautiful," she exclaimed. Continuing to etch, Pei Zhen was here, into the ground with her 7 stars dragon abyss sword. This child. If the great Emperor Yuan Kong were to discover that this little one was engaging in such antics with a divine artifact, he would surely be infuriated enough to give her a good thrashing. After Lin Feng collected the remaining shards of chaotic light, the two departed from the location. Shortly after their exit, a throng of individuals arrived in haste. "Hurry, the legendary chaotic light is right here. It shall surely be mine. In your dreams, it is mine." They surged forward, frantically vying for the prize. Chang Qin was the first to burst into the palace, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He forcefully shoved aside Song Ming and lunged towards the box, eagerly prying it open. To his dismay, it was utterly empty. How could it be gone? Where is it? How could it have vanished? "Is there anyone faster than us?" someone shouted, pointing towards an inscription. The crowd quickly gathered. Discovering a few crooked characters etched into the bottom of the box, Pei Zhen was here. "Pei Zhen? Is that the young son of the Pei family from Sacred Ruin City? I know him. He is Lin Feng's newly accepted disciple." "Lin Feng? That good for nothing." Chang Qing, filled with rage, hurled the wooden box to the ground, his gaze seething with resentment. He is indeed the first to break the seal. How could the treasures not belong to him? Moreover, what extraordinary abilities does Pei Zhen possess that allowed him to arrive here before them? It must be noted that although Pei Zhen has commendable talent, he is still quite young and has not had the opportunity to cultivate. It is impossible for him to have reached this place. Soon, the crowd became invigorated once more. And then there is the sacred spirit tree of the Nameless Island. Yes, indeed, the sacred spirit fruit is remarkably powerful. Just one fruit can elevate the cultivation level of us mere mortals by an entire realm. Let us hurry." As they spoke, the crowd eagerly set off towards the Nameless Island. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a vast and gaping pit at the center of the island. "What is happening here? Where is the sacred spirit fruit? Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? Let us search more thoroughly. Yes, perhaps there are hidden mechanisms." The crowd scattered, diligently searching for any clues. "No need to search further." One pointed to the inscription on the ground, a mark left by Pei Zhen's visit. Their expressions fell. It seemed they had arrived too late once again. How could this be? Darn it. It is well known that each ripened sacred spirit fruit could become a sacred artifact. And now, the very root has been uprooted by someone. There is also a place where the infinite stone and the Qing Shuang Qin lie. They surely did not have time to retrieve them. It is known that both the infinite stone and the Qing Shuang Qin are incredibly formidable, once obtained. They could provide a chance to become an existence akin to the Yuan Kong Emperor. There is even the possibility of ascending to the celestial realm. Yet, given the current circumstances, could it be that the infinite stone and the Qing Shuang Qin have already been taken as well? Such thoughts arose in the hearts of the crowd as they had been searching for so long without encountering anyone else. Aside from the inscription on the ground that proclaimed Pei Zhen's visit, "Cursed fate, they have severed their own path to future advancement." Chang Qing clenched his fists tightly, with an unquenchable fury blazing within him, impossible to suppress. His arrival at the primordial ancient realm was solely for the purpose of acquiring these divine artifacts and secret techniques, now snatched away by others, leaving him with a sense of deep resentment. Why must he be subjected to such treatment? Chang Qing gazed at the words Pei Zhen was here inscribed on the ground, his pupils constricting as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the characters. A burst of blood erupted from his mouth, and Chang Qing was cast aside by the sheer impact. Within these characters lay an infinite power of laws, rendering him unable to resist. How could this be possible? A profound shock manifested upon his countenance. Who could it be? The multitude of warriors gazed in astonishment as Chang Qing collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. They assumed it to be a stealthy ambush. The power of the divine artifact. Chang Qing, having previously sparred with Feng Mingming, was acutely aware of the artifact's formidable prowess. Hasten to the palace of the Yuan Kong Great Emperor, undoubtedly. The divine artifact and secret techniques have vanished. Upon hearing this urgent admonition, the crowd recollected themselves and hastened to the palace of the Yuan Kong Great Emperor. To their dismay, the emperor's portrait still graced the hall. However, glaringly inscribed upon the floor were the words, Pei Zijian was here. These words utterly shattered the spirits of the assembly. It was him again. With a roar of fury, Cha Qing expelled another mouthful of blood, staining the ground beneath him. His eyes were crimson as he pointed at those words, gritting his teeth. Pei Zijian, I shall not coexist with you. The others also displayed expressions of disappointment and indignation. After enduring countless hardships, they finally entered the ancient realm of Yuan Kong, only to find themselves empty-handed, as all treasures had been seized by an obscure child. How could they possibly resign themselves to such an outcome? Was it the Chaos Body? Suddenly, the image of the great emperor of Yuan Kong radiated with brilliance, and a phantom slowly emerged. Clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe and adorned with a majestic crown of purple and gold, he exuded an unparalleled authority, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending upon the mortal realm. The onlookers, taken aback by the spectacle, bowed in reverence to the emperor. It was utterly astonishing to discover that beings of chaos and sacred light still existed in this world. He paused slightly, his gaze resting upon Cha Qing, imbued with a hint of inquiry. It is indeed worthwhile to have waited here so long, for I am fortunate enough to witness the simultaneous presence of the innate Tao body, the chaotic body, and the sacred light body. The Emperor Yuan Kong exclaimed in admiration. Your Majesty, may I inquire if that divine artifact was taken by Pei Zijian? Upon uttering these words, the individual carefully scrutinized the Emperor Yuan Kong's reaction. The crowd held their breath, eagerly anticipating the answer. Chapter 60. Possessing an unparalleled master, Emperor Yuan Kong nodded in acknowledgement, his tone laced with a measure of appreciation. That child shares a connection with me. His acquisition of the secret technique is merely a means of referencing my chaotic method. He has simply taken it. What does referencing imply? A wave of indignation surged through the crowd. This is clearly a pretext. One cultivator could not restrain himself from whispering in discontent. Cha Qing clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly, his face suffused with resentment. Although the others remained silent, their furrowed brows and seething gazes revealed sentiments mirroring those of Cha Qing. Pei Zijian is merely a 6-year-old child. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of the secret technique? Cha Qing could no longer suppress the fury within him. You are clearly shielding him. His eyes widened with fury, and his chest heaved violently, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. The surrounding air seemed to crystallize, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. He gazed intently at the Emperor of Primordial Void, awaiting his response. The ethereal visage of the Emperor let out a soft sigh, imbued with a hint of resignation. You are indeed correct. The child is still quite young and cannot fully comprehend the profound intricacies of the chaos principle. His golden robes fluttered gently in the void, akin to a wisp of smoke, ready to dissipate at any moment. However, have you practiced the chaos technique? His gaze fell upon Cha Qing. Indeed, the junior had cultivated the chaotic formula. He stood upright, a hint of pride woven into his tone. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary talent, mastering the chaotic formula with remarkable speed, rendering him nearly unmatched among his peers. Given this, you must be aware of the whereabouts of the secret arts within the ancient realm of Yuan Kong. How did you come to this knowledge? Upon hearing this, Cha Qing was momentarily taken aback, his complexion turning ashen. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to provide an answer. The younger generation has merely heard from the Lord of the Void about the location of the secret arts. Then do you understand why they are aware of the location yet are unable to retrieve them? Why is that? They are unrelated to this emperor. Hence they cannot claim them. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The great Emperor Yuan Kong sighed softly, a hint of regret in his tone. You know of it, yet lack understanding of the underlying reasons. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Cha Qing. You possess great talent, yet lack the ability to contemplate. Ultimately, this will hinder your potential for greatness. Cha Qing abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. I don't understand. I have thoroughly studied various texts. Why does the Emperor believe that I do not comprehend the Chaos Sutra? He clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into the flesh. Yet he felt not a trace of pain. He found it intolerable to accept the evaluation of the great Emperor Yuan Kong, and even more so the disheartening reality of being outshone by a mere 6-year-old child. Cha Qing's inquiries reverberated throughout the vast hall. as the gathered crowd held their breath in anticipation of the great Emperor Yuan Kong's response. The great emperor merely chuckled softly, his sleeves fluttering with a gentle wave. An invisible force propelling Chang Qing several steps back. Well-versed in various scripts, are you? Yet, do you comprehend that within the chaotic methods, there exists not a semblance of text? At this proclamation, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Chang Qing stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not text? Then what is it? What? What is it? The great Emperor Yuan Kong refrained from providing a direct answer, instead directing his gaze towards a few characters inscribed by Pei Zhen. His expression tinged with a hint of nostalgia. That chaotic method is a supreme diagram of the Tao, founded upon the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Inked with the essence of the cosmos, can the grandeur of such a concept be contained within mere mortal words? He paused momentarily before continuing. That child may be illiterate, yet he possesses an innate ability to comprehend the profound truths of the universe, which enables him to grasp the principles of chaos. Your Majesty, how could Pei Zhen possibly be aware of such matters? It is because he has an unparalleled master. The Emperor of the Void gazed deeply, as if his sight penetrated the endless expanse of the void, resting upon an unknown destination. His tone was imbued with a touch of reverence, a hint of nostalgia, and an intricate blend of emotions that even he could not articulate. Master. The crowd exchanged glances, and a singular figure emerged in their minds, Lin Feng. Yet, how could this be? Lin Feng was undeniably a person devoid of any cultivation. It was inconceivable that he could be the formidable individual spoken of by the Emperor of Yuan Kong. Furthermore, even if Lin Feng possessed the ability to cultivate, his entry into the ancient realm of Yuan Kong was an undeniable fact, and the restrictions of that realm were such that only those at the integration stage and below could enter. Might it be that Lin Feng is merely a Fade? A somewhat sharp voice broke the silence, spoken by a man of diminutive stature. His eyes twirled with a calculating glint, as if he were pondering something profound. Perhaps, behind Lin Feng, there exists a formidable master, and he is merely acting under Lin Feng's name. This notion sparked a light of understanding in Changqing's mind. It seemed entirely plausible. How could the likes of Feng Mingming, Zhang Tianlong, and Pei Zhen, all of whom are prodigies, possibly take a mediocre individual as their mentor? It stands to reason that they are drawn to the powerful figure concealed behind Lin Feng. It must be so. Rumor has it that Pei Zhen was once subjected to a harrowing ordeal in Sacred Ruin City, where he was nearly dismembered, only to be saved by this very master who subdued the elders of the Pei family. Surely, it was that extraordinary individual utilizing Lin Feng's body to intervene. Indeed, it must be the case. The notion that Lin Feng, deemed a failure, is in fact a genius seems to hold greater merit. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the true extent of this person's power, surpassing even that of the Emperor Yuan Kong. What level of cultivation has he achieved? Could he be a transcendent being in the tribulation phase? It is well known that most emperors reside within the Mahayana realm. If he is indeed more powerful than an emperor, could he have already ascended? The crowd speculated fervently, while only Emperor Yuan Kong wore a grim expression. He has stated that the individual is exceedingly formidable. Could it be that he would fail to perceive if there were other eminent figures within? How remarkably foolish must these individuals be to entertain such conjectures. Fortunately, my chaotic technique was taken by that exalted being rather than by this group of simpletons. Suddenly, the portrait of the great Emperor Yuan Kong flickered, the golden light dimming, and then a flicker of flame appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the portrait. The crowd gasped in astonishment, retreating in disarray, exclamations rising in a cacophony. Amidst the flames, the voice of the great Emperor Yuan Kong resonated once more, tinged with a hint of amusement. As the secret methods and divine artifacts have already been claimed, there is no longer any necessity for my remnant soul to linger. Should you have the opportunity to ascend as emperors in the future, we shall meet again. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fire extinguished. The portrait reduced to ashes, scattering with the wind. A profound silence enveloped the hall, leaving the onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. Is this truly how it ends? Have we returned empty-handed? They exerted great effort to arrive here, yet returned empty-handed, which left them discontented. No, we cannot leave without any reward. This entire grand hall is constructed from crystal energy stones. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, their eyes roamed greedily around the hall. The esteemed elder of the Void Realm had proclaimed a willingness to exchange 10,000 crystal stones for crystal energy stones. Chapter 61. The indomitable power of Pei Zhen joining the battle. With so many crystal energy stones here, we must seize the opportunity. Instantly, a glimmer of avarice sparkled in their eyes as they envisioned mountains of crystal stones awaiting them. They brandished their magical artifacts, preparing to mine the crystalline energy stones. Just as they were about to take action, they felt the ground beneath them give way. What on earth was happening? A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd as the entire grand hall vanished before their very eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Feng and Pei Zixian continued to leisurely wander among the various islands. He was savoring a spiritual fruit in his mouth while clutching another in his hand. Children are invariably unable to resist the allure of delectable treats. Master, I desire this fruit. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng promptly retracted the entire tree. As he wandered to a certain location, he found the atmosphere thick with darkness. A fierce battle was underway. Master, is that my senior sister? I wish to join the fray. In the distance, an ominous aura loomed, a swirling mass of dense black fog that writhed in the air like a malevolent specter. This was the malevolent energy emitted by a purine body. Who else could it be but Feng Mingming? At that moment, she was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a man enveloped in radiant, multicolored light. The man, towering and robust, exuded a powerful surge of spiritual energy with every movement. Clearly a formidable opponent possessing 1,000 spirits essence. The collision of the radiant light and black fog sent shockwaves through the surrounding trees, causing them to snap. While the ground was marred with deep, unfathomable fissures, Pei Zixian, witnessing this, was eager to join in. Master, I too wish to partake in the battle. With the spiritual fruit still in his mouth, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed forward. Instantly, the heavens darkened, and an endless tide of chaotic energy surged forth, enveloping the two combatants. The once clear battleground became obscured, with only intermittent flashes of black and multicolored light visible amidst the chaos. Feng Mingming, how long do you intend to cause this commotion? The man seethed with anger. This phenomenon was clearly emanating from Chang Qing, who must be vying for the secret techniques and divine artifacts at this very moment. He had originally expected to seize the opportunity for himself. Those secret techniques and artifacts were rightfully his. It was this very Feng Mingming who thwarted his plans. What was happening? Why had such a powerful phenomenon suddenly emerged? Could it be Chang Qing? Only he possessed the chaotic body. Observers from afar, skilled cultivators, murmured among themselves. Is this not my chaotic phenomenon? This power far surpasses my own. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. While his heart brimmed with resentment and envy, he received nothing, yet was mocked by the words I have visited here, inscribed by Pei Zixian. What does this signify? Witnessing Pei Zixian display such formidable chaotic power, Chang Qing could no longer contain the fury swelling within his heart. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face twisted with rage. Pei Zixian, you little thief. Return my secret technique and divine artifact. Chang Qing suddenly charged into the dim expanse, brandishing his longsword, attempting to shatter the chaotic barrier. His formidable presence emanated both fury and a lethal aura. The might of chaos surged towards Pei Zixian's extraordinary manifestation, akin to the earth shattering and the heavens collapsing. The onlookers were astonished, initially believing that although Pei Zixian's manifestation appeared terrifying, it was merely a paper tiger. After all, Pei Zixian had yet to commence his cultivation. Even with an innate Dao body, he could not possibly rival Chang Qing. At this moment, one would expect him to crumble before Chang Qing's chaotic might. However, the reality defied all expectations. Pei Zixian's manifestation met Chang Qing's chaotic force head-on, exhibiting no signs of yielding. The murky mist churned, faintly revealing the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling within, stalemated against Chang Qing's chaotic might. How could this be possible? Pei Zixian was merely a child who had not undergone any training. Although the manifestation had previously seemed formidable, it had collapsed with a single strike. Now it could withstand the onslaught. Chang Qing was equally astonished, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Zixian, enveloped in chaotic energy, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. How could someone who was merely an untrained ordinary person possess such formidable power? Across from him, Pei Zixian displayed an innocent smile and, in a childlike voice, declared, I am now cultivating. You know, my cultivation is at the peak of the Yuaning stage. As he spoke, he extended his small hand to take a bite of the spiritual fruit. Upon hearing this, Chang Qing felt a surge of fury rush to his head. Sensing that Pei Zixian was insulting him, how could a child who had never cultivated suddenly reach the peak of the nascent soul stage? It was utterly preposterous. If his cultivation had indeed surged due to the chaotic light, it should have been at an even higher level than it was now. You little brat. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Chang Qing bellowed, As the radiance of the chaotic blade in his hand intensified, its might surpassing what it had been before. The chaotic blade also swelled dramatically, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. In response, Lin Feng immediately adopted a protective stance. Cha Qing, what are you doing? He is still but a child. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Beside him, Fang Mingming immediately withdrew her spiritual powers. My master has taken action. I must observe closely. A worthless wretch dares to boast before me? Begone, Cha Qing declared, his disdain evident as he sneered at Lin Feng. I now understand, Lin Feng. You are merely a puppet of that esteemed figure. Humph, still hiding within this shell. Today I shall see how long you can endure. With that, Cha Qing swung the chaotic blade toward Lin Feng, who merely smirked in response. He was utterly disdainful. Without hesitation, he employed his early-stage nascent soul cultivation to contend with Cha Qing. Against you, early-stage nascent soul is more than sufficient. How absurd. If you possess the courage, reveal your true form. A grand figure of the Great Ascension, yet you turn out to be a craven coward. As he spoke, he immediately activated his divine powers. And the chaos blade in his hand erupted with radiant brilliance, transforming into a dazzling beam aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. The fury within him erupted like a volcanic explosion, channeling all his spiritual energy into the chaos blade. The onlookers were taken aback by this immense power. It was no wonder that Cha Qing was regarded as the most formidable disciple in the Void Realm. Indeed, his reputation was well-deserved. His cultivation was likely unmatched even by those at the condensation stage. The surrounding cultivators retreated in haste, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of this confrontation. Some of the less experienced practitioners turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming force. Lin Feng merely stood still, and in his hand, the 5-fire 7-feather fan materialized, which he waved with a casual elegance, as if simply seeking a respite from the heat of the day. Yet, with that seemingly effortless gesture, the chaos blade was instantly repelled, transforming into a small accessory that flew into Lin Feng's grasp. The sight of the 5-fire 7-feather fan left the crowd in astonishment. Could it truly be a divine artifact? How was this possible? Wasn't Lin Feng supposed to be a worthless individual? Chapter 62. A Misinformed Tale. They could only watch as Lin Feng secured the miniature version of the chaos blade at his waist. He plucked a thread from his robe and wound it around. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover that the thread he had pulled from the robe shimmered with golden light, imbued with boundless divine radiance. Lin Feng casually hung the chaos blade, adorned with the wound thread, at Pei waist, as if it were merely a common wooden trinket. Pei, grasping the chaos blade, curiously fiddled with it, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was the coveted artifact everyone had longed for. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The air became thick with tension, and not a sound could be heard, save for the occasional distant murmur of spirit beasts. Cha Qing felt utterly despondent within. He was the first to penetrate the ancient realm and break through its barriers, believing he would reap the rewards alone. However, the coveted artifact he yearned for eluded him. The secret techniques remained undiscovered, and he was chastised by the Supreme Emperor Yuan Kong for failing to grasp the true essence of the chaotic formula. Now, even the chaotic blade has been lost. And in such a ludicrous manner, hanging from the waist of a mere 6-year-old child, this is nothing short of a profound humiliation. Cha Qing's countenance turned ashen, his lips quivered. He wished to voice his thoughts, yet found himself utterly speechless. He felt as though he were a mere jester, performing a farcical act before an audience. How could this be? The crowd gazed at Lin Feng with expressions of disbelief. The very same Lin Feng, once regarded by them as a worthless being devoid of any cultivation, had effortlessly defeated Cha Qing. Could it truly be that he, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, had triumphed over Cha Qing? This was utterly beyond comprehension. It was terrifying indeed. Was he truly that formidable? Perhaps one should challenge him again at the early stage of the dispelling infant realm. Such a statement reeked of arrogance. The crowd was left speechless, their jaws agape. Cha Qing, in particular, was so enraged that he spat blood. He gazed at Pei Zijian with unwavering determination, his eyes filled with reluctance. Those divine artifacts are all yours? Of course, didn't I leave my mark? Pei Zijian replied, puffing her cheeks, holding a half-eaten spiritual fruit, her words muffled. Upon hearing that a mark had been left, Cha Qing felt a surge of blood rush to his chest, nearly gasping for breath as darkness clouded his vision. This was no mere mark. It was an unabashed display of arrogance. You, what about me? Pei Zijian failed to comprehend Cha Qing's demeanor, nor did she wish to. Her gaze fell upon a towering tree nearby. Master, I desire that tree. It appears so inviting for slumber. The tree loomed high into the clouds, its trunk stout, featuring a naturally formed hollow spacious enough for a person. Lin Feng followed the direction of Pei Zixian's finger, nodding slightly, with a wave of his hand. The majestic tree vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Let us depart. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Pei Zixian immediately took Feng Mingming's hand. Senior sister, we shall go. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy. Such prowess was truly unprecedented. How could this powerful being, inhabiting Lin Feng's form, exhibit such abilities? Having consumed the meat, could he not at least leave behind the broth? Entering with opulence, yet departing in simplicity. They toiled tirelessly to enter the ancient realm of Yuan Kong, yet returned empty-handed, while Pei Zixian acquired secret techniques, divine artifacts, and could even effortlessly extract an ordinary tree. How could they not feel envy? Just how formidable is this individual? Meanwhile, the news of the sacred artifact from the void land adorning Pei Zixian spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating the entire ancient realm of Yuan Kong. Pei Xingming continued to dash about, breathless and drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. However, he soon learned that all the divine artifacts and secret techniques had been claimed by Pei Zixian. Pei Zixian, you little rascal, how dare you seize what belongs to me? His voice was filled with resentment. Those treasures were rightfully mine. Upon learning that Pei Zixian had acquired the divine artifact and secret techniques, the people of Xinshu City were beset by a tumult of emotions, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. Although initially we had ignored Pei Zixian's plight when he was betrayed by the Pei family, one could only surmise that he now harbored profound hatred for Pei Xingming. This matter is of great significance. Perhaps we should inform the Grand Elder. The individual nodded in agreement. Whether the Pei family desires for Pei Xingming to obtain the innate Dao Bone or these secret techniques and divine artifacts, they ultimately hope he can cultivate the secret arts of our Xinshu city. Those techniques were once bequeathed by the great emperor of Xinshu. It is worth noting that the ascending earth was once the most formidable entity. However, should these treasures fall into Pei Zixian's hands, they did not continue their discourse, yet the understanding lingered in the hearts of all present. The thought of a 6-year-old child possessing such an abundance of arcane secrets and formidable power was indeed a chilling prospect. Let us depart from this place and report the matter to the Grand Elder for further deliberation. Beyond the confines of the ancient realm, the entire city was abuzz with fervor. The mystical secrets, artifacts, and even the flora and fauna of the ancient domain had all been claimed, and astonishingly, it was a mere 6-year-old who had accomplished this feat. The crowd was astounded, including the Grand Elder from the Void Domain. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened. His fingers gripped the armrests of his chair with such intensity that his knuckles turned pale. What did you say? Who has taken the items? He demanded sharply, seizing the arm of a nearby individual. It was Pei Zixian. How can this be possible? It is true. Not only have the secrets and artifacts from the Yuan Kong ancient realm been taken, but also the sacred items from your Void Domain. A child devoid of cultivation managed to take something from my Void Domain? Are you jesting with me? The Grand Elder erupted in a fit of incredulous laughter, his gaze brimming with disdain. Moreover, he has adorned himself with the sacred items from your Void Domain as mere embellishments. The Chaos Sword, that is a sacred item of the Void Domain, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. How could it possibly be worn as an ornament by a child without any cultivation? This is sheer nonsense. The Grand Elder dismissed the claims as mere rumors. Yet he was taken aback to find that everyone echoed the same sentiment. Those items were indeed taken by Pei Zixian's master, Lin Feng. He is but a worthless individual. How could he possibly defeat Chaqing and seize the Chaos Scepter? Moreover, within the confines of the primordial void, there are established restrictions. How could Lin Feng, a mere waste, manage to take anything at all? With this thought, the Grand Elder felt a sense of relief. The narrative you weave is quite engaging, yet it is fundamentally implausible. Setting aside the fact that Chaqing is the most exceptional disciple of our void realm, the divine artifact of the primordial emperor is beyond the grasp of someone as inconsequential as Lin Feng. Could Lin Feng truly snatch away the Chaos Scepter from Chaqing? Even 1,000 Lin Fengs would not stand a chance against our Chaqing. This assertion holds true. No one could fathom that such a gifted disciple as Chaqing could be vanquished by that worthless Lin Feng. Such claims are simply unbelievable. Yet, those who emerged later began fervently discussing the events within the primordial void. Chapter 63. Had he truly failed? It is rumored that Chaqing was so enraged within the primordial void that he coughed up blood. That boy, Pei Zixian, is indeed extraordinary. At such a tender age, He has already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and most astonishingly, he managed to defeat Changqing's formidable presence, truly a natural embodiment of the Tao. Nonsense. Such utter drivel. Changqing is a meticulously cultivated disciple of our void realm. How could he possibly be vanquished by a mere child? The Grand Elder listened to the surrounding discussions, initially remaining composed, but as the increasingly absurd assertions reached his ears, he began to feel a growing sense of unease. He awaited with eyes like copper bells, glaring at the surrounding crowd who whispered among themselves. Who would deceive you over such trivial matters? Believe it or not. The increasing chorus of agreement from the onlookers compelled the Grand Elder to start entertaining the notion. But why was this happening? It was due to the fact that Lin Feng was possessed by a formidable entity, the master of Feng Mingming, Zhang Tianlong, and Pei Zizhen. Lin Feng was merely a puppet. How could this be possible? In the past, there were indeed powerful beings who sought to enter the primordial void ancient realm, possessing a disciple, only to be gravely injured by the prohibitions upon entry. Moreover, typically, those of the Great Ascension stage, referred to as emperors, would transcend to another realm and would never linger here. Thus, the Grand Elder remained skeptical of the claims made by the crowd. Observing the Grand Elder's doubts, the individual merely scoffed. If you do not believe it, inquire with Changqing. Ignoring the Grand Elder further, the individual hastily departed, fearful of incurring the Elder's wrath, knowing full well that he could not match the Elder's prowess. Master, we have unearthed numerous treasures. Some smaller sects were exceedingly pleased, as their disciples presented the rare and precious finds they had excavated to the sect leader with great reverence. While these treasures paled in comparison to the extraordinary secret arts hidden deep within the ancient realm, they were nonetheless a delightful surprise for them. Concurrently, disciples from the Holy Ruined City emerged one after another from the primordial void ancient realm. Chariot Saint. The secret arts and artifacts within the primordial void ancient realm have all been taken by Pei Zizhen. Oh, what is the matter? The Chariot Saint furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. According to Tang Xianming and Changqing, who had entered the ancient realm, Pei Zizhen had left behind inscriptions stating, Pei Zizhen visited here. The disciple cautiously cast a glance at the Chariot Saint's expression. Well, what a remarkable Pei Zizhen, capable of reaching the pinnacle stage. Truly a prodigious talent. With an innate Tao body coupled with the chaotic method of the primordial void emperor, the two would complement each other, and he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Our Holy Ruined City is poised to give rise to yet another extraordinary genius. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. Is it truly possible for someone to reach such a pinnacle? Indeed, he seemed to be ensnared in memories, for it had been over a millennium since anyone in the sacred ruined city had attained the pinnacle of cultivation. What could be the reason? Surely it must be due to the secret techniques left behind by the great emperor of the sacred ruins, which no one has been able to retrieve. Naturally, no one has been able to practice the secret arts bequeathed by the great emperor, as this legacy has persisted for over 1,000 years. Countless individuals have sought to claim the sacred ruins' secrets, and it is no wonder that Pei Er is so ruthless. The allure is immensely formidable. However, since the people of Sacred Ruins City had emerged, Charioteer Sheng prepared to lead everyone away. Let us depart. We shall discuss this further upon our return. With that, the crowd began to disperse, for this place was not their territory and was far too perilous. Meanwhile, the Elder of the Void Land remained seething with anger. He firmly believes that as long as Changqing can obtain the Endless Stone, he will undoubtedly transcend to the pinnacle stage and swiftly advance to the condensation phase. The Grand Elder continues to curse the purveyors of rumors through gritted teeth, yearning for Changqing to return triumphantly with the Endless Stone, thereby proving the absurdity of the slanderous gossip. In the next moment, a figure stumbles out from the entrance of the Yuan Kong ancient realm. It is none other than Changqing. His complexion was ashen, and his figure swayed, as if he might collapse at any moment. Changqing. The Grand Elder rushed forward in a single stride, catching him with a firm grip. How is it? What of the Eternal Stone? His gaze was piercing, imbued with an urgency and yearning. I have failed. I have failed. Failed. What is happening? The chaotic sword. It has been taken. Taken. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his fury barely contained. The disciples of the void realm surrounding him fell silent, their breaths held in trepidation. Yet, three figures emerged slowly from the entrance of the primordial void, namely Lin Feng, Pei Zizhen, and Feng Mingming. Pei Zizhen sported the chaotic sword at his waist, casually swinging it in his hand, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Master, this is so much fun. If you enjoy it, play with it more. Perhaps the mighty emperors of the world will be dazzled and reveal the secrets of the chaotic laws to you. Is that true? Pei Zizhen asked with innocent curiosity. Lin Feng, how dare you instruct your disciple to seize treasures from my void realm? Hurry and return the chaotic sword. The Grand Elder's beard bristled with rage. Resembling an infuriated lion. Zizhen, the Grand Elder desires your toy. Show it to him. Lin Feng turned to Pei Zizhen, a hint of fondness on his face. Though his words incited the Grand Elder's wrath. Old man, do you want this? The little fellow tilted his head, puzzled by the Grand Elder's agitation. Hand over the chaotic sword. The Grand Elder of the Void Realm exclaimed in anger. Just because you claim it is yours, does that make it so? Lin Feng, do you have no shame left? What, are you flustered because you cannot win an argument? Bah, you are nothing but a waste, incapable of even cultivating. Yet you dare to covet our sacred artifact from the Void Realm. I advise you to relinquish it quickly, or else we shall storm the great void to demand an explanation. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, believing such threats could intimidate him. Did he truly consider him a fool? How about this? I shall remain right here, and you may strike me 3 times. If you can breach my defenses within those 3 strikes, I shall willingly surrender the chaotic sword. What do you say? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Utterly dismissive of the elder's fury. Arrogant. Truly the height of arrogance. Who does he think he is to be so presumptuous? Lin Feng, uncertain yet resolute, remained still. Bracing himself for the elder's impending assault, a potent aura emanated from him, causing the air around to feel as though it had solidified. His momentum surged suddenly, and his cultivation level skyrocketed, reaching the later stages of the nascent soul realm in the blink of an eye. However, this overwhelming pressure was terrifying. The surrounding onlookers experienced a sense of suffocation, even perceiving a tremor within their very souls. Chapter 64. The secret behind the powerful being within Lin Feng was indeed remarkably hidden. At present, he merely possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Yet he exuded such formidable strength. Could it be that he had resorted to deception? The might radiating from someone at the nascent soul stage was so astonishing? How could this be possible? He actually, the Grand Elder murmured in disbelief, recalling the rumors he had previously heard. A surge of fear suddenly rising within him. Could it be that what they spoke of was indeed true? Was a great deity truly residing within Lin Feng? We must depart. He abruptly pulled Evergreen beside him and turned to flee, not forgetting to shout back before departing. Lin Feng, you wait for me. I shall return to the void and summon reinforcements, and we shall strike into the great void. Amidst the swirling dust, the figures of the Grand Elder and Evergreen vanished from sight. However, the Chaos Blade, being the emblem of the void and their ultimate sacred weapon, could not be so easily relinquished. Lin Feng was left in a state of confusion. He was merely putting on a facade. How could someone simply flee? Lin Feng cast a glance at the gathered onlookers and spoke nonchalantly. Whoever can defeat me shall claim all the treasures extracted from the primordial void. You must understand. I possess the light of chaos. A single ray can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Does no one desire this? It was absurd. How could they truly be reckless enough to challenge Lin Feng? His cultivation was formidable. Who would dare confront him? Perhaps someone of extraordinary power might engage him. But it was best to refrain. The crowd remained motionless. Although the light of chaos was exceedingly tempting, they had no intention of courting death for such a trinket. Observing their reluctance to advance, Lin Feng merely chuckled coldly. Afraid, are we? Then step aside. We still have meals to attend to. Meals. Pei Zizhen raised her small face, cheerfully shaking her fist and exclaiming. Although some individuals have emerged, the vast majority remain ensconced within the ancient realm. Not driven by a desire for the esoteric techniques and artifacts hidden deep within, but rather seeking opportunities at the periphery. Fortunately, we wisely refrained from venturing into the depths. Otherwise, we would have returned empty-handed. Indeed, just look at the abundance of spiritual herbs here. If we were to harvest them all, we would undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. Who cares about the techniques and artifacts that others may claim? We are solely focused on these trifling gains. It's quite splendid that there is no one to contest our endeavors. Our expedition to the ancient realm has proven to be remarkably fruitful. These individuals are easily satisfied. The spiritual herbs flourish across the mountains, and as long as they are not particularly formidable, harmony prevails among us. Everyone shares the fragments of information they have gathered, piecing together an exaggerated yet near-accurate truth. Within the tavern, Pei Zizhen is currently relishing a peach the size of a soccer ball with great delight. Can you possibly finish such a large peach? With his mouth full, Pei Zizhen mumbles an indistinct reply. Absolutely. He puffed out his cheeks, resembling an adorable little hamster. Although the peach was extraordinarily large, Pei Zhin was now a cultivator, no longer an ordinary child, and was certainly capable of finishing it. The peach emanated an endless radiance, and even a single drop of its juice contained profound truths. The onlookers gazed with envy, for anyone who beheld it would not perceive this peach as an ordinary fruit. Pei Zhin devoured it heartily, spitting the pit onto the table with a soft thud. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged, rubbing his hands together, his eyes twinkling with delight as he watched the peach in Pei Zhin's grasp. Esteemed guest, this peach, what is the matter? It appears quite fragrant. May I purchase it for my humble establishment? Rest assured, price is not an issue. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by these words. For even if he were to part with his possession, a justification was necessary. I am not lacking in wealth. Oh, but surely young Master Pei could use resources for his cultivation. Oh, do you believe my disciple, equipped with secret techniques and divine artifacts, requires anything further? Well, I understand that to conquer the Void Land, you must reach the Great Void, and I believe you might need assistance. The shopkeeper, undeterred, persisted, while Lin Feng merely raised an eyebrow. What? Are you willing to provoke enmity with the Void Land on behalf of the Great Void? Esteemed guest, you make it rather difficult for me. We are but an inn, lacking such strength. With nothing to offer, how dare you make demands? Hurry and serve the dishes. Attending to your duties is of utmost importance. Lin Feng's expression grew cold. With nothing in hand, you still have the audacity to ask for something? The peaches and apples he possessed had once been nibbled upon by the Grand Elder of the Void, who subsequently ascended to the formidable realm of harmonization. Presently, Pei Zhin consumed them without experiencing any noticeable transformation, for his cultivation was exceptionally profound. Any ordinary person would have undoubtedly witnessed a significant enhancement in their prowess. How could the shopkeeper possibly muster the audacity to speak? Surrounding individuals gazed at Lin Feng, who suddenly bellowed at the shopkeeper, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. Wasn't that the useless Lin Feng? How dare he offend the shopkeeper? These individuals have yet to enter the ancient realm of Yuan Kong, thus remaining oblivious to the events transpiring within. Furthermore, they are unaware that Lin Feng is no longer a mere inept. They were only aware that the proprietor of the shop was under the dominion of the formidable second son, Meng Li, whose territory lay within the vast sanctum. Lin Feng listened intently to their clandestine discussions, his heart filled with astonishment. He truly remains unaware. No wonder Feng Mingming has arrived here. It is evidently connected to the Mirror Moon Valley. Knowing the proprietor behind this establishment, Lin Feng's expression darkened further. He would not permit anyone to dare bully his disciple, let alone these individuals. At that moment, Feng Mingming approached. Lin Feng glanced at her, raising an eyebrow as he withdrew his piercing gaze from the shopkeeper, and in a calm tone inquired, Mingming, have you come here in relation to the second heir of the vast sacred land? Feng Mingming halted her steps, a faint wry smile appearing on her face. Indeed, her master was never one to be easily deceived. She moved to Lin Feng's side, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Master, I have gathered some information. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. The proprietor behind this inn is, in fact, the former leader of the Mirror Moon Valley. Pei Zhin, munching on a peach, interjected with a muffled voice. Mirror Moon Valley? Is it formidable? Feng Mingming cast a glance at Pei Zhin. On the surface, they are engaged in commerce here, yet secretly, they are training assassins, primarily operating within the vast sacred land. Lin Feng lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The vast sacred land had already been obliterated by his own hands. Feng Mingming's voice grew somber. After the destruction of the vast sacred land by you, master. It seems they have harbored resentment against you. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Chapter 65, The God-Slaying Soup, Await Your Demise. Lin Feng placed the teacup on the table, producing a soft sound that interrupted Feng Mingming's forthcoming words. He mysteriously produced a strand of shimmering white light and presented it before Feng Mingming. What is this, master? She inquired. It is the light of chaos. Lin Feng replied calmly. At a critical moment, it can save your life. I do not wish to see my disciple harmed. Feng Mingming gazed at the strand of chaotic light, her eyes slightly reddening, aware of her master's concern for her. Thank you, master. Though her cultivation was currently insufficient to contend with others, she understood the importance of preserving her life. In a nearby room, the shopkeeper, who had been secretly eavesdropping on their conversation, was already drenched in cold sweat. He leaned against the wall, his complexion ashen. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand, then took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. In the kitchen, Meng Li and the disguised old shopkeeper were conspiring about something. Mengli held a vial of medicine, its crystalline contents shimmering, filled with an unknown liquid. In the dim light, the liquid emitted a faint, eerie glow, exuding an aura of danger. "Second young master, shall we use this vial of potion?" the old shopkeeper inquired. His tone grave. Mengli did not respond. Instead, he uncorked the bottle, and the potion cascaded onto a perfectly prepared white-cut chicken. The liquid, colorless and tasteless, instantly darkened the chicken's surface, releasing a pungent, acrid smoke. In the next moment, the charred area reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. This was the god-extinguishing soup. Mengli gazed at the white-cut chicken, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. This was the legendary poison, capable of causing instant death even to those who had attained enlightenment. Their objective is to eliminate Lin Feng and Fang Mengmeng. The old chief's gaze harbored a trace of ruthlessness. He fixed his gaze intently on Mengli, his demeanor as frigid as ice. It was imperative to ensure absolute certainty. Mengli nodded and carelessly tossed the empty bottle onto the ground. "Rest assured, this time they are undoubtedly doomed. Never have I failed to eliminate those I wish to kill." A faint, sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips as he turned and placed the white-cut chicken, coated with the divine extermination sauce, onto the tray. The proprietor emerged from the kitchen, carrying the tray, and made his way directly to Lin Feng and his companion's table. He placed the tray upon the table. "Your meal has arrived. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Concerning my previous suggestion, I hope you might give it some consideration." "Humph. Why should I offer my master's possessions to you?" Fang Mengmeng has always harbored disdain for the individuals of Jingwei Valley, and now, upon hearing their desire for the peaches cultivated by Lin Feng, her displeasure is palpable. The old valley master is seething with anger, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, one must take responsibility for their own words. He gazed at Lin Feng, who remained oblivious as he served dishes to Pei Zijin and Fang Mengmeng, and his smile widened with delight. Pei Zijin's eyes lit up at the sight of the plate of poached chicken. "Wow, it smells so wonderful." He gazed longingly at the chicken before him, saliva pooling in his mouth. This was no ordinary fowl. It was a celestial spirit chicken, nourished on a variety of rare spiritual herbs. Its meat exquisitely tender and infused with ethereal energy. While it may not rival the true spirit beasts, its flavor was exceptionally delightful. For those who practiced cultivation, it was an invaluable tonic. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Pei Zhen's eager expression, reminiscent of a greedy kitten. Pei Zhen looked up at Lin Feng with admiration, marveling at his master's vast knowledge, astonished that he could even procure such extraordinary treasures. "Master, you are truly remarkable." Pei Zhen gazed at Lin Feng with wide eyes, his tone brimming with reverence. Lin Feng smiled tenderly, ruffling Pei Zhen's hair with affection. "If you like it, do indulge." However, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted around them. Lin Feng is merely a waste. He spends all his time buried in books. What real skills could he possibly possess? It's just luck. The surrounding cultivators sneered and mocked him. Yet, Lin Feng paid no heed to their scorn. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of chicken into Pei Zhen's bowl. "Eat up." Mengli and the disguised shopkeeper, the old valley master, watched with eager anticipation, their eyes glinting with malice. They were keenly observing Lin Feng and his companions' reactions, waiting for the moment they would succumb to poison. As Pei Zhen could no longer contain his excitement and took a bite of the celestial spirit chicken, his eyes lit up. "Delicious." He chewed heartily on the chicken while exclaiming in muffled delight. Fang Mengmeng also took a piece of chicken, savoring it, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The chicken was indeed delectable, infused with rich spiritual essence, greatly beneficial for cultivation. "Master, I want to eat more." "Slow down. No one is competing with you." Lin Feng chuckled, placing another piece of chicken onto his plate. "Ha ha ha. Is the taste of the annihilation soup delightful?" Mengli observed Lin Feng and his companions indulging in the celestial spirit chicken, prompting laughter from the onlookers. "Ha ha ha ha. Lin Feng, how does the annihilation soup taste?" The previously raucous atmosphere of the tavern abruptly ceased, all eyes converging on Mengli before shifting to Lin Feng's table. "Annihilation soup?" someone gasped. It was a lethal concoction personally crafted by the Emperor Changming, responsible for the demise of many emperors in the past. At this revelation, the tavern erupted in chaos. Patrons who had been enjoying their meals set down their chopsticks, casting uncertain glances at their plates, fearing that their food might harbor this dreadful poison. Some even rose abruptly, retreating from their tables, their faces drained of color. This annihilation soup was originally devised by Emperor Changming to combat his arch-nemesis, specifically formulated to bring about death. It was notorious, having claimed the lives of numerous emperors, and its mere mention struck terror into the hearts of many. The annihilation soup, once entombed alongside Emperor Changming, had now resurfaced for the purpose of dealing with you all. Meng Li surveyed the retreating diners with a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Upon hearing the term annihilation soup, Lin Feng's expression subtly shifted. He had heard of it before. In ancient times, it was a potent poison wielded by Emperor Changming. This venom was exceedingly formidable. A mere sip could paralyze the body, stripping one of their combat prowess, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise. Lin Feng gazed at the bowl of annihilation soup, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, as if he were listening to a tale. Lin Feng, you have already ingested the annihilation soup. Await your demise. In the Void Realm, you slew the leader of the Mirror Moon Valley and devastated the vast sacred land. Today, you shall witness your disciples and yourself reduced to nothing. Pei Zhen did not heed Meng Li's incessant prattle, instead patting his own belly. Master, I am still hungry. May I have that chicken leg? All right, here you go. Lin Feng affectionately tore off a chicken leg and placed it into the little one's bowl. Feng Ming, intrigued, looked at Meng Li. Do continue. Chapter 66, Has the annihilation soup failed? Today, the three of you are doomed. Meng Li ground his teeth, each word forced through clenched jaws, as if he longed to devour Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng picked up a piece of chicken and savored it slowly, the exquisite flavor blossoming on his palate. He swallowed the chicken, casting a faint smile at Meng Li, savoring its exquisite flavor. Indeed, the heavenly spirit chicken lived up to its reputation. Upon witnessing this, Meng Li's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table, demanding in a stern voice. Lin Feng, you consumed the annihilation soup, and yet you dare to smile? Are you not afraid of death? Perhaps it was indeed the annihilation soup that rendered the chicken exceptionally delicious. Let us have another serving, and do remember to add extra of that soup. Beside him, Pei Zhen was relishing every bite. Master, it is truly delectable. At that moment, he even set aside the peach in his hand. Grasping a chicken leg larger than his own face, devouring it with abandon, grease dripping everywhere. All around, onlookers gazed with eager eyes, anticipating the remnants of the fruit pit Pei Zhen would leave behind, hoping to plant it later. However, when they heard the trio exclaiming about the deliciousness, they were instantly taken aback, fixated on Lin Feng, terrified of missing any ensuing details. Had Lin Feng lost his senses? How could he remain so composed after consuming the annihilation soup? Was there perhaps a secret method of detoxification that Lin Feng possessed? Meng Li's complexion alternated between shades of green and white as he stared in disbelief at Lin Feng and his disciples, who were engaged in light-hearted banter, showing no signs of being poisoned. He was filled with uncertainty, yet he had personally witnessed the efficacy of the annihilation elixir, having recently used it to eliminate a cultivator at the transformation stage. Within the tavern, others exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. You are doomed. Lin Feng, you are nothing but a worthless being. How dare you provoke me? It is utterly reckless. He merely feigned composure, unable to believe that his devastating elixir had no effect on the three individuals. Yet, before long, the plate of chicken was devoured by them. Pei Zhen licked his fingers and, lingering on the taste, inquired, Master, is there more? Did this little fellow truly remain unaware? How audacious to continue eating! A myriad of questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers. However, Meng Li was in a state of disarray, logically. The effects of the potion should have manifested by now, yet the three exhibited no signs of distress. Shock and suspicion coursed through him as he fixated on Lin Feng and his companions, as though attempting to discern any peculiarities about them. The other patrons in the tavern also cast their gazes upon Lin Feng and his disciples, a tumult of curiosity, confusion, and fear intertwining to render the atmosphere increasingly eerie. It is impossible. This cannot be. Just a few days ago, I used but a drop to slay a cultivator in the transformation stage. This substance can even corrode sacred artifacts. There must be no flaw. It has to be you. It must be you. What have you done? With such despicable tactics, how dare you claim to be the second heir of the vast Holy Land? He unexpectedly presented Pei Zhen with another type of spiritual fruit, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. This god-slaying elixir of yours is nothing but refuse. The crowd was astonished. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would so boldly deride the god-slaying elixir as mere garbage? How dare he? Feng Ming scoffed, her tone flat, as if discussing the weather. Do you know what we typically use for farming, drinking, and bathing? What? Instead of answering directly, she turned to Lin Feng, who immediately understood. In the next moment, a crystalline jade vial appeared in his hand. Within it contained a liquid that emitted a faint golden glow. This? Is this Wuling liquid? The surrounding diners erupted in astonishment, exclamations rising in a chorus. Wuling liquid? That legendary substance, unafraid of any poison? believed to be extinct? My heavens! It truly is Wuling liquid. In my old age, I can still behold such a marvel. Ming Li's expression darkened, aware of the rarity of Wuling liquid. Legend has it that Wuling liquid not only neutralizes all toxins, but also enhances physical constitution and extends life, a true priceless treasure. Fong Mingming observed the astonished faces around her, her smile widening. Indeed, it is Wuling liquid. We use it for farming, drinking, and bathing, which renders your so-called divine destruction soup utterly worthless in our eyes. Pei Zishan sat nearby, savoring a vibrant spiritual fruit, juice trickling down his chin. He licked his small tongue across his lips, a look of contentment on his face. Only then did the surrounding diners notice the spiritual fruit in Pei Zishan's hand, their eyes widening and breaths quickening. This is the 9-turn golden sun fruit? Indeed, it is the 9-turn golden sun fruit nurtured with Wuling liquid, and it tastes rather delightful. Gradually, they comprehended why the spiritual fruits they consumed had such astonishing effects. It was all due to the Wuling liquid. At that moment, they were utterly dumbfounded. Ming Li gazed at Lin Feng and his disciple, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. He could scarcely fathom the immense strength of the master behind Fong Mingming and Pei Zhan, a being so formidable that they commanded such an abundance of Wuling liquid. Indeed, it was that powerful figure he revered, not Lin Feng. Damn it! How could you possess Wuling liquid? By what right? Why must all the good fortune be yours? Ming Li began to spiral into madness, his voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper. Silence enveloped the tavern, broken only by the sound of Ming Li's labored breaths echoing in the stillness. Lin Feng set down his teacup, the base lightly striking the table, producing a clear, resonant sound that shattered the eerie quiet. Young Master Ming, if you truly believe the heavens are unjust, you need only to challenge me openly and honorably. Why resort to these insidious and cunning tactics? Upon hearing this, Ming Li's expression darkened even further. If he could defeat Lin Feng, what need would there be for such despicable tactics? Did he not yearn to eliminate Lin Feng? The crux of the matter lies in his utter cowardice to confront him openly. If I were truly capable of vanquishing you, why would I resort to the god-slaying elixir? Ming Li harbored deep resentment within, yet dared not voice these thoughts. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that surged within him, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Lin Feng, do not revel in your triumph. You are merely emboldened by the presence of that formidable individual, which grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly. Lin Feng, however, merely shook his head slightly. Young Master Ming, I shall reiterate once more, there is no powerful entity residing within me. He reached out to grasp the chopsticks on the table, delicately picking up a piece of cold tofu and placing it into his mouth. Chewing slowly with an air of composure. I cannot believe it. How could a mere worthless individual like you possibly exhibit such arrogance? He certainly understands that Lin Feng merely seeks to utilize that formidable deity to bring about his own demise. He gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with resentment and trepidation. I understood that the formidable being placed great importance on reputation as long as I refrained from making the first move. He would surely not take my life. Chapter 67, Exploring the Ultimate Truth of Heaven and Earth. Lin Feng, you believe you can provoke me into action. But such a tactic is utterly futile. Ming Li prided himself on his cleverness. The powerful being possessed an unfathomable level of cultivation and would not stoop to contend with someone of my insignificance, as long as I remained passive. He would not initiate an attack against me. I have stated before that I am not possessed by any great being. You need not worry. Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me. Without the presence of that formidable individual, how could you possibly exhibit such arrogance? He clenched his fist tightly. Hidden within the folds of his sleeve, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. I have elucidated this matter on numerous occasions. There truly exists no so-called powerful entity possessing me. Your obstinate beliefs leave me feeling utterly helpless. Humph, do you think I would be swayed by your words? Ming Li scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, his tone dripping with derision. You are but a worthless being. Without that formidable figure, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Believe it or not, Lin Feng appeared to be discussing a matter of little consequence. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, Ming Li felt increasingly confident in his suspicions. I tell you, although I currently lack the means to obliterate the realm of Taishu, eliminating you, Lin Feng, would be a mere trifle. After all, you are nothing but a useless entity, and it would be quite easy for me to extinguish your life. The great deity cannot be present by your side at all times. Yet, this matter required careful deliberation on his part. Oh, are you truly unwilling to seize this moment to end my life? You may come to regret it. Watching Ming Li's retreating figure, Lin Feng sighed deeply within. I shall not regret. Meng Li hurried away, as if something were trailing him. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, a sound that mingled both resignation and regret. Thank you, master, Fong Mingming said, her eyes brimming with emotion and complexity. What is it? Disciple knows that master is deliberately saying this to deter him from acting, allowing me to confront him myself in the future. Ming, you are overthinking. He extended his hand, intending to gently pat Fong Mingming's shoulder, but hesitated momentarily in midair. You have imagined me far too favorably. Was it truly intentional on his part? Perhaps so. Yet the underlying reason lies in his inability to contend with Meng Li. Nevertheless, Fong Mingming's understanding alleviated him of much explanatory burden. Master, your disciple comprehends your earnest intentions. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice choked with emotion. You have acted thus to safeguard your disciple, ensuring that Meng Li would hesitate to act recklessly. Ming, remember, strength is paramount. Devote yourself earnestly to your cultivation. The Yin Yang Stone I once bestowed upon you can significantly expedite your progress. Upon hearing the words Yin Yang Stone, tears could no longer be contained in Fong Mingming's eyes. She fell to her knees with a thud, bowing 3 times before Lin Feng. Thank you, master. Your immense kindness shall be forever etched in my heart. There is no need for such grand gestures between master and disciple. Lin Feng quickly extended his hand to help Fong Mingming to her feet, his eyes brimming with affection. Your only obligation is to diligently cultivate and become strong. That would be the greatest reward for your master. Fong Mingming rose, wiping away her tears with her sleeve, her gaze resolute. I shall remember your teachings, master. After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden thought, she curiously inquired, Master, does every realm have its peak period? The surrounding diners, who had been quietly conversing, now perked up at Fong Mingming's question, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. They all yearned to know what kind of answer that esteemed being would provide. Indeed, each realm possesses its peak period, and this peak signifies the utmost exertion of the power inherent in that realm. Beyond this pinnacle, there exists even greater strength. Greater strength? A flicker of doubt crossed Fong Mingming's eyes. Lin Feng smiled gently and began to elucidate. The phases of each realm, beginning, middle, and end, focus on refining the spiritual energy of the universe and honing oneself, with the peak phase enabling one to manipulate spiritual energy as delicately as threads, unrestrained by will. Ascending further, the boundless Tao phase allows the soul to harmonize with the cosmos and comprehend the laws of nature, while the eternal Tao phase permits a rudimentary mastery over these laws. However, both boundless Tao and eternal Tao can only be cultivated beyond the integration phase. While the peak of each grand realm can unleash the utmost power of that realm, it is still worlds apart from the strength attained through comprehension of the laws. Take the transformation of spirit phase, for instance. A practitioner at its pinnacle can summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cast earth-shattering spells, yet remains constrained by their own limitations and their rudimentary understanding of the laws of nature. Conversely, a practitioner of the transformation of spirit who has grasped these laws can invoke them with mere gestures, wielding a power far exceeding that of the pinnacle. The diners around listened with wide eyes, their astonishment palpable. They had never encountered such concepts before and were unaware that beyond the peak phase, there existed the boundless Tao and eternal Tao phases, realms that transcended the 5 elements and were unattainable by ordinary individuals. Fong Mingming seemed to grasp a semblance of understanding. But the next moment, she bowed gracefully. Master, does this mean I must strive to reach the boundless Tao and eternal Tao phases to forge my future cultivation? Lin Feng merely smiled at her inquiry and turned to Pei Zijian. What do you think? Huh? I don't know. I'm not well versed in these matters. Pei Zijian, suddenly called upon, waved her hands in protest and resumed polishing the spiritual fruit on her clothing before taking another bite. Zijian, what do you believe is the purpose of cultivation? To become stronger, and then, to enjoy more delicious food. Lin Feng did not chastise Pei Zijian for her childish response. Rather, his smile deepened. Becoming stronger is merely a means, not an end. The ultimate purpose of cultivation is the pursuit of transcendence, the exploration of the profound truths of the universe, rather than a blind quest for power. This constitutes the lesson of the second class. One should simply tread their own path. The previously boisterous atmosphere of the tavern gradually quieted, as everyone perked up, eager not to miss Lin Feng's subsequent words. To be fixated solely on one thing will undoubtedly hinder the elevation of one's cultivation. His voice is clear, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. To act according to one's heart is the ultimate truth. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what does it mean to follow one's heart? Following one's heart is not synonymous with indulgence. Rather, it is to heed the guidance of one's inner self. unbound by the experiences of predecessors and unyielding to the constraints of societal norms. He gestured towards the remnants of the divine extermination soup on the table. For instance, this divine extermination soup is feared by all, yet few comprehend that it is merely an illusion. If one is ensnared by external forces, how can one speak of transcendence? Chapter 68. Pioneering a New Path of Cultivation. If one merely replicates the methods of their forebears, they will forever remain subordinate, perhaps even discovering a new path of cultivation that resonates with their own desires. To become that esteemed figure. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The tavern fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. To create a new path of cultivation. How could this be possible? Truly, he is an emperor. His insights have reached such extraordinary heights. We find ourselves humbled in his presence. Indeed, he is an emperor, able to transcend the rules to impart wisdom to his disciples. Fang Mengmeng also grasped this, understanding that although the known realms are limited, she believes that by forging her own path, infinite possibilities may unfold, perhaps even a new realm altogether. Her eyes sparkled, gazing intently at Lin Feng, her heart brimming with dreams of the future. What Master has said is profoundly true, Fang Mengmeng exclaimed, her cheeks slightly flushed. I shall surely remember Master's teachings and strive to carve out my own path of cultivation. He clenched his fists, his gaze brimming with resolve. Lin Feng nodded slightly, responding with a mere acknowledgement, yet his mind raced furiously, contemplating how to navigate the situation. He quietly took a deep breath, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. He is utterly oblivious. Suddenly, he is called upon to elucidate these matters. He can only do so. Master, I too shall carve my own path in cultivation. Patience suddenly interjected, holding a half-eaten spiritual fruit in hand. He blinked his large eyes, gazing at Lin Feng with an expression of eager anticipation. Lin Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had merely spoken offhandedly, hoping it wouldn't be taken seriously. The other patrons in the restaurant nodded in agreement, for Lin Feng's words had undoubtedly opened a new door for them. They began to contemplate whether they could forge a distinct path of cultivation for themselves. However, they seemingly overlooked a crucial point. Lin Feng's 3 disciples were each extraordinarily formidable. The eldest disciple, Fang Mengmeng, possessed a purine body, along with various secret techniques, ensuring her future combat prowess would be formidable. The second disciple, Zhang Tianlong, was the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chuyan, and with the memories and foundation from his previous life, he was destined to be 1,000 times stronger than in his former existence. The third disciple, Pei Zizhen, well, he had once glimpsed the tremendous achievements this young lad would attain, which could only be described as monstrous. Observing the spark of ambition in Fang Mengmeng's eyes, Lin Feng understood that his words had stirred ripples within her heart. Master, I have made a decision. I wish to venture out alone to hone my skills and seek a path that belongs to me, Fang Mengmeng declared with unwavering resolve, her gaze revealing a fervent desire for the future. Lin Feng regarded her with a faint smile, gently nodding in approval. Very well, Mengmeng, I wholeheartedly support your decision. In his eyes, admiration and support shimmered. Subsequently, Fang Mengmeng's gaze shifted towards Pei Zizhen, who was engrossed in devouring the spiritual fruit. Little one, your senior sister is about to embark on her journey of training. You must behave and listen well. Senior sister, return swiftly and remember to bring me delicious treats. Pei Zizhen raised her head, her mouth stuffed with spiritual fruit, mumbling incoherently. Rest assured, I shall return with even more delectable goodies for you. She turned her gaze towards Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. Master, I am departing. With that, she pivoted and, without hesitation, exited the tavern. Outside, the sun bathed her in a warm glow, as if she were adorned with a golden aura. Watching Fang Mengmeng's retreating figure, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zizhen, let us take our leave as well. Lin Feng rose and gently patted Pei Zizhen's shoulder. Nodding, Pei Zizhen stuffed the remaining spiritual fruit into her mouth and followed Lin Feng out of the tavern, where the streets buzzed with bustling pedestrians and the relentless calls of vendors echoed in the air. In the depths of the Yuan Kong ancient realm, others were still foraging for spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, within the tavern, Meng Li was venting his frustrations by striking down a spiritual beast, completely unaware that he was the true master behind the establishment and that the tavern served as a genuine gathering place for the Jingwei Valley. Observing Lin Feng and Pei Zizhen's departure, a tavern attendant hurried to the kitchen and bowed before the agitated Meng Li, saying, Second young master, Lin Feng and the others have already left. Meng Li halted his actions, a frown creasing his brow, his eyes clouded with a hint of darkness. I see. This Lin Feng dares to humiliate me so. And that insufferable woman has the audacity to declare my god-slaying soup is garbage. He abruptly drew the kitchen knife, its blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, reducing the remaining spirit beast on the cutting board to a mere pulp. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the raging fire within his heart, his gaze flickering uncertainly, as if contemplating something. Go, send a message to the void. The sacred weapon, the chaotic blade, has been seized by Lin Feng. They must surely desire its retrieval. If that is the case, then we have a common enemy. He approached the nearby sink, hastily washing away the bloodstains from his wounds. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. I refuse to believe that you, Lin Feng, possess any remarkable abilities. In my view, it is merely a fade of bravado. He turned and returned to the kitchen, picking up a clean cloth to wipe the knife in his hand. That formidable being, concealed within Lin Feng, must surely be restricted by some force. Moreover, this mighty entity was indifferent to Lin Feng and the realm of Taishu. His true concern lay solely with his 3 disciples. Hence, it stands to reason that should we conspire with the realm of Shuhua to annihilate Taishu, this great being would not object. The attendant accepted the command and departed. Soon, the news of Lin Feng seizing the chaotic sword spread across various sections. Everyone was aware that a mere waste had humiliated the realm of Shuhua. In the realm of Shuhua, the elders wore expressions of grave displeasure, their anger palpable. How dare a waste so brazenly insult us? Curse Lin Feng, he has grown exceedingly bold, truly believing that we, the realm of Shuhua, are to be trifled with. In my view, we should march directly into Taishu, so that those old geezers there may understand our might. Saint Chariot stood aside, observing as the elders and the holy master vehemently condemned Lin Feng. He also recognized that this incident was entirely the doing of the divine being within Lin Feng. The responsibility for this lay with that great entity, did it not? But what of it? Dare they to provoke the wrath of that formidable being? They would certainly not dare. That powerful being, when enraged, could annihilate their entire realm of nothingness. Thus, the Council of Elders could only vent their frustrations by hurling insults at Lin Feng's name. Unable to confront the formidable entity, they found solace in berating Lin Feng instead. He is nothing but a worthless being. The Chaos Blade is the very essence of our Void Realm, a legacy left by the great Emperor, and it serves as our greatest source of strength. Anyone daring to seize our divine artifact shall face our wrath, and we must ensure that the Taishu realm pays dearly. Go, summon the elite disciples of the Void Realm, and inform the leaders of each peak. This sovereign intends to launch an expedition against the Taishu realm. While the sovereign of the Void remains enshrouded in fury, a disciple hastily enters. Chapter 69. The Alliance of 3 Great Powers. The Jingwei Valley has sent envoys to propose an alliance with us. Sovereign, the head of the Pei family from the Holy Ruined City has also arrived, seeking to join forces with us. The Sovereign of the Void furrows his brow and lets out a cold snort. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, producing a muffled sound as the atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew tense. Meng Li, accompanied by a formidable entourage, arrived majestically at the realm of the Void. Today, he adorned himself in splendid attire, a long robe embellished with golden silk embroidery that accentuated his noble demeanor, presenting a stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance at the tavern. He strode confidently into the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully towards the Void Sovereign. Your Excellency, it is an honor to meet you. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, imbued with a hint of confidence. Meng Li, what is your purpose in allying with the Void? The Holy Sovereign observed keenly. Esteemed Sovereign, my alliance with the Void is solely to restore the magnificent Holy Land and revive its former glory. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Meng Li's eyes. In this day and age, Lin Feng is rampant, wielding the sacred artifacts of the Void and annihilating our vast Holy Land, thus insulting us. If we do not avenge this grievance, how can we maintain our dignity? The Sovereign of the Void fell silent for a moment, his gaze profound, as if weighing the pros and cons. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall grew tense, the air seemingly frozen. Young Master Meng, how many of your men can you dispatch this time? The voice of the Sovereign of the Void was deep, laced with a touch of authority. Meng Li straightened his back and declared boldly, this time, our Mirror Moon Valley can send forth 400 disciples in the transformation stage, 6 formidable warriors in the harmonization stage, and 1 master in the spirit harmonization stage. His tone was resolute and resonant. This time, he dispatched all the assassins from the Mirror Moon Valley, demonstrating Meng Li's grave concern regarding the impending confrontation in the realm of the Void. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Lao had now ascended to the position of the head of the Pei family. He now exhibits a rosy complexion and a radiant spirit, as if he has firmly taken control of the Pei family. How many formidable experts can the Pei family dispatch? Our family can send forth 3 at the harmonization stage, 8 at the divine harmonization stage, and an additional 80 formidable beings at the spirit transformation stage. Should the powers of this continent impose constraints upon one another, we would be utterly incapable of transcending the harmonization stage. Otherwise, the Void Realm must face annihilation. We can relinquish many things, but we must seize that innate Tao body of Pei Zi. This entity holds no significance for the Void Sovereign. Naturally, the Void Sovereign agreed swiftly. And you? His gaze turned towards Meng Li. I have stated before that my sole purpose this time is to reconstruct the vast sacred land. Once accomplished, we shall be eternal allies with the realm of nothingness. Your words ring true. The realm of illusions has indeed become a pressing concern. I concur with the notion of collaboration. The Lord of Nothingness lifted his head, his eyes blazing, sweeping over Meng Li and the head of the Pei family. He is acutely aware that relying solely on his own strength in the realm of nothingness would be insufficient to shake the current vast void. The assassins of Mirror Moon Valley and the experts from the Pei family undoubtedly serve as formidable allies, significantly enhancing the odds of success. He was acutely aware of why Meng Li and the head of the Pei family refrained from making excessive demands. After all, they currently did not truly represent their respective territories. A mere organization or family could not hope to contend with the vastness of the Void Land. This time, as they united to besiege the Void Land, its inevitable defeat was assured. In the future, he would ascend to become the first sovereign to eradicate the sect's dominion. At that time, not only would the status of the Void Land be elevated, but all the arcane secrets and techniques of the Void Land would also belong to them. The resources for cultivation and various conditions would be significantly enhanced. The sovereign of the Void rose to his feet, moving to the center of the Grand Hall. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. This alliance had but a singular objective, the complete annihilation of the Void Land. His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Meng Li and the head of the Pei family exchanged glances, each recognizing the glimmer of joy in the other's eyes. They rose and bowed to the Lord of the Void. Meng Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he had already witnessed the destruction of the Void Realm. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them, accompanied by a multitude of followers, set forth towards the Void Realm. This bold action captured the attention of the onlookers. Were they truly intent on annihilating the Void Realm? Was such a large contingent necessary? It served them right, after all. They had seized the Chaos Spear of the Void Realm. That artifact was sacred to the Void. It was merely a matter of lacking skill. So was there truly any need for such a display? Wasn't this simply a manifestation of their inability to accept defeat? Do you not know that the current head of the Pei family is merely the second son of the former head? He has caused his elder brother to vanish without a trace, his fate unknown, and now he even dares to endanger his own nephew. Such a despicable individual. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace of the Void Realm, a different scene unfolded. Lin Feng returned to the celestial palace with Pei Zijin. Back already? Zhang Tianlong spotted Lin Feng from a distance and eagerly approached, his gaze falling upon Pei Zijin. Zijin, how was your journey? He inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Pei Zijin eagerly presented the treasures he had acquired during his journey, offering them to Zhang Tianlong as if showcasing his prized possessions. Senior brother, look. These treasures were all procured for me by Master. In his hands lay the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, the Qing Frost Qin, and the Chaotic Method, all shimmering with golden light and exuding an overwhelming aura. This spectacle startled Pei Xin and Pei Qing, causing their hearts to race. These were once exceptionally rare treasures, and now, to their astonishment, their younger brother had amassed such a collection. They couldn't help but ponder whether Pei Zijin and Lin Feng had plundered all the treasures of the Yuan Kong Emperor. This surely must have come through legitimate means, right? Rest assured, it's likely that the Yuan Kong Emperor, finding Zijin endearing, bestowed them upon him. By the way, he turned to Pei Xin and Pei Qing, raising his hand in a graceful gesture, causing 2 strands of chaotic light to descend into their hands. This ethereal light possessed the power to significantly enhance one's cultivation. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Before his words could fully resonate, both Pei Xin and Pei Qing were taken aback. It was well known how precious this chaotic light was. Even a single strand could elevate an ordinary practitioner to extraordinary heights. Such a treasure was far too valuable. A profound sense of trepidation gripped their hearts, rendering them incapable of accepting it. Their slender fingers tightly clutched the edges of their garments, knuckles paling. As they exchanged anxious glances, heads bowed. Lin Feng had saved them, as well as their brother, a kindness they could never forget. Yet, even before they could repay his favor, he was bestowing upon them something so precious. How could they accept this? Pei Xian bit her lip, summoning her courage to raise her head, intent on declining. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Feng seemed to perceive her intentions, dismissively waving his hand. I have plenty of this. You need not concern yourselves. As he spoke, he raised his hand once more, palm upward, the radiant chaotic light dancing in his grasp, reminiscent of brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. So much? Master, where did all this come from? Zhang Tianlong exclaimed in astonishment. While he might not have cared for a single strand of chaotic light, the sheer quantity before him left him utterly shocked. All of this had been brought forth from the ancient realm of Yuankong. Why not take advantage of it? Lin Feng regarded it as a trivial matter, hardly giving it a second thought. Even that little fox had already absorbed 10 beams of light. He added, his gaze shifting towards the small fox leisurely grooming its paws nearby. In that moment, the little fox radiated a shimmering glow, its fur appearing even more lustrous, exuding an enchanting vitality. He seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze, lifting his head to affectionately call out to him. A golden sheen appeared to cloak his body, enhancing the vibrancy of his fiery red fur. It was only then that Zhang Tianlong noticed the little fox's tail had transformed into 9, clearly indicating that it had evolved into a 9-tailed fox. Take it. This treasure will greatly benefit your cultivation. Thank you, revered ancestor. The two exchanged glances and ultimately accepted the chaotic light, aware that further refusal would seem insincere. Tears shimmered in their eyes at that moment. Soon, the 2 strands of chaotic light entered their bodies, and they felt a warm flow coursing throughout, an indescribable comfort enveloping them. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The once clear sky darkened abruptly, winds howled, and ominous clouds churned, as if some dreadful force was about to descend. Above the celestial palace, the atmosphere turned tumultuous, thunder crackled, and the previously serene scene was swept away. Even the golden dragon resting at the bottom of the lake in the palace's backyard sensed this unusual aura, stirring uneasily. Its colossal form coiling beneath the surface, golden scales flickering in the roiling water, while a vigilant dragon mother gazed upward. Pei Xian and Pei Qing were enveloped in brilliant golden light, which intensified, completely shrouding their figures. Their cultivation began to ascend continuously, breaking through with unstoppable momentum. Nearing the mid-stage of harmonization, the dense spiritual energy around them seemed to be drawn towards them, forming a colossal vortex. Wherever this energy flowed, life flourished. In the Void Realm, a disciple rushed towards the sanctuary upon receiving the news. Elder, it's bad. The Void Realm has allied with the Mirror Moon Valley and the Pei family to attack. What? The elder's expression darkened immediately. How could this be? The Void Realm and the Taishu Realm had always maintained a non-aggression pact. Why the sudden turn? And what of the Mirror Moon Valley and the Pei family? What transpired? It was said that the revered ancestor had seized the sacred artifact, the Chaos Sword, from the Void Realm. What? The Chaos Sword? Did the revered ancestor truly do this? A secret joy spread among the crowd. It was well known that the Void Realm had been treacherous for tens of thousands of years, having stolen the secret techniques of other sects and falsely accused the Taishu Realm. The elders had long harbored disdain for the Void Realm, but had been without opportunity. And now, at last, a chance presented itself. They were more than willing to engage. Let them come. This time, we shall ensure they suffer. But elder, among those coming are several formidable harmonization late-stage cultivators. Harmonization late-stage. Although they have become significantly more formidable with the assistance of their revered ancestor, they are still merely in the initial stage of harmonization. They are still 2 realms short of achieving the final stage of spiritual unity. What are we to do? The Grand Elder's countenance turned ashen, his right hand gripping the sword at his waist with knuckles turning white. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Instantly, all the elders and disciples were urged to prepare for battle. Furthermore, send word to summon the ancestor for council. It must be done with utmost urgency. The disciple took his leave, hurriedly departing the grand hall. A great battle was imminent. Within the celestial palace, a disciple rushed into the hall in a flurry. Ancestor, it is dire. The people of the Pei family have allied with the Void Realm and Mirror Moon Valley, intending to assault our great Void Land. The disciple relayed all the events to Zhang Tianlong, who was taken aback by the revelation. Is this true? Indeed, they are on their way as we speak. What is this Chaos Blade? Brother, it is this. At that moment, Pei Zizhen, having overheard Zhang Tianlong mention the Chaos Blade, swiftly retrieved a small trinket hanging from his waist. Is this not the sacred artifact of the Void Realm, the Chaos Blade? How has it come to be like this? Quickly, the disciple grasped the situation. How could this little child be here? Could it be? Has the ancestor returned? How many have come that you are in such a state of panic? Zhang Tianlong scoffed disdainfully. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators at the transformation stage, along with 30 or 40 formidable beings at the unification stage, and 8 powerful entities at the spiritual unity stage. Among these 8, 4 are at the late stage of spiritual unity. I suspect they are concealing even greater experts. Before Zhang Tianlong could utter another word, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted unpredictably. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the Great Void Land. You minions of the Great Void Land, come forth at once. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Tianlong revealed a cold, disdainful smile. Let us go and meet them. His tone was unremarkable, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Outside the temple, the disciples of the Void had assembled, poised and ready. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront, visibly trembling in fear. His lips quivering and his complexion as pale as parchment. He strained to maintain his composure as the divine child, desperately trying to uphold his calm, yet could not conceal the fear within. Zhang Tianlong, intolerant of such cowardice, furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick. What a pitiful creature! His gaze shifted upwards, where he beheld 8 formidable beings of the Harmony Realm suspended in the sky. Their overwhelming presence bore down like a mountain, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. Zhang Tianlong directed his attention towards the leader, the Void Sovereign. Are you the Void Sovereign? Here to assault the realm of emptiness? Huh. Has the realm of emptiness become so desolate that it resorts to sending a worthless nascent soul practitioner to meet their demise? The Void Sovereign looked down from his elevated position. He gazed down at Zhang Tianlong, a sense of contempt swelling within him. The formidable figures behind him erupted into uproarious laughter, their jeers echoing through the air, piercingly harsh. In the face of their derision, Zhang Tianlong responded not with anger, but with a smile as a sudden transformation enveloped him. A vast and overwhelming pressure emanated from his being, sweeping across the surroundings. The previously overcast sky began to fracture under this immense force, revealing flecks of golden light. The Void Holy Master was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Tianlong's constitution was akin to that of the primordial Cloud Emperor, the celestial body of transcendence. How could this be? Hadn't the celestial body of transcendence vanished with the fall of the primordial Cloud Emperor? Chapter 71. The ancestor of the Pei family appears. I am the reincarnation of the primordial Cloud Emperor. Upon uttering these words, the Void Holy Master was struck with astonishment. He widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at Zhang Tianlong, rendered speechless for a considerable time. It is known that since ancient times, no land has ever been able to reincarnate after death. What is the meaning of this? Observing the Void Saint Lord in such a state, Mengli immediately stepped forward. Even if reincarnation were true, he was currently merely at the nascent soul stage. Even with the initial Cloud Divine Sword, he could not unleash his full power. Mengli's expression darkened, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. This assertion holds merit. In that moment, the Void Saint Lord no longer felt fear. Either surrender the Chaos Blade and allow Lin Feng to face his demise, or I shall obliterate the Great Void Land. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a pitch-black long sword materialized in his grasp, its tip gleaming with a chilling, cold light. Zhang Tianlong paid no heed to the bluster of the Void Saint. His gaze remained fixed upon the Grand Elder of the Void Realm. What of the people from the Void Realm? This is all that remains. The Grand Elder wore a bitter expression, gesturing towards the trembling disciples behind him, his tone laden with helplessness. Since the departure of the great Emperor Chuan, the Void Realm has only continued to decline. Among the various terrestrial sects, it stands as the weakest. In some aspects, it may even be inferior to a first-rate sect. Zhang Tianlong surveyed the disciples behind him, noting that there were only 80 cultivators at the divine transformation stage, alongside a few Grand Elders. Bestowed with fish soup by Lin Feng, who had now reached the harmonization stage. There was nothing more beyond that. His heart was a tumult of emotions. It was only then that he comprehended why his master held indifference towards the land of emptiness. It was because this realm had already fallen into such disrepair. He sighed inwardly and slowly closed his eyes, observing the trepidation etched upon the faces of his disciples. The Lord of the Void and his followers erupted into laughter. How dare they even contemplate a counterattack? Surrender or perish? Mengli stood confidently behind the Lord of the Void, leisurely fanning himself, exuding an air of assured victory. With a thunderous roar from the Lord, an overwhelming pressure descended instantly. The group of cultivators behind him surged forth without hesitation. The protective illusion of the Great Void was on the brink of collapse. Die. With a wave of his hand, his followers charged forward once more, their might terrifyingly formidable. Seize every secret technique and artifact from the Great Void. Lay it bare. He bellowed fiercely, vowing to kill Lin Feng, declaring that all who insult the realm of my void must perish. As for Pei, I shall flay his skin and strip his tendons. I desire nothing less than his innate Dao physique. At that moment, Pei Lao also shouted, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering determination to acquire the innate Dao physique. Just then, Lin Feng emerged. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly surveying the scene before him, as if the impending battle held no relevance to him. What did you say? Lin Feng, you worthless fool, how dare you show your face here? Today, I shall end your life. Pei Lao sneered at Lin Feng. Repeat what you just said. Humph, if you wish to hear it. I shall gladly tell you. I intend to kill you and also eliminate Pei, extracting his innate Dao body. Observing the ruthless determination of these individuals, the disciples of the Taishu realm were engulfed in despair, shouting in unison, Stop! I surrender! I surrender! Please do not take my life. Some disciples, in their desperation for survival, cried out, If you spare me, I would gladly assist you in eliminating the disciples of Taishu. He pointed at the companion beside him, his eyes brimming with fear and madness. Zhang Tianlong stood nearby, listening to these words, his heart swelling with immense anger. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, veins bulging. Lin Feng's gaze swept indifferently over the disciples, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. He cast a glance at Pei Lao across from him, his tone devoid of emotion. Kill. Who do you think you can kill? You are nothing but a worthless fool. Do you truly believe you can take my life? He pointed at Lin Feng with a contemptuous expression, his eyes brimming with derision. However, in the next moment, a resounding boom erupted as Pei was catapulted like a cannonball for hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His chest caved in. Flesh and blood scattered, ribs shattered. Blood gushed forth, staining a vast expanse of the ground crimson. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Seeking death. A furious roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as a figure shot towards Lin Feng like an arrow released from its bow. This individual was none other than Pei's father, Pei Zhen's grandfather, Pei Meng. In that moment, his hair stood on end, his eyes blazing red, and he emanated a violent aura of spiritual power, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. The arrival of Pei Meng ignited the spirits of a cultivator from the Pei family. The ancestor has arrived. The ancestor will surely slay Lin Feng. However, at that very moment, Pei Xian and Pei Qing also arrived, their figures flickering before landing in front of Lin Feng, blocking Pei Meng's path. The two sisters wore grave expressions, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Dare you two little girls to obstruct me? You are merely courting death, Pei Meng bellowed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had never anticipated that the seemingly delicate village girl from the Pei family would dare to stand against him. Pei Xian regarded Pei Meng with a frigid gaze, devoid of any fear, only filled with contempt. Grandfather, since when have you cared for the lives of my sister and me in a foreign land? Since my father's disappearance, have you ever inquired about our well-being? In your eyes, there is only Pei Shiming. To you, my sister and I are merely expendable pawns. Pei Meng, taken aback by the accusation, experienced a fleeting change in expression before letting out a cold laugh. You are merely at the harmonization stage. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? His gaze swept over the two, filled with disdain. The members of the Pei family clamored in unison, urging the ancestor to take action and eliminate them. The cacophony around them only fortified Pei Xian and Pei Qing's resolve. They gripped their swords tightly, their eyes blazing with determination, showing no sign of retreat. Today's battle would be one to the death. Pei Meng ceased his idle chatter, and the next moment, a formidable pressure surged forth, bending the surrounding trees as if they were mere reeds. The heavens darkened, and the wind stirred, manifesting the terrifying power of a late-stage harmonization realm expert. In his grasp, he wielded a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light, its blade adorned with intricate runes that exuded a disquieting aura of murderous intent. Is this a divine artifact? Though the two were taken aback, fear did not overcome them. Humph! Today I shall show you, two little girls, the might of your grandfather. The pair remained utterly unmoved. With a resounding crash, they still stood firm. Yet, Pei Meng bore a gaping wound in his chest, blood streaming profusely. A fissure, as wide as an arm, marred his chest, revealing bone beneath, as if he were cleaved in twain. Pei Xian and Pei Qing forcefully extracted Pei Meng's spirit, consumed by wrath. Their father was the hero of the Pei family, whose tireless efforts had long been devoted to the protection of Shinshu City against external threats. Yet, Pei Meng, in his misguided favoritism towards the younger ones, remained oblivious to the sacrifices made by their father for the family. He conspired with Pei Lao Er to lure their parents away, intent on extracting the very essence of their only brother. The time had come for vengeance to be exacted. Chapter 72. The Weather Vane, swaying both ways. You cannot slay me. I am your grandfather. Do you deserve such a title? The moment you consented to lure my father into danger, rendering him missing, our familial bond was irreparably severed. Without hesitation, Pei Xian plunged her sword into Pei Meng's spirit. The echoes of his anguished screams reverberating through the air. His soul dissipated swiftly, as if being consumed by flames. Pei Xian slowly drew her long sword. Droplets of blood falling from the tip and kicking up fine dust upon impact with the ground. She surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze sweeping over the members of the Pei family, her eyes glinting with a fierce luminosity. A formidable aura radiated from her. In this moment, she was no longer the oppressed and fragile woman, but a powerful being reborn from the ashes. How could this be? The head of the Pei family and the ancestor had been slain by Pei Xian and Pei Qing? How could her cultivation have advanced so remarkably in such a short span? Wasn't this woman a member of the Pei family from the sacred ruined city? Just a while ago, she had been caught off guard by the elders of her clan, and now, the Void Sovereign watched this scene, astonishment flooding his heart. As a creeping fear took hold, it wasn't me. I didn't lay a hand on her. Meng Li screamed loudly. At this moment, the accompanying cultivators all began to shout in panic. I had no intention of attacking. I merely wished to observe the spectacle. Please, spare me. Listening to their pleas for mercy, Pei Xian cast a perplexed glance at Lin Feng. Kill. Yes. Since the ancestral master decreed that these individuals must perish, she would obediently comply. No, please. Master Lin, you have spared me before. Grant me another chance. I had offered you opportunities in the past, yet you chose to threaten my life. Alas, there are no more chances. Pei Xian's sword continued to drip with blood, the air thick with a faint metallic scent. Lin Feng's expression remained tranquil. I am not a saint, and repeatedly sparing my enemies only invites trouble upon myself. He slowly began to speak. His voice deep yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He pointed towards the shadows, where two formidable beings in the God Harmony stage resided. Eliminate those two first. Pei Xian followed Lin Feng's gaze, her eyes narrowing. The previously vacant darkness seemed to shimmer with a hint of disturbance. What? The figures concealed in the shadows exchanged a glance, then staggered into view. We were hidden so well. How on earth did you find us? The man in black exclaimed incredulously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The man in white remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on Lin Feng, filled with trepidation. How could he have discovered them? Wasn't Lin Feng considered a useless individual? This was a widely acknowledged truth. Lin Feng had long been labeled as worthless by those from the Void Realm. Yet now, perceiving their thoughts, Lin Feng's lips curled into a barely noticeable smirk. I shall know all that I wish to know. His voice was calm, yet it bore an inexplicable pressure that caused a tremor in the hearts of the two formidable beings at the fusion stage. Pei Xian let out a disdainful sneer, her eyes reflecting a hint of contempt. How dare you, with such a lowly realm, hide before the revered ancestor? She slowly raised her long sword, the tip aimed at the two, declaring, embrace your demise. The onlookers erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. They were indeed beings of the fusion stage. Yes, the fusion stage, a realm that most could scarcely hope to attain. Their voices trembled ever so slightly. It was utterly unimaginable that Pei Xian would so nonchalantly confront two formidable beings at the God integration stage. With a disdainful snort, Pei Xian propelled herself forward. A formidable pressure enveloped the air, and a translucent hand reached out towards the two individuals. In the blink of an eye, they lay lifeless, their souls extinguished. The Void Sovereign, witnessing this, was so terrified that he lost all control. How could this be? The land of emptiness appeared so feeble. Where could such powerful figures possibly emerge from? They're all deceivers, deliberately concealing their true abilities. All who have ventured into the void today shall meet their demise. Pei Xian and Pei Qing, having been nurtured by their parents, are devoid of any compassion. Now, with her formidable power, a mere wave of her might could cause countless cultivators to crumble under the pressure, leading to their instantaneous destruction. In an instant, it was as if fireworks had erupted. The disciples of the void stared wide-eyed, their faces transformed from bravado to fear. Come, come, if you dare, strike us. They taunted. Humph, dare to provoke the void. This is your fate. Step forward for a duel if you have the courage. Hearing their audacious tones, Zhang Tianlong felt a wave of revulsion. These individuals are indeed fickle and utterly detestable. In his previous life, he was indeed a mighty emperor, harboring a deep-seated loathing for those who betrayed him. Pei Xin. Eliminate them as well. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. No, young ancestor, have you forgotten? We are also disciples of the Void. Indeed. We are your faithful followers. We did not genuinely intend to surrender. We merely sought to outsmart you. There should be a limit to your deception. Kill them. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Pei Xion's eyes. With a swift motion of his sword, a fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the group of turncoats like autumn winds scattering leaves, mercilessly cutting them down. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. And the air became thick with the pungent scent of blood. Severed limbs lay scattered, painting a grim tableau reminiscent of a hell on earth. Zhang Tianlong surveyed the sea of corpses, a flicker of revulsion rising within him. Clean up the scene. Pei Xian inclined his head slightly, a complex glimmer passing through his eyes, yet he refrained from speaking. Instead, he gently waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swept through, erasing the bodies and bloodstains, restoring the ground to a pristine state. The Grand Elder of the Void, concealed behind the crowd, bore witness to the entire ordeal. He had not anticipated that the ancestral master and the young ancestor would be so ruthless, even turning against their own. As the chaotic scene gradually fell into silence, only the Void Saint and Ming Li remained. They gazed at Lin Feng and Zhang Tianlong in terror, their eyes brimming with fear and despair. What on earth is happening? The voice of the Void Saint trembled as he murmured to himself. He initially believed that this opportunity would allow him to rise completely. Yet he found himself in such a dire predicament. Ming Li sat on the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had departed. Pei Xian scanned her surroundings, realizing that Pei Qing had vanished without a trace. Though puzzled, she chose not to voice her concerns. Her eyes turned toward Lin Feng, imbued with a hint of inquiry. Patience, just wait a moment, Pei Qing. Meanwhile, where was Pei Qing? She had already arrived at the sacred ruined city. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged above the Pei family estate. Chapter 73. Pei Qing's annihilation of the three regions. Pei Qing's figure appeared like a specter above the Pei family, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from within her, instilling awe throughout the entire clan. The skies above the Pei estate shifted ominously, an invisible pressure enveloping those below, rendering them breathless. The disciples of the Pei family, who were training in the courtyard, halted in their tracks, gazing upward with uncertainty. Who is it? A guard shouted, drawing his sword, its tip aimed directly at Pei Qing. Pei Qing? You wretched spawn dare return? An elder of the Pei family pointed at her, his voice sharp and incredulous. Are you here to seek death? You must be tired of living to dare invade the Pei family alone. Quickly, seize her. Do not let her escape. The crowd clamored. A burly man, his face adorned with a multitude of scars, stepped forward and shouted at Pei Qing, You foolish creature. Today marks your demise. With that, he brandished a massive battle axe, swinging it fiercely toward her. Pei Qing regarded the incoming axe coolly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. With a mere wave of her hand, an invisible force shattered the axe into a fine powder. The fragments danced in the air, resembling falling snowflakes, glinting with a chilling luster under the sun. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Pei Qing's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of emotion. The onlookers from the Pei family felt a chill grip their hearts. They had initially thought Pei Qing was merely bluffing, unaware of her true prowess. You despicable scoundrels. Pei Qing's voice resonated above the Pei estate. You conspired against my sister and me, harmed my brother, and sent my parents to their doom. That squad is yet to return. All of this is your doing. You speak nonsense. Your parents died serving the sacred ruined city, and you dare defame us. Serving? Ha! Pei Qing scoffed. Had it not been for your deliberate decision to send them into peril, would they have never returned? You merely sought to use them as pawns to eliminate my parents. Ignoring their feeble counterarguments, the surrounding aura intensified, brimming with murderous intent. I returned today with but one purpose, to exact vengeance. As the crowd beheld the terrifying aura emanating from Pei Qing, a wave of fear surged within their hearts. The trees in the courtyard, intimidated by her presence, rustled their leaves as if trembling in fear. Quick! Inform the Grand Elder. The onlookers hastened towards the location of the Grand Elder, only to find him already retrieving the sacred techniques of the Saint Ruins Emperor. Grand Elder, what are you doing? With Pei Qing's current prowess, how much stronger must Pei Jin be? If we now present the sacred techniques of the Saint Ruins Emperor to them, it would merely facilitate their triumph. Pei Qing spared their lives, opting instead to eliminate those from the Pei family who had committed wrongdoings in the past. Naturally, the Saint Ruin City must sever ties with them. Once this matter was resolved, Pei Qing obliterated all forces within the Mirror Moon Valley. In the skies above the Void Realm, Pei Qing's figure streaked like a comet across the heavens, ultimately alighting upon a mountain peak at the periphery of the Void Realm. The mountain howled as it stirred the scattered sands and stones below. The protective formation of the Void Realm sensed an intruder and immediately activated. The previously tranquil air was suddenly rippled with visible waves of energy radiating outward. The faint white mist began to swirl violently, gradually coalescing into a massive translucent barrier enveloping the entire Void Realm. Observing the formation of the mountain protection array, Pei Qing extended her finger and gently tapped the barrier. A flicker of golden light shimmered, instantaneously transforming into a sharp sword aura that shot towards the barrier. In the next moment, the protective formation shattered. Disciples of the Void Realm glared menacingly at Pei Qing. Who dares to intrude upon the Void Realm? You sent people to invade my Taisu realm. Seeking to slay my ancestral master, I shall not let you go unpunished. She slowly raised her right hand, unleashing an overwhelming pressure from within her. Sweeping forth like a tidal wave, the surrounding air solidified in an instant, bending the trees upon the mountain. At that moment, the remaining disciples in the Void Realm were not particularly powerful. They were merely outer disciples with modest cultivation levels. Upon sensing this formidable pressure, their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. They felt as if mere ants stood before a giant elephant, each bursting into a mist of blood. Who dares to act so brazenly in my Void Realm? The commotion roused the attention of an ancient secret domain deep within the Void Realm, where the venerable ancestor resided in seclusion. Pei Qing sensed the powerful aura emanating from that direction and promptly summoned her long sword, launching a fierce attack towards the secret domain. The flying sword cleaved through the air with a piercing whistle, forcefully striking the formation at the entrance of the secret domain. Within the secret realm, an elder appeared. It was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Void Realm. His hair stood on end, and he donned a gray robe, his face etched with wrinkles, while a pair of murky eyes flickered with a furious glimmer. You dare to intrude upon my realm of void, he thundered. You seek to unjustly slay my brother and show disrespect to our revered ancestor. We bear no enmity towards you, yet if you persist, I shall annihilate everyone within this void. Pei Qing met his gaze without a trace of fear, her tone frigid and devoid of emotion. Is that all you have? The elder scoffed disdainfully, his eyes brimming with contempt. Where is the sacred artifact of our realm of void? How could it possibly be missing? He clasped his hands in a gesture, attempting to summon the sacred artifact from the void, only to discover that the chaotic blade was nowhere to be found. The elder's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of unease rising within him. It appears that your void is not as formidable as it seems. Young girl, do not be so brazen. Even in the absence of the chaotic blade, I possess the power to subdue you. The winds howled fiercely, and the mountains trembled. The elder's aura surged, an invisible pressure engulfing the entire peak. Pei Qing sensed this overwhelming force, her countenance growing solemn, yet she remained undaunted. Let us see. A radiant light emanated from her hands. Just as she was about to charge forward, she noticed someone lurking in the shadows. The chaotic body. Recognizing the familiar energy fluctuations, Pei Qing immediately turned her gaze. The figure was none other than Chang Qing. Observing the terror-stricken expression on his face, Pei Qing unleashed her power, a formidable pressure bearing down upon Chang Qing. Instantly, he began to bleed from all 7 orifices. His eyes widened in disbelief and resentment before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Disgusted, Pei Qing seized him and promptly departed. Chapter 74. The self-detonation of a semi-divine artifact. Meanwhile, the elder had already arrived above the realm of the Great Void. You, Great Void, are truly overstepping your bounds by sending someone to intrude upon my domain. If you intend to destroy my void, then today I shall lay waste to your Great Void. The Lord of the Void looked upon the newcomer with elation. Elder, save me. Ha 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 ha. Your demise is imminent. Our elder is a master of the late harmonization stage, and today I shall witness how you escape. Meng Li listened with mounting dread. The late harmonization stage? We might be saved. Ancestor, please rescue us. The people from the Great Void have slaughtered countless elite disciples. Avenge us by eliminating them. In the next moment, a head exploded. Do I require your guidance on how to act? That is our sacred artifact, the chaotic blade. Hand it over. The elder's gaze fell upon Pei Zhan, who was playfully toying with the chaotic blade at her waist. and he was instantly filled with rage. Without further ado, he lunged towards her, moving with the speed of lightning. Pei Xian, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. How dare you? She swung her sword at the elder, her master and disciple, attempting to prevent him from approaching Pei Jin. However, the elder's strength far surpassed Pei Xian's. With a mere flick of his sleeve, she was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The elder arrogantly proclaimed, "Who dares to obstruct me?" He then reached for Pei Jin with overwhelming force, as if he intended to tear apart the very fabric of space. Pei Xian struggled to rise from the ground, crying out, "No!" Her eyes were filled with terror, fearing that the other party might inflict harm upon Pei Jin. The Void Sovereign, brimming with pride, believed that both the Land of Emptiness and Lin Feng were doomed this time. The ancestor would slay them and reclaim our holy artifact. The Chaos Blade. A glimmer of avarice sparkled in his eyes. Perhaps when the ancestor obtains the Chaos Spear, combined with his formidable cultivation, even the formidable being accompanying Lin Feng would be no match. Meng Li trembled nearby, overwhelmed by the suffocating aura of the ancestor. He stole a glance at Lin Feng, only to find that the latter remained serene, as if everything was well within his grasp. This only heightened his unease, and he was inwardly astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng truly possessed some hidden trump card? Just as the ancestor's hand was about to touch Pei Jin, a flash of golden light surged forth. The ancestor let out a muffled groan, blood spattering from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling dust, the ancestor struggled to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief. The blood at the corner of his mouth a shocking sight. How could this be? How could it happen? Both Su Shizhu and Meng Li were taken aback, unable to fathom that the ancestor had been so easily dispatched. Pei Jin immediately rushed to Pei Xian's side. "Second sister. Don't worry, sister is fine. Everything is fine." Pei Xian sighed in relief, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Lin Feng. "Thank you, revered master. It's merely a late-stage harmonization practitioner. Even if 100 emperors were to come, I would remain unfazed." Lin Feng's voice was not loud yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, laced with a tone of nonchalance, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. At this moment, Su Shizhu and Meng Li exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief in their eyes. Was this the embodiment of an emperor? Surely. Only the embodiment of an emperor could render Lin Feng so audacious. How could it possibly be just Lin Feng alone? Meng Li swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as a torrent of tumult surged within him. 100 emperors? Who does he think he is? Has he already ascended? He is nothing but a worthless fool, yet he displays such audacity. However, they are currently unable to refute him. Their esteemed ancestor has been cast aside, leaving them with no hope for survival. The Lord of the Void wore a countenance of utter defeat, his legs trembling slightly as a wave of despair washed over him. At that moment, a young man clad in the garb of the disciples of the Void rushed over in a state of panic, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his voice quivering. "I report to the Lord, the Void, along with Mirror Moon Valley and the Pei family, have all been annihilated." What? No wonder Pei Qing had vanished earlier. It was because he had departed to orchestrate this. The Lord of the Void felt as though struck by lightning, his form swaying precariously, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. His lips trembled, yet he could utter no words. Meng Li, utterly despondent, understood that it was all over. Meanwhile, Pei Qing returned with a cold smirk. "What? Is it permissible for you to wreak havoc in the Void while I am forbidden from dismantling your territory? Not only that, but all your resources, spiritual fruits, sacred trees, and arcane artifacts are in my possession. It is finished. Everything has come to an end. The Void has been utterly destroyed by my hand." Pei Qing forcefully pulled out Changqing from behind. "Master Ancestor, how should we deal with this person? Lin, Master Lin, spare my life. I shall never dare again. I am willing to pledge myself to you as a disciple and serve the Void henceforth." "Changqing, you wretched child. Had you not lost the Chaos Blade, we would not have arrived at this dire state. Yet now, you display such ingratitude. Alas, one must look after oneself, or face the wrath of heaven and earth." Changqing retorted with conviction. He was aware that Lin Feng possessed countless divine artifacts and secret techniques, and that by becoming Lin Feng's disciple, he would naturally share in these treasures. Lin Feng scoffed, contemplating how such a person still dared to covet the precious relics in his possession, just as he intended to command Pei Xian and Pei Qing to eliminate the threat. A thunderous voice echoed from a distance, exclaiming, "How outrageous! Dare you harm me? Today, you shall pay the price." It was the old ancestor, appearing in tattered clothing, bloodied and battered, yet exuding an imposing aura, his injuries having somewhat mended. In his grasp, that weapon had now transformed into a quasi-divine artifact under his command. With a single swing, carnage erupted. Even the Void Saint Lord and his companions were left bloodied. The entire realm of the Great Void trembled and collapsed. As disciples fell one after another, the Grand Elder of the Great Void was struck with a chilling terror, gazing at the obsidian blade, its cold radiance piercing the heavens for miles. He trembled uncontrollably, yearning to flee, yet his body felt as though it were laden with lead, rendering him utterly incapable of taking a single step. He knew that today he was destined for calamity. The Patriarch's ambitions extended beyond him alone, ensnaring even the disciples of the Void Realm. The blade emanated a malevolent force, as if it could rend the very fabric of space, instilling trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. Be careful, Ancestor. He intends to self-destruct the quasi-artifact. Realizing the adversary's intent, Pei Xian and Pei Qing immediately shielded Lin Feng. In the next instant, the entirety of the Void Realm was reduced to rubble. The Patriarch reveled in his triumph. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Dare to extinguish my Void Realm? Now it has all vanished. Everything is lost. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch laughed maniacally, his heart brimming with derision. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, seated nonchalantly on a stool, sipping tea and cracking seeds, wore a perplexed expression. Have you finished speaking? How are you still here? This is impossible. The Patriarch's countenance twisted in madness. That was his trump card. He had detonated his own weapon, yet Lin Feng remained untouched. Chapter 75, The Reconstruction of the Void Realm. Lin Feng leisurely set down his teacup, seeds scattered across the floor. He then lifted his gaze, innocently regarding the Patriarch. The Patriarch was nearly apoplectic with rage. What in the world was happening? The self-detonation of a quasi-artifact should have obliterated the entire Void Realm. Yet this young man sat there as if nothing had occurred, casually snacking on seeds. What, can't you see through the illusion? Do you think hiding in your shell will keep you safe? How about you remove this pathetic contraption and engage in a genuine battle, cowardly turtle? The Patriarch's voice was filled with fury, akin to the roar of a cornered beast. Lin Feng remained unfazed within the illusion, his expression as serene as water. The Patriarch's bluster appeared to him as childish and absurd. He could hardly be bothered to respond, deeming it a waste of breath. Eliminate him. He lightly waved his sleeve and addressed the sisters behind him, Pei Xian and Pei Qing. Without a moment's hesitation, the two sisters swiftly moved to stand before the ancestor. What do you intend to do? We shall send you on your way. The two drew their long swords, their cold glimmers piercing through the air, aimed directly at the ancestor's throat. Pei Xian took the offensive, her strikes fierce and cunning, each blow targeting the ancestor's vital points. Pei Qing assumed a defensive role, her sword light serving as a shield, neutralizing the ancestor's counterattacks. Their cooperation was seamless, akin to two venomous serpents entwining around the ancestor, gradually siphoning away his vitality. Lin Feng, you despicable scoundrel, have the courage to face me one-on-one. The ancestor's current outcry was nothing more than a desperate struggle, merely a source of amusement. Pei Xian and Pei Qing paid no heed to his taunts, relentlessly launching their assault, yet the ancestor remained unscathed. Lin Feng observed Pei Zhen beside him. Little one, lend your Qingshuang Qin to your sister. Pei Zhen nodded his small head, and then a massive Qingshuang Qin levitated above them. The ancient instrument hovered in the air, emanating waves of coldness, causing tiny ice crystals to coalesce in the atmosphere, creating a dreamlike spectacle. With a flick of his hand, Pei Zhen summoned forth a clear, ringing sound from the Qingshuang Qin, its melody flowing like water, yet imbued with a biting chill. The Void Ancestor, who had been barely managing to withstand the assaults of Pei Xian and Pei Qing, now found himself overwhelmed by the sonic waves of the Qingshuang Qin, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Qingshuang Qin was indeed an artifact of antiquity, and the resonating notes directly shattered the ancestor's defenses. His corporeal form began to disintegrate under the attack of the Qingshuang Qin's sound waves, transforming into myriad specks of starlight that dispersed into the cosmos. Pei Xian and Pei Qing turned to face the Void Sovereign. Do not kill me, do not kill me. He was acutely aware that if he did not bow his head today, his demise was inevitable. At this moment, he trembled as if shaken by a sieve, watching helplessly as the ancestor disintegrated into ash, the last vestige of hope within him shattered. How could one like you even presume? Pei Xian stepped forward decisively, extinguishing the foe. Gazing upon the chaos before her, the once resplendent domain of the void had been reduced to mere dust, stirring a flicker of doubt within her. She cautiously approached Lin Feng, inquiring tentatively, "Master, why do we not descend from the void?" The demeanor of Lin Feng remained unperturbed, as he leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil surrounding him. Little did they know, Lin Feng was internally lamenting his plight. He yearns to save as well, yet his strength falls short. He finds himself at a loss. Rescue? How can one rescue? This realm of emptiness, from its inception, has been destined for demise. It is merely a matter of time. Pei Xian furrowed her brow slightly, unable to comprehend the nuances in Lin Feng's words. Although the realm of emptiness has experienced some decline over the years, it should not have met such a fate. Yet, there must be reason in what Lin Feng articulates. In this world, all things adhere to their own principles. Life and death, rise and fall, are all predetermined. Should I intervene forcefully, it would only disrupt the celestial order, leading to inevitable losses. Furthermore, what difficulty lies in reconstructing a realm of emptiness? Zhang Tianlong nodded in agreement. Death is preferable, a clean death. As the former emperor of the void, he gazed upon his descendants, dismayed by their lack of resolve, surrendering at the slightest hint of adversity. These individuals are unfit for use. Their demise would be a blessing. Furthermore, even if they were to survive, Zhang Tianlong would take matters into his own hands. What then shall be done with these people? Pei Xian gestured towards the defeated subordinates before him. Meng Li, the Grand Elder of the Void, and several others cowered in the shadows, trembling in fear of being noticed. Leave Changqing behind. No, 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 esteemed elder, master, spare my life. I am of value truly. The Grand Elder of the Void shouted desperately. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the Grand Elder's demeanor. What scheme is this old fellow concocting? I am aware of the whereabouts of the chaotic technique. I am willing to divulge it, if only you would spare my life. You? You know the location of the chaotic technique? Changqing is here, having cultivated the chaotic technique. How could you possibly know? Pei Xian scoffed, her disdain palpable. The Grand Elder, instead of panicking at her words, wore an expression of inscrutable profundity. What Changqing practices is merely a simplified version of the chaotic technique, not the genuine article. The true chaotic technique is vast and profound, far beyond his grasp. Upon hearing this, Changqing's temper flared. Nonsense. I am exceptionally gifted. It is you old geezers who hoarded the true chaotic technique, denying me access. Had I been able to cultivate the real chaotic technique, I would have long since trampled you old fools beneath my feet. The emperor had once decreed that only a truly virtuous disciple could summon his phantom. If one could not, they were fated to be estranged from the chaotic technique, no matter how potent their chaotic body. The true chaotic technique lies with the chaotic blade. Does it not? Lin Feng spoke with an air of calm, yet his words were shocking. How do you know this? The Grand Elder was taken aback. This secret was known to no one. Lin Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. The chaotic blade had been in his possession for so long. If he could not uncover such a secret, his efforts would indeed be in vain. It was precisely because he discerned the extraordinary nature of this artifact that he had entrusted Pei Zhen to handle it with care. Changqing's expression was one of astonishment. His mouth agape as though it could accommodate a duck egg. How do you know? He once wielded the Chaos Blade, dedicating each day to profound study. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that within it lay the true essence of the chaos technique. How did he come to this realization? It was simply his innate brilliance. Do you have any final words? Do you wish to take my life? You have obliterated the void. Our great emperor will not let you escape unscathed. Oh, you timid turtle, I am aware that a formidable power resides within you. If you possess the courage, summon it forth to speak with me. What kind of hero hides in shadows and evades confrontation? He gazed at Lin Feng, so earnestly beseeching the emperor, his fury mounting beyond restraint. He began to roar hysterically, resembling a mad dog driven to the brink, saliva flying from his mouth. Chapter 76. The Model of the Crystal Energy Stone Palace. What great power possesses you? It seems your intellect is no better than that of the fools in the Void Realm. Zhang Tianlong looked at the Grand Elder with a hint of disdain. What does this mean? Impossible. You cannot be this strong. Speak. Who are you truly? The Grand Elder refused to believe, for in his eyes, Lin Feng's remarkable strength at such a young age could not possibly be the result of normal cultivation. Lin Feng chose not to engage in further conversation. With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated Meng Li alongside him. Now, Changqing dared not move any longer. The world deemed Lin Feng a waste. Yet he was acutely aware of Lin Feng's secret. Did he still have a chance to survive? Lin Feng beckoned to Changqing with a gesture. and a surge of energy lifted him as if he were a mere chick, bringing him before Lin Feng. Observing Chang Qing's trembling form, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. Such a rare chaos body was wasted on such a useless individual, truly a lamentable misfortune. Alas! Lin Feng shook his head, and with another wave of his hand, Chang Qing was rendered immobile, like a puppet, unable to move. Tianlong, it is time for you to elevate your cultivation. Lin Feng turned to Zhang Tianlong, his tone unremarkable. Zhang Tianlong nodded slightly. Master, I understand. In his past life, he was an emperor, thus he was intimately familiar with the nuances of breakthroughs. The reason for his delayed advancement was merely due to his own designs. Lin Feng then shifted his gaze towards the two sisters, Pei Xian and Pei Qing. Although they had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, their foundations were precarious. Akin to a castle in the air, easily toppled. To truly harness the power of their current state, they required the cultivation of the Sacred Ruins secret technique. However, this technique was exceedingly rare, and they had no means of discovering how to acquire its complete form. Master, the Sacred Ruins secret technique. Pei Xian hesitated, her eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. At that moment, several streaks of light traversed the sky. The Grand Elder of Sacred Ruins City held a scroll shimmering with golden light, his expression one of astonishment. Where the void once lay, only the carefree divine palace remained, with nothingness surrounding it, instilling a sense of dread within him. Surveying the surroundings and seeing that Lin Feng and his companions were safe, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Pei Xian inquired, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Yet, the Grand Elder showed no sign of anger. Instead, he wore a fawning smile. I have come to present the Sacred Ruins secret technique as a token of respect. As he spoke, he reverently offered the golden scroll before Lin Feng. Pei Xian and Pei Qing were taken aback. Hadn't they just mentioned the Sacred Ruins secret technique? How fortuitous was this? Truly, their master was astute in his foresight. Ah, is this the Sacred Ruins secret technique? Indeed, this is our treasure from Sacred Ruins City. We specially summoned the altar to invoke the Sacred Ruins Emperor and acquired this technique. Please accept it. This technique is indeed suitable for someone of Pei Zixian's innate talent. A natural Dao body truly requires this secret method. Lin Feng, not one to be courteous, accepted the scroll and began to peruse its contents. This old fellow certainly knew how to adapt to circumstances, and yet, this Sacred Ruins secret technique was precisely what he needed at this moment. Upon seeing Lin Feng accept it, the Grand Elder was overjoyed and abruptly knelt before him. Although he was uncertain whether that mighty figure still lingered within Lin Feng, it did not diminish his reverence at this moment. Lin Feng then turned to Zhang Tianlong. The void must be rebuilt, so you may bring your family here. Thank you, Master. Zhang Tianlong replied with a respectful gesture. He felt a surge of joy within, for this meant he could reunite with his family. The reconstruction of the Void Realm was indeed a monumental task, one that would keep him occupied for quite some time. The sisters Pei Xian and Pei Qing eagerly accepted the Sacred Ruins secret method handed to them by Lin Feng, overwhelmed with delight. With this secret knowledge, their cultivation would ascend to new heights, freeing them from the past where they were mere lambs to the slaughter. The Grand Elder of Sacred Ruins City remained kneeling on the ground, and upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to rebuild the Void Realm, he immediately raised his hand to claim credit. Esteemed senior, our Sacred Ruins City can assist as well. I, a mere waste, need not be burdened. Lin Feng remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. The Grand Elder assumed that the powerful being who had once possessed Lin Feng had departed, and he promptly rose to his feet, his face betraying a trace of disdain. Were it not for that formidable presence, how could he ever stoop to kneel before a worthless individual like Lin Feng? Yet, he could not deny the good fortune that had befallen Lin Feng, having gained the favor of such a mighty being. Disregarding Lin Feng, he turned his attention to the sisters, attempting to play on their emotions. You and Peixian will always be part of Sacred Ruins City. Rest assured, when Peixian matures, my position shall be his. We will not. Pei Xian's words trailed off as Pei Qing grasped her arm. Fear not, all cultivation resources of Sacred Ruins City will be directed towards you. With that, the Grand Elder pivoted and departed. Bah, were it not for him, how would our parents' fate remain uncertain? Had he not turned a blind eye? How could Jun have suffered such torment? Pei Qing scoffed. What nonsense! Now that he recognizes the power of our ancestral master, he rushes to ingratiate himself. How nauseating! Pei Qing maintained a cooler demeanor. Observing Pei Xian's agitation, she gently replied, there is no need to engage with such individuals. We shall simply avoid them in the future. The two glanced at the sacred ruins' secret method in their hands, yet found not a single word discernible. Pei Xin and Pei Qing exchanged puzzled looks. How could they see not a single character of this sacred ruin's secret method? Pei Qing furrowed her brows, her delicate fingers brushing over the golden scripture, which felt cool and smooth to the touch, eerily resembling the legendary sacred ruin's secret method. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. And then two beams of golden light entered the minds of the sisters. Instantly, they comprehended the sacred ruin's secret method. Ah, Pei Xin gasped, pressing her forehead. As an overwhelming torrent of information surged into her mind, chaotic yet profoundly intricate, Pei Qing also gently closed her eyes, absorbing the sudden influx of knowledge. Moments later, the two opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions alight with excitement. Thank you, esteemed ancestral master. They spoke in unison, their voices imbued with gratitude. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. The sacred ruin's secret arts are profound and vast, requiring diligent cultivation to achieve any significant accomplishments. As Lin Feng finished his words, the system in his mind began to resonate. Now, with the annihilation of the Void Land, the disciples have no place to dwell. Task issued: proceed to the Forging City and purchase a model of a palace crafted from crystal energy stones. Task reward: 1,000,000 miles of the Void Mountain Range, a protective array, and a cluster of crystal energy palaces. Chapter 77. Journey to the Forging City. This truly requires no effort at all. A pillow is delivered just as one dozes off. In the past, the elders of the Void Land exhausted all their resources to create a palace from these crystal energy stones. Now, I merely need to acquire a model to obtain an entire cluster of crystal energy palaces. How could I possibly refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? All right, you all should hasten your cultivation. Ancestor, I shall depart briefly to prepare some items. You remain here to watch over Zijin. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong had returned to his homeland. Once Lin Feng left, only the three of them remained in the entire Void Land. Sister, are we dreaming? Have we truly mastered the sacred ruin's secret arts? Our fortune is incredible. Zijin has such a powerful master now. We must have accumulated immense merit in our past lives. The two of them sighed in awe. At this moment, many within the primordial ancient realm had yet to emerge, with most remaining outside the ancient realm. However, they all received a startling piece of news. The Void Land has vanished. Outside the primordial ancient realm, the atmosphere was charged with commotion. The Void Land is gone. Are you jesting? It is utterly true. Many have witnessed it firsthand, and that area now lies in ruins, devoid of anything. Surrounding individuals murmured, some in disbelief, others relishing the calamity, while a few began to worry for their futures. I saw Meng Li from Mirror Moon Valley fleeing recently. He was headed towards the Void Land's chamber, and I suspected a fierce battle was imminent. It appears that the conflict was indeed intense. There is another piece of news you may not be aware of. I heard that the Void Land, Mirror Moon Valley, and the Sacred Ruins Pei family were all annihilated by the same individual. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, all astonished. Who could that person be? Unclear. But it is rumored to be a young woman. It is said that besides the carefree Divine Palace, all other places in the Void Land have succumbed to emptiness. This suggests that the true master behind those three prodigies is indeed someone else, with Lin Feng merely serving as a Fade. Yes, I concur. That individual surely does not care whether the Void Land is destroyed. Otherwise, it would not have perished so suddenly. I observe that it may be for the best. It spares us from their incessant displays of bravado. The smaller sects that have long been reliant on them will likely commence their territorial disputes. We are in for quite a spectacle. Might we seize the opportunity to gather some remnants? Such a vast expanse, vanishing in an instant, must surely conceal numerous treasures yet to be claimed. The crowd unanimously agreed, hurrying towards the once void area, eager to uncover any overlooked relics. Alas, those martial artists who arrived first gazed upon the distant, desolate white expanse, discovering no remnants whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was en route to the Forging City. Renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, the Forging City is a colossal metropolis brimming with shops, each displaying a myriad of rare and exquisite treasures, drawing countless martial artists from all corners. Upon entering the city, Lin Feng was irresistibly captivated by the vibrant scene before him. He casually entered an armory, where an array of weaponry was displayed. A slender shopkeeper, his face adorned with a broad smile, approached him eagerly. Dear customer, what might you require? I assure you, the weapons in our establishment are of the finest quality and reasonably priced. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Lin Feng surveyed the surrounding arms. Although they appeared resplendent to him, they were akin to mere scrap metal, utterly unworthy of his attention. His purpose for this journey is not merely to acquire these ordinary weapons. The shopkeeper, noticing that Lin Feng exuded no trace of spiritual energy and appeared rather unfamiliar, harbored a hint of disdain. Yet, adhering to the principles of commerce, he refrained from expressing it. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced the various weapons to Lin Feng. With but a cursory glance, Lin Feng lost interest. These items hold no value for me. The shopkeeper was taken aback, pondering, could this individual be feigning ignorance to conceal his true prowess? With not a hint of spiritual fluctuation, how could he possibly dismiss such high-grade merchandise? Is he perhaps a scion of a hidden aristocratic family, venturing out to experience the mundane world? With this thought, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm intensified. Dear guest, what is it that you truly seek? Speak freely, and I assure you, should I possess it, I will offer you the lowest price. Lin Feng, eschewing any circumlocution, replied directly, I require a palace model crafted from crystal energy stones. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile abruptly faltered, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. A palace model made from crystal energy stones? He questioned whether he had misheard. After all, that was the treasured heirloom of the Wu family, the legendary quasi-artifact. Not to mention a model, even a mere scrap would be worth a fortune. How could this individual audaciously claim to sell a model? Sir, you must be jesting. The shopkeeper stammered. Lin Feng, growing somewhat impatient, replied, I have no time for jesting. Simply tell me if you have it or not. That crystalline energy palace model was crafted with painstaking care by the Wu family over the course of 10 millennia. Even if everything around it were to explode, the palace would remain utterly unscathed. How could such a treasure belonging to the Wu family possibly be sold to you? I find conversing with you a sheer waste of breath. Be gone, quickly. The shopkeeper, seemingly afflicted by some ill fate, hurriedly urged Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng, unfazed, turned and departed, making his way to the Wu family store. The Wu family's establishment was even more grandiose than the previous one, with the words divine weapons intricately carved in a flamboyant style on the sign. As Lin Feng stepped inside, a corpulent man with a shiny complexion approached him immediately. What brings you here? If you seek weapons, use the side entrance. I wish to purchase the crystalline energy palace model. Lin Feng's words elicited a chorus of derisive laughter from those nearby. Do you even know what that is? You, a mere worthless wretch? Are you here to make a scene? With your status, do you truly believe you can acquire the crystalline energy palace model? That is a quasi-artifact. Just name your price. They jeered. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, do you not understand that this is a priceless treasure? Even if we were to quote a price, it would be beyond your means. I advise you to return from whence you came and spare yourself the humiliation here. The cacophony of mockery grew louder, buzzing like a swarm of flies, causing Lin Feng a throbbing headache. He cast a cold glance around the room. I shall not converse with you. Summon the person in charge of your establishment. I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. Go, fetch third uncle, and inform him that a powerless wretch desires to purchase our crystal energy palace model. Let him come and expel this insufferable brat. Chapter 78. A change of heart. As he watched the servant depart to relay the message, the man scoffed coldly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Ziming, the eldest son of the Wu family. The crystal energy palace model is not an object that just anyone can covet. Be wise and leave at once, or else. Wu Ziming disdainfully scrutinized Lin Feng, his tone dripping with contempt. Lin Feng remained expressionless, silent. Yet his gaze was as frigid as ice, causing Wu Ziming to feel a sudden chill within. His imposing demeanor involuntarily weakened. He held his neck rigidly, feigning composure. What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? I shall inform you. Before he could finish his words, a corpulent man with a shiny visage emerged. Who dares to bully my nephew? The man's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the ears of everyone in the establishment. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, a flicker of disdain evident within them. Is it you? A mere boy, not even fully grown, daring to wreak havoc in my Wu family? I am Lin Feng from the land of Taishu, disciple of the carefree divine palace. Upon hearing Lin Feng's introduction, the man, named Wu Yuanguang, who held the title of lord over the forging city, scoffed. Oh, so you are the so-called waste from the land of Taishu? Now that Taishu has been reduced to naught, why do you not hide away? Instead, you venture forth to be a nuisance. Wu Ziming mocked Lin Feng, as if he were relishing in a grand jest. Indeed, the land of Taishu had been obliterated, and even the Grand Elder had perished, save for the carefree divine art. Lin Feng maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Without the land of Taishu, what are you worth? How dare you cause a ruckus in my forging city? You are nothing but a stray dog. Be gone. As onlookers and attendants began to steal glances and whisper among themselves, Wu Ziming swelled with pride, puffing out his chest like a victorious rooster. In the face of such derision, Lin Feng remained unruffled, his expression still as placid as ever. He gazed calmly at Wu Yuanguang, his eyes as profound as an ancient well, undisturbed in the slightest by the mockery of the other. He spoke slowly, his voice resonant yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lord Wu, I am aware that all the disciples of the Wu family suffer from a peculiar affliction. I can assist in their healing. Upon hearing this, Wu Ziming's expression darkened immediately. What did you say? You? Heal the peculiar affliction of our Wu family? He seemed to have heard something utterly astonishing, pointing at Lin Feng and bursting into hearty laughter. Have you looked in the mirror lately? What are you to claim that you can cure the peculiar afflictions of the Wu family? You must understand that we have consulted numerous experts, even those at the pinnacle of spiritual mastery, yet all have been rendered powerless. He does not believe that Lin Feng, this good-for-nothing, can heal the others of the Wu family. Furthermore, if by any chance Lin Feng truly manages to cure them, would there still be a chance for him to attain the position of city lord? He stepped forward, reaching out to shove Lin Feng, urging him to leave and cease his nonsensical chatter. However, Wu Yuanguang intervened, placing a hand to halt him, his brow slightly furrowed. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, a flicker of doubt glimmering in his eyes. Lin Feng's demeanor was excessively tranquil, a serenity that instilled a subtle sense of unease within him. He waved his hand, signaling Wu Ziming to withdraw. Ziming, do not be disrespectful. Wu Ziming shot a reluctant glare at Lin Feng before stepping aside. Wu Yuanguang then approached Lin Feng, his voice low and serious. Can you truly cure the peculiar affliction plaguing my Wu family as descendants? Lin Feng nodded slightly, his tone calm. It is worth a try. Wu Yuanguang had heard of the formidable being associated with Lin Feng, whose prowess was rumored to be unparalleled, capable of defeating even those at the harmonization realm. Possibly a great emperor of the ascendant stage. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wu Yuanguang's eyes. If you can indeed effect a cure, my Wu family shall offer our profound gratitude and protection. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Everything was within his plans. Lin Feng nodded gently, stating, Lord Wu, should you succeed in healing the afflicted, I desire the model of the Crystal Energy Palace. You must be dreaming. Wu Ziming exclaimed vehemently. The model of the Crystal Energy Palace is a treasured legacy of our family, painstakingly developed over 10 generations and a millennium of research. How could we bestow it upon a worthless individual like you? Upon hearing this, Wu Ziming sprang forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, his words dripping with disdain. Wu Yuanguang raised his hand once more to quell Wu Ziming's outburst and turned to Lin Feng, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. The model of the Crystal Energy Palace held immense significance for the Wu family. It could not be revealed lightly. Yet, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. If Lin Feng could indeed cure the family as afflicted youth, perhaps a price could be considered. Uncle, you can't possibly believe his fanciful claims, can you? Wu Ziming leaned closer to Wu Yuanguang, whispering in a low voice, while casting a nervous glance at Lin Feng. His eyes darted around, as if concocting some mischievous scheme. He discreetly tugged at Wu Yuanguang's sleeve, his expression fraught with anxiety. After all, Lin Feng was widely regarded as a useless individual, and it was well known that the powerful entity associated with him might not extend any assistance to us. This assertion held merit, considering that the esteemed being would hardly deign to regard the Crystal Energy Palace model. Wu Yuanguang furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He turned to Lin Feng, his gaze filled with scrutiny. On what grounds should we believe you can heal the scion of the Wu family? If you fail, I shall leave your fate to your own devices. Lin Feng replied with unwavering conviction. Wu Yuanguang, initially hesitant, found himself swayed by the response. Observing this, Wu Ziming cast a murderous glare at Lin Feng. Third uncle, you must understand that this palace model, crafted from crystal energy, represents the culmination of countless efforts and holds immense significance. He fixed his gaze intensely upon Wu Yuanguang, attempting to sway him back to his original thoughts. Indeed, Wu Yuanguang was persuaded. What you say is quite reasonable. Lord Wu, you must consider this carefully. Not only can I heal them, but I can also elevate them to the realm of great power in the harmonious spirit stage. He paused momentarily, casting a sweeping glance at Wu Yuanguang and Wu Ziming, his tone growing increasingly confident. By that time, the Wu family's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanguang's breath quickened. his eyes widening in astonishment, as if he envisioned the Wu family dominating the forging city. He slammed the table with force, exclaiming, "All right, I concede." He grasped Lin Feng's hand with fervor and said, "Master Lin, please follow me now." Wu Yuanguang pulled Lin Feng towards the inner courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Wu Ziming hurried forward, exclaiming, "Third uncle, think twice about this." "Ziming, do not say any more. My mind is made up," Wu Yuanguang replied, not bothering to look back, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. It was no jest, for among the 6 injured was his own son, Wu Tianjiao, and he dared not take such matters lightly. Wu Ziming let out a resigned sigh, helplessly trailing behind. They traversed the winding corridor and arrived at a tranquil courtyard. Inside, 6 pallid young men lay upon the beds, their breaths faint and shallow. Chapter 79. The apprentice recruitment plan. Wu Yuanguang brought Lin Feng before the 6, his expression grave. Lin Feng merely surveyed the group, noting not only their physical injuries but also the severe damage to their souls. Though he spoke with calmness, Wu Yuanguang perceived a glimmer of hope. He did not anticipate that Lin Feng could discern the symptoms at a glance. Lin Feng approached the 6 individuals, his right hand gradually rising, revealing a soft, chaotic light gently emanating from his palm. This radiance appeared gentle, yet it harbored a formidable life force within. He transformed the chaotic light into 6 radiant beams, piercing them into the bodies of 6 individuals. Instantly, the aura of the 6 surged, and their previously pallid complexions gradually regained a healthy flush. A resplendent glow enveloped them, as if they were bathed in ethereal mist, and their forms began to elevate. Their bodies began to swell, their bones cracking with an eerie sound. As time passed, the brilliance gradually faded, and the 6 young individuals returned to their former state. In that moment, they regained consciousness, their limbs intact, resembling normal beings. I feel invigorated," one of the youths exclaimed, clenching his fist as he sensed the surging strength within. "So do I. I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single blow. Master Lin, your immense benevolence shall be forever etched in our memories." Witnessing this scene, Wu Yuanguang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "It was merely a small effort on my part. Indeed, he has exchanged our Wu family's treasured artifact, the Crystal Energy Palace model." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 6 young individuals shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. This model of the Crystal Energy Stone Palace is a culmination of generations of research by our esteemed Wu family. How can it be so readily entrusted to outsiders? Indeed, it is a symbol of our lineage. How can we simply hand it over? I am opposed. So am I. The crowd vehemently expressed their refusal to relinquish the Crystal Energy Stone Palace model to Lin Feng. The room erupted into a cacophony, akin to a pot of boiling water. Among them stood a young man, unmistakably the son of Wu Yuanguang, Wu Tianjiao. At this moment, he stepped forward, approaching Lin Feng with an air of arrogance, declaring, "In light of your healing us, we shall overlook this matter. Now be gone quickly, or we shall not be so courteous." The other young men, hearing Wu Tianjiao's words, echoed his sentiments, hurling threats at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a sweeping glance over this reckless group of youth, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wu Yuanguang with a hint of mockery. "Is this also your perspective, Master Wu?" Wu Yuanguang's face flushed crimson, stammering for a moment before managing to utter, "Lord Lin, this model of the Crystal Energy Palace holds immense significance for our Wu family." "You see, immense significance? It appears you are merely attempting to evade your debts," Lin Feng retorted with a cold laugh, unceremoniously exposing his intentions. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianjiao's fury ignited. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, shouting, "You worthless fool, do not mistake our leniency for weakness. With 6 experts of the harmonization stage now in the Wu family, do you think we fear a mere waste like you? Depart at once. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The other young men erupted in laughter, as if Lin Feng were but a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Dare to breach your promise, and you shall meet your demise." The voice was commanding and solemn, emanating an undeniable authority. The crowd looked up to see a woman clad in red standing upon the eaves. The dying rays of the setting sun draped her in a golden veil, enhancing her ethereal beauty. She was as stunning as a celestial being, with features that resembled a painting, skin fairer than snow, and every smile and frown exuding an enchanting allure. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her garments flowed gracefully, as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens. An invisible force emanated from her, piercing directly through Wu Ziming's brow. With a pained cry, Wu Ziming clutched his forehead and collapsed to the ground, blood oozing between his fingers, staining the earth a deep crimson. He widened his eyes, unable to comprehend until his last breath why he had met such a sudden demise. The woman cast a frigid glance over the crowd, eventually landing on Wu Tianjiao, who at that moment was shouting, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Wu family? Do you seek death?" Before he could complete his words, he felt an overwhelming pressure locking him in place, rendering him immobile and making even the act of breathing arduous. Observing the boisterous display of Wu Tianjiao, a flicker of impatience crossed the woman's eyes. With a light snort, she gracefully raised her jade hand, and a flash of crimson light ensued. In an instant, the 6 formidable beings who had just attained the harmonization stage, including Wu Tianjiao, had their foreheads pierced, meeting their demise instantaneously. Wu Yuanguang stared in terror at this scene, his legs weakening as he collapsed onto the ground. His complexion was ashen, his lips trembled, leaving him utterly speechless. He never anticipated that Lin Feng would be acquainted with such a formidable presence. Lin Feng, with an expression of innocence, shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know this woman." Yet, deep within, he secretly reveled in delight, for this was nothing short of a celestial blessing bestowed upon him. He approached Wu Yuanguang with an impassive demeanor, looking down upon him with a tone of indifference. "Lord Wu, it is time to surrender the crystal energy stone model, is it not?" Wu Yuanguang trembled as he retrieved a palm-sized palace model from his bosom, his hands quaking as he presented it to Lin Feng. The model glistened with a translucent sheen, emanating faint energy fluctuations that marked it as extraordinary. After taking the model and examining it meticulously, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Once the crystal energy palace model was handed over, the woman raised her hand once more. A cataclysmic wave of energy erupted from her palm, instantaneously reducing the entire Wu family estate to rubble. Even the buildings were reduced to mere powder, vanishing without a trace. The ground was left with a colossal crater, as if struck by a meteorite. Lin Feng was struck by a sense of wonder. The woman was enveloped in radiance, resembling a deity. Her cultivation was unfathomably high. Name: Mo Yin, one of her avatars. Realm: Ascension stage, or perhaps even higher. Weapon: Supreme artifact, sword of the gods. Such formidable prowess. Her realm even surpassed that of the Ascension stage, approaching the existence of celestial beings. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards include the million-mile vast Void Mountain range, the protective mountain array, and a cluster of crystal energy palaces. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was no longer preoccupied with thoughts of his rewards. Mo Yin lightly touched the ground with her toes, descending gracefully towards Lin Feng, each step akin to treading upon petals, exuding an elegance that was simply enchanting. The remnants of the setting sun cast a golden halo around her, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. Lin Feng felt a momentary pause in his heart. He had encountered many beautiful women, but none quite like the one before him. He instinctively touched his nose, attempting to mask his slight embarrassment. Mo Yin approached Lin Feng, her enchanting eyes surveying him from head to toe, a hint of a charming smile gracing her lips. A waste from the celestial palace? Truly a fool, mistaking a pearl for a mere fisheye. Chapter 80. Returning the flesh to the father in an instant, she discerned that Lin Feng was not inherently a wasted talent. His current cultivation at the divine transformation stage was sufficient to overwhelm her at the same level. Moreover, his future potential far surpassed hers, deepening her curiosity about him. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice. "Sister Fairy, you jest. I possess no true capabilities, merely a stroke of luck." "Ah, you are rather amusing. Now tell me, since this esteemed one has offered assistance today, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Mo Yan's gaze sparkled with a touch of playful mockery. This caught Lin Feng slightly off guard, as he had not anticipated such a lure from Mo Yan. "What does the Sister Fairy desire as a reward?" "Whatever I can do. I will gladly endure fire and water without hesitation." "Ah, there is no need to go to such extremes, but I do have a task that requires your assistance." "Please." "Sister Fairy, do tell. I need you to help me take on a disciple." Mo Yin regarded Lin Feng's cultivation level, recognizing him as a peer, reliable. Take on a disciple? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely different from his expectations. "With your formidable prowess, do you not have time to accept a disciple?" "I have my own affairs. Simply state whether you are willing or not." Naturally, he desired to cultivate a good relationship with such a powerful figure. He promptly agreed. "I am willing, of course." The individual is currently in Tianyong City, named Yi Linger. Mo Yin looked at Lin Feng, a glimmer of teasing in her eyes. "By the way, this little girl is only 5 years old." "Oh, another child?" He is not a nursery. Announcing the 4th disciple recruitment mission. Target location, Tianyong City. Target individual, Yilinger. Recruitment duration, half an hour. Task rewards. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, a one-time experience card for the Great Ascension period. With a time limit of 12 hours. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be the legendary artifact bestowed by the celestial deities? Lin Feng's heart quaked with excitement. He had only vaguely encountered references to the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor in an ancient tome. It is said that this eye can penetrate the essence of time and all things, possessing unfathomable power. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy that struck him unexpectedly, nearly leaving him in a daze. Fear not, fair maiden. I shall diligently instruct this young girl and ensure her safe return. Lin Feng vowed, striving to present himself as a reliable figure. Let us await the outcome. I advise you to hurry now. It will be too late if you delay. Mo Yin left behind a meaningful smile, her form flickering before vanishing, leaving only a gentle breeze and a faint fragrance. In the Yi family's residence in Tianyong City, a frail figure knelt on the bluestone pavement, her head bowed as raindrops fell upon her. She was Yilinger, the daughter of Yi Hong. Yet, as the young lady of the Yi family, she appeared tattered and bruised, looking even more destitute than a servant. Yi Hong sat in an armchair, his expression grim, gripping a teacup tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Speak. Where is the soul-binding lock? He demanded in a sharp tone, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Raindrops cascaded down the disheveled strands of Yilinger's hair. She flinched slightly, yet remained resolutely silent. With a resounding crash, the teacup was hurled to the ground, shards scattering in every direction. You are truly driving me to madness. The soul-binding lock belongs to the lord of the city, and now that it is lost, we, the Yi family, cannot bear the repercussions. Yi Hong bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yilinger. As a daughter of the Yi family, your lack of ambition is disgraceful. Come forth and discipline her. 2 burly servants promptly stepped forward, one wielding a sturdy wooden club. Without hesitation, they advanced towards Yilinger, brandishing the wooden sticks high above their heads. Yilinger tightly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, yet she uttered no sound of surrender. She understood that no words of hers could avert the impending beating. Above the Yi residence loomed 4 formidable figures from the city lord's family, all at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. The private, with an expression of icy disdain, surveyed everyone from the Yi family. Should they fail to locate the soul-binding lock, they would not hesitate to raze the Yi family to the ground. They hovered above the Yi family, surrounded by a swirling aura that formed an invisible barrier, keeping the rain at bay. The leader of the group, named Zhao Shan, let out a cold snort. Yi Hong, you had better find the soul-binding lock quickly, or you shall bear the consequences. Yi Hong's expression darkened further as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Please grant me a little more time. I will surely locate the soul-binding lock. Yilinger, kneeling on the ground and battered to a pulp, raised her eyes to glare at Yi Hong, her heart brimming with derision. She had been confined to her dilapidated courtyard, not even allowed to step outside. How could she have infiltrated the city lord's mansion to steal the soul-binding lock? It was clear to her that she was not responsible for this matter. Yet she was forced to bear the blame. It is impossible that I took it. What kind of life have I endured in the Yi family all these years? Yilinger's voice was hoarse, tinged with a tremor, yet resonated with clarity. Leftover scraps, rags to wear. Even the servants are able to command me. Yi Hong furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed as to why Yilinger would utter such words. Resources for cultivation? I haven't to even touch them. Yilinger suddenly lifted her head, glaring at Yi Hong with eyes filled with resentment. In your eyes, there is only your precious son. What am I? Your daughter. Do you? As for the soul-binding lock, I have never even set foot in the city lord's mansion. And yet you accuse me of stealing it? How ludicrous. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotion surging within his chest. I have lived a life inferior to even a servant of the Yi family. Today, I shall sever our father-daughter relationship. You rebellious daughter, dare you? Yi Hong abruptly rose to his feet, his corpulent figure trembling slightly as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yilinger. In truth, it was merely a matter of pride. Yilinger laughed coldly, declaring, Today, I shall repay my mother with flesh and my father with bones. Her words echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air above the Yi family estate. The surrounding crowd erupted in a flurry of whispers and astonishment. Even the 4 formidable figures furrowed their brows, seemingly taken aback by Yilinger's proclamation. Yi Hong's face turned a deep shade of anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yilinger. Rendered speechless for a long while, He could scarcely fathom that his usually submissive daughter would audaciously utter such rebellious words in front of so many people. "Dare you?" he exclaimed. "I have provided you with sustenance and comfort, yet you repay my kindness with such ingratitude." "Sustenance and comfort? I dwell in a mere wood cabin and consume nothing but leftover scraps. Do you truly consider this to be sustenance and comfort?" She rolled up her tattered sleeves, revealing arms marred by countless scars. "These are the results of your actions and those of your precious son. Have you ever regarded me as a human being?" With those words, she suddenly seized a guard's dagger and drew it across her own flesh. "Today, I shall return all of this to you." As she spoke, she began to carve away at her own flesh. Chapter 81. A timely arrival. Blood dripped from Yi Ling's frail arms, staining the ground beneath her. Flesh was torn away, exposing stark white bones, sending shivers of dread through those who bore witness. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her wrist, halting her descent into self-destruction. Lin Feng, upon arriving, stood frozen in shock. His eyes brimmed with shock and anguish as he lifted Yi Ling into his arms, casting a furious glare at the members of the Yi family. "You wretched beasts!" Upon the sudden appearance of Lin Feng, Yi Hong was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in a fit of rage. Who is this wild brat daring to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? Get lost! The blade glinted with a chilling light, aimed directly at Lin Feng. Just as it seemed poised to strike, four figures descended from the heavens, interposing themselves before Lin Feng. "Stop!" The foremost, Zhao Shan, commanded coldly, surveying Lin Feng from his elevated position with a scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you?" Lin Feng, cradling the bloody Yi Ling, responded with an icy demeanor. "I am her master." Zhao Shan and the other three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their derisive laughter. "Master? A worthless wretch like you can teach a disciple?" Another powerful figure mocked. "No wonder you ended up with a petty thief as your pupil." Lin Feng paid no heed to their scorn, holding Yi Ling tightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. He lowered his gaze to the pallid face of Yi Ling cradled in his arms and gently inquired, "Linger, does it hurt?" Yi Ling weakly shook her head, her eyes meeting Lin Feng's with a flicker of both vulnerability and reliance. No one had ever asked her in such a manner before. "Fear not, master is here." Lin Feng tenderly patted her back, comforting her as one would a child. Yi Ling felt as though she were floating on clouds, buoyed by Lin Feng's warmth and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which instilled in her a sense of tranquility. She longed to open her eyes, yet her eyelids felt as heavy as if laden with lead. "Master," she murmured almost inaudibly. Lin Feng did not hear her. Observing Yi Hong's escalating aura, he remained undaunted. Seeing that Lin Feng disregarded him, Yi Hong's fury intensified. With a sweep of his long sword, a fierce blade of energy surged toward Lin Feng. "Foolhardy wretch." Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, yet despite holding Yi Ling in his arms, he moved with remarkable ease. With a single, sweeping motion of his hand, a radiant beam of golden light surged forth, and a majestic golden dragon roared into existence, coiling around him. Simultaneously, a fiery red nine-tailed fox materialized at his side. Surrounded by a dazzling aura, its nine tails swaying gracefully, exuding an air of formidable power. The dragon and the fox, embodying two utterly distinct essences, astonishingly fused together, unleashing a heart-stopping pressure that left all present in a state of shock. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the dragon and fox accompanying Lin Feng. The spiraling golden dragon emitted a deafening roar, its golden brilliance soaring skyward, while the nine-tailed fox let out a crisp cry. Its nine tails unfurled simultaneously, resembling a blooming snow lotus, beautiful yet deadly. The two forces intertwined, generating a powerful wave of energy that sent Zhao Shan and three other formidable beings hurtling away. The four figures above staggered, their faces paling in an instant, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Before they could even react, the golden dragon and the nine-tailed fox launched another assault. Golden and crimson lights intertwined like two bolts of lightning cleaving through the heavens, engulfing the four in an instant. In the next moment, four anguished screams echoed, as the four mighty beings were mercilessly battered, bloodied and broken, without a sliver of opportunity to resist. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hong was struck with profound astonishment. A dragon, a golden dragon. How could this be? He never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man possessed such formidable strength. His expression shifted from anger to terror, and his hand clutching the sword began to tremble involuntarily. However, Lin Feng remained unhurried in dealing with Yi Hong. He lowered his gaze upon the fading Leaf Linger in his embrace. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her breath faint, with but a flicker of life remaining. At that moment, Yi Hong, perceiving that Lin Feng had not acted immediately, assumed he was held back by some concern. With his heart somewhat reassured, He burst into raucous laughter. Ha! No matter how formidable your strength may be, what does it matter? Li Flingo is undoubtedly doomed today. Unless you can procure the legendary healing elixir, no one can save her. Upon hearing Yi Hong's words, Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. The healing elixir? He doesn't regard it at all. What is the healing elixir but a worthless trifle? He retrieved a delicate jade vial from his bosom and poured a single drop of crystalline liquid, administering it to Yi Linger. This was not merely a healing elixir, but rather Wuling liquid, a divine remedy far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary healing potions by 100-fold. Upon entering her mouth, the liquid dissolved instantaneously, transforming into a warm current that coursed through Yi Linger's entire being. In the blink of an eye, a miracle unfolded. The pallor of her face, once as white as paper, gradually regained a hint of color. The gruesome wounds upon her body began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. Fractured bones rejoined, blocked meridians cleared, and flesh began to regenerate. Yi Hong stood transfixed, watching this spectacle unfold. As the smile on his face gradually solidified into an expression of incredulous astonishment, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he was experiencing an illusion. How? How could this be? It's impossible. Who on earth are you? Yi Hong stuttered as he spoke, his eyes brimming with terror. His terror appeared to Lin Feng like that of a mere jester, eliciting from him not even a modicum of pity. With a scornful smile, Lin Feng disregarded Yi Hong's inquiries, instead drawing forth a sharp dagger that gleamed ominously, its tip aimed directly at his own chest. You have lost your mind, Yi Hong exclaimed. Lin Feng offered no reply, his gaze resolute and devoid of hesitation. The dagger plunged violently into his chest, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Reminiscent of blooming red spider lilies, bewitching yet eerie, Yi Linga felt a warm liquid trickle down her face. She struggled to pry her eyes open, but remained powerless. In her hazy state, she heard Yi Hong's frantic cries and sensed Lin Feng's comforting embrace, accompanied by an overwhelming metallic scent of blood. Enduring excruciating pain, Lin Feng diligently fed the blood that surged from his heart, drop by drop, into Yi Linger's mouth. This heart's essence, imbued with the cultivator's indomitable will and vital energy, was invaluable. Each droplet burned like a searing flame, igniting his very organs. Gradually, Yi Linger's form began to emanate a radiant glow. Her once pallid complexion transformed into a healthy flush. Her wounds healed at an astonishing rate, even the severed veins reconnecting, breathing new life into her. Moreover, nourished by the heart's essence, Yi Linger's frail constitution underwent a profound transformation. Her bones fortifying and her blood flow becoming more vigorous. Even her spiritual roots evolved, becoming purer and more formidable. Linger, henceforth, you shall no longer belong to the Yi family. Master Yi Linger's voice trembled with emotion. She yearned to articulate her feelings, yet words eluded her. She sensed the magnitude of Lin Feng's sacrifices for her, her heart swelling with gratitude, and an inexplicable bond seemed to form between them. Yi Linger had now metamorphosed into a sacred spirit body. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a disciple. Reward: Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, 1 Immortal Ascension Experience card. Valid for 12 hours. In an instant, Lin Feng experienced a clarity unlike any before. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor lived up to its renown. He felt invigorated. His senses heightened, and the world before him unfolded with unparalleled clarity, suffused with boundless power. The Eye of Heaven seemed to reveal an intricate tapestry of the universe before him. He could even perceive the trajectory of spiritual energy flowing within Yi Linger, akin to shimmering silver threads meandering through his meridians. Yi Hong sat limply on the ground, his gaze vacant as he murmured to himself. The sacred spirit body. The sacred spirit body. How could this be possible? Who are you truly? To transform an ordinary person's constitution into that of a sacred spirit body. What manner of being is this? Humph, what of the soul-binding lock? Does it truly qualify as a treasure? Lin Feng regarded Yi Hong with a cold smirk, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. Will you present it willingly? Or shall I retrieve it from your courtyard myself? I do not understand what you are saying. Do not slander me. Lin Feng scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over Yi Hong. So, you will not shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Very well. Today I shall make you aware of what regret truly means. As soon as he finished speaking, the Eye of Heaven activated, revealing the scene within Yi Hong's courtyard. In an inconspicuous corner, a locked wooden box emanated faint waves of spiritual energy. A cold smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips as he pointed towards that direction, asserting, "It is right there. Do you have anything else to say?" Yi Hong's complexion instantly paled, his eyes flickering with alarm, resembling a mouse caught by its tail, utterly flustered. And no, it can't be. How could you possibly know? Lin Feng, uninterested in further banter, swiftly appeared before the wooden box and seized it in his grasp. Returning to stand before Yi Hong, he tossed the box at his feet. Open it. Trembling, Yi Hong picked up the box and unsteadily unlocked it. However, the moment the box was opened, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Instead of merely containing a soul-binding lock, it was overflowing with a dazzling array of jewels, glimmering in gold and radiating brilliance. Isn't this the melting gold sunset blade? And this one, the Nine Heavens Calamity Cloud Banner. And here is the grand landscape map that was lost from our city lord's mansion. This is all I have collected. His voice was as faint as a whisper, and his gaze evaded the scrutiny of those around him. Collected them? Lin Feng's tone was frigid, laced with a hint of derision. I suspect you pilfered them, did you not? Which of these items was not acquired through the thievery of another? Senior, please spare me. He pleaded. I am willing to offer you all these items, if only you would grant me my life. Lin Feng disdainfully kicked him aside, his eyes brimming with contempt. Do you truly have the audacity to present such worthless trinkets before me? Do you take me for a mere collector of refuse? He cast a glance around, his gaze settling upon the four formidable figures of the city lord's mansion, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Young man, who do you think you are, daring to act recklessly on the territory of our city lord's mansion? Indeed, our city lord's mansion is not a place where just anyone can bully at will. Is the city lord's mansion truly so impressive? To me, it is merely a gathering of rabble. You dare. Zhao Shan erupted in fury, his aura surging forth like a mountain wind. Boy, are you seeking death? Seeking death? I believe it is you who are courting demise. A fierce surge coursed through him, akin to a colossal tidal wave sweeping forth, instantly suppressing the formidable presence of the four great beings. The expressions of the four transformed dramatically, their eyes filled with awe and terror. They could never have imagined that the seemingly youthful man before them possessed such terrifying power. However, Lin Feng did not choose to intervene directly. Golden Dragon, reveal yourself. In the next instant, the golden dragon soared into the sky, releasing a thunderous roar. Its colossal form coiled above the city lord's mansion, casting an immense shadow that obscured the sun. The dragon's golden scales glimmered in the sunlight, resembling flames that burned with an oppressive aura. The expressions of the four formidable beings in the city lord's mansion turned ashen. They had never anticipated that Lin Feng harbored such a powerful trump card. Who are you? Really? Zhao Shan shouted, his voice trembling, betraying the fear that gripped his heart. Lin Feng offered no response, instead summoning the 5-fire 7-feather fan from his consciousness. The fan was a vivid crimson, its ribs forged from an unknown metal that sparkled with a brilliant light. The fiery feathers exuded a searing heat, as if they were poised to unleash a torrent of flames at any moment. Upon the emergence of the 5-fire 7-feather fan, an even more potent and suffocating pressure swept through the entire city lord's mansion, warping the very air around them. The four mighty beings collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their breaths becoming labored. With a casual toss, Lin Feng flung the 5-fire 7-feather fan into the air, and it soared effortlessly to the front of the golden dragon. Go, reduce the city lord's mansion to rubble. Lin Feng commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The dragon responded with an eager roar, its massive claws grasping the fan. In the following moment, a shocking transformation occurred. The golden dragon began to shrink, its radiance gradually retracting until it morphed into the form of a youth, appearing to be in his teenage years, clad in a golden robe. With striking features and piercing golden eyes, he held the 5-fire 7-feather fan, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Master, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. The youth respectfully bowed to Lin Feng, his voice melodious and clear. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. They stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Despite Lin Feng exuding no trace of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, how could he possess such a terrifying artifact? Furthermore, how could he command such a formidable golden dragon? The pressure emanating from the dragon was evidently beyond their comprehension. How? How could this be possible? Zhao Shan crumpled to the ground, his voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. You, clearly. Clearly what? Clearly appearing as a mere ant at your mercy? I regret to inform you, even an ant can bring down an elephant. Chapter 83. The fall of the Yi clan. In the distance, the lord's mansion erupted with a deafening roar, dust billowing into the sky, obscuring the sun. The once majestic mansion crumbled in an instant, reduced to a pile of ruins. No one escaped. The lord's mansion was no more. This sudden turn of events plunged everyone into deeper terror. Before they could regain their composure, the vanished golden dragon had returned to Lin Feng's side, once again transforming into the guise of a youth. Standing respectfully behind him, it still clutched the 5-fire 7-feather fan. "Master, the task is complete." The boy's melodic voice rang out, reverberating like thunder in the ears of the crowd. It was then that they realized Lin Feng was, in fact, a concealed emperor. To possess such a powerful golden dragon and wield such a fearsome artifact with ease, such strength could only belong to one of the Ascendant Realm. An emperor? Zhao Shan was struck with terror, his complexion as pale as parchment. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare our lives, O Emperor." Yi Hong was equally dumbfounded, never imagining that the master of his daughter was, in truth, an emperor. He gazed at Yu Lingyu with a myriad of intricate emotions. Yi Hong hurriedly approached her, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, as if he were not the same person who had been so terrified moments ago. "Lingyu, my dear daughter, you have suffered. I was truly foolish before, wronging you. Just look at you now, having found such an extraordinary master. I am genuinely thrilled for you." He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glimmering with avarice, as if he could already envision himself rising to prosperity alongside his daughter, indulging in endless wealth and luxury. Yu Lingyu regarded him with a frigid gaze, her expression devoid of any fluctuation, as if she were merely observing a buffoon. "Yi Hong," she spoke with an icy tone, omitting even the term father. "Do you think I would still trust you, given your current demeanor?" Yi Hong's smile froze upon his face. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Yu Lingyu. "Lingyu, blood is thicker than water. I was lost in my own folly. But I have always held you in my heart. Firstly, we no longer share a blood relationship. Secondly, if you truly cared for me, why did you abandon me in that dilapidated courtyard for 5 years without a word?" Yi Hong's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. Taken aback by Yi Lingyu's public confrontation, "Lingyu, I had no choice." Yi Hong, you truly disgust me." Lin Feng stood silently by, observing without uttering a word. He was aware that Yu Lingyu harbored a multitude of grievances in her heart that needed to be expressed. "Master, I no longer wish to be called Yu Lingyu. That name only evokes painful memories for me." Lin Feng nodded, understanding her sentiments. "Very well, in that case, I shall bestow upon you a new name. Let us call you Lin Yin." At that moment, Lin Yin lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, master, father. What do you think of this title?" He was fond of her. Lin Feng gazed at Lin Yin, his eyes brimming with affection. This child, at such a tender age, had endured so much hardship, yet now she was finally reaping the rewards of her perseverance. Upon detecting his disciple Lin Yin, it was revealed that she had inherited certain attributes of the primordial sacred body from her host, thus acquiring the sacred spirit body, for which she was bestowed with the Pangu sacred canon and the spirit transformation secret art. The sacred spirit body is an exceedingly rare and formidable constitution, capable of transforming the absorbed spiritual energy into one's own strength, making Lin Yin's current condition a perfect match. The Pangu sacred canon and the spirit transformation secret art are unparalleled methods for cultivating the sacred spirit body. Yinner, take good care of these 2 texts. They will assist you in mastering the sacred spirit body and converting the spiritual power you absorb into your own strength. With a flick of his finger, 2 beams of golden light shot into Lin Yan's forehead. In an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped her, and a powerful energy wave emanated from her center. Witnessing Lin Yin in such a state filled Lin Feng with immense pride. "All right, Yinner, it is time for us to return home." Lin Yin, who had been tightly gripping the broad sleeve of Lin Feng's robe, suddenly seemed to recall something. Swiftly breaking free and darting back to the dilapidated little courtyard where she once resided. From a corner of the yard, she cautiously brought forth a small tortoise. This tortoise was modest in size, its shell etched with the marks of time, resembling an ancient stone. Observing Lin Yin cradling the tortoise, a warmth surged within Lin Feng's heart. "This is my little kitty. It has always been by my side. Its name is Xiaobai." Lin Feng understood Lin Yan's feelings. Yet, this was, indeed, a little tiger. Gazing into Lin Yan's expectant eyes, seemingly awaiting his approval, Lin Feng smiled gently and reached out to stroke the little tiger's head. "Very well, Xiaobai shall come home with us." He bent down and lifted Lin Yin into his arms, while Xiaobai remained steadily nestled in her embrace, creating a heartwarming tableau of a person and a tiger resembling a child. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The golden dragon and the 9-tailed fox followed suit, leaving behind the disarrayed lord's manor, along with 4 astonished powerhouses and Yi Hong. Lin Shan and his companions glared fiercely at Yi Hong, their eyes brimming with resentment and fury. They attributed all of this to Yi Hong, believing that had it not been for him, the Lord's mansion would not have met its demise. They would never descend to such depths. Yi Hong, you old scoundrel, you have brought ruin upon us. Lin Shan seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing he could rend Yi Hong limb from limb. Indeed, were it not for you, how could we have incurred the wrath of the emperor? You wretched bastard! I did not know. It was not my fault. What purpose does it serve to speak of it now? The Lord's manor is no more, and we are doomed. All of this is your doing. Yi Hong's heart was engulfed by dread and terror. He had once believed he could ascend to greatness, only to find himself in this dire predicament. As he gazed upon the advancing four, despair consumed him. Spare my life. I will give you everything. Do you think we covet such trifles? What we seek is your life. With a furious roar, Lin Shan struck down upon Yi Hong's crown. Yi Hong cried out in agony, meeting his demise on the spot. Yet, the four did not cease their onslaught. They mutilated Yi Hong's corpse beyond recognition. And the members of the Yi family could not escape their fate. The Yu family was henceforth obliterated. In the span of these 2 days, the realms of Taisu, Su Wu, the Wu family, the Yi family, and the Lord's manor were all annihilated, a revelation shocking enough to astound the world. Numerous sects, like hungry wolves in a melon patch, eagerly sought to seize the spoils. Lin Feng, meanwhile, reflected upon the hardships endured by the young girl over the past 5 years. His heart brimming with profound compassion, he wished to treat Lin Yin with utmost kindness. Thus, they refrained from returning directly to the celestial palace of leisure, choosing instead to visit a nearby city. Master will take you to enjoy some delectable food. Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Tianbao City. At that moment, the golden dragon retained its human form, while the nine-tailed fox had yet to transform. What? You still haven't assumed your human form? Chapter 84. Must we pay to enter? Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox flicked its tail, and in a flash of white light, a charming little boy, roughly 10 years old, appeared before Lin Feng. This young lad was strikingly handsome, with bright, sparkling eyes that twinkled with innocence, exuding an irresistible charm. He spoke in a tender voice, Master Ancestor. Come, let us venture into the city to savor some delectable treats. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. A group of them made their way to the grand entrance of Tianbao City, where the towering gates reached towards the heavens, flanked by formidable guards clad in armor. Halt! Entry into the city requires 20 crystal stones per person. One guard barked, obstructing Lin Feng and his companions with a coarse tone. Lin Feng was taken aback. When did entering the city necessitate a fee? It was well known that Tianbao City was under the jurisdiction of the Void Realm, historically allowing free passage. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? After all, entry had never required crystal stones before. The guard scrutinized Lin Feng, observing the absence of any aura of cultivation around him. Perceiving him as an ordinary individual, and his expression turned to one of disdain. You are merely an unremarkable person devoid of any cultivation? What do you know? Lin Feng's countenance darkened in response to such insolent remarks. A flicker of fury ignited within him as he realized that with the demise of the Void Realm, these ruffians had begun to exhibit such audacity, daring to act with impunity. I assure you, whether you comply today or not, you shall submit. For entry into this place will be denied to you. Even though the Void Realm has fallen, the celestial palace of leisure still stands. Do you truly believe that we are powerless to manage your insignificant domain? Jin Long furrowed his brow and chastised sternly. The mention of the celestial palace of leisure elicited a shared glance among the guards, followed by an eruption of mocking laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Are you referring to Lin Feng? He is but a worthless fool. What can he possibly achieve? Ha ha. Indeed, the celestial palace of leisure, just a complete waste. One guard clutched his belly, tears streaming down his face from laughter. The very guard who had initially obstructed Lin Feng was even more insolent, disdainfully gesturing towards him. Everyone raves about his 3 exceptionally gifted disciples, as if it were the truth. Who is unaware that those 3 have formidable mentors behind them? Lin Feng is merely a figurehead. He is of no consequence. Exactly. When the Void Realm was annihilated, that esteemed mentor did not even show up, demonstrating utter indifference to the fate of the Void Realm. As for Lin Feng, should he dare to descend the mountain, I shall break his legs. The guards exchanged barbs, brazenly deriding Lin Feng and the celestial palace of leisure, as if they were the true rulers of this territory. They even began to envision the scenario of Lin Feng being mercilessly beaten upon his descent. Their faces contorted with sadistic delight. Within Tianbao City, the Sea and Mountain sect stood as the most formidable faction, once subservient under the governance of the Void Realm, now roaming freely like a wild dog unleashed from its adversary. With the fall of the powerful dragon that was the Void Realm, these local tyrants eagerly emerged, relishing the thrill of oppression. You lot have quite the audacity. Jin Long's eyes widened with fury, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, rendering several guards breathless. Oh, feeling quite bold, are we? One guard attempted to retort, but was silenced by a comrade. Yet, in the next moment, these guards found themselves unceremoniously tossed into the city moat by Lin Feng, floundering like drenched dogs in the water. With a sudden zero-level movement, Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. He lowered his gaze to Lin Yin beside him, the little girl curiously fixated on the struggling guards in the river. Excitement shimmered in her dark, lustrous eyes. Yinner, would you like to go fishing? Lin Feng inquired, a hint of mischief lacing his tone. Master, I want to. I want to catch big fish. As Lin Yin eagerly nodded, Lin Feng promptly produced a fishing rod. This rod, entirely luminous and translucent, emanated a subtle radiance. Unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. With a casual flick of his wrist, the fishing rod extended over the river's surface, the hook landing precisely atop a guard desperately swimming towards the shore. Yinner, observe closely. This is the pinnacle of fishing, Lin Feng remarked, gently lifting the rod. The guard was hoisted into the air like a hooked fish, flailing helplessly while cursing incessantly. Lin Yin couldn't help but giggle, clapping her tiny hands in delight. Grandfather, you are so impressive. Lin Feng grasped Lin Yan's small hand, guiding her to catch several guards, who dangled from the rod like candied haws, swaying amusingly in the air. After a while, Lin Yin seemed to grow a bit bored, her lips forming a pout. Grandfather, catching these fools isn't fun. Then let me find you a companion. He replied, turning to Jin Long and instructing, go fetch that little brat Zijin from the Leisure Divine Palace. Tell him it's for some fun. Jin Long complied, soon returning with a 6-year-old boy. This boy, with bright, expressive eyes, was none other than Pei Zijin. Yinner, this is your senior brother, Pei Zijin, who is 6 years old. You two should get along well, Lin Feng introduced. Senior brother? Can he fish? Lin Yin inquired curiously, examining the boy. Hearing this, Pei Zijin puffed out his little chest proudly. I am a master fisherman. Lin Feng handed a fishing rod to Pei Zijin, and the two youngsters eagerly began fishing for mermaids by the riverbank. Passers-by watched the innocent children alongside a seemingly reckless madman, shaking their heads in dismay, deeming them to be courting disaster. These kids have no idea what they're doing. How dare they cause a ruckus on the territory of the Mountain Sea sect? A loud shout echoed from a distance as a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe approached with a group of formidable disciples, heading straight for Lin Feng and his companions. The guards in the river immediately cried out for help. Sectmaster, save us. Sectmaster, help. Teach these people a lesson. Sectmaster, capture these madmen. The guards flailed about like drowning chicks, desperately calling for aid, which stirred a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Yet, Pei Zijin and Lin Yin remained blissfully unaware, their faces alight with excitement, as if they were indeed catching grand fish rather than humans. The initially furious man halted in his tracks, stunned upon recognizing the mad and fishing by the river. Isn't that Lin Feng, that useless fool? He rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that he was not mistaken, the anger etched on his face instantly morphed into a disdainful smirk. Ah, who could it be? It turns out to be Lin Feng, the timid turtle from the Celestial Palace of Leisure. What brings you down from the mountains, seeking your own demise? Chapter 85. The Price Paid by the Bold. The Lord of the Sea and Mountains sect mockingly taunted. A disciple beside him quickly approached, pointing at Pei Zhan. Master, this lad is Pei Zhan, the exceptionally gifted disciple of Lin Feng. It is said that he has powerful figures backing him, which is why Lin Feng dares to be so audacious. Powerful figures? Humph. The Void Realm has been annihilated. Where are those so-called powerful figures now? I believe it is all mere bluster. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by Feng Hai's derision, and spoke with a measured tone. Master of the Mountain and Sea sect, it has been years. I trust you have been well. Do not attempt to be familiar with me. In the past, the Void Realm shielded you, and I refrained from acting against you. But now that the Void Realm has been vanquished, do you still dare to wreak havoc on the territory of my Mountain and Sea sect? It appears you are tired of living. He spoke with increasing fervor, saliva flying from his lips as if he were determined to unleash the pent-up frustrations he had endured over the years. In the past, he had to bow and scrape before Lin Feng, but now the tides of fortune had turned. At long last, He can hold his head high and trample that imposing figure beneath his feet. Lin Feng, I advise you to be wise and promptly release my disciple. Then obediently return to your carefree divine palace. Otherwise, today you shall learn the true meaning of regret. The master of the Mountain Sea sect boasted arrogantly. Lin Feng, however, remained composed, even stifling a yawn, as if the opponent's words were entirely inconsequential. He leisurely turned his gaze toward Lin Yin and Pei Zhen. Yinner, Zixin, are you enjoying your fishing? The two children were engrossed in their play, oblivious to any notions of sect leaders or authority. Delighted. Then continue fishing. This nonchalant attitude utterly infuriated the leader of the Shanhai sect, who felt deeply insulted. How could he, the esteemed leader of the Shanhai sect, be so disdainfully regarded by a mere waste? Very well. If you refuse my kindness, prepare for punishment. Seize these three oblivious fools. Lin Feng, did you ever imagine that the sacred artifact your master once gifted me would now be employed against you? With a thunderous laugh, he suddenly produced a long spear. Entirely cloaked in darkness, its shaft shimmering with a celestial light reminiscent of distant stars. An overwhelming aura of pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. With a commanding gesture, the master of the Mountain and Sea sect unleashed the spear with great force. His entire being radiated with spiritual energy, roiling like boiling water as his cultivation steadily ascended. A terrifying pressure surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, enveloping the surroundings. The spear transformed into a pitch-black dragon, exuding boundless authority and celestial wisdom, hurtling toward Lin Feng. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions, terrified of being caught in the wake of such overwhelming power. The guards by the river turned pale and struggled desperately, seeking to escape this realm of death. Was this the cultivation of the harmonious spirit stage? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could this be possible? Just as the spear was about to pierce Lin Feng, he made his move. In an instant, an aura of might enveloped him, a formidable presence erupting like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the entire Mountain and Sea sect. The previously boisterous scene fell into an eerie silence. All present were awestruck by this oppressive force, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The spear, filled with immeasurable might, halted mere inches from Lin Feng, as though grasped by an invisible hand. Lin Feng was surrounded by the aura of a Great Ascension stage expert, a result of utilizing a Great Ascension experience card. He extended 2 fingers, gently pinching, and effortlessly secured the imposing spear between his fingertips. Is this all? He scoffed with disdain, exerting a slight pressure with his fingers, causing the spear fashioned from divine materials to shatter into fragments as if it were mere tofu. The onlookers, who had intended to flee, were instantly struck with astonishment, rendered motionless as if turned to stone. They were utterly astonished by the terrifying prowess exhibited by Lin Feng. You do not get too complacent. The master of the Mountain and Sea sect gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Oh, you have not yet revealed your true power? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. I am genuinely intrigued to witness the extent of your capabilities. Do not disappoint me. The master of the Mountain and Sea sect took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fury within him. He understood that he could not afford to be overconfident. Lin Feng's strength far surpassed his expectations, and if he were not careful, he might very well meet his demise today. Lin Feng, you are pushing me to my limits. The master of the Mountain and Sea sect's expression twisted in rage, and suddenly, he let out a piercing howl towards the heavens. A bizarre aura emanated from his being. What is happening? Lin Feng squinted, feeling a powerful force awakening within the master of the Mountain and Sea sect. This aura was chillingly sinister, reeking of a nauseating decay. Child, you dare to humiliate my corporeal form so? You truly have a death wish. A sinister voice escaped the lips of the master of the Mountain and Sea sect. The tone gravelly and grating, like nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down spines. Late-stage void tranquility, a prospective great emperor? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this master of the Mountain and Sea sect possessed such formidable strength. Ha 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 ha. My current cultivation level is beyond what you can fathom. At last, I can slay the surrounding dozens of sects, and I shall establish a mountain range and create a new realm. He roared as he cast a furious glance at Lin Feng. With a sweeping motion of his mighty hand, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena, causing the surrounding space to warp and contort. He extended his withered fingers, pointing at Lin Feng with a voice as cold as ice. Embrace death. I shall see who dares to be arrogant. A voice materialized out of thin air. It was Mo Yin. Her arrival was akin to a bomb detonating amidst the already chaotic battlefield. She spared no superfluous words, With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth like a wild stallion, hurtling directly towards the master of the mountain and sea sect. The force seemed poised to rend the heavens and earth asunder, leaving the onlookers breathless, unable even to emit a cry of despair. With a thunderous boom, the Master's head was struck by an invisible sledgehammer, exploding instantaneously. The headless corpse twitched for a moment before crashing to the ground, eyes remaining forever unclosed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, mingling with the charred remnants of the previous battle, inducing nausea. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was petrified by Mo Yan's thunderous blow, standing rooted to the spot like lifeless statues. The disciples of the mountain and sea sect were utterly terrified. Their previously arrogant demeanor shattered, each shrinking back as if wishing to vanish into the earth. Even the fishtail disciples who had been struggling in the river were now completely subdued, obediently complying with Pei Jin and Lin Yan's commands. This woman was nothing short of a demon. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky as magnificent flying vessels streaked across the horizon like shooting stars, racing towards the mountain and sea sect. It is the sects and empires affiliated with the realm of Taishu. Someone exclaimed. It appeared that this skirmish had ultimately attracted an even greater calamity. Lin Yan, visibly concerned, approached Lin Feng's side and gently tugged at his garments. Master, father. Lin Feng calmly ruffled her little head. Yinner, this is Mo Yan. She is the one who urged me to rescue you. How beautiful. May I call you mother? The little girl chirped, her voice sweet as she uttered those words. Mo Yan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. A sound reminiscent of ice melting under the sun, blooming flowers, softening even the previously harsh atmosphere. Such a sweet tongue. Mo Yan remarked, pinching Lin Yan's rosy cheek. That you may call me mother, I am not yet married. Why not? You are so beautiful. Lin Yan blinked her large eyes, brimming with curiosity. Mo Yan raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride glimmering in her expression. Because no one possesses the strength required, my power is too formidable. My future husband must be even stronger, lest he be unable to protect me. Her? She still needed protection? Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness within. Lin Yan chuckled, finding her newly recognized mother both beautiful and amusing. Mo Yan's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Previously, in the secret realm, she had merely glimpsed Lin Feng and perceived him as an inconsequential cultivator in the transformation stage. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that he had already reached the early stages of the Ascension realm. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation was truly remarkable. Had she misjudged him all along? At that moment, the brilliance in the sky drew nearer, and the approaching figures finally arrived, exuding an intimidating aura. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Humph. The little girl is indeed audacious. With such formidable strength, does she truly believe she can contend? Upon hearing this, Mo Yan immediately prepared to take action. But a hand swiftly intercepted her. Turning to look, she saw Lin Feng calmly stating, "No rush. This is my territory. Allow me to handle it." With a playful smile, Mo Yan slipped behind Lin Feng, her delicate fingers gently tugging at his clothing as she whimsically remarked, "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. Brother Lin Feng, you must protect me." Her demeanor resembled that of a delicate little bird seeking shelter, starkly contrasting with the fierce aura she had displayed when vanquishing the leader of the mountain and sea sect. Lin Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. This woman changed her demeanor faster than one could turn the pages of a book. He stepped forward, confronting the multitude descending from above. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a golden robe intricately embroidered with dragons, adorned with a crown of purple gold, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. This was none other than Hao Qian, the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect. Hao Qian gazed at Lin Feng, who stood defiantly before him, a sneer dancing in his eyes. Oh, is this not the infamous Lin Feng from the Void Realm, renowned for his ineptitude? What a surprise. Have the heavens shifted today, compelling you to intervene? The multitude of sect leaders behind him burst into laughter. Just him, a worthless individual devoid of any cultivation, daring to speak before us? He must be tired of living, seeking death. Ha ha ha, does he truly believe he can be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Such vile language is utterly unbearable. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. In the past, although the Void Realm required offerings from these sects, the techniques and resources provided were always of the highest caliber. Yet these individuals, insatiable in their greed, displayed a blatant lack of contentment, now embroiled in ceaseless internal strife, ruthlessly battling one another for control over the Void Realm. Hao Qian audaciously proclaimed that whoever could defeat all others would claim the Celestial Palace and establish a new Void Realm. It is utterly laughable. Hao Qian, do you truly believe the Void Realm is devoid of capable individuals? Or are you suggesting that the Celestial Palace still exists, and so do you? Let me tell you, this world ultimately belongs to our generation. With your meager abilities? A mocking smile graced Lin Feng's lips. You are courting death. Hao Qian's expression changed abruptly. Struck by Lin Feng's words that pierced his vulnerabilities, filled with rage and humiliation, he abruptly waved his hand, and several disciples behind him immediately summoned their magical artifacts, launching an attack towards Lin Feng. How audacious! Who dares? A figure, like lightning, streaked through the sky and instantly appeared before Lin Feng, effortlessly dispelling Hao Qian's assault. The newcomer, with hair as white as a crane yet bearing the visage of youth, clad in a cerulean Taoist robe, was none other than Elder Jiao. Behind him, a woman descended gracefully. It was the master of Jinghua Palace. Her countenance bore a hint of authority, yet could not conceal an undercurrent of allure. Upon seeing the ninth elder, Lin Feng understood instantly. No wonder the ninth elder had been absent during the chaos in the realm of Taishu. He had been preoccupied with clandestine rendezvous at Jinghua Palace. Once all disciples of Jinghua Palace appeared, they immediately knelt before Lin Feng in reverence. We pay our respects to the ancestor. This unexpected spectacle filled Mo Yin with intrigue. She had thought she had seen through Lin Feng. Yet this moment unveiled her underestimation of him. This man was far more fascinating than she had anticipated. Hiding behind Lin Feng, Mo Yin delicately traced the patterns on his garment's hem, her eyes sparkling with playful curiosity, resembling a languid cat observing her surroundings. Ninth Elder, what is this audacity? Hao Qian's expression darkened, his tone laced with accusation. You dare to oppose me, Hao Tian's sect, for the sake of a worthless fool? Ninth Elder, how can you be so obstinate? If you assist me in re-establishing the realm of Taishu, I shall grant you the position of Grand Elder, second only to none. What say you? A glimmer of malice flashed in Hao Qian's eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of congeniality as he approached the ninth elder, attempting to persuade him with honeyed words. The ninth elder, however, cast a disdainful glance his way. Hao Qian, do you think I could be swayed by your sweet nothings? I know precisely what manner of man you are. Ninth elder, you must consider this carefully. A note of menace crept into Hao Qian's voice. The realm of Taishu is in disarray, and only I possess the means to unify it once more. Should you persist in your opposition, you will only bring about your own demise. The ninth elder found this declaration laughable. Yet, Hao Qian was consumed by murderous intent. Poised to strike at the ninth elder in the next moment, Lin Feng remained composed, standing resolutely. The realm of Taishu has never been dictated by Hao Tian's sect. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting on Hao Qian's distorted face, twisted by fury. It is not your place to dictate terms here. As soon as he spoke, an intangible pressure emanated from Lin Feng, akin to a mountain pressing down upon the chests of those present. This is the power of the mountains. The realm of Taishu is here. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand, his index finger pointing towards the heavens. As his voice resonated, the earth began to tremble, and the mountains emitted a deep, resonant rumble. To the astonishment of all present, the land, centered around the Celestial Palace, began to rise, encompassing an expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 87, The Million-Mile Taishu Mountain Range. Majestic peaks surged from the ground, piercing the clouds. The mountains, once concealed in the mist, now resembled a slumbering dragon, gradually awakening to reveal its magnificent form. The protective mountain array erupted in a blaze of light, forming a colossal luminescent barrier that enveloped the entire realm of Taishu. Upon this radiant shield, runes flickered, emanating an overwhelming pressure that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Above the undulating mountain range, ethereal palatial complexes shimmered into view, crafted from crystal energy stones, akin to celestial abodes, breathtakingly exquisite. This spectacle left all present in awe. How could this be possible? Hao Qian's complexion paled, his lips quivered, rendering him speechless. He could never have imagined that Lin Feng would possess the ability to command the grand protective formation of the Void Realm. This mountain range is vast and boundless, capable of annihilating the very cities that lie within its grasp. Now, you are all encircled by me. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he regarded the assembled individuals, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Elder Jiao and Palace Master Jinghua wore expressions of shock, although they were aware of Lin Feng's formidable prowess. They had not anticipated that he would be so extraordinarily powerful. Even the various sect leaders present were taken aback, their hearts filled with trepidation. Mo Yin, who had been hiding behind Lin Feng, finally dispelled her languid demeanor, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Lin Feng, shimmering with complex emotions. What other secrets does this man harbor? Do you still believe the Void Realm is devoid of inhabitants? Lin Feng's voice rang out once more, laced with derision. Hao Qian's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and ashen, and ultimately, he collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Hao Qian lay prostrate on the ground, reduced to a mere heap of clay, devoid of his former arrogance. Suddenly, Pei Zhen's astonished exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere. Wow! The Void Realm has expanded. It has grown immensely. He, like a child, excitedly grasped Lin Yan's hand, pointing towards the distant undulating mountains. Junior sister, look over there. Let us go and explore. Lin Feng was pulled forward by him, a hint of astonishment gracing his face. The little tiger he brought now joyfully dashed towards the distant spirit tree, swiftly seizing a luminous spirit fruit and indulging in its exquisite flavor. Even the sheen of its fur appeared significantly more radiant, as if it were imbued with some ethereal essence. As two beams of light flashed by, Pei Xian and Pei Qing, the two sisters, approached Lin Feng with utmost reverence, kneeling gracefully to pay their respects. We pay homage to our esteemed ancestor. Only then did the crowd awaken from their reverie, gazing in awe at the majestic mountain range stretching endlessly before them. The once mighty city has now been utterly obliterated by the immense mountain range, reduced to mere ruins. Those who once clung to the hope of aligning themselves with other sects now hastily reconsider their choices, yearning solely for the governance of the Taishu realm. Securing their allegiance to Taishu has become their paramount concern. Even the proud elder Mo, who previously held himself in high regard within the Jinghua Palace, can no longer suppress his gaze towards the palace master, murmuring in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Had I known the prowess of Taishu realm, I would have obediently pledged my loyalty earlier." The palace master, casting a reproachful glance at the regretful elder Mo, finds herself entangled in a whirlwind of emotions. In the past, when she sought to join the Taishu realm, elder Mo had obstinately obstructed her, insisting on giving the Yin Yang stone to Lin Feng. Now, however, the situation has changed dramatically. She turns her gaze towards Elder Jiao, feeling a tinge of regret herself. Could you speak to our revered ancestor and advocate for Jinghua Palace to be incorporated into the Taishu realm? Elder Jiao, gazing at the woman he cherishes, naturally desires a favorable outcome. Revered ancestor, the palace master wishes to unite Jinghua Palace with the Taishu realm, and we humbly seek your approval. Granted. Lin Feng replies with a casual nod. The palace master, overjoyed, begins to prepare her disciples for relocation. Yet, Lin Feng chuckles softly, suggesting that such elaborate preparations are unnecessary. He turned to Pei Xian and instructed, "Please go and bring back the Jinghua Palace." Pei Xian accepted the command, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, they beheld a magnificent palace gradually rising amidst the distant mountains, soaring towards the realm of Taishu at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of the disciples of Jinghua Palace relocating themselves. Moments later, the Jinghua Palace landed steadily within Taishu, seamlessly merging with the surrounding scenery, as if it had always belonged there. Old Mo gazed at this miraculous scene, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Goodness! This is truly remarkable." The crowd stared in awe at the Grand Palace, which had appeared in Taishu as if by magic, their respect for Lin Feng deepening. The leaders of other sects expressed their willingness to submit to the realm of Taishu. After all, aligning with such a formidable presence was undoubtedly safer than clinging to other forces. Lin Feng paid no heed to these sycophants. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of land, filled with fervor. The realm of Taishu, spanning 100,000 miles, was guarded by 278 formations, with thousands of towering peaks rising from the ground, and countless paradisiacal caves rich in spiritual energy, almost palpable in its density. Rare spiritual herbs and medicines, typically difficult to find in the outside world, flourished here like weeds, exuding a resplendent glow that infused this land with boundless vitality. This is nothing short of a celestial paradise. One sect leader could not help but exclaim, his eyes brimming with avarice. He yearned to rush forward immediately and claim all these extraordinary treasures for himself. "Humph, do you think you are worthy?" Another sect leader scoffed dismissively, questioning if one with such limited cultivation dared to covet the treasures of the void. "What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight?" The two, unable to reach an agreement, were on the verge of confrontation. Lin Feng disregarded their petty squabbles and turned to the sisters, Pei Xian and Pei Qing. Do you know who bestowed the name Void upon this place? It was the great Emperor Chuyun, indeed. Now that the Void is being rebuilt, it is only fitting that the name be retained. His gaze settled upon the two most magnificent peaks, which were named Enyang Peak. Enyang Peak. The crowd murmured this name in reverence, their hearts filled with awe. In the realm of existence, where Yin and Yang coexist and counteract, Enyang Peak symbolizes the supreme essence of the Void. Lin Feng's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the Void. As his words concluded, a startling scene unfolded. The once towering peaks began to move as if they were living entities. The earth trembled, producing a thunderous roar, as if ancient colossal beasts were awakening from slumber. The peaks rose from the ground, tracing an elegant arc in the air, ultimately rearranging themselves according to Lin Feng's will. Chapter 88. The unreasonable utterances. The previously chaotic mountain range now transformed into an orderly formation, resembling a meticulously arranged array, safeguarding the Void with increased fortitude. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, coalescing into veins of vitality that nourished the land. Leading the formation was Enyang Peak, followed by Lin Feng's voice continued to resonate. And with each name he uttered, a peak would burst forth with dazzling brilliance, as if responding to his call. Chaos Peak. Upon hearing these three words, Cha-Ching felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being rendered rigid. He gazed vacantly at the distant peak, suffused with an aura of chaos. As tumultuous waves surged within his heart, the embodiment of chaos, he suddenly recalled his own constitution. Could it be that Lin Feng intended to? Cha-Ching's breathing grew frantic, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He could not possibly believe that Lin Feng, with such benevolence, would choose to nurture him specifically. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that Lin Feng sought to seize the chaotic body that resided within him. As for who it would be handed over to, Cha-Ching was uncertain, yet his heart brimmed with fear at this moment. He found himself trapped within the celestial palace, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, helplessly witnessing the unfolding events without any means to intervene. Cursed be this fate. Cursed be this torment. Cha-Ching frantically pounded against the barrier that confined him. Yet his efforts were as futile as a mayfly's struggle against a mighty tree. The leaders of the other sects, observing Lin Feng's effortless manipulation of the situation, were expressions of utter despair, their hearts filled with regret. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have never dared to covet the realm of Taishu, nor spoken disrespectfully to Lin Feng. Now, it seemed, Taishu not only remained unvanquished but had grown even stronger, while they had become mere prey. Vulnerable and at the mercy of others, Elder Jiu stood to the side, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he beheld their disgraceful demeanor. These individuals should have understood, when Taishu was vanquished and only the celestial palace remained, that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. Yet, they foolishly marched to their own demise, oblivious to the peril that awaited them. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had never incurred the wrath of Lin Feng, and that he happened to be away from the realm of utter void at that critical moment, which ultimately preserved his life. Perhaps this was the intertwining fate between him and the ancestral master? With his resolve firmly established, Elder Jiu's heart swelled with newfound determination. He must diligently attend to every task entrusted to him by the ancestral master. Elder Jiu. Lin Feng turned to the Elder Jiu, who had been standing quietly by his side, his gaze now imbued with a sense of appreciation. Upon hearing Lin Feng call his name, Elder Jiu immediately stood upright, akin to a schoolboy responding to a teacher's roll call, brimming with respect. Master, your disciple is here. Now that the realm of Taishu has been re-established, with myriad matters awaiting attention, it lacks the most crucial element, disciples. Lin Feng paused, his gaze profound. The significant responsibility of recruiting disciples shall be entrusted to you. Elder Jiu felt a shiver run through him, understanding that this was a test from the ancestral master. The disciple shall exert every effort to attract talented individuals for the realm of Taishu. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. There is no need for those endowed with extraordinary talents. What matters most is character. Remember, it is better to have none than to accept the unworthy. I have set up 28 formations in the realm of Taishu. Named the path of self-reflection. Only those who can pass the trial shall be eligible to become disciples of Taishu. The path of self-reflection? Elder Jiu pondered inwardly, yet dared not inquire further, merely nodding respectfully in acquiescence. Observing Elder Jiu's obedient demeanor, Lin Feng silently approved. This old fellow is indeed steadfastly loyal and a person of worth. With a flick of his finger, a ray of chaotic light penetrated the brow of the ninth elder. He felt a warm current surge through his entire being, as his previously stagnant meridians instantaneously became unblocked, and an unprecedented strength filled his body. He trembled all over, tears of joy streaming down his face. In that moment, he had transcended once more. The surrounding sect leaders gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. How could this be possible? Lin Feng merely unleashed a beam of light, and the ninth elder experienced a breakthrough in cultivation? They had toiled for a century yet remained stagnant. The disparity was staggering. Jealousy, envy, resentment, an array of negative emotions surged within them like a tidal wave. Yet they dared not reveal their feelings, forcing smiles as they congratulated the ninth elder. Congratulations, ninth elder. Your cultivation has ascended to new heights. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Pei Qing. Pei Qing, ancestor, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the grand elder of the Taishu realm. When Chuan returns, she will need to focus on restoring her cultivation, so you will temporarily assume responsibility for all affairs within the Taishu realm. Yes. Pei Qing was profoundly moved by Lin Feng's trust, her resolve solidifying even further. Next, it was time to settle accounts with you all. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the kneeling sect leaders, sharp as that of a hawk. The leaders flinched like startled birds, trembling violently as they desperately begged for mercy. Spare us. We failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. Please, do not hold our transgressions against us. Grant us our lives. Spare you? When you besieged me, did you consider sparing anyone? Now that you are frightened, it is too late. Seeing that begging was futile, the sect leaders were consumed by shame and rage. Barking like rabid dogs. Lin Feng, on what grounds do you seek our demise? Just because we intended to kill you? You feigned weakness, and now we cannot kill you? Do you not bear any fault in this? Lin Feng was taken aback by their shameless reasoning. He had seen audacity before, but never of such magnitude. Growing weary of their foolishness, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that swiftly engulfed the sect leaders. Mo Yin watched from the side. Unable to contain her applause, her eyes filled with admiration. Ah, truly worthy of my admiration, such dominance. But is it really amusing to feign incompetence? Now, Lin Feng was utilizing a major ascension experience card, his cultivation soaring and his confidence burgeoning. He gazed at Mo Yin with a gentle expression. What? Do you wish to know? Suddenly, Mo Yin leaned closer, her breath brushing against Lin Feng's face, carrying a faint fragrance. Just as she was about to tease him, she noticed Lin Feng's evasive gaze, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What? Are you shy? Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. At that moment, Lin Yin scampered over, looking up at Mo Yin with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, calling out cheerfully, Mother. Mo Yan's heart softened as she extended her delicate fingers, gently tapping Lin Yan's brow. You are still too weak, she remarked. This is a trace of my essence left for you. Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, do not hesitate to vanquish them. Lin Yan, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding, and then joyfully embraced Mo Yan's thigh, giggling while nuzzling against her skirt like a clingy little kitten. Mo Yan tenderly stroked Lin Yan's hair, her gaze filled with affection. Chapter 89. The Zhang family is injured. Observing this scene, Lin Feng's heart surged with turmoil. The essence left by Mo Yin was imbued with unfathomable power, far beyond Lin Feng's comprehension. Why did she hold Lin Yin in such high regard? Could it be that Lin Yin was a reincarnation of a hidden powerhouse? No. This thought was swiftly cast aside by Lin Feng. He possesses the eye of heaven and earth. Should Lin Yin truly be a reincarnation of a great emperor, he would certainly discern it. However, Mo Yan's actions left Lin Feng somewhat perplexed. Unbeknownst to Lin Yin, she produced a vibrant red spirit fruit from seemingly nowhere and, with a childlike voice, said to Mo Yin, Mother, eat the fruit. Mo Yin accepted the spirit fruit, took a gentle bite, and a tender smile graced her lips. So sweet, my dear Yin, you are truly obedient. She affectionately tousled Lin Yan's little head. You must listen to your master and father, do you understand? Be good. Lin Yin obediently nodded and clung to Mo Yan's leg, seeking her affection. Mo Yan's gaze shifted to Lin Feng, her eyes twinkling with a hint of playful mockery. Little brother, do well in your training, and do not blush the next time we meet. Her voice was as melodious as a clear spring, yet laced with a touch of jest that made Lin Feng recall his earlier embarrassment. No sooner had she spoken than Mo Yan's figure vanished into thin air, her speed so swift that even the formations of the void could not hinder her. Lin Feng stood frozen in place, his heart brimming with confusion. System. What exactly is Mo Yan's background? He could not help but inquire. Host, Mo Yan's strength has surpassed the system's evaluative range. Though she has demonstrated a portion of her abilities under the system's influence, her true self is far more formidable than you can imagine. so much so that the system cannot wield control over her. Unable to be controlled? Lin Feng's heart raced with surprise. This was the first time he had heard the system utter such words. Who could she possibly be? Where was she headed? The system could only reveal that she was engaged in a matter grand enough to astonish the universe. The voice of the system, imbued with a familiar electronic tone, nonetheless conveyed a hint of profound shock to Lin Feng. His curiosity deepened. This was truly enigmatic. He gazed in the direction of disappearance, his heart brimming with curiosity and perplexity. Mo Yin, what kind of person was she truly? Lin Feng shook his head, temporarily casting these questions aside. The paramount concern now was to enhance his own strength. The formidable presence of Mo Yin instilled within Lin Feng an immense pressure, simultaneously igniting a fervent motivation within him. Amidst his contemplation, a warm little hand grasped his larger one. A soft, melodious voice chimed, "Master, Daddy, little Bai has grown." Lin Yan's small face radiated excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Feng was drawn back to the present by the little one before him, accompanying Lin Yan to the Celestial Palace of Leisure. Before him, the Celestial Palace appeared even more magnificent than before. The once modest lake had expanded significantly, now filled with the resplendent hues of the five-colored liquid. Little White Tiger lounged by the water's edge, voraciously devouring spirit fruits and spirit herbs, occasionally extending its delicate tongue to savor the five-colored liquid, its form visibly swelling with each passing moment. Its originally snow-white fur now gleamed with a lustrous sheen, faintly emanating a sacred radiance. Lin Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the transformations of the Little White Tiger, gently reaching out to touch its forehead. At that moment, the Little White Tiger's aura had intensified, its bloodline power more potent and pure, and Lin Feng silently nodded in approval. His fingertips shimmered with radiant light, as several streams of chaotic energy darted like playful fish into the body of the Little White Tiger. This chaotic light contained the primal forces of the universe, aiding the Little White Tiger in better absorbing spiritual energy and enhancing the purity of its bloodline. The Little White Tiger's fur became even more lustrous, and its form grew rapidly. It appeared poised to transform into the divine beast, the White Tiger. Presently, the Celestial Palace already boasted the Golden Dragon, the Black Tortoise, and the Phoenix. Now, with the addition of a White Tiger and the Nine-Tailed Fox, the five sacred beasts congregated in the realm of the void, perfectly positioned to safeguard its tranquility. Beside them, the Golden Dragon transformed into a handsome young man, calmly observing the Little White Tiger's metamorphosis. Elder Geo watched this spectacle with excitement, his beard trembling in delight. The realm of the void was on the brink of a monumental change. He approached Lin Feng with a tone of utmost respect. "Master, now that many sects have perished, there remain several minor sects and the remnants of the 36 holy dynasties. Should I go and intimidate them, perhaps bringing them under our banner?" Lin Feng shook his head. "There is no need. Those who wish to return will do so naturally. Those who do not, we shall not compel. Moreover, such insignificant characters are hardly worthy of our indulgence in the realm of Taishu. You may leave." After Lin Feng concluded, he waved his hand to dismiss Elder Geo. However, the latter hesitated. "What is it, Master?" Elder Geo stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, reminiscent of a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. "Are you concerned about Menghua sect?" "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your notice. The secret arts of Menghua sect are treacherous. And I fear." "Fear what?" Lin Feng snapped impatiently, as if swatting away an annoying fly. "Menghua sect? With their dubious and unorthodox practices, they dare to establish a sect? Their dream-induced killings are nothing more than child's play in my eyes." He cast a sidelong glance at the ninth elder, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are concerned, then simply lead your men to eradicate the Dreamwa sect completely, thereby eliminating any future troubles. Such trivial matters need not be brought to my attention again." The ninth elder, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the venerable master would bestow such immense power upon him. Overwhelmed with both shock and exhilaration, he prostrated himself fervently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, revered master, for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, he hastily rose and departed. As if pursued by malevolent spirits, he rose to his feet and stretched languidly, his gaze traversing the ethereal realm of the Celestial Palace, where he beheld Pei Xian, laboring diligently at the distant Jinghua Peak. At that moment, Pei Xian was occupied with arranging the belongings newly transported to the Jinghua Palace. flitting about like a diligent little bee among the assorted items. Beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, yet her countenance remained radiant with a smile. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a trace of amusement. This girl truly cannot remain idle. As a thought crossed his mind, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor was activated, directing its gaze towards the realm of the Xuanwu where Zhang Tianlong resided. However, the sight before him caused his brow to furrow in deep concern. In the Xuanwu realm, the Zhang family lay in ruins. Zhang Tianlong returned to his home, his heart filled with joy, only to be met with devastation. The Zhang family estate was now a desolate wreck, with bloodstains marring the ground and a pungent scent of carnage saturating the air. Every member of the Zhang family lay sprawled on the ground, grievously injured. Zhang Tianlong was struck with horror and rushed forward to support the family head. Father, are you all right? Zhang Tianlong felt as if his very blood had turned to ice. In a state of panic, he hurriedly assessed the condition of his fellow clansmen, discovering that, although they were all severely injured, they still clung to life. This revelation offered him a modicum of relief, yet his indignation intensified. My child, why have you returned? Depart swiftly. Chapter 90. The Peculiar Individual and the Art of Dream Induction. Hurry. They are far too powerful. The clan leader, barely able to open his eyes, caught sight of Zhang Tianlong, and a flicker of solace momentarily illuminated his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by profound apprehension. With great effort, he raised his trembling hand, pushing against Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong grasped a nearby hand, the searing heat sending a chill through him. Father, your son has returned. Who is it? Who has harmed you and our kin? The Zhang family estate lay in disarray, with relatives sprawled across the ground, their pained groans echoing amidst the chaos. Cough. Cough it is the people of the Dream Hua sect. A violent cough interrupted his words, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining Zhang Tianlong's garments crimson. The Dream Hua sect? A pang of dread clenched Zhang Tianlong's heart. Memories of the sect flickered rapidly through his mind. The head of the Zhang family was astonished by Zhang Tianlong's return at this moment. However, upon reflection, considering that the realm of Taishu had been annihilated, it was likely that he had no other refuge and thus returned. He sighed, realizing that the realm of illusions had been utterly destroyed and that he, Zhang Tianlong, could not possibly withstand it alone. Tianlong, you must leave at once. The head of the Zhang family was reluctant to elaborate, yet Zhang Tianlong understood. The Menghua sect, harboring the greatest ambitions, sought to dominate all sects now that the realm of illusions had fallen. Comprehending the underlying reasons, a flicker of resoluteness passed through Zhang Tianlong's eyes. He retrieved 2 jade vials from his bosom, which contained Wuling liquid and Tongshan pill. He uncapped the bottle, and a rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, as a pure essence of spiritual energy instantaneously filled the entire courtyard. He administered the elixir and spiritual liquid to the head of the Zhang family and the surrounding clansmen. The crowd, having never encountered such treasures, displayed expressions of perplexity, glancing at Zhang Tianlong in confusion. Consume it. Zhang Tianlong commanded with unwavering authority, leaving no room for dissent. He understood that this was not the time for explanations, and forcefully administered the elixirs and medicinal pills into the mouths of the assembly, although filled with confusion. Their trust in Zhang Tianlong compelled them to obediently swallow. The pills dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through their bodies, visibly mending their injuries at an astonishing pace. A powerful energy surged within them, their vital essence roiling, signifying unmistakable signs of a breakthrough. What on earth is this? I am actually on the verge of a breakthrough. So am I. I sense a tumult of vital energy within me. My severed hand has reformed, and it possesses even greater strength. What is this extraordinary phenomenon? How wondrous! The Zhang family marveled at the transformations occurring within themselves. The head of the Zhang family was taken aback. Hadn't the realm of Taishu been annihilated? How could his son possess such formidable capabilities? Initially, upon hearing the news, the patriarch had assumed that Lin Feng had employed some trickery to disguise himself as a powerful figure, deceiving all. Yet now, it was evident that Lin Feng possessed remarkable prowess. But why had the realm of Taishu been destroyed? As the others gradually regained their strength, Zhang Tianlong finally allowed himself a moment of relief. He explained softly, the realm of Taishu has been rebuilt, and I have come to escort you back. Tianlong, is this truly the case? The realm of Taishu has really been restored? An elder from the Zhang family promptly rose and approached Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong nodded, his gaze resolute. Observing the current state of the Zhang family, it seemed there was no longer a need to relocate. They could ascend the mountain directly. At that moment, a servant came tumbling in, filled with terror. Master, this is dire news. The Menghua sect has sent someone again, and that person is exceedingly peculiar. Peculiar? In what manner? Zhang Tianlong's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. That individual is just outside the gate. Every disciple who has encountered him has fallen into a deep slumber, and subsequently, they have all ceased to breathe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong's expression grew grave. A single technique could lead to death in slumber? What malevolent sorcery does the Menghua sect practice? I shall investigate, Zhang Tianlong uttered, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed out of the Zhang residence. Outside the gate, an elderly man with white hair yet youthful features approached steadily, a strange smile adorning his face. With each step he took, the very air around him seemed to solidify. Everywhere he passed, all the cultivators fell silently to the ground, their lives extinguished in the depths of slumber. Zhang Tianlong was taken aback upon seeing the elder. How could it possibly be him? Is he truly alive? You are still here? Oh, do you know me? The old man gazed at Zhang Tianlong, curiosity brewing within him. Not merely acquainted. When the name of the first Cloud Emperor resonated throughout the universe, you summoned me into a dream, where I bested you thrice. You were nothing but a mere jester. What? Have you forgotten how I left you weeping and lamenting, retreating into seclusion? Upon hearing Zhang Tianlong's words, the old man's smile instantly froze, and his pupils constricted sharply. The name of the first Cloud Emperor reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly insignificant young man before him was, in fact, the legendary emperor. You are the Emperor Qian? The elder's voice trembled as he pointed at Zhang Tianlong, as if he had encountered a ghost. At that moment, a disciple from the Menghua sect leaned closer to the elder's ear and whispered, Elder, his name is Zhang Tianlong, a being of the Tong Tian immortal body. He cannot possibly be the Emperor Qian. I believe he is merely posturing. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, the Emperor Qian had long since vanished. The man before him was merely the reincarnation of the emperor. Yet, he was now nothing more than a lowly ant, posing no threat whatsoever. With this realization, the elder's fear was swiftly supplanted by the flames of greed and vengeance. Even if you are the reincarnation of Emperor Qian, what of it? Now, having lost your powers, you are but a lamb ready for slaughter. The humiliation you inflicted upon me in the past, I shall repay 100-fold today. No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Tianlong, radiating golden light that soared towards the heavens. The aura surrounding him surged upward, and in an instant, he broke through to reach the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. Simultaneously, on the other side, Lin Feng, who was observing Zhang Tianlong, received a notification from the system. Ding! Second disciple Zhang Tianlong has advanced to the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, and the host receives a tenfold cultivation rebate. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart as a torrent of exuberant energy rushed into his body, akin to a mountain flood, bringing him unparalleled comfort. He understood that Zhang Tianlong had been suppressing his cultivation for a long time, and now, with a sudden burst of strength, he soared to great heights. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong had entered the old man's dream. Unlike before, he was not passively drawn into the dream. Instead, he actively entered it in a state of meditation. The old man, upon witnessing this, was instantly struck with astonishment. No one had ever been able to enter his dream so effortlessly. How had Zhang Tianlong accomplished this? Chapter 91. Lin Feng arrives. Zhang Tianlong sat cross-legged, emanating a faint golden light, resembling a deity. He regarded the old man before him with a cold smile. With your meager skills, you dare to show off in my presence? Sitting in a lotus position, enveloped in golden radiance, he appeared as a celestial being, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and having fought on countless battlefields for millennia, what tempests and tribulations has he not witnessed? This old fellow is merely a frog at the bottom of a well, daring to boast in his presence? The elder, incensed by Zhang Tianlong's contemptuous demeanor, felt his face flush crimson, akin to a ripe persimmon. He pointed at Zhang Tianlong, his finger trembling. You are merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. What qualifications do you possess? Zhang Tianlong, with a wave of his hand, dismissed the old man, and the reality before him shattered instantly, replaced by an abyss of chaos. Countless beams of rumors flickered within, each imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. As if a mere brush could reduce the old man to dust. This is the might of an emperor, a force beyond the comprehension of mere insects like you. Zhang Tianlong's voice was frigid, reminiscent of an echo from the depths of the netherworld. The old man gazed at the unfolding spectacle, his spirit shattered with terror. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was then that he realized the chasm that lay between him and Zhang Tianlong, an insurmountable gulf that seemed to stretch infinitely. No, I refuse to believe it. Even if you are formidable with your current meager cultivation, it is impossible for you to triumph over me. The old man screamed hysterically, his heart brimming with fear and resentment. He compelled himself to regain his composure, summoning all his strength to construct a more formidable realm, endeavoring to suppress Zhang Tianlong. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation within the dreamscape, where the world constantly collapsed and reformed, resembling an apocalyptic scene. However, amidst their intense struggle, the disciples of the Dream Hua sect revealed sinister smiles. The elder and that brat are battling within the dream. This presents us with an excellent opportunity to eliminate him, whispered one disciple. Indeed. Let us take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. Another disciple echoed. The disciples of the Dream Hua sect descended upon Zhang Tianlong like ravenous wolves, their magical artifacts gleaming with a chilling light, eager to rend him to pieces. Observing this, the Zhang family erupted in fury. You despicable cowards! Daring to take advantage of another's peril, roared the head of the Zhang family, leading his kin into a fray against the disciples of the Dream Hua sect. With a gaze like a hawk, the family head fixed his stare upon the disciples, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on my son, I shall ensure their entire family meets a tragic end." The two sides exchanged blows, magical artifacts clashing, the cacophony of battle deafening as chaos reigned. The disciples of the Dream Hua sect remained arrogant, seemingly confident that they had the Zhang family beneath their feet. To be frank, our sect leader has ventured to the void, contending for the position of holy master among the other leaders. One disciple boasted, saliva flying as he laughed maniacally. Another disciple, arms crossed, disdainfully surveyed the Zhang family. Wise ones would kneel and submit now. Otherwise, when our sect leader returns, you shall find yourself in a predicament where survival is impossible and death unattainable. The head of the Zhang family turned ashen, fist clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously. He understood that a single Zhang family could never hope to contend with these ferocious sections. What a delusion! The head of the Zhang family let out a furious roar and charged forward. Yet, the disparity in strength was as vast as a chasm. Soon, the members of the Zhang family were being struck down one by one, their anguished cries echoing through the air. The head of the Zhang family was also sent flying with a single blow, crashing heavily beside Zhang Tianlong, blood gushing from his mouth. Tianlong, Tianlong, wake up, please. The head of the Zhang family grasped Zhang Tianlong's shoulders, shaking him desperately, his eyes filled with despair. The disciples of the Minghua sect, witnessing this, were filled with triumphant glee. Old fool, even now you dare to hope your son will awaken? He is doomed. Ha ha. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. What audacity! How dare you act recklessly before me, Elder Jiu? In that moment, Elder Jiu descended with a group of formidable experts, like celestial beings gracing the earth. His gaze was piercing, sweeping over the disciples of the Dreaming Hua sect, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloping the entire arena. Yet, before Elder Jiu could make his move, an enigmatic force suddenly drew him into the realm of dreams. Where am I? Elder Jiu pondered, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself in a chaotic void. A venerable elder stood proudly, a hint of madness gleaming in his smile. Welcome to my world. Here, I shall first eliminate Zhang Tianlong and then you. After devouring your memories and dreams, my cultivation shall ascend to new heights. This elder was none other than the one who had clashed with Zhang Tianlong within the dreamscape. At this moment, he is still lost in a grand illusion, believing he can manipulate everything around him. Little does he realize that the strength of Elder Jiu has evolved beyond recognition, rendering him a mere child in the face of such power. With a cold sneer, Elder Jiu scoffs, "Is it just you? A fool's dream." Within the depths of the dream, the old man chuckles ominously. The illusion he conjures is not a vibrant tapestry, but rather an abyss of profound darkness, seemingly intent on engulfing all who dare enter. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, emerge on Zhang Tianlong's forehead, his complexion ashen, clearly struggling within the confines of this nightmare. Observing this, the head of the Zhang family, frantic and agitated, paces back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. "Tianlong, you must endure," he muttered to himself, his fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. Nearby, the anxious parents began to murmur among themselves. "Master, the young master is trapped in a dream. What shall we do?" An elder of the clan inquired urgently. Indeed, Master. Should we not summon young Master Linfeng for assistance? His extraordinary powers may hold the key to rescuing the young master, another suggested. Zhang, the clan leader, sighed heavily. I wish it were so, but the distance to the Void Realm is simply too great. There is no time for a round trip. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, a faint sigh echoed from the distant horizon, barely perceptible, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. That voice! It seems to belong to young Master Linfeng, exclaimed a keen-eyed clan member. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure materialized before them. None other than Linfeng himself. He maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. Young Master Linfeng, the head of the Zhang family, like a man clutching a lifeline, hurried forward, pleading, I beseech you, save my son. There is no need for haste. We shall wait until they awaken, Linfeng replied calmly. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the ninth elder and Zhang Tianlong suddenly opened their eyes wide, a hint of bewilderment lingering in their gazes, as though they were not entirely detached from their dreams. Master, Zhang Tianlong exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Linfeng. Linfeng responded with a gentle nod. Chapter 92. The constructed dreamscape. This method of entering dreams is indeed quite fascinating. The dream was abruptly interrupted, and the elder's countenance darkened with fury as he emerged from the shadows, glaring at Linfeng. Who are you to disrupt my affairs? In the realm of the void. From the celestial palace of leisure, I am Linfeng, he declared, his tone unembellished yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, a sound rife with derision. So you are the useless Linfeng? I expected someone of considerable stature. He scrutinized Linfeng, occasionally uttering sarcastic remarks, completely dismissing him. A worthless wretch dares to meddle in my affairs. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. The old man snorted coldly, declaring, once you perish, our Dream Hua sect shall ascend as the new sovereign of the void, and I shall be its venerable ancestor. Linfeng chuckled derisively. Noting how those sect leaders had long since met their demise, it was laughable that this old fool still indulged in such delusions. You lie. Even if you were to die 1,000 or 10,000 times, our sect leader would remain unscathed. The dream induction technique I imparted to our leader is not something that anyone can evade. In the next moment, the old man ensnared Linfeng within his dream. The Zhang family gasped in alarm. Awakening from such a dream was no trivial matter. However, Elder Ju remained remarkably composed. A mere dreamscape cannot possibly challenge our esteemed ancestor. Perhaps he merely wishes to toy with that old man. Although the crowd harbored concerns, they refrained from voicing them. Within the dream, Linfeng found himself engulfed in a sea of blood red, the rancid stench assailing his senses, inducing nausea. Countless grotesque faces writhed upon the surface, emitting chilling shrieks as if intent on dragging him into the abyss. This was the old man's dream. Linfeng scoffed at the notion of being ensnared so easily. Allow me to show you my dream. He then drew the old man into his own dreamscape. Here, the elder transformed into a powerless ordinary man. He stood upon a sunlit expanse, squinting against the blinding radiance that illuminated towering edifices rising into the clouds. Metallic shells zipped across the ground, gleaming with a reflective sheen, producing a deafening roar, an utter contrast to the blood-soaked nightmare of his own dream. He stood there, transfixed by the scene before him, an inexplicable unease welling up within his heart. Suddenly, a metallic contraption sped towards him, its occupant shouting vehemently. Before the elderly man could comprehend the situation, he was violently struck by the iron shell, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Linfeng stood nearby, arms crossed, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he observed the spectacle. So, what do you think, old man? Enjoying yourself? The elder scrambled to his feet, his attire now covered in dust, and he pointed in horror at the metallic monstrosities. What are these ghastly things? And where has my cultivation gone? How could it vanish? This is my dreamscape. Everything here is governed by my will, Linfeng replied in a tone that was calm yet laced with subtle mockery. But fret not. Here, you cannot perish. You will merely experience a taste of this chaos. The elder, now filled with indignation, was incensed. After all, he was a revered elder of the Dream Hua sect, an expert in the art of dream manipulation. Yet now, he found himself at the mercy of this impetuous youth. A situation utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex materialized behind him, beginning to devour everything in its vicinity. Skyscrapers, vehicles, and pedestrians were all twisted and contorted within this vortex, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Child, do not presume that you are the only one adept at this game. The elder sneered. Today, I shall allow you to experience the sensation of being consumed by your own dreams. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. The elder's dream abruptly froze, and then, like a revolving lantern, countless scenes flickered rapidly before him. In the present world, two colossal creatures chased each other across a desolate wilderness. One boasted two powerful hind legs, a long tail, and front claws that swung wildly. Towering at a height of 3 to 4 meters, with sharp teeth glinting ominously, the scene shifted to a battlefield shrouded in smoke, where individuals clad in green wielded peculiar weapons, producing deafening explosions, while flames licked the air, and bodies fell lifeless from dozens of meters away. Then, it transitioned to an expansive starry sky, where myriad stars twinkled and vast galaxies spun, even revealing the entirety of the Milky Way before the elder's eyes. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed the elder's mind, which buzzed incessantly, as if on the brink of explosion. Blood began to seep from his orifices. The two opened their eyes, the dream shattered, and the Zhang family members breathed a sigh of relief. He gazed at Lin Feng with a look of terror. What? What are these things? Merely a passage through several millennia of history, old man. Several millennia? Passage? The elder's face was a canvas of confusion. He understood each word, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. Lin Feng, disinterested in providing an explanation, was met with the mocking taunts of Zhang Tianlong. The prowess of my master is not something you can casually speculate upon. You fool. How dare you even dream of involving my master? Zhang Tianlong's sudden outburst resonated like thunder in the ears of those present. Crossing several millennia? The Milky Way? What on earth are these concepts? Such words were entirely foreign to them. The onlookers regarded Lin Feng as if he were some bizarre creature, their gazes filled with awe and a hint of trepidation. The ninth elder, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy as he trembled and approached Lin Feng, kneeling before him with a resounding thud. Master Ancestor, your divine abilities are unparalleled. Your disciple humbly pays homage. His heart swelled with pride. He always knew that the ancestral master was no ordinary individual. Lin Feng looked down at the prostrated elder Jiao and said nonchalantly, Rise, as for this old fellow. He cast a frigid glance at the old man, wishing him a swift demise. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was struck with terror, his soul nearly escaping him, as a faint, unpleasant odor emanated from his trousers. He hastily climbed up to Lin Feng, pleading with tears and snot streaming down his face. Senior, spare me. I am willing to offer the dream invitation technique of certain victory to you. Just please grant me my life. Upon hearing the phrase dream invitation technique, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This technique, in essence, involves drawing a person into a dream. It certainly sounded intriguing. However, the old man's dream was exceedingly mundane, lacking any originality. The dream invitation technique? Humph, it can only be used to bully those weaker than yourself. Lin Feng disdainfully curled his lips. When faced with my kind of dream, you shall only find yourself the subject of mockery. The crowd looked utterly bewildered, pondering. What does this mean? Could it be that dreams have a hierarchy? My dreams exist as a realm of their own, governed by my own rules. Lin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his tone exuded authority. In my world, no one can cultivate. All forms of cultivation are rendered as mere illusions. Chapter 93. The conclusion at these words, the entire assembly fell silent. Unable to cultivate? How could that be possible? In their understanding, cultivation was as natural as eating and drinking. How could there exist a world where cultivation was impossible? Zhang Tianlong could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Master, is there truly such a world? The world is vast and full of wonders. Lin Feng gazed skyward, seemingly envisioning the expansive cosmos. In the universe, perhaps every planet hosts its own world, each with distinct rules. In some worlds, there might be an utter absence of spiritual energy, thus rendering cultivation impossible. The crowd stared in astonishment, their minds struggling to conceive what such a scenario would entail. Without spiritual energy, unable to cultivate, would one not be akin to an ant? Everyone appeared as though they had never witnessed such realities, with even Zhang Tianlong unable to fathom the concept. In his previous life, he was an emperor, and thus, he ought to possess a greater understanding. Yet, he found himself utterly bewildered by the concepts of the universe and the galaxy as presented by his master. Master, how did you come to know all this? Could it be that you have already transcended the heavens? Or perhaps, transformed into a deity? Upon uttering these words, the other members of the Zhang family reacted as if they had been struck by lightning. Once they comprehended the implication, they all fell to their knees before Lin Feng, fervently proclaiming, Our revered ancestor, is invincible. Our esteemed ancestor possesses unparalleled powers. Lin Feng, taken aback by the sudden and overwhelming display of reverence, felt a touch of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, waved his arms nonchalantly, and feigned profundity. Ah, it's nothing of great significance, merely a slight increase in knowledge compared to what you all know. In truth, however, he was inwardly in a state of turmoil. What kind of deity is he? Merely a fortunate soul who has stumbled through time, relying on a mere handful of popular science readings and fabricating a few astronomical notions. In truth, he himself harbors no certainty regarding the mysteries of the universe. Yet, inexplicably, these individuals are utterly captivated by his words, particularly Zhang Tianlong, who is overwhelmed with profound admiration, his eyes gleaming with fervent reverence. The Master's teachings are indeed unprecedented. In all the tomes I have perused, there exists no record suggesting that sentient beings can transcend the heavenly order without cultivation. In this vast realm of 3,000 worlds, there may exist beings, spirits, demons, immortals, and deities. Yet all these existences demand cultivation. Do you gaze down upon the 3,000 worlds, perceiving them merely as a speck of dust in an ocean of infinity? Lin Feng listened, drenched in cold sweat. This imaginative leap is simply astounding. He was merely speaking casually. How could that lead to transcending the heavenly principles? If he continues to boast in such a manner, will he not find himself becoming the creator deity of a grand journey? He hastily interrupted Zhang Tianlong's flattery, casting a glance at the trembling elder beside him. Enough already. This old fool can surely meet his end now, can't he? Upon hearing this, the elder nearly lost control in fear. The story had concluded, yet he still found himself in peril. With a sorrowful expression, he wept profusely, pleading for mercy. "O esteemed elder, I beseech you. Your powers are unparalleled, and I, lacking the wisdom to recognize your greatness, have inadvertently offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and for the sparing of my life." Yet, Lin Feng remained utterly unmoved. "In your next life, remember not to cross paths with me again." The old man attempted to utter more, only to witness a fiery red feather fan materialize in Lin Feng's hand. With a gentle wave, the fan transformed into a blazing light, hurtling towards the old man. In an instant, the man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. Zhang Tianlong sighed upon seeing this, and then spoke slowly, "Master, in my past life, although I bested this old man, he was truly one of the most formidable opponents I encountered. 3 times, I fell into his traps thrice, nearly meeting my demise at his hands. I must admit, his dream-invoking technique is indeed quite troublesome." Lin Feng scoffed at this notion. "Troublesome? I find it rather trivial. His dreamscape is too crude, riddled with flaws. Had it been someone else, they could have drawn all the cultivators of the city into their dream and claimed dominion over it. The art of dream invasion is merely a parlor trick." Lin Feng disdainfully curled his lip and brushed away non-existent dust from his attire, as if the old man had been nothing more than an irritating fly. The Zhang family was taken aback by his words. To them, the old man's dream-invoking skill was a remarkable feat, yet their ancestor spoke of it with such nonchalance, as if it were insignificant. Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly, recognizing that the old man was but a flickering firefly in comparison to his master, who shone like the full moon. They could hardly be compared. Lin Feng paid no heed to their thoughts, casting his gaze over the assembly. "Is everything resolved? If so, we can depart for the void." The Zhang family was filled with excitement. The void was even more coveted than before. If the Zhang family could establish themselves there, who would dare to humiliate them? Once the realization dawned, the head of the Zhang family quickly bowed in response. The others followed suit, kneeling in gratitude. "To our esteemed ancestor, all matters at home have been arranged. We await only the proper burial for our unfortunate brethren before we can set forth to the void. Death is of utmost importance." "It is only fitting," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Zhang Tianlong. "Now that Pei Qing is the Grand Elder, the void still lacks a sovereign." Zhang Tianlong immediately grasped the implication, understanding that his master sought someone to assume the role of sovereign. Yet, who would be suitable for such a position? "Master, do you have anyone in mind?" He slightly bent forward as a gesture of respect. "In this esteemed position, you can easily find a pleasing figure on your way back." Lin Feng casually waved his hand. "Wasn't that rather hasty?" Zhang Tianlong was taken aback, his eyelids twitching slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, why must one possess an attractive appearance? Zhang Tianlong was filled with confusion, but he dared not openly question Lin Feng. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Feng's gaze was profound, as if he could see through everything. In this boundless realm, with its millions of miles of mountains and rivers, abundant spiritual energy, and picturesque scenery, would it not be a disservice to such beauty to lack a pleasing sovereign? Lin Feng's words were difficult to refute. After all, no one prefers an unattractive visage. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Although the Zhang family members around him were too timid to speak, they all subtly nodded in agreement. Who would wish to remain in a realm filled with the unsightly? A young disciple of the Zhang family murmured quietly, eliciting a wave of soft laughter from those nearby. The statement, though blunt, held truth. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the disciple, pleased to find someone who understood him. He then shifted his attention to Elder Jiu, who stood silently at the side. His head bowed. Chapter 94. An opportunity at hand. You are to head to the Dreamhua sect and deal with everyone there, as well as pay a visit to those sects that initially sought trouble. Cleanse what needs to be cleansed. Lin Feng's tone was calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. The boundless realm requires no sect to depend upon. They are remarkably powerful on their own. The ninth elder received the command and bowed respectfully. Disciple obeys. Observing the numerous wounds adorning the ninth elder's body, Lin Feng casually handed him a vial of Wuling liquid. Wuling liquid, a true elixir for healing. The ninth elder trembled as he accepted the vial, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. He gulped it down in several swift swigs. A warm current surged throughout his body, and the once gruesome wounds healed at a visible pace, leaving no scars behind. He knelt once more, his voice tinged with emotion and a hint of trembling. Lin Feng waved his hand, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint, lingering fragrance. The Zhang family members dared to rise, each wiping the cold sweat from their brows, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Who could comprehend the weight of such a moment? Standing before the ancestral master felt infinitely more daunting than facing tribulation. A young disciple murmured softly, prompting murmurs of agreement from those around. Indeed, the gaze of the ancestral master seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. Zhang Tianlong observed the worried expression on his father's face and offered a faint smile. His master possessed extraordinary powers, with insight into all things. Such trivialities were naturally beneath his notice. However, his master preferred humility and discretion, and as inhabitants of the Void Realm, we must conduct ourselves with a corresponding modesty. The head of the Zhang family nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, could it be true that the Void Realm now boasted mountain ranges spanning 100,000 miles? That seemed utterly preposterous. This revelation was nothing short of astounding. Zhang Tianlong nodded, recalling the scene vividly, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. When the various sect leaders conspired to provoke, declaring that whoever could seize the elusive immortal technique would ascend as the new sovereign, his master merely waved his hand, and the 100,000-mile mountains rose from the earth in an instant. It left those challengers trembling in fear, and then he paused for a moment, lowering his voice and speaking in a mysterious tone. With a casual wave of his hand, his master effortlessly obliterated those raucous and boastful individuals. The current realm of Taishu is vastly superior to what it once was, exponentially more potent. The spiritual energy here is so dense that it nearly transforms into liquid. The crowd listened in awe, as if they were entranced by a mythical tale. Is this truly the case? Wouldn't that mean treasures abound everywhere? One disciple's eyes sparkled with fervor, yearning to soar immediately to the realm of Taishu. Not merely treasures, but extraordinary wonders. Zhang Tianlong raised an eyebrow with pride, noting that even the wild grass by the roadside emanated spiritual energy, with just a single blade fetching an exorbitant price. Not to mention the rare spiritual herbs and medicines that outsiders clamored for, which in the realm of Taishu are as common as chives, found everywhere. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was no longer merely the realm of Taishu, but a veritable paradise. The surrounding disciples were enraptured, wishing fervently to sprout wings and fly to the realm of Taishu to experience the thrill of treasures lying in abundance. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, as if caught in a dream. A million-mile mountain range? Even the roadside grass infused with spiritual energy? When did the realm of Taishu become so extraordinary? Father, let us hastily ensure the proper burial of our kin, and then set forth immediately to the realm of Taishu to pay our respects to the master. The head of the Zhang family nodded repeatedly, his face aglow with excitement. He seemed to envision himself standing upon the spiritual veins of the boundless void, absorbing the rich essence of spiritual energy. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, ultimately breaking through the barriers that constrained him. Elder Jiu, unable to contain his excitement, hastily departed from the Zhang family. His injuries have healed, and he now radiates vitality, as though he has been rejuvenated by a decade. As he walked, a smug smile adorned his face, contemplating the task entrusted to him by the ancestral master, which he was determined to execute with utmost finesse. The commoners of the dreaming Hua sect had once humiliated the ancestral master, and he vowed to repay that indignity tenfold. Meanwhile, those who had just emerged from the ancient realm of Yuan Kong were gathered together, their faces as pale as ghosts, as if they had witnessed a specter. The Void Realm and the Great Void Realm had been utterly annihilated? How could this be possible? A man's voice quivered as he incredulously inquired. It is indeed true. The affiliated sects of the Great Void Realm attempted to seize the opportunity to plunder the Celestial Palace of Leisure, yet they were all obliterated in an instant. Another disciple, his complexion ashen, stammered in disbelief. Instantaneous annihilation. The crowd collectively gasped, a chill running down their spines. Even more alarming was the fact that the Great Void Realm had now been reconstructed, its mountain ranges stretching an astonishing 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles? This is simply preposterous. The assembly shook their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom the transformation of what had been a desolate wasteland just days prior into a realm of ethereal beauty. It appeared that the emperor behind Lin Feng was indeed formidable. However, another bombshell detonated amidst the crowd. Have you heard? The Great Void Realm is currently recruiting disciples and elders. Anyone may partake in the trials. Is this true? A trial in the mountains? The crowd's interest peaked. They gathered closer. It is said that one must traverse 28 magical formations, which will take a full 2 months. The crowd gasped, astonished. Has the Great Void Realm gone mad? Since time immemorial, no sect has recruited disciples in such a manner. This is clearly a blatant refusal to accept newcomers. Yet, should one pass the trials and become an elder, or even the sovereign, would that not be a meteoric rise? It is rumored that this idea was conceived by Lin Feng himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Lin Feng, him, he had already plunged the Great Void Realm into chaos, now that it was being rebuilt. Who would deign to participate in the trials out of respect for him? Exactly. This fellow is simply delusional. One cannot deny that Lin Feng, the apparent failure, is rather fortunate. Why not go? I am eager to see what concoction that useless Lin Feng is brewing. A cultivator spat vehemently, as if Lin Feng's name were nothing but refuse. Indeed, I have spent 5 years as an outer disciple at the Xiantian sect without even touching a crystalline stone. Yet I could stroll into the Great Void Realm and masquerade as an elder. Then we shall see how Lin Feng continues to flaunt his arrogance. Should I ascend to the position of sovereign, the very first thing I would do is hang Lin Feng up for a beating. Before he could finish his words, a fellow cultivator beside him struck him sharply on the back of the head. What are you thinking? You should first conquer those ridiculous 28 formations beyond the mountain. 2 months. Do you think it's a leisurely excursion? The crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere considerably lightened. Although they verbally dismissed Lin Feng as a fool with grandiose fantasies, deep down, they recognized this as a potential opportunity. Chapter 95. The eccentric old man of Longmen City, a chance to escape their current predicament and ascend to greatness. After all, who does not desire to stand atop the heights and gaze down upon the masses? Thus, this group of cultivators, who once scoffed at Lin Feng, set forth towards the realm of Taishu. They fantasize about passing the assessment, becoming elders, and ultimately the holy master, trampling Lin Feng underfoot and humiliating him at will. Though they outwardly express disdain, they secretly harbor their own ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Song Ming and his companions mingle within the crowd. Song Ming's expression is dark, his heart filled with inner turmoil. Beside him stood a disciple, a young man named Li Yuan, who observed Song Ming's indecisive demeanor. He could not help but speak. Senior brother, why don't we go and take a look? Song Ming furrowed his brow, torn between conflicting thoughts. As a being of holy light and the scion of the Holy Grail sect, how could he possibly stoop to participate in such a trivial assessment in the void? If word of this were to spread, where would his dignity be? However, Li Yuan held a differing perspective. Senior brother, I believe we should seize this opportunity to test ourselves. Even if we do not ascend to the rank of Saint Lord, securing a position as an elder would still be advantageous for our Holy Grail sect. Moreover, do you not wish to uncover the mysteries that lie within the void? Song Ming felt a stirring within his heart, recognizing the merit in Li Yuan's words. Although he looked down upon Lin Feng, he could not deny that Lin Feng's current status was extraordinary. After all, he was now possessed by a great emperor. The newly established assessment in the void realm was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. Tang Xianming paced back and forth, rubbing his hands, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the void realm, his eyes shimmering with a glint of ambition. Damn it, let us go for it. Fortune favors the bold. Will you join me? Meanwhile, Han Yin stood with his arms crossed, his expression dark and furrowed brows resembling an unsolvable knot. Not going. If you wish to go, then go alone. How could I, Han Yin, mingle with such a rabble? It would be utterly degrading. He let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and strode away, his silhouette exuding disdain and arrogance. Observing Han Yan's departure, Tang Xianming scoffed softly. Coward. Immediately after, he marched forward with great strides towards the realm of the void. Behind him, an unassuming old man in a gray robe listened intently to the conversation between the two. He stroked his grizzled beard, murmuring to himself, "The Holy Lord? That sounds rather appealing. Having lived for so long, I have yet to assume such a title. These little rascals are so eager. I shall join the fray." At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Have you heard? All the minor sects under the domain of the void have been annihilated, and even the Dreaming Blossom sect is no exception. What transpired? Speak swiftly. The elder seized the sect leader, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness gleaming in his eyes. The void, all the sects beneath it, have been completely obliterated. Even the venerable elder who could draw people into dreams has been slain. The sect leader stammered, overcome with terror, as if he had witnessed a horrifying spectacle. The dream-weaving elder has also been killed? Upon hearing this, the elder's previously murky eyes suddenly sharpened with remarkable clarity, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him like a tangible blade, instilling fear in all who beheld it. He seized the collar of the sect master with a firm grip, demanding in a harsh tone, "Is what you say true? How did he meet his demise?" The sect master stammered, I do not know. All I am aware of is that every sect has been annihilated, not a single survivor remains." Trembling in fear, the sect master struggled to speak. With a resounding thud, the elder struck the sect master atop his head, causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Junior brother!" The elder cried out to the heavens, his voice brimming with sorrow and fury. "Who is it? Who has taken your life? I shall avenge you. I will rend that person into 1,000 pieces." It was revealed that the elder was indeed the deceased senior brother, having not seen him for many years, only to receive such dreadful news upon hearing of his fate. A tremendous wrath ignited within the elder's heart, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Is the sect master of Kongtong really dead? One cultivator pointed shakily at the corpse on the ground. Blood stained the earth where the Kongtong sect master had fallen, and the air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood. One individual, trembling uncontrollably, pointed at the departing elder, his voice quaking severely. He is that eccentric old man from Longmin City." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in commotion. The eccentric old man from Longmin City, a being who had lived for over 1,000 years, possessed unfathomable cultivation. It was said he had looked the same hundreds of years ago, and now he appeared here, claiming that the elder who entered dreams was his junior brother. It seemed that significant events were indeed unfolding in the land of the void. Surely, the land of the void was about to experience a great upheaval. After all, it was the people of the land of the void who had slain the elder who entered dreams. That eccentric old man would certainly seek vengeance in the land of the void. Whispers of speculation filled the air as many, eager to witness the unfolding drama, made their way toward the land of the void. The land of the void. Ever since the rise of the Taishu mountain range, it had become a bustling hub, teeming with countless cultivators from all directions, each desiring to behold the newly reconstructed land and the legendary 28 trial formations. They were well aware of the examinations conducted by various sects, yet the current assessments in the land of the void left them perplexed. How could anyone be tested for 2 months? Lin Feng paid no heed to such matters. At this moment, he was wielding a pair of large shears, trimming the branches of the trees in the courtyard. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating his chiseled features. "Master, why must you prune this spirit tree?" Pei Zizhen, a small figure standing nearby, gazed regretfully at the branches being cut away. The spirit fruits on the tree were so delectable, and he felt it was such a waste to have them discarded. He no longer had any delectable spiritual fruits to indulge in. Lin Feng, somewhat disheartened, continued to prune the branches. The trees had grown too wild, blocking the sunlight and preventing the flowers in the yard from basking in its warmth. However, Pei Zizhen wished to speak of the mountains, only to be interrupted by Lin Feng. "All right, little one, how is your cultivation today?" "I'm feeling splendid. As if I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, Pei Zixian exclaimed, energetically waving his tiny fists, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Feng, chuckling, patted his head, fully aware that he had not been diligent in his training. Yet, given his tender age, Lin Feng chose not to be overly critical. Meanwhile, Lin Yin sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, diligently cultivating. In the present realm of Taishu, spiritual energy abounded, and the entire mountain radiated a soft glow. As if draped in a gossamer veil, the rich spiritual aura enveloped Lin Yan's petite frame, rendering her akin to a celestial child stepping forth from a painting. Her small face bore a serious expression as she diligently practiced the transformation techniques bestowed upon her by Lin Feng. Chapter 96. Let us descend the mountain for some fun. The surroundings were silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and Lin Yan's delicate breaths. Her small hands continuously shifted through the hand seals, while the spiritual energy within her surged like a torrential river, circulating around her. A powerful force accumulated within her, growing stronger and more abundant. Boom! A soft sound echoed as the spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yin suddenly surged, forming a small vortex that enveloped her. Moments later, the vortex gradually dissipated, and Lin Yin slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Master, Father, I've broken through, she joyfully exclaimed, leaping down from the rock and dashing towards Lin Feng, her voice ringing like silver bells. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host. Your fourth disciple, Lin Yin, has broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. The host receives a tenfold cultivation reward. Ah, splendid. Lin Feng continued to prune the branches without lifting his gaze. He had few expectations for both Pei Zixian and Lin Yin, considering their youth. Master, why aren't you the least bit pleased? Lin Yin pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, as she had hoped to surprise him. Lin Feng set down his shears and affectionately ruffled her hair. You little imp, after half a month of cultivation, your spiritual energy has already reached saturation. A breakthrough was inevitable. Humph, Master, you're not surprised at all. It's quite boring, Lin Yin huffed, puffing out her cheeks in discontent. Lin Feng smiled gently, patting her indulgently. All right, I shall reward you with this to share with Zixian. Lin Feng produced several spiritual fruits. Pei Zixian happily accepted them. Lin Feng then closed his eyes, savoring the immense power surging within him. The tenfold cultivation reward brought him closer to a breakthrough, yet it still felt a distant dream. He could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy in his heart. Alas, at this rate, when would he ever transcend to the grand ascension stage? He began to question the feasibility of his plan. Must he truly gather a multitude of disciples to have any hope of breaking through to the great ascension stage? Yet, there was no alternative at present. Observing the two young ones, Pei Zhen and Lin Yin, Lin Feng felt a warmth envelop his heart. It mattered not. At this moment, the protective mountain array of the Taishu realm resembled a tortoise's shell. If his cultivation progressed slowly, so be it. He was not particularly anxious, after all. If he could not win, he could always retreat. Meanwhile, Pei Xian arrived on her sword, landing gracefully, her garments billowing like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. However, her delicate face bore an expression of urgency, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Zixian, you are being lazy again. How far have you progressed with the secret techniques bestowed upon you by our master? Pei Zixian, his mouth stuffed with spirit fruits, mumbled indistinctly, sister. Hurry and eat. Pei Xian was both amused and exasperated by his antics. She stepped forward and deftly avoided the fruit in his hand. All you think about is eating. Look at you. You have completely cast aside your training. Pei Zixian puffed out his cheeks, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Feng. Master seeing this, Pei Xian felt even more helpless. Although their master cherished Pei Zixian, he had many disciples under his tutelage. If Pei Zixian did not put forth effort, how would he establish himself in the realm of cultivation in the future? With so many secret techniques at his disposal, neglecting his training would be a sheer waste. Lin Feng set down the scissors he held and smiled gently. Pei Xian, Zixian is still young. There is no need to rush. Pei Xian wanted to say more, but Lin Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. At the age of 5 or 6, a child's understanding of the world is still quite limited. Though focused training could lead to rapid advancement, their restricted comprehension would prevent them from truly forging their own path, rather than forcing growth. It is better to allow him to develop freely. Perhaps unexpected rewards will arise. As Lin Feng spoke, he turned to Pei Zixian, a hint of affection in his eyes. Zixian, understand that I advocate for a more hands-off approach, all right? Pei Zixian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. And he nodded vigorously, his little face brimming with clever mischief. Got it. Master treats me the best. Watching this loquacious little rascal, Pei Xian felt a mix of amusement and frustration, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. What more could she say when their master was so indulgent? Pei Xian, the affairs in the void are numerous, and Pei Qing may not manage alone. Please assist her, their master said. Pei Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded respectfully. Yes, master. Once Pei Xian departed, Lin Feng turned his attention to Pei Zijun and Lin Yan. Come, my disciples, let us descend the mountain and take a stroll. Upon hearing this, Pei Zijun immediately turned to Lin Yan. Junior sister, master is taking us out to play. Are you happy? Happy. Two little figures danced joyfully, their spirits high. The bustling town below the mountain was alive with the vibrant sounds of vendors calling out, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of earthly delights. Lin Feng strolled leisurely with the two little ones, acquiring an abundance of trinkets along the way. Lin Yan was filled with curiosity, touching this and observing that, akin to a cheerful little bird. Upon reaching a stall selling candied hawthorn, Lin Yan pointed at the bright red treats, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, I want to eat candied hawthorn, she exclaimed. Me too. Lin Feng chuckled as he purchased 3 skewers, handing one to each child. Lin Yan immediately began to savor her treat, while Pei Jun looked on at her with a smile, happily licking the candied hawthorn from his hands. Since the factions that once clamored to seize the immortal palace had been reduced to ashes, the various dynasties that once belonged to the realm of Tai Su approached with their tails tucked, eager to express their loyalty. They opened diverse shops at the foot of the mountain, hoping to cling to the powerful entity of Tai Su. Lin Feng continued to meander with the two little ones, while Lin Yan's curiosity remained insatiable. She would play with the clappers of a roadside vendor one moment and gaze intently at a candy sculptor the next. Pei Jun, however, was singularly focused on food, holding the candied hawthorn Lin Feng had just bought, his eyes eagerly fixed on the other snack stalls. A shopkeeper shouted enthusiastically, "Exquisite spiritual herbs and elixirs. Don't miss out as you pass by. Once you leave this village, the shop will be gone." The shop was filled with a dazzling array of spiritual herbs, all pertinent to the discussions surrounding the 26 formations of Tai Su. Lin Feng mused that this might be akin to modern marketing strategies, where one capitalizes on what is trending. Surprisingly, many shops even offered illustrated books detailing the strategies for navigating the 26 formations of Tai Su. So meticulously documented that Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if they had secretly infiltrated and conducted field research. As Lin Feng walked slowly, he discreetly observed everything around him. Pei Jun and Lin Yan, like two inquisitive rabbits, hopped playfully through the crowd. Chapter 97. A Fierce Battle Master. This one is delicious, Pei Jun exclaimed. Master, that one looks equally delightful. His mouth stuffed with candied hawthorn, Pei Jun mumbled incoherently, his gaze fixed intently on a stall that sold various elixirs. Oh, young master, come see my exquisite elixirs, guaranteed to cure all ailments and prolong life. A shopkeeper beamed, eager to make a sale. How much for this one? Pei Jun asked, trying to sound mature, though he didn't truly grasp the value of such items. Not much, just 20 crystal stones, the shopkeeper replied with a grin. Pei Jun blinked, wondering what the significance of 20 crystal stones truly was. He was utterly oblivious. All he recalled was the last time when someone audaciously demanded 20 crystal stones, only to be struck dead by the master with a single slap. 20 crystal stones. Pei Jun thoughtfully echoed the phrase. Was that a lot or a little? Certainly, it was not an excessive amount. Yet, why had the previous individual who requested 20 crystal stones met such a grim fate? Surely, grass must have grown 3 feet high on his grave by now? Lin Feng's expression darkened immediately, feeling that this insufferable brat was stirring up trouble. He truly lacked any discernment. Upon noticing this, Lin Yan hastily tugged at Pei Jun's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly. However, Pei Jun remained blissfully unaware of the subtle shift in atmosphere, continuing his incessant chatter. I'm speaking the truth, master. That fellow from last time. Lin Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had lost all face. Little one, the elixirs here are not to your liking. I shall take you to another place. With that, Lin Feng prepared to lead the two youngsters away from the spot. What nonsense is this? You stop right there. Whose elixirs are you deeming unpalatable? The vendor's face turned crimson, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. You little brat. What do you even know? Our sect's elixirs are priceless and highly sought after, with major sects vying to place their orders every year. If it weren't for the rising prominence of the Taishu realm, we wouldn't bother to come to this wretched place and act as its appendage. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. He had merely spoken offhandedly, yet somehow found himself embroiled in this predicament. He turned around, patiently explaining, "Boss, I was merely speaking offhand. Please do not take it to heart. Offhand? You can slander the elixirs of our sect with mere casual words? What manner of person are you? Have you ever consumed our sect's elixirs? Here you are, spouting nonsense." The vendor remained relentless, nearly spitting with indignation at Lin Feng's face. Pei Zixian hid behind Lin Feng, peeking out with a timid voice, "Master, he is so fierce." Lin Yan clutched Lin Feng's garment tightly, fearful that the vendor might pose a threat to her revered master. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Alas, this vendor is truly a formidable character." He had no desire to entangle himself with such individuals. His only wish was to maintain peace. Thus, he adopted a humble demeanor. "Boss, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please, show some magnanimity and do not hold this against me." However, the vendor, emboldened by his perceived righteousness, grew increasingly arrogant. "An apology? You think that suffices? Do you have any notion of how precious the elixirs from our sect are? They are crafted using." The vendor proceeded to elaborate at length on the intricate process of concocting their sect's elixirs, detailing the meticulous gathering of rare spiritual herbs and the secret methods employed in their refinement. In essence, it was an endless stream of boasting that left Lin Feng feeling overwhelmed. The vendor's spittle fell like raindrops, prompting Lin Feng to discreetly take a step back. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation, Pei Zhan unexpectedly peered out from behind him and innocently remarked to the vendor, "You have quite a lot of saliva. Have you forgotten to brush your teeth?" The vendor, infuriated by such mockery from a mere child, erupted in rage, pointing at Pei Zhan and shouting, "You little brat, are you seeking death?" He feigned an intent to charge forward, yet was intercepted by Lin Feng. "Boss, the child is naive. Do not stoop to his level," Lin Feng remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of warning. "Naive? Today, I shall enlighten him on the essence of propriety." The vendor remained obstinate, evidently unwilling to relent. Not far away, a tattered old man squinted, watching the scene with keen interest. He is the eccentric old man from Longmen City, often appearing mad, with no one truly knowing the depths of his background. He discerned at a glance the innate Daobone of Pei Zhan and the chaotic blade hanging from his waist. A sudden clarity dawned upon him. The man accompanying this young lad must be Lin Feng, the very individual who had slain his disciple. Although the elder was uncertain of the true identity of his disciple's murderer, the fact remained that the death had occurred in the realm of the void, making any pursuit of vengeance justified. A chilling aura emanated from the elder, silently enveloping the entire vicinity. The vendor abruptly sensed an inexplicable fury surging through him. His initial intention had merely been to intimidate Lin Feng and extort some crystal stones. Yet now, all he yearned for was to see these three before him shattered into 1,000 pieces. He knelt down, bowing his head in apology to the elder. He bellowed hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast that had lost all reason. Lin Feng felt an unsettling chill in his heart. The vendor's demeanor was palpably amiss. Pei Zhan and Lin Yan also sensed the peculiar atmosphere, clinging tightly to the hem of Lin Feng's garment, their hearts laden with apprehension. Meanwhile, the vendor had summoned several burly assistants, each one a menacing figure glaring at Lin Feng and his companions. "Go, notify the sect and the guards of Taishu City. This brat is as good as dead today," the vendor screamed in a frenzy. Lin Feng felt as though the very air around him had solidified, a formidable pressure locking onto him, rendering him immobile. He immediately activated the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, surveying his surroundings until he finally discerned a clue. It appeared that someone was secretly meddling. Lin Feng was uncertain of the individual's identity, yet it seemed an unavoidable fierce battle loomed ahead. It turned out there were pests at play. Upon hearing this, the vendor assumed Lin Feng intended to pull some trick, his eyes widening as fury surged forth. "What other schemes do you intend to conjure, boy?" With a flick of his hand, a dark, peculiar elixir landed before Lin Feng with a swift motion. Instantly, a pungent and repulsive odor permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings in a nauseating haze, as if one were trapped in a miasma. The crowd, initially gathered to watch, erupted into a frenzy, feeling their own cultivation suppressed by an unseen force, rendering them immobile. One by one, they swayed as if on the brink of collapse, their faces painted with panic. "Ah, are you frightened?" the vendor boasted, hands on hips, spittle flying as he spoke. "Behold, This is the exclusive secret medicine of our Xianming sect, the spirit-sealing pill. Those with sense should quickly kneel and bow. Perhaps I may spare your life. He wore an arrogant expression, as though victory was already assured. Our Xianming sect has always maintained a low profile, but that does not imply we fear this realm of Taisu. If we so desire, this Taisu will inevitably fall into our grasp. Chapter 98. The Alchemy Competition. Lin Feng observed this ridiculous scene with a cold smile in his heart. The spirit-sealing pill? Such a mediocre trinket barely qualifies as refuse in his eyes. Within the pill pavilion of the Celestial Freedom Palace, even the most ordinary elixir surpasses these by thousands of times. Is this all? Lin Feng spoke with a tone laced with disdain, as if gazing upon a mere buffoon. Your so-called Xianyuan sect is nothing more than this. Upon hearing this, the vendor erupted with fury, feeling deeply insulted, and pointed at Lin Feng, unleashing a torrent of curses. You ignorant fool! How dare you insult our Xianyuan sect? Today, I shall make you understand what it truly means to suffer. At that moment, a figure descended from the skies, landing gracefully before the vendor. It was Zuan Mingzi, an elder of the Xianyuan sect, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. What is the matter? Zuan Mingzi inquired, his icy demeanor and piercing gaze scanning the crowd. The vendor hastily recounted the events, embellishing the tale to portray Lin Feng as a villain of the highest order, while casting himself as the innocent victim. Upon hearing this, Zuan Mingzi's understanding deepened. As he regarded Lin Feng, a flicker of recognition crossed his features. It was indeed the infamous Lin Feng, the so-called waste of the legendary Celestial Freedom Palace. He scoffed inwardly. How dare a mere worthless being act so audaciously before him? Are you Lin Feng? Zuan Mingzi gazed down at Lin Feng, his tone laced with disdain. Unfazed, Lin Feng met Zuan Mingzi's gaze, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just that useless individual from the Celestial Palace. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, his tone laced with derision. How dare one who lacks understanding of spiritual energy and elixirs criticize the quality of my spirit-sealing pill? What a laughable display! Unperturbed, Lin Feng calmly activated his Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, meticulously examining the assortment of pills before him. However, the pills were dark and emitted a repugnant stench. Their surfaces riddled with imperfections, and the spiritual energy within was a chaotic mess. Lin Feng instantly discerned that the crafting of these pills was executed with a crude hand, and the combination of ingredients was utterly haphazard, truly a